If one were to step into the authentic realm of Pokémon, devoid of any guiding system, would one not feel a sense of despair? Ah, I jest, of course. Should you find yourself in the world of Pokémon, would you aspire to be a Pokémon Master like Ash, or perhaps aim to complete the Pokédex like May? Or might you seek a different path altogether? I find myself uncertain. Yet, I invite you to share your thoughts with me. As for what I would do in such a world, the answer lies within the pages of this book. Why not join me in savoring the Pokémon world as I envision it? Chapter 1. The Birthplace of Dreams. Xiaoyan, where are you? A clear and hearty voice echoed from afar. A reluctant voice arose beside the young Yin. A Butterfree alighted upon the boy's shoulder, its eyelids drooping in weariness. Gently, Yin caressed the top of the Butterfree's head, smiling as he said, "All right, I promise. I shall come back to play with you tomorrow, okay?" Mui. Upon hearing this, Butterfree perked up instantly, spreading its wings and swirling around the boy in joyous circles. It seemed to be conveying, "We made a promise, and you must not break it." The Butterfree shook its wings lightly, scattering shimmering flecks of silver that danced beautifully under the sunlight. This scene appeared as if the creature were assuring the boy, "I am still strong, so there is no need for concern." Yin chuckled softly, "See you tomorrow." Butterfree continued to flutter in the sky, watching as the boy's figure gradually receded into the distance. In the boy's eyes, it felt as though he had captured the very sun. The afterglow of the setting sun trickled through his fingers, and he unconsciously wore a faint smile. In the living room, a robust man clad in a green work uniform, upon hearing the sounds, promptly rose to investigate. He was none other than Yan's father, Professor Okido. At that moment, a woman dressed in a red apron, embroidered with a charming image of a Delhi bird, emerged from the kitchen. Though she was merely in her late 20s, the passage of time had etched gentle lines upon her face. This was Yan's mother, Reiko Kawanami, who now held 2 plates of food each filled with dishes that Yan particularly relished. At the dining table, the Yin family was enjoying their dinner with delightful spirits. "By the way, son, next week marks the commencement of the Forest Ranger Academy, does it not?" inquired Father Okido as he helped himself to his meal. Yin placed his chopsticks down, replying, "Yes, father, I just received the enrollment notice from the Forest Ranger Academy in my email yesterday." Mother Reiko also set down her utensils. "Xiaoyan, if memory serves me correctly, this semester the school requires you to bring your own Pokémon, does it not?" Indeed, that was specifically mentioned in the notification. With that, a heavy silence enveloped the family. Even Father Okido, who had previously been animatedly eating, now bore a solemn expression. "Xiaoyan, it is the inadequacy of your father that has prevented me from finding you a suitable Pokémon for such a long time. I am truly sorry." Yang Yin promptly stood up. "Dad, please don't speak like that. You have left me the egg of your Flareon. How can you say there are no suitable Pokémon? However, the Flareon egg is merely..." Yamaki Yu's voice trailed off. "Forget it. It's best left unsaid." That moment, Mother Riko interjected. "Xiaoyan, you are well aware of our family circumstances. Your father has been tirelessly searching the surrounding areas for the past few days, yet he has been unable to find a single suitable Pokémon. It's truly..." Yang Yin, not wishing for his parents to dwell on the matter any further, quickly interrupted. "Mom, rest assured, even if it's just a Flareon, you must believe in your son. I will surely carve out my own path. Xiaoyan, my Flareon is merely of average quality, so it is likely that its offspring will possess similar attributes. Your father has scoured every possible location in search of a Pokémon of good quality, yet has found none." Yang Yin took the incubator from his father Yamaki Yu's hands. "Dad, please don't say that. I understand, and I won't let it bother me. Also, you can rest easy, I will take good care of it." Gently gliding his hand over the incubator, Yang Yin smiled. "Perhaps it will surpass its father, your Flareon, in the future. Who knows?" Dad, you must believe in your son." Although Yamaki Yu recognized that Yang Yin was merely trying to comfort him, and though he felt immense pride in having such a considerate son, a lingering sense of guilt remained in his heart, refusing to dissipate. "Indeed, my son will surely surpass his old man in the future, of that I have always been convinced." Upon returning to his room, Yang Yin placed the incubator on the desk by the window. He lowered his gaze and pulled out a book from a pile of texts, its cover boldly embossed with cultivation records of the little fire horse. This was a tome his father had entrusted to him long ago, documenting the entire process of nurturing the little fire horse into a Flareon. It was thorough and substantial. Despite having perused it countless times, each opening revealed new insights to review and learn anew, a phrase I had heard innumerable times in my past life, yet had never practiced. I never imagined that upon arriving in this world, it would become a daily necessity. Yang Yin chuckled, shaking his head. However, this saying indeed holds truth. Without it, it would be quite difficult for me to consistently achieve the top score each semester. The top score is something I will forever grasp tightly in my hands, allowing no one to take it from me. Yang Yan's gaze was resolute and brimming with confidence. Chapter 2. The Most Authentic Pokémon World. Likewise, this was penned by his father. In addition to these 2 volumes, there were also cultivation records for the Pokémon Aoguian, Zuotongzi, Hanjiao, and Sil, which he needed to thoroughly peruse. However, it is noteworthy that the first 2 were written by his father, while the latter 2 were authored by his mother. His father served as a forest ranger, while his mother was merely an ordinary woman. Thus, it is only natural that the cultivation records for Hanjiao and Sil would not be as comprehensive as those authored by his father. Nevertheless, Xiaoyan had never belittled these 2 books. In this world, literature on Pokémon cultivation was exceedingly scarce, or rather, entirely absent. No, such a description is inaccurate. A more precise articulation would be that such works exist, yet remain elusive. Indeed, the Pokémon world to which Yang Yan had traversed was starkly realistic and brutally unforgiving. All literature pertaining to Pokémon cultivation was fiercely guarded secrets that trainers would never divulge, as these texts represented not only their foundational knowledge, but also their potential pathways to ascendancy. In this genuine Pokémon realm, families with legacies spanning generations possessed varying degrees of unique cultivation methods for Pokémon. Perhaps it was a technique for mastering certain moves, guidance on how a specific Pokémon should evolve, or insights on nurturing a particular type of Pokémon. The more knowledge one possessed, the further their lineage could endure. Moreover, the Elite Four of each region were predominantly drawn from these venerable families. This also elucidates why the Elite Four and gym leaders in this world specialize in particular types, for if they were to haphazardly train Pokémon of unfamiliar types, they might not surpass even the average trainer. Of course, exceptions exist, such as Cynthia, Yang Yin's father, emerging from humble origins with but a single Pokémon, had persevered through immense hardships to become a forest ranger under the League's jurisdiction. The trials he endured and the adversities he faced are beyond the imagination of many. Almost every night, Yang Yin could witness the scene of his father training diligently with his Pokémon in the backyard. To be honest, this sight profoundly impacted him, especially during his initial days in this new world. Initially, he had arrived with a sense of excitement and ambition, dreaming of reaching the pinnacle of success within this realm. Yet, on the very first night of his arrival, he beheld his father's arduous training, which left an indelible mark on his soul. It cannot be overstated how deeply moving this experience was. As he gradually grasped the harsh realities of this world, he remained speechless for an extended period. The previously inflated dreams dissipated like smoke. In a world where mere survival is so daunting, to live securely and with dignity is a pursuit that consumes the efforts of over 90% of the populace throughout their lives. And without a system, what right did he have to aspire for more? Certainly, it was inconceivable for Takashi Omori to become a forest warden with merely 4 Pokémon, as the League mandates that every warden must possess a complete team of 6 Pokémon to qualify. However, his father was already exhausted from nurturing the 4 Pokémon in his care, having no additional resources to cultivate new ones. Out of necessity, Takashi Omori transferred 2 Pokémon from his wife's possession to his own, thereby assembling a full team of 6. In the final battle for the position of Forest Warden, he remarkably triumphed over all opponents, defeating their 6 Pokémon with just his 4, ultimately securing the coveted role. It is noteworthy that among his father's 4 Pokémon, only the lead Pokémon, Abrelum, possessed commendable qualities, while the others were merely average. Despite this, he managed to best numerous challengers who boasted over 3 Pokémon of superior quality. Consequently, his father became regarded as a genius by many, a prodigy emerging from the throngs of ordinary individuals. Yet, what they failed to comprehend was the relentless struggle that lay behind this so-called genius. It was only after learning of his father's story that Yang Yin made a solemn vow to strengthen himself. He was determined not to bring shame upon his father's name. Thus, upon enrolling in the academy, he dedicated himself fervently to his studies, aspiring to claim the top position. The Forest Warden Academy offers a remarkable reward. Any student who maintains the first place for 3 consecutive years will be granted a Pokémon of exceptional quality. Exceptional, indeed, is a tier above the merely good, a rarity in its own right. Since arriving in this world, Yang Yin had only seen an exceptional Pokémon on television, never in reality, highlighting the scarcity of such creatures. Moreover, the Academy's program spans 6 years, allowing a student 2 opportunities to obtain such a Pokémon. This serves as motivation for every student and represents Yang Yan's chance to establish himself in this world. Although a handful of individuals in the Academy's history have acquired 1 exceptional Pokémon, none have ever succeeded in obtaining 2. From the very first day of his enrollment, Yang Yin resolved to become the first to achieve this feat. Not only would he possess 2 exceptional Pokémon, but he would also be exempt from examinations, directly becoming a forest warden under the League's auspices, unlike his father, who endured numerous battles to attain such qualifications. It is worth mentioning that Yang Yan's full name is Takashi Omori. Regarding the surname Omori, he asserts that it bears no relation to the renowned Professor Oak of Kanto. Initially, his father had no surname, much like countless commoners in this world. However, upon becoming a forest warden, the League stated that their personnel must possess a surname. Thus, for every individual who successfully secures a place in the Alliance yet bears no surname, a name is generously bestowed upon them. The procedure involves consulting a tome of surnames from the Pokémon world. Whichever name is found therein becomes that person's surname. Consequently, Yang's father, Yong, inadvertently acquired the surname Daiki. This practice marks the inception of many family lineages. Chapter 3. The Pass. The Greyfeather Mountain Range is situated on the outskirts of Orange City in the Hoenn region. Unlike the Pokémon world familiar to Yang in his previous life, this realm, although still divided into regions such as Kanto, Johto, Chengdu, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova, boasts each region's size surpassing what he once knew. In the Hoenn region alone, there are over 30 cities with gyms, not to mention the numerous villages and towns without gyms, which number in the hundreds, with considerable distances separating them. However, compared to the vast wilderness occupied by Pokémon, the areas where human activity thrives scarcely account for 1/5 of the total. The Greyfeather Mountain Range is precisely where Yang's father, after becoming a ranger, was assigned by the Alliance to oversee. It is also the place of Yang's birth. Having lived here for 2 years, Yang has come to know this mountainous terrain quite well. Around 10 in the morning, having just completed a workout with his father, Yang, holding a large bag of prepared snacks, was about to venture into the recently awakened mountains. Today was the day he had promised to play with Butterfree, and it was also the day he would bid farewell to it. Butterfree, Butterfree, here I come. I've brought your favorite snacks. Yang called out exuberantly. Typically, Butterfree would frequent this area, so a few calls were usually enough to summon it. Today was no exception. As soon as his voice faded, Butterfree fluttered down from a lush tree. Butterfree expressed its delight, circling around Yang in joyful flight. Yang chuckled. All right, Butterfree, I have brought some milk specially for you. Would you like to try it? As he held the bag upright, Butterfree gently landed on Yang's arm, extending its nose to sniff the air, instantly enveloped by a rich aroma that tantalized its senses. Butterfree emitted a sound of pleasure. Come, Butterfree. Let me open it so we can savor this delightful treat together, Yang said with a smile. 2 hours later, Yang and Butterfree had consumed all the snacks, and they were now meandering leisurely around the vicinity. No Pokémon were in sight, not for any peculiar reason, but simply because they were still at the periphery of the Greyfeather Mountain Range. Typically, Pokémon reside within the mountains, with most belonging to their own distinct groups, rarely venturing out. Yang Yan's parents had always forbidden him from venturing into the mountains alone. Thus, it was only when Demu Yong had the time that he would take Yang Yan for a stroll in the wilderness. After all, Yang Yan aspired to become a forest ranger in the future, and Demu Yong hoped that Yang Yan would cultivate a deeper understanding of the forests and mountains. The Mothra, with a crestfallen expression, fluttered to Yang Yan's shoulder, gently brushing its black and white wings against his cheek. How ticklish, Mothra, Yang Yan chuckled, wiping his cheek. Yet, the Mothra still bore a look of disappointment. It insisted, rubbing its cheek against Yang Yan's hand. Yang Yan understood what Mothra wished to convey, but he felt powerless. He simply could not fulfill that desire. At least, not yet. The Mothra was the first Pokémon he encountered after arriving in this world. Apart from his parents' Pokémon, at that time, it was merely a caterpie, being chased by a flock of Spearows. Yang Yan stumbled upon it, and called for his father, who successfully rescued it. After being saved, it evolved from caterpie into Metapod. His father explained that it likely ventured into Spearow territory in search of food to accumulate energy for evolution, which was why it began its transformation once it felt safe. This was also Yang Yan's first encounter with a Pokémon evolution since arriving in this world. To ensure that Metapod could evolve into Mothra without hindrance, he took it out of the Greyfeather Mountain Range to their current location. Since Metapod had limited mobility, Yang Yan visited daily to check on its progress. And it was only the day before it departed for the academy that Metapod successfully evolved into Mothra. Consequently, he could only hastily greet Mothra before leaving. Upon learning of Mothra's actions, Yang Yan dashed out to find it. Truth be told, he never anticipated that Mothra would hold him in such regard. This was his first experience of warmth from the Pokémon world amidst the reality he inhabited, and from that moment, the bond between him and Mothra deepened step by step. Initially, he had expressed to his parents his desire for Mothra to become his Pokémon, but they unanimously opposed the idea. They informed Yang Yan that although bug-type Pokémon required a short nurturing period, their peak combat capabilities were not sustained for long. If he chose to nurture Mothra, he would face the need to cultivate new Pokémon when Mothra's strength began to wane in the future. Furthermore, after thorough examination, His father concluded that Mothra's potential was merely average. Had it been deemed good, perhaps they would have considered it, but with an average rating, they could not acquiesce. This was a burden too great for an ordinary family like theirs to bear. No matter how many times Yang Yin pleaded, he was met with his parents' stern refusals. Thus, he realized that the only way to gain their approval was to truly develop the ability to nurture Mothra on his own. Moreover, this time cannot be prolonged. For the optimal nurturing period for bug-type Pokémon is inherently brief. Thus, Yang Yin set himself a modest ambition. By the time of his graduation, he must cultivate his skills to the extent that he can nurture a Butterfree. While a sense of solace enveloped his heart, it was simultaneously shadowed by profound guilt. Chapter 4, Scyther. Rustle. Yang Yin tilted his head. What sound is that? He rose to his feet and said, Butterfree, let us investigate. Before he could fully rise, a gray figure suddenly darted from the thicket. Yang Yin focused his gaze. It was a hyena Pokémon. He voiced his confusion. What brings a hyena here? Yet, Yang Yin was aware that Pokémon like the hyena typically roamed in packs and were rather formidable. Thus, upon spotting it, his first instinct was to flee. Fortunately, the hyena seemed oblivious to his presence, hastily emerging from a patch of grass before racing off into the distance. Something about the hyena appeared amiss. It seemed as though it was being pursued by something. As Yang Yin watched the creature gradually vanish from view, he sensed that something was indeed amiss. Could there be trouble in the mountains? Butterfree, we must leave. Danger may be imminent, he urged anxiously to his companion. Caw. What is that sound? Yang Yin's pupils constricted. Scyther. And not just any Scyther, but one of considerable strength. Elite, level 49. In that moment, Yang Yin comprehended why the hyena had fled with such haste. Bug-type Scyther had a natural advantage over Dark-type hyena, and with its elite prowess, how could it not escape? Butterfree, upon hearing Yang Yin's words, remained unmoved. At that moment, the Scyther that had just manifested before Yang Yin was gathering a multitude of fragments above its head. Rock Blast. Yang Yin's mouth fell agape. Disbelief etched across his face. Rock Blast, a ranged attack, was a rare skill that only a select few Scyther could master. And he never anticipated encountering one. Butterfree, evade. Yang Yin shouted urgently. Yet, Butterfree paid no heed to his warning. Instead, it unleashed a psychic attack, boldly confronting the Scyther's Rock Blast. However, how could a Butterfree of mere novice strength withstand the onslaught of an elite Scyther? Yang Yin watched in dismay as Butterfree's psychic energy was swiftly shattered by the Scyther's attack, followed by a direct hit. A cry of anguish escaped Butterfree as it plummeted from the sky. Butterfree. Yang Yin realized that his only recourse was to reach a place where his parents could hear him and call for help, summoning their Pokémon to potentially vanquish this Scyther. The Scyther, having just defeated Butterfree, let out a roar, appearing even more frenzied. Hidden ability, overconfidence. Yang Yin felt a surge of energy radiating from behind him, causing his complexion to pale. At that moment, the Scyther seemed to have lost its senses, hurtling towards Yang Yin with alarming speed. In a desperate flight, Yang Yin found himself outmatched by the soaring prowess of Kairos. In mere moments, the distance between them dwindled to less than 10 meters, the gap he had painstakingly created now collapsing. At that moment, Yang Yin finally comprehended why Butterfree had initially chosen to stand its ground against Kairos rather than flee. It was to buy him precious time for escape. Butterfree, you must not come to harm, he thought, torn between the fear of being caught by Kairos and the dread of losing Butterfree. Panic surged through him as he realized Kairos was closing in. Despite summoning every ounce of strength, Yang Yin remained no match for Kairos' speed. A quick glance revealed Kairos gathering sharp stones for another assault. Am I truly destined to perish here? Despair etched on his face. At that critical moment, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos. Yang Yin. It was his father, Demuyong. Just as the situation grew dire, Demuyong emerged from the woods atop his fiery steed, Rapidash, unleashing a torrent of flames. Upon receiving his command, Rapidash summoned a formidable surge of fire energy, launching a powerful flame directly at Kairos. An elite-level Kairos stood no chance against the fiery onslaught of the elite Rapidash, especially given its vulnerability to fire. As the overwhelming force radiated from Rapidash, Kairos' once dominant demeanor faltered, and after a hasty exchange of blows, it turned tail and fled. With Kairos finally retreating, Yang Yin exhaled in relief, yet his concern for Butterfree resurfaced. Dad, please check on Butterfree. It was hit directly by Kairos' stone attack while protecting me. Understanding the bond between his son and Butterfree, Demuyong swiftly took the creature from Yang Yin's hands. After a thorough examination, he reassured, fortunately, the force of the stone attack was insufficient. Otherwise, Butterfree would have faced grave danger. After administering urgent treatment, Butterfree gradually regained consciousness. Demuyong wasted no time, commanding Rapidash to continue its healing efforts. Butterfree should be fine after a day of rest, he said to Yang Yin, who expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dad. Hold your thanks for now, Demuyong replied, his expression turning stern. We must discuss your actions. Have you learned nothing at the academy? Upon witnessing Butterfree's severe injury, did you not know how to respond? Ashamed, Yang lowered his head. I'm sorry, Dad. I misjudged the situation. Chapter 5, Taming. At that moment, Yang mother, Riko, approached with a jug of water. Hearing Demu Yang's admonitions, her expression soured. Demu Yang, how can you speak to Yang like that? Ultimately, this is your responsibility. If it weren't for your negligence, how could a high-level Kairos have appeared so close to the mountains? Upon hearing Lizi's words, Yamaki felt a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head. I never anticipated that this Kairos would come out and nearly cause harm to Xiaoyan. Father, please do not say that. Such occurrences are beyond anyone's foresight. Ultimately, it is my inadequacy. Had I not been so frightened, I wouldn't have allowed the Butterfree to be so easily defeated by Kairos. If I could have managed to keep Butterfree engaged with Kairos for a while longer, perhaps we could have awaited your arrival. Yamaki lowered his head and gently stroked Butterfree. Butterfree, I am sorry for my shortcomings. Maya, Butterfree shook its head, nuzzling against Yamaki's palm as if to comfort him. A gentle smile graced Yamaki's face. His mother, Lizi, offered him a cup of freshly poured hot water, speaking softly. Well then, Xiaoyan, you should take some time to rest. After all, you have just been through quite an ordeal, and it is essential to soothe yourself. Taking the cup from his mother's hands, Yamaki replied with a smile, Don't worry, Mom. I will be fine. With that, he made his way to his room. Yamaki placed Butterfree on his desk and quietly inquired, Butterfree, how are you feeling? Does your body still ache? Butterfree shook its head, Mia. Instead of responding verbally, Butterfree glanced at the incubator nearby. Butterfree, this is the egg of a Ponyta, a descendant of my father's Rapidash, which you just saw. Yamaki held the incubator closer. Moreover, this is my very first Pokémon. After speaking, he hesitated to meet Butterfree's gaze, but Butterfree appeared entirely unfazed, circling the incubator with keen interest. Observing this, Yamaki felt even more awkward, as he had expected Butterfree to be concerned. Butterfree, is this your first time seeing a Pokémon egg? Meh. Butterfree nodded. Yamaki smiled, continuing, Actually, my father initially did not intend to give me this egg. He has been nurturing it all along. He wished to prepare a better starter Pokémon for me. But he had yet to encounter a suitable one, and in his dilemma, he entrusted this egg to me. Meh? Butterfree looked puzzled. Yamaki smiled and elaborated. This does not imply that we do not value this egg. On the contrary, my father cares deeply for it, as it is the offspring of his Pokémon. However, he understands that if one lacks the aptitude, forcing the issue can be detrimental to the Pokémon. He hopes that when Ponyta matures, it will not endure the hardships that its father faced. This is the most genuine aspiration of every parent for their child. Meh. A glimmer shone in Butterfree's eyes. Thus, it made a decision. Yamaki, with determination in his gaze, looked at Butterfree. Butterfree, I hope you will become part of my family. I no longer wish to wait any longer. Butterfree, will you accompany me on this journey? Upon hearing Yamaki's words, Butterfree froze momentarily, and then its eyes glistened with tears. It had waited far too long for this moment. Gazing into Yamaki's eyes, Butterfree nodded emphatically. Then, Butterfree, I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. Meh. Dingling. In the early morning, the newly awakened sunlight gently streamed through the mottled windowsill, illuminating the youthful yet resolute visage of Yang. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and instead of immediately silencing the alarm, he turned his gaze to the other side of the bedside. There, his eyes met a pair of red, amber-like orbs. Good morning. Butterfree, Yang greeted with a smile. Perhaps this was what tranquility in life felt like, he mused inwardly. Xiaoyan, come and have breakfast. Today is the day you embark on your journey, and you mustn't be late for the train, his mother, Riko, called out as she brought over the breakfast. I know. Mom, Yang replied, just stepping out of the bathroom after freshening up. At that moment, his father, Demu Yang, was already devouring his meal with gusto. Yang chuckled. Indeed, Dad, the speed of your Rapidash never disappoints. Look, even Xiaoyan agrees. So there's no need to rush. We still have plenty of time. Demu Yang said, continuing to eat, seemingly unfazed. Riko rolled her eyes, exasperated by the banter between the two. By the way, where's Butterfree? Why isn't it with you? Riko inquired. Yang chuckled softly and produced a red and white Pokeball from his waist. Butterfree, come forth. A flash of white light revealed Butterfree. What is this, Xiaoyan? Demu Yang was taken aback, even dropping the food he had just put in his mouth. Xiaoyan, we told you. He started, but Riko interrupted. Frowning at the scene, Yang had anticipated this reaction, so he had already prepared his words. Dad, Mom, you are aware of the bond one share with Butterfree. Yesterday, it risked its life to protect me. How could I possibly let it down? I don't want to wait any longer. I want Butterfree to be my Pokémon. Xiaoyan. Demu Yang attempted to interject, but was cut off by Riko. Xiaoyan, I understand your relationship with Butterfree, and I knew this day would come. However, are you truly certain about this decision? With determination, Yang replied, Yes, Mom, I am certain. At that moment, his father, visibly anxious, asked, Xiaoyan, what about the egg of the Ponyta? What are you planning to do about it? You know our current circumstances only allow for the training of one Pokémon. Yang Yin had already contemplated this matter thoroughly. He then articulated his thoughts to his parents. Chapter 6. Departure. Father, you needn't worry about the Ponida. I will still dedicate myself to its training. But our family, you needn't say more. Yang Yin interrupted Demu Yang. The funds you provided will be entirely devoted to training the Ponida, so rest assured. As for the expenses for Butterfree's training, I will find another way to manage it. Demu Yang's expression tightened. Xiaoyan, are you saying? Yang Yin nodded resolutely. Yes, father. I will utilize my academy points to train Butterfree. At this moment, Riko could no longer contain herself and said, Xiaoyan, that is your future capital for nurturing exceptional Pokémon. Are you truly considering utilizing it at this juncture? Moreover, with merely a year remaining, if you can endure just a little longer, you will be able to obtain that Pokémon. If you expend your academy points now, what will you have left to cultivate that Pokémon in the future? Damu inquired anxiously. Yang Yin, however, appeared remarkably composed. Dad, rest assured. Withdrawing these resources ahead of time may not necessarily impede my future development. Consider this, should the strength of my Butterfree improve, I can acquire additional resources by completing tasks released by the Alliance and those assigned by the Academy. Thus, when I finally obtain that Pokémon in a year, I may very well possess more resources than I do now. Damu still harbored some concerns. These are all nebulous prospects, and the Alliance's tasks inherently carry risks. What if, let's say, what if an unforeseen incident occurs? Then Xiaoyan, you might. Dad, until it happens, who can say for certain? Yang Yin pointed to Butterfree, smiling as he continued. Besides, I believe Butterfree will always be by my side. Won't you, Butterfree? Butterfree nodded vigorously. After much discussion, Damu realized he had not swayed his son's convictions and ultimately decided not to press further. Very well, Xiaoyan, your father is willing to trust you. He then turned his gaze to Butterfree. I believe in the bond you share with Xiaoyan. Yang Yin understood that his father's affection for his Pokémon was no less profound than his own for Butterfree. Moreover, Damu had not abandoned those Pokémon of ordinary aptitude that had accompanied him throughout his journey, so how could he truly stand in his way? Ultimately, his father merely wished for Yang Yin to avoid the hardships he himself had once endured. Mom, then Dad and I shall set off, Yang Yin declared while seated upon the back of Rapidash, bidding farewell to Riko alongside Damu. Be cautious on the road, Riko advised. Understood, dear. Worry not. I am here, Damu reassured her, patting his solid chest. Butterfree also waved goodbye to Riko from Yang Yan's shoulder. Riko smiled as she watched this scene, sincerely hoping that Yang Yan's choice was the right one. Let us go, Rapidash, we shall depart, Damu proclaimed. As his words fell, a blaze of orange flames erupted from Rapidash's back and hooves. However, Yang Yan, riding atop, felt only a comforting warmth enveloping him. The Yang family resided on the outskirts of the Gray Feather Mountain Range, with no other houses in sight, only endless forests and grasslands. The nearest small town, Qinghe Town, lay a considerable distance away, which was also their intended destination. Damu occasionally brought Yang Yin here for leisure, so Yang Yin was quite familiar with the town. Qinghe Town featured a railway, and whenever Yang Yin commuted to school, he took the train from Qinghe Town. After passing through 5 stations, the train would finally arrive at Orange Blossom City, where he would also be attending the Ranger Academy. In Orange Blossom City, every aspiring young ranger would seek admission to this esteemed institution. However, whether one could become a ranger upon graduation depended solely on individual effort. Yang Yin, fortunate enough to have a father who was a ranger, was exempt from tuition fees at the academy. The Pokémon League deemed this a privilege extended to their own. Yet, to Xiao Yin, it merely seemed a trifling act of charity from the League towards its subordinates. Indeed, a mere pittance. The annual tuition at the Ranger Academy was a mere 1,000 yuan, a sum most families could easily afford. Those who chose to attend the Ranger Academy were predominantly ordinary individuals. The affluent tended to enroll in trainer academies instead, completely shunning this path. After all, being a ranger is a perilous profession, with the League witnessing numerous ranger sacrifices each year. The wealthy would not engage in such a dangerous and thankless endeavor. Naturally, to attract more applicants, the League kept tuition fees relatively low. Yang Yin, just as he finished purchasing his ticket and awaited the train's arrival, a voice pierced through the air. It was his classmate and friend, Kawamoto Masaya, accompanied by his father, Kawamoto Kenji. Like Yang Yan's father, Kenji was also a ranger working in the Gray Feather Mountain Range. However, due to the vastness of the mountains and the distance between their assigned areas, the two families seldom crossed paths. In contrast, Omori often collaborated with Kenji on tasks within the mountains, resulting in a closer relationship between them. Xiao Yin, you stay here with Masaya. I need to have a word with Uncle Kawamoto, Omori said to Yang Yin. Yang Yin, what Pokémon did your father prepare for you? Is it this Butterfree? Masaya eagerly inquired as soon as their fathers stepped away. No. My dad prepared a Ponida for me, but it hasn't hatched yet, Xiao Yin replied, gesturing to the backpack behind him. And you know the Academy has specific requirements for our Pokémon. They must still be in their initial forms. You wouldn't forget that, would you? Masaya scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. True, I was just caught up in the moment, haha. Enough about me. What about you? What Pokémon did your dad prepare for you? Upon hearing this, Masay's excitement reignited. Hey, why don't you take a guess? How could I possibly guess? Yang Yin shook his head. Oh, come on, just tell me. With a grin, Masaya produced a Pokeball from his waist. All right, Yang Yin, let me show you. Come out, my partner, Swellow. With a flash of white light from the Pokeball, Swellow emerged. Swellow. Yang Yan's eyes sparkled with recognition, for he was exceedingly familiar with the character of the majestic Scyther. His father, Demuyong, possessed a magnificent specimen of the species, and Yang Yin often perused his father's meticulous training notes, thus acquiring a profound understanding of Scyther. The Scyther perched upon Jiang Ye's shoulder, who smiled and said, "What do you think? My Scyther is quite impressive, isn't it?" Yang Yin observed the Scyther closely, and due to his familiarity, he discerned its commendable potential at a glance. Jiang Yi, this Scyther possesses remarkable qualities, he remarked. Jiang Yi, brimming with excitement and pride, replied, "Indeed, the potential of my Scyther is quite good." Yang Yin smiled and congratulated him. "Congratulations, Jiang Yi." "Thank you," Jiang Yi responded, his joy amplified by Yang Yan's kind words. The two friends were engrossed in conversation until they heard someone nearby exclaim, "The train has arrived." Only then did they realize the passage of time. "Jiang Yi, it's time. Let us board the train," Yang Yin urged. It is worth noting that regulations vary across different trains. For instance, on the smaller trains that connect towns, like the one Yang Yin was about to board, Pokémon were not permitted to be released. However, on larger trains that traverse between cities, smaller Pokémon could be allowed to roam freely. Before boarding, the two friends did not wait for the arrival of their fathers, a situation they had grown accustomed to, and thus said nothing. Unfortunately, their seats were not in the same carriage, making it impossible for them to sit together for the journey ahead. They agreed to meet again after disembarking and went off to find their respective seats. Yang Yin was fortunate. His seat was next to the window. Beside him sat a man in his 30s, dressed in a white long-sleeve shirt and wearing a black hat. "Excuse me, sir, that's my seat. May I trouble you to let me through?" Yang Yin greeted with a smile. The man glanced up briefly, then expressionless, shifted aside. "Thank you," Yang Yin said as he settled into his seat, scanning the surroundings and noticing several individuals donning various styles of black caps. "Is black headwear in vogue lately?" He mused silently. Fortunately, he was not overly concerned with such matters and resumed his focus once the train began to move. His thoughts then turned to the training resources for Butterfree. Lowering his gaze, lines of text materialized before his eyes. Strangely, the people around him seemed oblivious to this occurrence. This was a revelation that came to Yang Yin after he had captured Butterfree in a Pokeball. He discovered his newfound abilities. Upon his recent arrival in this world, he had pondered whether he might possess a system akin to those depicted in various novels. However, after numerous attempts yielding no results, he concluded that such notions were mere fantasies. Yet yesterday, at the moment Butterfree was enclosed within the Pokeball, several lines of text had unexpectedly appeared before him. Pokémon, Butterfree. Type, Bug, Flying, Gender. Ability, Compound Eyes, Qualification, Average, Good. Base Value, 380. Strength, Beginner. Skills, Gust. Tackle, String Shot, Harden, Bug Bite, Supersonic, Psybeam, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Air Slash. Initially, Yang Yin believed he had stumbled upon a system of sorts upon seeing these words. However, after numerous attempts to manipulate it without success, he finally comprehended that this text merely provided him with data regarding his Pokémon. It was evident that only his own Pokémon were included, otherwise, how could he have been in this world for 2 years without encountering such information until now? This revelation did not imply that Yang Yan's panel was devoid of utility. On the contrary, he recognized its immense value. In this realm, it is quite challenging for trainers to fully grasp the extensive data of their Pokémon. Not only does it require substantial financial investment in specialized machinery for testing, but the accuracy of the obtained data is also questionable. With this panel, Yang Yin could continuously access precise data regarding his Pokémon, allowing him to timely adjust their training methods based on data fluctuations. This capability spared him from squandering considerable time and resources on futile endeavors. Moreover, he could delve into more detailed pages for each entry. For instance, the qualification section, with its rather dim, good, in parentheses. Upon clicking, he discovered that the information indicated that Butterfree's initial qualification was good, but due to inadequate nutrition, its qualification had declined. Additionally, sections like base value and moves yielded further insights upon exploration. Yang Yin mused that this was undoubtedly the most convenient feature. He knew Butterfree's base value should be 395, yet his Butterfree only possessed 380. With the missing 15 points distributed evenly across physical defense, special attack, and speed, each lacking by 5 points. Realizing this, Yang Yin understood precisely how to train Butterfree without any room for error. While aboard the train, Yang Yin gazed at Butterfree's panel, lost in contemplation. The moves were straightforward. He had some knowledge of training certain techniques, but acquiring new moves posed a greater challenge. Ultimately, it came down to finances. He simply lacked sufficient funds. Given Yang Yan's current capabilities, he could not conceive a viable means of earning money. Should he truly exchange all his points from the academy for cash? He had indeed mentioned this to his parents, but it was merely a passing comment. In truth, Yang Yan yearned to discover a method of earning without resorting to the redemption of points. Chapter 8. The Mission. Look, what is that up ahead? Indeed. It's so dark and dense. What could it be? Is it perhaps a Pokémon? After an indeterminate amount of time spent pondering his financial predicament, Yang Yan noticed the atmosphere around him had suddenly become chaotic. What is happening? He wondered, glancing around in confusion. Following the direction indicated by others, Yang Yan discovered a dense, dark mass ahead, resembling ominous storm clouds. It was a gathering of wild Pokémon. No, it also included Dark Pigeon. I even spotted the imposing Swellow and the regal Fiero. The significance of roads is well understood by individuals in both this world and the previous one. The Pokémon League invests substantial resources each year to maintain and repair the roads connecting various regions, a matter of utmost seriousness. Whenever powerful Pokémon or large groups of them appear near the roadways, the League promptly dispatches personnel to address the situation. Thus, it is no exaggeration to assert that public roads are the safest havens for trainers venturing into the wild. Yang Yan mused to himself. With so many wild Pokémon appearing, how could there be no forewarning? What a coincidence that I happened to encounter them. Look, the train seems to be slowing down. The staff aboard must have noticed the situation ahead. Just as the surrounding passengers were engaged in a flurry of discussion, a broadcast finally brought a modicum of silence. Dear passengers, this is your conductor, Nakano Udai. I regret to inform you that a substantial number of wild Pokémon have appeared ahead, and we must temporarily halt the train until our staff can escort them away before we can resume our journey. How long will we have to wait? Indeed. Do you have any idea how precious my time is? If you must handle this, do so quickly. If you delay, I shall not hesitate to file a complaint against you. The conductor, of course, could not hear the passengers' grievances from behind the intercom, rendering their protests futile. The announcement resumed. In order to minimize your waiting time, we have decided to temporarily enlist the assistance of trainers aboard this train to help us swiftly resolve this situation. In return, we will offer satisfactory compensation to those who assist. Please gather at the entrance of Car 1 after the train has come to a stop. We kindly request that other passengers remain seated under the guidance of our staff. Thank you for your cooperation. Did you hear that? There is compensation. Are you interested? Given the scale of this incident, it must be at least a medium-sized event, yet regrettably, it is not an official league mission, so we cannot accumulate task points. I have no intention of participating. What if my Pokémon gets injured? There is no Pokémon Center around here. In the realm of Pokémon, despite the League's vast network of personnel, they are increasingly unable to manage the growing number of incidents. Consequently, the League has resorted to delegating many matters as tasks to the broad community of trainers, merely requiring the provision of monetary rewards and points in exchange. Naturally, this strategy was soon emulated by numerous other organizations, which began issuing tasks to trainers as well. However, this led to several unpleasant occurrences, catching the attention of prominent League figures. In response, the League established a centralized task release hall in various cities for more efficient management. It is stipulated that regardless of whether they are groups, companies, families, or individuals, anyone wishing to issue a task must come here. Consequently, all tasks are categorized into two types, those of the Alliance and others. The sole distinction between the two lies in the fact that the Alliance not only offers monetary rewards, but also provides trainers with certain points. Trainers can redeem these points within the Alliance for various items they desire, be it move tutors, an array of Pokémon accessories, or even highly qualified Pokémon. Naturally, the difficulty of tasks varies, and so do the points awarded. The Alliance classifies all tasks based on the trainer's abilities, which are divided into 8 levels: Novice, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Elite, Quasi-Champion, Champion, and Master. Novice tasks typically yield only single-digit points, while beginner tasks offer around 10 points, never exceeding 50. Points are non-transferable, as they serve as a crucial metric for the Alliance to assess a trainer's contributions. Upon reaching 10,000 points, an individual automatically becomes a core trainer of the Alliance, granting their descendants the privilege of receiving starter Pokémon from professors across various regions, commonly referred to as the 3 starters. However, from birth, they must contribute 100,000 units annually as a basic requirement. A decade later, when their child turns 10, they may claim their starter Pokémon. In other words, acquiring a starter Pokémon, without considering the Alliance's core status, necessitates a total expenditure of 1 million. Is such an investment truly worthwhile? Indeed, it is. Each starter Pokémon possesses a minimum qualification of good, and with a stroke of luck, exceptional quality Pokémon are not unattainable. The significance of qualification in the Pokémon world is self-evident. If a Pokémon's qualification is merely average, it implies that it can only achieve elite-level prowess at best. Conversely, a Pokémon with good qualification may aspire to the quasi-champion realm, while one of excellent qualification can strive for the champion level. Therefore, spending 1 million to reliably acquire a Pokémon destined to become a quasi-champion is undeniably a worthy endeavor. Qualification signifies future potential, rendering it the most critical criterion for every trainer when selecting Pokémon. This is akin to the scenario Yang Yin currently faces, as the Alliance permits the issuance of temporary tasks, provided that they are reported at the Alliance Hall afterward. Likewise, tasks are categorized into individual and group tasks. Individual tasks are as previously described, while group tasks are classified into 4 levels: small, medium, large, and extra large, due to the possibility of encountering Pokémon of various strengths. Group tasks allow trainers of all levels to participate. As the crowd deliberates whether to join, Yang Yin finds himself weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Chapter 9. Disembark. This occurrence may very well present an opportunity for me. Yang Yin contemplated inwardly. I have been pondering how to generate income, and unexpectedly, an opportunity has suddenly materialized. Scanning his surroundings, although some individuals expressed reluctance to participate, he noticed that a greater number of people exhibited eager anticipation. It appeared that the participants would be numerous, and considering the relatively high occupancy of the train, he believed that with a little caution, there would be no significant issues. Such opportunities are rare, and Yang Yin had no intention of letting this one slip away. In this world, having resolved to ascend and improve his existence, how could he refrain from exerting effort? If one were to approach everything with trepidation, how could there be any growth? Seizing the moment with a larger crowd present, even if he were to slightly indulge in opportunism, it should not pose a considerable problem. Indeed, Yang Yin thought to himself, indulging a little to secure some remuneration would suffice. His expectations were modest. At this moment, the majority of interested trainers had gathered near the entrance of the train, and some staff members had arrived to maintain order. "Excuse me, sir, could you kindly make way?" Yang Yin smiled as he addressed the man beside him. The man slowly lifted his head, eyeing Yang Yin with curiosity. "Youngster, are you planning to go?" "Indeed, sir. Such a rare opportunity to accumulate battle experience should not be missed," Yang Yin smiled as he explained. After hearing this, the man said nothing further, merely shifting aside to allow Yang Yin to pass. "Thank you, sir." Once in the aisle, Yang Yin glanced around and observed that not only the man beside him, but all those wearing black caps were seated quietly. Moreover, they displayed an astonishing level of tranquility. No one seemed inclined to assist in driving away the Pokémon outside, nor did they show any concern for the discussions of those around them. Yang Yin furrowed his brow. Was this mere coincidence? At that moment, the train doors opened, and he decided not to dwell on it further, following the crowd as he disembarked. Shortly after arriving at the front of the first carriage, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. "Yang Yin." It was Jiang Yi, who greeted him with a smile. Jiang Yi appeared quite exhilarated. "Indeed, I never anticipated that shortly after acquiring my initial Pokémon, I would encounter such a significant event. We cannot miss this opportunity. Certainly, it is a rare chance. Let us regard it as our inaugural battle." In the first 2 years at the academy, Yang Yin and his peers had primarily studied foundational knowledge, encompassing subjects such as language, mathematics, and wilderness survival, with limited exposure to Pokémon-related information. All studies pertaining to Pokémon commenced in the 3rd year, which was what Yang Yin was about to delve into at the academy. Naturally, many parents would impart some Pokémon knowledge to their children beforehand, much like Yang Yin's father had done with his notes. As Yang Yin conversed with Jiang Yi, other interested trainers from different carriages began to approach one by one. As the train conductor noticed that most of the trainers had gathered, he brandished a loudspeaker and began to address the crowd. "Greetings, esteemed trainers. I am Udai Nakano. Due to the urgency of the situation, I shall be brief. This expedition will be led by the formidable trainer beside me, who possesses the strength of a quasi-champion, to assist you in tackling the wild Pokémon ahead." Upon hearing the mention of a quasi-champion, the crowd erupted with excitement. Yang Yin and Jiang Yi were no exception. Through the gaps in the throng, Yang Yin spotted a tall man in a gray tracksuit standing next to the conductor. His serious demeanor suggested he was not to be trifled with. "Yang Yin, he is a quasi-champion trainer. This is the first time I've seen someone even more powerful than my father," Jiang Yi exclaimed, bouncing on his toes to catch a better view. "Do you think I could get that quasi-champion's autograph?" Yang Yin sighed. "Jiang Yi, do you know who that is? He is unlikely to pay any attention to novice trainers like us. Besides, do you really think you can squeeze through that crowd?" Jiang Yi scratched his head, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face as he surveyed the bustling masses. "You're right." Just then, the conductor continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that you receive your rewards after the event, please collect a card from our staff that corresponds to your abilities before we set off. The rewards will be distributed based on these cards. Of course, to prevent any deception, we kindly ask you to summon your Pokémon for our preliminary verification. Please queue up in an orderly fashion." With that, the conductor departed alongside the quasi-champion, seemingly engaged in further conversation. "Let us join the line," Yang Yin, Jiang Yi suggested. "All right, let us go. Trainer, please summon your Pokémon," a staff member requested Jiang Yi. Yang Yin handed over his league ID to the staff, then summoned his Butterfree. Upon its emergence, Butterfree perched on Yang Yan's shoulder. Name, Yang Yan, Pokémon, Butterfree, level, beginner, the staff member noted while jotting down the details. All set. Please take your card. Yang Yan received a white card, inscribed with the information just recorded, realizing it was a duplicate for verification purposes later. This must be for cross-checking. He mused. Jiang Yi, standing ahead in line, had already obtained his card and waved Yang Yan over. Come on, Yang Yan, let us hurry. Yang Yan steadied Jiang Yi. No rush. Our abilities are too weak. Encountering more than 2 wild Pokémon could be perilous. It's better to stick with the others. Jiang Yi chuckled. Yang Yan, do you really think I'm just an inexperienced, hot-blooded youth? I noticed 2 experienced trainers over there who seem to know each other and are preparing to team up. We can simply follow them. Yang Yan was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, I didn't see that coming, Jiang Yi. I never thought you'd have such clever moments. Jiang Yi puffed out his chest, of course. You should know who Jiang Yi is. Yang Yan smiled silently, secretly noting a few trainers, including one with elite-level strength. However, seeing Jiang Yi's demeanor, he chose not to speak further. After a while, once everyone had completed their checks, the two finally observed the 2 individuals beginning to take action. It was surprising to see them so cautious. Yang Yan remarked softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a bit displeased. They are already advanced trainers. Why are they so fearful? It's evident that their abilities must be lacking. Once I reach the advanced level, I will surely surpass them. Yang Yan chuckled and replied, Indeed. Jiang Yi, you are right. You will certainly be stronger than them in the future. While he said this, his mind wandered elsewhere. He had noticed that the elite trainer he had discreetly observed earlier also remained inactive, and it was not just these 3. There were many others who had not rushed to deal with the wild Pokémon blocking their path. He also noted that the expressions of these individuals were generally grave, with several engaging in constant discussions with their companions. No matter how he looked at it, something felt amiss. Chapter 10, The Emergence of the Pseudo-King. Yang Yan, let us hurry, otherwise, the staff will come and say we are slacking off. Jiang Yi urged, his eagerness for battle evident. Yang Yan replied, All right then, let us proceed. He shifted his gaze from the crowd. Although he too found it peculiar to encounter so many wild Pokémon obstructing their path, he thought, as the saying goes, there are exceptions to every rule. Perhaps this was merely a coincidence. Calling upon his Butterfree, Yang Yan trailed behind the throng as they moved forward slowly. As they approached, they discovered an unusual number of berries scattered across the ground, seemingly favored by Pokémon such as Zubat and Murkrow. It stood to reason that they should not be the only ones attracted to such a bounty. What? You say there are also Swellow? That's merely because Swellow enjoys snatching food from others. Seeing such a feast on the ground, how could they resist? Yang Yan, look. It turns out these Pokémon are gathered here because of these berries, Jiang Yi said, pulling Yang Yan along as he continued. Do you think a truck carrying berries overturned here, drawing these Pokémon in? Yang Yan rolled his eyes. Please think before you speak, otherwise, people might genuinely consider you a fool. It was evident that someone had deliberately scattered a multitude of berries here. As for their motive, Yang Yan couldn't quite fathom it. Surely, it couldn't be merely to obstruct their progress? Who would engage in such trivial antics? However, while Yang Yan remained concerned, most of the trainers around seemed indifferent. They were even contemplating whether, once they chased away these wild Pokémon, they could share the remaining berries among themselves. Not only were people thinking this way, but some had already begun to act on it. As Xiaoyan observed, when a young man in his 20s attempted to seize a fruit from the clutches of a dark crow, he was immediately besieged by a dozen of these dark creatures. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the surrounding bystanders, he might have truly met his demise at the hands of this flock. After all, relying solely on the intermediate-level Rainwing Moth and the charge bear he had summoned was utterly insufficient to fend off such a multitude of Pokémon. Yang Yan, shall we join in? Jiang Yi eagerly proposed. All right. Yang Yan whispered to the Butterfree perched on his shoulder. Butterfree, when the time comes, use Gust and Psychic to support Jiang Yi's Swellow in its attack, understood? Butterfree nodded in affirmation. In such chaotic circumstances, employing powder-based moves or area attacks was ill-advised, as it could inadvertently harm allies. Swellow, wing attack, Jiang Yi commanded, directing his Swellow to strike at a novice-level Dark Crow. Yang Yan's Butterfree promptly followed up with a Silver Wind. Yet, inexplicably, this novice Dark Crow did not succumb. Instead, it regained its footing upon landing and retaliated. Strange. How is this Dark Crow so tenacious? Yang Yan mused, shifting his gaze to other areas, only to discover that while these wild Pokémon were not particularly formidable, mostly novice and beginner level with the occasional intermediate or advanced Pokémon mixed in, this was indeed peculiar. Previously, Yang Yan had roughly counted over 300 trainers participating in this event, yet facing a vast horde of wild Pokémon, conservatively estimated to exceed 1,000. They were forced to disperse to achieve a swift expulsion. As Yang Yan surveyed his surroundings, he noted not only the elite trainer he had previously focused on, but also the quasi-champion trainer, who had yet to reappear since their initial encounter. Initially, This swarm of wild Pokémon had been preoccupied with consuming the fruits, seemingly oblivious to the approaching humans. However, once provoked, they launched a frenzied counterattack. This behavior diverged from what Yang Yin had learned. Gradually, a sense of fear began to creep into his heart. This was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Contemplating the situation, he wondered, what could be the purpose behind such a grand and ruthless scheme? At that moment, while Jiang Yi was fervently directing Swellow's relentless assaults, he noticed that Yang Yin had become distracted during the battle. Such carelessness in combat was a grave mistake. He promptly called out, Yang Yin, we're still in the midst of battle. Why are you zoning out? Yang Yin internally acknowledged his oversight. He had let his guard down, assuming safety in numbers. Yet, when he saw Butterfree steadfastly guarding his side, a smile of reassurance crept across his face. Apologies, Jiang Yi. Honestly, you are the top student of the academy. How could you overlook such a detail? He chuckled. Indeed, I am the true genius of battle. Haha. Yang Yin couldn't help but feel exasperated. I know you love battling, but I didn't realize you were so self-absorbed. You are truly exceptional. Why not ascend to the heavens? Half an hour swiftly passed, and Yang Yin and Jiang followed closely behind those two elite trainers, collecting quite a few overlooked opportunities. Naturally, this subtle maneuver did not escape the notice of the two trainers, yet they merely exchanged smiles with the two young ones and allowed them to continue trailing. As a result, after a fierce battle, Xiaoyan's Butterfree gained a considerable amount of experience. Butterfree, take a rest, Xiaoyan suddenly addressed his Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Butterfree alighted on Xiaoyan's shoulder. Haha, Yang Yin, your Butterfree still requires training. Look, even my novice-level Swellow outlasts your Butterfree, Jiang teased lightly. Just as Yang Yin was about to reassess their surroundings, someone shouted, a quasi-champion Honchkrow. Instantly, the hearts of the crowd surged with excitement. Impossible. How could there be a wild quasi-champion here? Many displayed expressions of disbelief. However, when they truly spotted a majestic Honchkrow ascending from the center of the wild Pokémon, they had no choice but to accept the reality. Quick, flee. Don't we have a quasi-champion trainer here? Where are they? I don't see anyone. Oh, stop worrying about that, and flee for your lives. At that moment, Jiang also felt a twinge of panic. Although he was combative by nature, he understood that a quasi-champion's Pokémon was not something he could confront at this stage, prompting him to exclaim, Yang Yin, we must leave quickly. Let us go? Yang Yin wasted no time. The appearance of the quasi-champion signified the conclusion of their mission, and the ensuing conflict was beyond their reach. As Yang Yin prepared to dash towards the train, a green figure suddenly flashed before his eyes. Simultaneously, a resounding voice echoed overhead. Lizard King, Leaf Blade. Chapter 11, Conclusion. Before the Lizard King could approach, the Honchkrow had already detected its presence and unleashed a dark pulse in retaliation before the Leaf Blade could strike. The two quasi-champions engaged in a fierce exchange, the tremendous force of their battle creating a tempest that sent the nearby wild Pokémon, including the Dark Pidgey, flying far away. Many of the weaker creatures even succumbed to unconsciousness. This is not a place for you to linger. If you wish to avoid trouble, depart swiftly. Some individuals looked up in the direction of the voice and recognized the quasi-champion trainer introduced to them earlier by the train conductor, immediately adopting a more respectful demeanor. Since it is the esteemed quasi-champion who speaks, we shall leave at once. Yang Yin also glanced upwards, yet due to the quasi-champion standing atop a Tropius, he could not see clearly. However, from the formidable aura exuded by the Tropius, Yang Yin discerned that it too was a quasi-champion. A trainer accompanied by two quasi-champions. This was Yang Yan's first encounter with such a formidable expert. At that moment, his heart swelled not with longing or envy, but with an earnest desire to pursue greatness. This is his aspiration, a goal he set for himself after profoundly understanding the world. Yang Yin, what are you looking at? Hurry up and go. With that, Yang Yin dashed forward, leaving Jiang somewhat bewildered, unsure of Yang Yan's intentions. Judging by the direction from which this aspiring champion appeared, it was evident that he had been at the train station all along, arriving only after the appearance of the Crow leader. Yang Yin boldly speculated that something significant might occur at the train station, compelling this aspiring champion to remain there. The sudden decrease in numbers left Yang Yin furrowing his brow. Yang Yin, why are you running so fast? Jiang exclaimed, halting to voice his complaints. It depends on whether you have the determination, Yang Yin replied, patting his shoulder. But I think you should focus on becoming a forest ranger first. One must eat a meal bite by bite. If your dreams are too grand, be cautious not to crush yourself under the weight of them. Don't underestimate me. Yang Yin, although I've been at the bottom of the academy rankings these past 2 years, Jiang retorted defiantly, that's only because those cultural subjects were exceedingly dull. My strength lies in battling. Just wait and see. This year, there will be battle points in the academy's final assessment, and I will surely rise to prominence. Perhaps, Yang Yin, you might even find yourself surpassed by me, huh? Yang Yin smiled in silence, pondering the uncertainties of such matters. Nevertheless, he had already resolved to secure the top position this semester, a goal he would not relinquish. Turning around, Yang Yin noticed that the fierce battle between the two aspiring champions had frightened away many of the wild Pokémon that had lingered nearby. Simultaneously, he observed that the crow leader was showing signs of distress under the assault of the two Pokémon belonging to the aspiring champion, seemingly contemplating an escape. Look, that aspiring champion seems poised to win, Jiang exclaimed, gripping Yang Yan's arm with excitement, as if the victory belonged to him. Indeed, it appears so, Yang Yan mused, his gaze complex and inscrutable. 10 minutes later, the crow leader finally turned to flee, and the aspiring champion did not hinder its escape. As the crow leader departed, the other wild Pokémon followed suit, fleeing as well. Many spectators erupted in excitement at this turn of events. Haha, it's resolved. Yes. I can't believe it was so easily settled. What will the reward be? I'm truly looking forward to it. With a face full of enthusiasm, Jiang remarked. Yang Yin, how much do you think we'll earn this time? I need to calculate if I can buy some energy cubes for my Swablu. Hehe. Yang Yin scoffed. You can forget about that. With one of us being a novice trainer and the other a junior trainer, our contribution is minimal at best. A few hundred or 1,000 at most. Ah, that little. Jiang's expression fell. What do you think? Use your brain and think it through. There are so many participants this time, including an aspiring champion. How much do you think the train company can afford to pay? Do you think their money grows on trees? Indeed, it is true. Jiang glanced around, acknowledging Yang Yan's sharp intellect. Similarly, the aspiring champion did not linger among the crowd, but made his way towards the rear of the train, swiftly disappearing from sight. Had the matter truly come to an end? Questions incessantly bubbled within Yang Yan's mind. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the trainers for their assistance. To avoid prolonging our delay, the train will soon resume its journey. As for the matter of remuneration, you need only present your identification and the card in your possession to our staff at the task hall in Changhua City to receive your rewards. Our personnel are already awaiting your arrival. What? I thought we would receive it immediately. Jiang complained after hearing the conductor's announcement. Regulations are regulations, Yang Yin remarked nonchalantly. He mused to himself that it was a fortuitous opportunity to explore the task hall for any suitable missions to earn some money. Previously, he had no Pokémon, which precluded him from accepting tasks. Thus, he had yet to visit there. This time he could finally take a look. Chapter 12, Remuneration. As Yang Yin followed the others, queuing to board the train, a hurried figure abruptly dashed past him from behind. The conductor noticed this individual and paused, waiting for them to approach. Upon reaching the conductor, the person whispered a few words into his ear. Yang Yin observed that before the individual could finish, the conductor's expression shifted dramatically, and he began inquiring about the situation. In a fluster, the individual managed to convey a brief account, only to be met with a resounding slap from the conductor. Clutching his reddened cheek, the person repeatedly apologized. Yet the conductor seemed to realize that expressing anger at this moment would not ameliorate the situation, and so he stormed away. Yang Yin silently witnessed this unfolding drama. Indeed, the matter was far from over. He mused, pondering the nature of the incident and whether it was connected to the trainers who had vanished without a trace. However, he understood that even if something significant had occurred, it bore no relevance to him. Before long, Yang Yin reboarded the train. Why are there so few people left? Glancing around, he noticed that the absent individuals were those he had observed earlier, the ones wearing black hats. Excuse me, I would like to inquire why there seem to be fewer people now? Yang Yin asked a nearby staff member who was maintaining order. With a professional smile, the staff member replied, some guests could not endure the wait and chose to disembark and leave on their own. Disembarked and left on their own? Yang Yin furrowed his brow, but soon a smile graced his face. I see. Thank you for the information. Disembarking on their own? Yang Yin chuckled inwardly as he walked along, thinking how easily they had been deceived. It appears that the earlier report made to the train conductor is most likely related to those individuals adorned with black hats. Gazing out at the scenery, I could feel the train gradually pulling away. Why dwell on such matters? Even if there were indeed a conspiracy, it would bear no relevance to me, a novice trainer. All I need to do is secure my reward. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident, and we arrived smoothly at the station in Orange Blossom City. Upon disembarking, the spirited voice of Kitsuya reached my ears. Yinwi, he called, rushing toward me. Shall we head to the mission hall to collect our rewards? His eagerness was palpable. Indeed, I have yet to visit the mission hall, and it would be beneficial to familiarize myself with it, as we will frequent it in the future. Kitsuya chuckled heartily. Yinwi, I didn't realize you hadn't been there either. My father never allowed me to go, so I thought I was the only one. I smiled in response. Without any Pokémon, what would be the point of going? Of course, it's to gather information beforehand. You wouldn't understand, he replied, and as they conversed, they exited the station. Orange Blossom City lived up to its reputation as a bustling metropolis, having flourished over decades of development. Rows of shops lined the streets, teeming with crowds, each individual accompanied by their Pokémon, pausing intermittently to enjoy the lively performances of street artists alongside their Pokémon. The atmosphere was both serene and vibrant. Come on, hurry up, don't dawdle, I urged, trying to keep pace with Kitsuya, who was lively and animated. Already well acquainted with the main roads and landmarks of Orange Blossom City, while I contemplated consulting a map for direction, Katsuya confidently strode ahead, leading the way. Although Orange Blossom City was relatively expansive, the mission hall was not far from the station. After a brief 20-minute walk, they arrived at the entrance of the mission hall. Truly, the mission hall is bustling with people, Katsuya remarked in awe, compared to the shops they had passed earlier. The mission hall was not only larger in scale, but also impressively designed. A nearby trainer cast a bemused glance at Katsuya, as if to question his presence. Thankfully, Katsuya was oblivious to the remark, engrossed in his surroundings. Otherwise, I could easily envision the ensuing confrontation given his temperament. Stepping into the hall, they were greeted by a multitude of trainers, some inquiring about missions, others engaged in casual conversations, and many engaged in trade. It appeared even more lively than outside. Look over there, that sign, Katsuya exclaimed, pointing. Following his gaze, I discovered the designated area for collecting mission rewards. Many others were also there for the same purpose, prompting us to join the queue. Name, Oki Yenhui, Pokémon, Butterfree, Strength, Beginner. Completed a medium-sized event once. Having completed the verification, your remuneration has been deposited into your card. Please keep it safe. Yang Yin received his identification and bank card from the staff member of the Alliance. At that moment, a text message arrived on Yang Yan's phone, revealing that his bank card had received a deposit of 800 yuan. To be honest, this amount seemed somewhat meager. However, he felt that he had merely put in minimal effort, and given that this 800 yuan was akin to receiving it for free, he was content. How much did you receive, Yang Yin? Jiang Yi eagerly inquired as soon as the meeting concluded. I got 800 yuan. What? Jiang Ye's eyes widened. Why do I only have 500? This is unfair. I must confront them. Yang Yin firmly grasped Jiang Ye's arm, saying, what is unfair about it? You are merely a novice trainer. 500 is not a small sum. You must understand, my Butterfree is of beginner strength, and even I think 800 is not much. But, Jiang Yi conceded, all right, it seems I should undertake more individual tasks in the future. They offer better rewards. The remuneration for individual tasks differs from that of group tasks. Generally, individual and short-term assignments yield higher rewards, while group and long-term tasks tend to offer lesser compensation. Let us head over there. It appears to be the task reception area. True to his spirited nature, Jiang Yi quickly shrugged off his earlier displeasure after coming to terms with it. Yes, I too am eager to see what tasks are available here. Yang Yin shared the same anticipation for what lay ahead. Chapter 13, Task Hall. Let me see what tasks are available, Jiang Yi said, brimming with excitement as he approached a small display screen. Such screens were plentiful in the task hall, and Yang Yin counted approximately 300, merely reflecting those designated for novice and beginner trainers. They had just learned from the staff that higher-level tasks could only be viewed on the second floor and above, so their current trainer ranks restricted them to exploring the first-floor hall. Task name, assist in unloading at warehouse. Requirement, fighting type or other strong Pokémon. Duration, tomorrow. Reward, 300 yuan. No way, this reward is too low, and I have to report to the academy tomorrow, so I can't take it. Next, task name, care for the garden. Requirement, must possess 2 beginner strength Pokémon. Duration, 3 days. Reward, 1,200 yuan. Oh dear, this doesn't meet the requirements. Next, task name, expel wild Pokémon from the road. Requirement, must have more than 3 beginner strength Pokémon. Duration, 1 week. Reward, 2,000 yuan. Alliance points, 30. Yang Yin explained with a smile, it must have been taken by someone else. Although I don't meet the requirements. It still stings to see this task claimed by others. The eagerness for Alliance tasks was palpable, as evidenced by Jiang Ye's frustrated expression. After perusing for a while, Jiang Yi discovered that the tasks were largely monotonous and similar in nature. Alas, there are no tasks available to undertake, and Jiang has grown somewhat impatient. Yang Yin has long since realized that there are virtually no tasks suited for them. Upon reflection, it is understandable. They possess little competitive edge, and tasks appropriate for them would certainly appeal to the majority. With so many individuals vying for tasks in this place, if a suitable opportunity were to arise, it is unlikely that it would fall into their hands. Sigh, Yang Yin, have you come across any worthwhile tasks? Jiang asked dejectedly. Unlike Jiang, who carries an air of pride likely bolstered by ample resources from his family, Yang Yin must bear the burden of cultivating his Pokémon entirely on his own. Thus, he cannot afford to overlook any chance to earn money, no matter how slim. This task. At that moment, Yang Yin stumbled upon a seemingly simple assignment. Task name, identify the source of noise. Requirements, novice trainer. Duration, every evening, until resolved. Reward, 100 yuan per day. The task description was vague, and the reward rather meager. To be frank, few would be inclined to pursue such a task. Were it not for the fact that this was the first task Yang Yin had found that met his criteria, he might not have given it a second thought. Nevertheless, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat, and after searching for so long, it seemed almost fateful to have found this task. Ding. Task accepted successfully. Please contact the task issuer, Daiching Tamanaga, phone number 132. Yang Yin, have you accepted a task? Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh dear, how could you be so reckless? You didn't even let me analyze it for you, Jiang exclaimed, hastening to Yang Yan's side to peer at the monitor. Let me see, the task title and reward, 100. Jiang raised his head. Yang Yin, isn't that too low? Yang Yin shrugged. There's nothing I can do. I'm in need of money. Even if it's low, any profit is better than none for me. Let us not dwell on that, since I've already accepted the task. I should contact the issuer first. Jiang cautioned. Yang Yin, you are being too impulsive. What if the task isn't suitable? Wouldn't that affect your success rate? Every trainer who comes to the task hall to accept tasks is provided with a free task card that corresponds to their level of skill, which is also linked to their identification and bank card. Whenever a trainer's abilities improve, they can exchange their task card for a new one here at no cost. The distinguishing factor is that the color of the card varies with the trainer's skill level. For instance, Yang Yin's card is white, while Zhang's is gray. To accept tasks, trainers must operate this machine using their cards, and they can review the tasks they have undertaken in the backend. If a task remains incomplete, their success rate diminishes, as some tasks have specific success rate requirements, aiming to filter out those trainers who casually accept assignments without commitment. Yang Yin remained silent, though he truly wished to pose a question, which is more crucial, the success rate or the monetary reward. Yoshihiko took out his phone and dialed the number. Hello. May I ask who this is? Greetings, is this Mr. Tamakawa? I am Oki Yoshihiko. Ah, you are the trainer who just accepted my task. Indeed, Mr. Tamakawa. I would like to inquire about the details of the assignment. No problem. Here is the situation. Yoshihiko, how is it? Can you undertake the task? While Yoshihiko was on the call, Kazuya felt it would be inappropriate to interrupt, so he could only wait patiently for Yoshihiko to finish. Everything is clear. The task is manageable, Yoshihiko replied with a smile. That's good to hear. I'm relieved there were no unforeseen complications. Kazuya took a deep breath, feeling as though he were the one taking on the task. What about you? Will you continue searching? Yoshihiko inquired. Kazuya shook his head. Never mind. I have searched for a considerable time without finding a suitable candidate. I think I shall forego this for now and return once my Swellow's strength has improved. That sounds reasonable. Now, let us proceed to the academy. Indeed, I wonder if my classmates have missed me after such a long absence. Haha. The Ranger Academy is situated on the outskirts of Changhua City, given that the majority of their time is spent in the wilderness. It is only natural that the academy is not located in the city center like those for trainers and breeders. Considering the considerable distance, walking would be impractical. Fortunately, there is a bus that provides direct access, making it quite convenient. Chapter 14. The Academy. The Ranger Academy of Changhua City has been established for over a century. During this time, countless ordinary individuals have graduated, yet those who truly become rangers after completing their studies are exceedingly few. As a high-risk profession, the League cannot afford to admit trainers of insufficient capability, as it would be irresponsible both to them and to the aspiring trainers. However, over the years, the Academy's instructors have discerned a pattern regarding the strength of trainers who ultimately succeed as rangers. Among their 6 Pokémon, at least 2 must possess elite-level strength. Naturally, the greater the number of elite Pokémon, the higher the likelihood of becoming a ranger. If all 6 are elite, the chance of success is absolute, provided they have graduated from their academic courses. The Ranger Academy occupies a vast area, estimated to exceed 5,000 acres. This is not merely due to a large student body, but rather because rangers must maintain a constant connection with the wilderness, leading to the establishment of numerous environments such as forests, mountains, and lakes for educational purposes. Moreover, the number of students attending is relatively low. For instance, in Yoshihiko's cohort, there are only a little over 800 students, and among them, quite a few do not even have the intention of becoming rangers. Many of them were compelled by their parents to attend, as the tuition here is quite affordable. In this world where knowledge is invaluable, acquiring more is never a loss. Of course, there are also those who come purely for leisure, devoid of any lofty aspirations, simply wishing to lead a mundane existence. Yin Yin initially did not anticipate the abundance of individuals in this world who chose to adopt a laid-back approach, even when striving for success is undeniably arduous. However, he later came to realize that in his previous life, the majority of people were not so different. What many perceive as relentless effort is often merely an illusion. Those who genuinely toil in obscurity will remain unknown until they achieve fame. Even after gaining recognition, what the public witnesses is merely the glimmering facade before the screen, while the hardships and sweat that have soaked countless sheets behind the scenes remain concealed. Yashiki, called out a boy clad in a white sweatshirt. Yin Yin, Yashiki. It's been a while. As Yin Yin and Yashiki approached, they encountered a boy named Yushu, whose full name is Iwai Yushu, a classmate and roommate of both Yin Yin and Yashiki. His slightly faded white attire, paired with a pair of worn gray sneakers, suggested that his family was not well off, perhaps even struggling. Yet, The vibrant smile radiating from Yushu's youthful face conveyed an enduring hopefulness towards life. Yashiki. Yin Yin frowned, tugging at Yashiki's arm. I'm sorry. Yushu, I think I misspoke. Yashiki scratched his head. You. Huh. Yin Yin shook his head. Yushu, don't take it to heart. Yashiki just tends to speak without thinking. It's all right, Yushu replied, shaking his head. Besides, there's nothing worth concealing. With that, Yushu waved goodbye and turned to leave. As they walked, Yashiki inquired, Yin Yin. I barely had a chance to chat with Yushu. Why were you in such a hurry to pull me away? What is the rush? Oh, I remember now. Is it about the task you just accepted? Yin Yin sighed. Yes, I need to meet the client soon. Indeed, Yashiki acknowledged, it's your first task. We mustn't be careless. The dormitory at the academy accommodates 4 individuals in a large room. However, due to everyone having their own Pokémon, each person enjoys the privacy of their own room, with only the common areas like the lounge and bathroom shared. Coincidentally, Yin Yin, Yashiki, and Yushu share the same living quarters, alongside another roommate named Kitano Seda. The dormitory area was not far. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, they arrived at their designated building. Ascending to the 3rd floor, they found room 301, their shared dormitory. Yashiki deftly retrieved the key and opened the door. Yin Yin. I'll head down to buy some snacks for Swellow. Would you like me to get you something? Yin Yin shook his head. No thanks. I need to tidy up my room before I head out. Otherwise, I might run out of time. Very well, Yashiki conceded. For your first task, punctuality is indeed crucial. Upon entering the dormitory, Yin Yin also took out his key and unlocked his own room. The room is simply adorned, featuring a single white bed, a white wardrobe, and a gray desk upon which neatly arranged books rest, accompanied by a blue desk lamp quietly positioned in the upper left corner. Additionally, a few basic living essentials are neatly placed in another part of the room. Come out, Butterfree. Yang Yin released Butterfree from its confines. Butterfree, this is my room. The place where we will reside together from now on. Do you like it? Butterfree circled around the room a few times, nodding with a smile. That's good to hear. With that, Yang Yin retrieved some milk from his backpack. Here, Butterfree, have some milk. We'll need your strength later. So it's important you recover well. Butterfree pointed first at Yang Yin and then at the milk. Understanding the implication, Yang Yin smiled and replied, I've already eaten. You should enjoy it. Butterfree ceased its insistence and began to sip contentedly from the desk. After tidying up the room, Yang Yin prepared to leave. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that Jiang Ye's room was locked. Not only Jiang Ye's, but also the rooms of Yushu and his final roommate, Cheng Tai, were secured. It appeared no one was home. Yang Yin shook his head and closed the door behind him, ready to depart and meet with his client. Without pause, he made his way to the station at the academy's entrance. Fortunately, there was still ample time. Checking his phone, he noted the hour. Mr. Tofu's residence lay in the suburbs of Changhua City, quite similar in location to the Ranger Academy. Yang Yin calculated that he would arrive in approximately half an hour, a full 30 minutes ahead of the agreed meeting time of 6 o'clock, leaving him with plenty of time to spare. Chapter 15, Mr. Tofu's home. After more than half an hour, Yang Yin took a deep breath, astonished at how far Mr. Tofu's home was. It was indeed challenging to locate. Wouldn't you agree, Butterfree? Butterfree nodded in agreement. Initially, Yang Yin had assumed the journey would take half an hour, but upon disembarking, he realized that Mr. Tofu's home was still about 5 miles from the station. This was not the main issue. Rather, the real challenge lay in the fact that his residence was nestled within a forest, making it particularly difficult to find. At last, he arrived. Yang Yin wiped the sweat from his brow and hastened towards the 2-story wooden cottage before him. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Tofu, are you home? This is Yang Yin, the one you spoke with previously. From behind the door, slow footsteps approached. Just a moment, I'll be right down. After a brief wait, the door finally opened. Hello, Trainer Yang. Please come in and have a seat. During their phone conversation, Yang Yin had discerned that Mr. Tofu was of advanced age. Yet he was still taken aback upon seeing him in person. The elderly man appeared haggard, lacking vitality, with a stooped back and feeble gait, exuding an aura of impending frailty. Yang Yin quickly stepped forward, offering his arm for support. Grandpa Tofu, allow me to assist you. Please take your time. He carefully helped Mr. Tofu settle onto the sofa. Yang Yin waved his hand and said, Grandfather Tamanaga, you may call me Yang Yin. Tamanaga, with a hoarse voice, slowly responded, Yang Yin, it brings me great joy that you are willing to accept my request. To be honest, I cannot offer much in terms of compensation. Yang Yin shook his head. It is not a particularly difficult task. There is no need for such a significant reward. The nature of the work should dictate the payment, and that is how one ought to approach every commission. Chuckling, Tamanaga remarked, I did not expect you, at such a tender age, to possess such insight. It is indeed rare. Very well, allow me to elaborate on the details, he continued. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yang Yin had grasped the essence of the commission. Tamanaga had been hearing strange noises outside during the night, yet whenever he ventured out to investigate, he found nothing. Initially, he suspected that a ghostly Pokémon was playing tricks on him, prompting him to seek a trainer to chase it away. However, when the trainer arrived and lingered for an extended period, no spectral Pokémon was found. Tamanaga dismissed it at first, believing the Pokémon had simply departed, and thus compensated the trainer for their time. To Tamanaga's dismay, the following night, the sounds returned. Reluctantly, he issued another request, but after 5 trainers had come and gone, none were able to locate the elusive creature. Gradually, the tale spread among trainers, who began to view Tamanaga as a mere trickster, leading to a decline in those willing to take on his commissions. That was until Yang Yin accepted the task. After listening intently, Yang Yin pondered for a moment. The assignment was straightforward in theory, yet challenging in practice, given that many had attempted to resolve it before him without success. Yang Yin, Tamanaga inquired softly. You are not thinking of leaving after hearing my tale, are you? Seeing the expression on Tamanaga's face, Yang Yin felt a pang of sympathy. Grandfather Tamanaga, may I ask, where is your child? Why not seek their assistance in this matter? My child? Tamanaga slowly shook his head. My child is no longer with us. How can that be? Yang Yin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. And so I wait, and wait, endlessly. Tamanaga's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Yang Yin stepped forward, gently placing his hand on Tamanaga's frail back. I am sorry, Grandfather Tamanaga, I did not know. Wiping away his tears, Tamanaga steadied himself. It is all right. After so many years, I have come to terms with it. Observing Tamanaga's solitary figure, Yang Yin felt a surge of compassion and could not help but say, how about this? I will come to keep you company every day. Grandfather Tamanaga, would that be agreeable to you? You kind child, your visits would bring me immense joy. Tamanaga replied. However, rest assured, Grandfather Tamanaga, I study at the nearby Ranger Academy, not far from here, so visiting daily will not inconvenience me. That's good. That's good. Yang Yin, you truly are a kind-hearted child. Tefuka gently patted Yang Yan's hand, his face radiating with joy. How about this, Grandpa? The sky is darkening, so I shall first explore the surroundings. Let me resolve this matter for you before anything else. What do you think? Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Yin had come here with a mission, and he was determined to complete it first. Very well, Tefuka replied with a smile. Just be cautious, Yang Yin. If you happen to encounter that Pokémon, try to drive it away. Rest assured, Grandpa. Yang Yin circled around Tefuka's house, employing his Butterfree to use ultrasonic waves to probe numerous areas. However, he found no signs of ghost-type Pokémon, nor even a single living creature. Well, let's wait a bit longer. Grandpa Tefuka mentioned that most activity occurs in the dead of night. Perhaps we can only find some clues then. He called out to Butterfree, who was still searching in the sky. Butterfree, come down and have a bite to eat. We have more to do tonight. Chapter 16. Someone has arrived. The old man's sleep was always light. Throughout the night, Tefuka called out to Yang Yin several times from upstairs, each utterance seemingly confirming Yang Yin's presence and inquiring about any findings. Yang Yin understood that this was not the case. Tefuka likely longed for companionship after being alone for too long. He contemplated whether Tefuka's task was merely a ruse to find someone to talk to. Yet he felt it unjust to suspect the old man without any evidence. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearing 11 o'clock. After searching for so long, there had been no unusual occurrences. It seemed today would yield no results. Yang Yin halted and sat down on a large rock. Butterfree, you should take a break as well. Butterfree landed beside Yang Yin. Suddenly, Yang Yin noticed a flash in the thicket ahead. Butterfree took flight. Following Yang Yin's gaze, light, Yang Yin stood up. Come on, Butterfree, let us investigate. He hurried toward the source of the light. That sound, was it a car? Strange, at this hour and in this location, who could possibly be here? Following the sound and light, Yang Yin tracked the source until the vehicle came to a halt not far ahead, as the forest made it difficult to maneuver. Upon reaching the vicinity, Yang Yin refrained from immediately revealing himself, as he felt anyone appearing here at such an hour must be somewhat suspicious. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and with the cover of the jungle, Yang Yin stealthily approached the vehicle. He noted that it was an off-road vehicle, and at that moment, 2 individuals emerged, smoking cigarettes while continually glancing into the woods. Brother, the slender man impatiently inquired of the robust figure ahead. What exactly is this item we seized during the day? Why is the boss so determined to acquire it, mobilizing so many people in the process? Oh, come on. The boss isn't even here, the slender man retorted. Seemingly unfazed by the robust man's words, his mood still sour. Stop pretending. Who are you trying to impress? Yin, crouched amidst the grass nearby, listened intently to their exchange. Could it be related to that incident with the train? The mention of daytime activities naturally led him to recall his own experiences earlier. But could it truly be such a coincidence? Yin had already discerned that these two were likely not men of good character. Yet he resolved to listen further to ascertain their intentions. Brother, I can't believe that with your close ties to the boss, he hasn't confided in you. The slender man pressed on, stepping closer to the robust figure. Do you really doubt my loyalty? The robust man sighed, discarding the remains of his cigarette and crushing it underfoot. Old 3, I'm looking out for your best interests. Even if you knew, what would it change? Brother, The Slender Man continued. I heard from a few members of the second group that the boss accepted a task to intercept something from the Jiang family. They say it was sent from HZHing. Is this what you're referring to? Another sigh escaped the robust man. Old 3, since you already know, why are you asking me? Then, are you saying that what we just seized is indeed a Pokémon of perfect qualification? A glimmer of excitement flashed in the slender man's eyes. Yes, but so what? The robust man's expression shifted. So what? Brother, that is a Pokémon of perfect qualification. Not merely good or excellent, but one that could become a champion. The robust man's demeanor darkened. What of perfection? It's not something we can lay our hands on. Brother, are you not even tempted? The slender man stepped forward. This is our first encounter with a Pokémon of perfect qualification. What do you mean by that, Old 3? Brother, think about it. If we were to possess this Pokémon. Old 3, the robust man abruptly interrupted. Do not entertain such thoughts. To be frank, even the boss, should it be known that he possesses a Pokémon of perfect qualification, would be unable to protect it. The slender man was taken aback. How could that be? The boss is just one step away from becoming a champion. How could he not safeguard it? At that moment, the robust man was about to respond, but noticed several lights flickering in the trees behind them and promptly fell silent. Yn, observing the approaching figures, lowered himself further. After overhearing their conversation, Yn was astounded. These two had audaciously stolen a Pokémon of perfect qualification. Regarding the Jiang family they mentioned, Yn had some knowledge. It was rumored to be a prestigious family in Cheng'e City, renowned for breeding fire-type Pokémon. During his time at the academy, he had heard whispers that the top student from the Trainer Academy in the same year was from the Jiang family. This particular Pokémon must have been intended for that family's heir, yet it was unexpectedly seized by others. Through the faint glow of the car's headlights, Yang Yin discerned the conspicuous and identical emblem on the clothing of the two individuals, a silver inverted triangle. Upon first hearing this name, Yang Yin couldn't help but feel a sense of sarcasm. However, he later learned that the name was simply derived from its founder, Sangguang, and held no particular significance. After decades of development, the Sangguang gang had firmly established itself as the preeminent underground force in Changhua City, a feat that perhaps even the founder, Sangguang, had not anticipated. The burly man had just mentioned the Magma gang, which made Yang Yin furrow his brow. Unlike the Sangguang gang, which was merely a local power, the Magma gang and the Aqua gang were the two largest underground organizations in the Hoenn region. Could it be that there was a connection between the Sangguang gang and the Magma gang? Ah, it is you two. At that moment, a woman clad in a red bodysuit slowly emerged from the woods. Chapter 17, Jinzi. Upon seeing her, the burly man stepped forward and inquired, Captain Jinzi, why have you arrived so late? This is quite uncharacteristic of you. Haha, look at what Captain Dio is saying. Making it seem as if I am deliberately neglecting the boss's tasks. What a grave injustice to this humble lady. The woman named Jinzi tossed a flirtatious glance at the burly man and the skinny one. It merely took a bit of time for me to indulge in a proper bath. I did not wish to keep you two waiting. The burly man clearly understood the nature of this woman and furrowed his brow without responding. Never mind, let's get to the point. We have already retrieved the items. Would you like to inspect them, Captain Jinzi? Saying this, the burly man exchanged a knowing glance with the skinny one. The skinny one understood immediately and opened the car door, retrieving a metallic box from within. Lao San, open it for our Captain Jinzi to see. The skinny one nodded. Yes, brother. Wait a moment, merely looking one tea suffice. I'll need my associates to conduct an examination. Jinzi waved her hand towards two individuals in white lab coats following her. You two, step forward and check the goods. The burly man instructed, Lao San, open the box for them to inspect. The two in white lab coats, evidently laboratory personnel, approached while carrying some machinery in their hands. Yang Yin recognized these devices as those used to assess Pokémon qualifications. The skinny one entered the password, and the metallic box emitted a beep before he opened it. Inside lay a Pokémon egg nestled in an incubator. This must be the Pokémon egg of perfect quality. Though Yang Yin was concealed in the underbrush, he was intensely curious to see what such an egg looked like. However, he knew that even the slightest sound from him would spell his doom. So he stifled his curiosity deep within. After a series of meticulous inspections, the two experimenters exchanged a glance, and then one tall figure addressed Jinzi. Captain, everything is in order. Upon hearing this, Jinzi chuckled. Very well, then bring the items over. Hold on. The burly man interjected immediately. The slender individual, upon hearing the interruption, hastily closed the box again and cradled it in his arms before the two experimenters could react. Jinzi's expression shifted. Captain Ono, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? I might ask you the same, Captain Jinzi. The boss previously instructed us to jointly safeguard this sprite egg. Jinzi let out a soft laugh. What? Does Captain Ono suspect I have ulterior motives? A peculiar smile played on Jinzi's lips, suggesting a hint of mischief. The burly man refrained from responding. Glancing around instead, Captain Jinzi, we have already delayed long enough. Should we continue to waste time here? It would be unfortunate if we were discovered. Shall we be off then, Captain Ono? He commanded the slender individual. Yes, brother, rest assured, the slender man replied. wearing a cryptic smile as he walked. No one could discern what thoughts lay within his mind at that moment. Subsequently, the five of them ventured into the depths of the forest. During this time, Yang Yin remained utterly still, not daring to make a sound until the lights from the five figures had vanished from sight. Only then did he cautiously emerge. He inspected the SUV but found nothing of value. In this situation, I should report this and have Miss Junsha handle it. But Yang Yin fell into contemplation. The advantages of calling the police were evident, yet it would also mean severing any ties he had with this incident. He had encountered a Pokémon of perfect aptitude, and to claim indifference would be a lie. Moreover, having observed the Slender Man closely, Yang Yin had no doubt that he would not easily relinquish such a Pokémon. Perhaps there would be unforeseen developments later on. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, if one is unwilling to take risks. How could they hope to reap greater rewards? After much reflection, Yang Yin resolved on his next course of action. First, I must ascertain where this group of individuals intends to go. Although the lights had vanished, it was fortunate that it was nighttime, and visibility remained clear. Yang Yin mentally noted the direction they had taken. Utilizing the cover of the grass and towering trees, he stealthily advanced forward. 5 minutes later, I recall the lights fading around here, but where did they go? Yang Yin surveyed his surroundings, but found no signs of suspicious activity. Could they be underground? After a thorough analysis, Yang Yin concluded that the group must have descended below, as it was impossible for them to be in the sky. And there was nothing above ground. So, where else could they be but underground? He turned to his companion, Butterfree, and instructed, Butterfree, use Sonic Wave to check if the underground is empty. Butterfly nodded, then unleashed its ultrasonic wave. Is there nothing below? Butterfly nodded affirmatively. Great. Yang Yin smiled, praising Butterfly. It turned out that the underground truly held hidden wonders. However, he faced two dilemmas. First, he was unaware of how to open the passage, and second, should he enter, he would likely be discovered immediately. He could not gamble on the absence of guards at the entrance. Was he left with no choice but to wait here, or to notify Miss Junsha to come over? Yang Yin fell into deep contemplation once more. Underground, Captain Mako, aren't you usually quite busy here? Why is it that I hardly see anyone at this moment? The burly man followed Mako, constantly scanning the surroundings with his gaze. At that moment, the thin man interjected. What? Does Captain Mako have some objections to my elder brother? Chapter 18, it begins. Ono remained silent, unwilling to engage further with this woman. 5 minutes later, the group arrived at a metallic gate. Hello, Captain. A guard at the entrance greeted Mako. Yes, open the door, Mako instructed. Understood. Mako smiled. Captain Ono, let us proceed. With that, she stepped inside. Come on, third brother. We're going. Ono beckoned the thin man. However, this time, the two laboratory personnel did not follow. Instead, they walked in another direction. With a resounding bang, the door closed behind them. After entering, Mako found a chair and sat down. What is this, Captain Ono? Do you not trust me? Are you afraid I might do something to you? Mako chuckled, covering her face in amusement. That's not the case, Ono responded, taking a seat directly across from her. Mako snapped her fingers, and soon, someone appeared pushing a food cart from behind. Captain Ono, after a long day's work, you must be starving. I had the kitchen prepare a feast in advance, waiting to celebrate with you. We appreciate Captain Mako's kindness. But my brother and I have already eaten on the way here, so it would be a waste of your good intentions, the thin man spoke up. Shut up. Ono interjected immediately. Mako, seeing this, laughed. It seems Captain Ono is being rather harsh on his brothers. Clearly, they haven't eaten, yet they insist on arguing. Is there truly a reason for Captain Ono to be so wary of them? How disheartening. If Captain Ono is still concerned, then allow me to sample each of these dishes first. Surely, that would alleviate your worries? With that, Mako gestured to the server to place a bit of each dish onto her plate. Thus, Mako began to savor each dish in front of Ono, taking small, delicate bites while displaying an expression of delight, causing the thin man beside her to swallow hard in envy. In no time, Mako had tasted over 20 dishes. The thin man's expression turned excited, and he began to feast heartily. Soon after, Ono started to eat as well, albeit slowly and sparingly. Mako watched the two with a smile, remaining silent. After a while, phew, I'm full. The slender man contentedly patted his bulging belly, exclaiming, Brother, the food is truly delightful. You should indulge a bit more. Indeed, replied Jinzi. Your subordinates possess remarkable discernment. Captain Oya, why not partake a little more? Oya wiped his mouth and responded, No need, I am already satiated. Is that so? As long as you are full, that is what matters, Jinzi remarked. His words laden with meaning. Oya's expression shifted. Captain Jinzi, what do you imply? At that moment, the slender man's demeanor also changed, addressing Oya, brother. Being full makes for a good journey ahead. Haha, you. Oya sprang to his feet, but suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness. You all. Hee. Jinzi stood and slowly approached Oya. I have always heard that you are exceedingly cautious, Captain Oya. I never believed it until today. Without the assistance of your good brother, Mr. Yamamoto, it would have been quite challenging to ensnare you. Captain Jinzi, why prolong the conversation? The boss could arrive at any moment. We should resolve this swiftly and make our escape with this Pokémon, the Slender Man urged. You third. You dare collude with outsiders to conspire against me? Oya's eyes widened in fury. With a smile, the Slender Man replied, Brother, I had advised you before. Had you chosen to hand over this Pokémon to the boss instead of feasting with your brothers, we could have shared the benefits with Captain Jinzi. However, you declined. So do not blame me for being ruthless. He chuckled. Besides, I figured a hearty dinner was only fair recompense for your years of care, huh? Third, do you truly believe that once Jinzi acquires this Pokémon, he will keep you around? You are courting disaster. Oya retorted. The Slender Man's expression remained unchanged as he said, My good brother, you need not worry. Since you have no desire to ascend, please do not impede my path. As soon as he finished speaking, several shadowy figures appeared around them, each accompanied by 1 or 2 Pokémon, all of which were at least of intermediate strength. Jinzi, take charge, he commanded. With the last vestiges of his strength, Oya released his most formidable Pokémon. Murkrow, I must rely on you once more. A formidable, quasi-legendary Murkrow emerged, though it bore visible injuries. Had Yang Yin been present, he would have instantly recognized this as the same Murkrow he had seen during the day. On the ground, Yang Yin had nearly completed all arrangements and had reported the situation to Miss Junsha 10 minutes prior. Now, all he could do was hope that the Slender Man would not disappoint him. Having overheard their previous exchange, Yang Yin understood that if the Slender Man still harbored hopes for this Pokémon, the optimal moment to act was tonight. Should he miss this chance, it would be lost forever. Although uncertain of the Slender Man's next move, Yang Yin had done all he could. He could only pray that his efforts would not be in vain. As Yang Yin rose to his feet, he suddenly sensed a series of rumblings beneath him. What could this sound be? Instinctively, a smile crept upon his lips. It had begun. Approximately 20 minutes later, a fissure abruptly appeared in the ground where Yang Yin had once stood. A square patch of earth sank downwards instantaneously, creating a slope. At that moment, a lanky figure named Shan Yuan was scrambling up from below, clutching a box containing a Pokémon of impeccable quality. How terrifying! Even a severely wounded quasi-champion possessed such power? The Crow leader, facing the onslaught of over 30 high-tier Pokémon, effortlessly defended Day while repelling all attacks. With a casual wave of dark energy, he incapacitated several Pokémon, and had it not been for the intervention of a quasi-champion alongside Jinzi, they would likely have all been countered by the Crow leader. Nevertheless, the sole remaining elite Pokémon in his possession was rendered incapable of battle by the residual shockwaves from the clash between the 2 quasi-champions. Now, he was left with only 1 fledgling Pokémon, the Soul Eye, yet to be nurtured. All other high and mid-tier Pokémon had been defeated by trainers in the daytime skirmish and had yet to recover. Soul Eye, hold your ground here and prevent anyone from advancing. The lanky figure commanded, before sprinting towards the off-road vehicle. Understood. The Soul Eye nodded in compliance. Chapter 19. The Yellow Sparrow coughing, Day sat on the ground, struggling to support his body with his arm, fighting against the urge to collapse. Before him lay the Crow leader, battered and on the brink of death. A sardonic smile crossed Day's face as he addressed Jinzi. With all your intricate schemes, do you truly believe it was worth it? Jinzi approached Day, her demeanor starkly contrasting her earlier joviality. Now, she was filled with fury and bloodlust. Day, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? At a time like this, does it even matter what you say? With a cough, Day spat out blood. He lifted his gaze towards Jinzi. Third, he has already fled. Are you not afraid of ultimately becoming a mere pawn for someone else? With an impassive expression, Jinzi replied. Do not worry, he won't escape. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Focus on your impending demise. Mongoose / eliminate him, she commanded, pointing at Day. Suddenly, Jinzi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, causing her to stagger and collapse onto the ground. The Mongoose / noticing Jinzi's condition, halted its advance to avoid any unforeseen consequences. What have you done? Jinzi bellowed in fury. Coughing a few times, Day chuckled. I have done nothing. It seems you have ultimately miscalculated. With that, he could no longer sustain himself and slipped into unconsciousness. Day. Jinzi's composure shattered, her expression twisted in rage. Kill him. Kill him. Upon hearing the command, the meerkat, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a devastating claw strike upon the unfortunate Oyano. It is a tragic fate for Oyano, a trainer of considerable promise, to meet his end under the shadow of treachery. Caw. The raven, witnessing its master's demise, let out a piercing wail of despair. Despite having nearly lost its fighting spirit, an inexplicable surge of energy coursed through it, allowing it to unleash a wave of malevolence. Intent on avenging its master by eliminating the one known as Mako, the meerkat swiftly dispatched the raven leader. In the fleeting moments before consciousness slipped away, Mako issued one final command to the meerkat. Haha, you may engage in your petty squabbles below, but this perfectly qualified Pokémon shall be claimed by Yamamoto. With that, Yamamoto dashed towards the vehicle outside the woods, his laughter echoing with unrestrained excitement. Mako, my enchanting beauty, await my return. Throughout his journey, Yamamoto found it increasingly difficult to contain his exhilaration, The mere thought of ascending to the ranks of a champion-level trainer sent waves of emotion surging within him. What if all my Pokémon were to perish? What if I were destined to wander anonymously, a fugitive in the shadows? As long as I nurture this Pokémon to greatness, every sacrifice will be worth it. And what of the boss? Merely a trainer of potential, destined to bow before me in the future. Yamamoto's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the box in his hands. You are my capital for ascendance, my beacon of hope, my luminous future. With a turn of the key and a flick of the ignition, he prepared to depart. Indeed, I, Yamamoto, shall be the one who laughs last. Just as he finished his thought, his movements faltered. Uemura's eyes widened. Excuse me, sir, but it appears the one who will laugh last is, in fact, me. A youthful voice emerged from behind the vehicle. Uemura struggled to turn his gaze, eager to ascertain the identity of the ambusher. Who are you? Yang Yin stepped forth from behind the car, approaching with deliberate calm. I'm afraid that's not a revelation I can share with you. Butterfree, use sleep powder and grant our courier a well-deserved slumber. Mum. The sound of Butterfree's voice resonated from behind Yamamoto. Already ensnared by paralysis powder, Yamamoto found himself utterly defenseless against the sleep powder, succumbing swiftly to unconsciousness. In his final moments of awareness, he lamented the decision to station Gengar at the entrance instead of keeping it close by, with its ghostly attributes. Gengar would have surely detected the lurking Butterfree hidden behind the seat, thus sparing him from this fate. Yet, he could not fathom how, bereft of his other Pokémon, he could exert any control over Gengar to compel it to serve him. Yang Yin opened the car door. Well done, Butterfree. Butterfree fluttered out from the back seat with a gleeful demeanor. Indeed, this entire scheme was meticulously orchestrated by Yang Yin. He surmised that should the Slender Man succeed, his immediate course of action would undoubtedly be to flee. But how could he ensure a swift escape? If he possessed a larger Pokémon capable of carrying him, he might just evade capture entirely. He believed that if the Thin Man desired to obtain this Pokémon, he would inevitably clash with those below him. Even if the Thin Man concealed his true strength and managed to eliminate everyone beneath him, his Pokémon would surely sustain injuries. To avoid compromising his combat capabilities, it would be far wiser for him to drive away. Moreover, how could the Thin Man suspect that someone lay in ambush for him? This unintentional oversight allowed Yang Yin to seize the opportunity. With a swift motion, Yang Yin snatched the metallic box from the Thin Man's grasp. At that moment, the Pokémon was his. Yang Yin felt an exhilaration akin to that of the Thin Man moments before, his emotions too overwhelming to articulate. He had not anticipated that he would truly succeed, and even now, he felt as though he were caught in a surreal dream. Calm down, calm down. Taking several deep breaths, Yang Yin reminded himself that Miss Junsha would be arriving soon. If she learned of the events that transpired, this Pokémon would likely be confiscated. He could not accept such an outcome. Thus the Thin Man's presence was exceedingly inconvenient. Yang Yin quickly searched the Thin Man, retrieving all his Pokéballs. Although curiosity flickered within him, now was not the time for such thoughts. He hastily called upon Butterfree, using its telekinesis to assist in moving the Thin Man. After all, the Thin Man was a grown adult in his 30s, while Yang Yin was merely a 10-year-old boy. Even with regular exercise, he could not carry the Thin Man far. Thus he relied on Butterfree's help. Chapter 20, Junsha's Arrival. For safety's sake, this man cannot be left alive. Yang Yin dragged the unconscious Shan Yuan 200 meters away to a tree and, alongside Butterfree, began to dig a deep pit. After removing Shan Yuan's backpack, Yang Yin rifled through it and retrieved a dagger, his expression complex as he ended Shan Yuan's life. This was the first time he had taken a life since arriving in this world, and a wave of nausea washed over him. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the emotion before it could manifest. He disposed of Shan Yuan's body in the hole they had dug, covering it with earth and allowing Butterfree to use its telekinesis to restore the surrounding foliage. Once the site appeared unblemished, Yang Yin finally collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, Butterfree landed beside him, as if attempting to comfort him. I'm fine, Butterfree, Yang Yin reassured, gradually regaining his composure and returning to his previous demeanor. Rising to his feet, he cast a glance at the buried Shan Yuan, his expression a mixture of contemplation and turmoil. This place would likely remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Professor Oak's trainer, greetings. As Junsha emerged from the police car in front, she approached Yang Yin directly. Hello, Miss Junsha. Professor Oak's trainer, time is of the essence. Let us converse while we walk. She then addressed the 30 or so officers who had just disembarked. Group 6, remain here to guard the vehicles. The rest, follow me. Understood. In this world, law enforcement encompassed not only Miss Junsha, but also a multitude of others. The law enforcement agencies within the Alliance have long been under the dominion of the Junsha clan. Typically, the number of Junsha ladies in a city does not exceed 5. While 5 may seem a modest figure, one must consider the vast number of towns and cities in this world. The presence of Junsha ladies in each city underscores the formidable nature of the Junsha clan. Ms. Junsha, the underground base of the Sangwang team, lies just ahead. Yang Yin led the way, providing Ms. Junsha with pertinent information as they walked. Before your arrival, I heard considerable commotion below. It could be that the Sangwang team is experiencing internal strife. I thought it an opportune moment. Hence I instructed Dai to continuously sprinkle hypnosis powder towards the exposed ventilation shaft. Ah, right there. Indeed. Yang Yan's initial plan was to utilize the hypnosis powder at the ventilation duct to lull everyone below into slumber. He surmised that amidst the chaos of battle, the resulting turbulence would render the presence of the powder unnoticed. While such a tactic would undoubtedly fail on an open surface, the underground environment presented a closed space, leading Yang Yan to believe that, given sufficient time, the hypnosis powder would prove effective. Ms. Junsha gazed in the direction Yang Yan indicated and soon spotted a metallic pipe protruding from the center of a tree. Without careful observation, it would be quite difficult to discern. She cast a glance at Dai beside Yang Yan and mused internally that it must have been Dai's ultrasonic abilities that fortuitously revealed this ventilation shaft. True to her nature, Ms. Junsha deduced Yang Yan's strategy from scan information. Trainer Demu, your method is indeed clever, yet I must assert it is rather perilous. What if those below discover your actions and come to investigate? The Sangwang team comprises ruthless individuals. Please refrain from such risky endeavors in the future. While commending Yang Yan, Ms. Junsha did not neglect to caution him about the importance of prudence, lest he suffer grave consequences. Yang Yan could only nod in agreement, vowing not to repeat such actions. Previously, after Yamamoto ascended, whether out of forgetfulness or haste to escape, he neglected to seal the passage below. Thus they need not worry about how to access the entrance. They could descend directly. At the threshold of the passage, Ms. Junsha advised Yang Yan, Trainer Demu, for safety's sake, it would be best if you do not accompany us down. Yang Yan shook his head. Ms. Junsha, after all, this base was discovered by me, and I believe I have the right to investigate. With so many people present, I trust no harm will befall us. After some contemplation, Ms. Junsha replied, You make a valid point, yet for your safety, I must insist that you stay behind us and not stray too far. With a serious expression, Yang Yan assured her, Rest assured, Ms. Junsha, I would never jest with my own life. With that, she retrieved a Pokeball from her waist, and a swift wind speed dog materialized. Yang Yan gazed enviously at the elite-level wind speed dog before him. The wind speed hound not only serves as the emblem of the Junsha clan, but the breed itself is predominantly monopolized by them across the globe. The likelihood of encountering a wild wind speed hound or a cardi dog is exceedingly slim, akin to winning the lottery. Upon receiving the command, the other officers promptly summoned their Pokémon, though none possessed the rarity of Miss Junches. Their companions were mostly commonplace, such as the kingfisher or the dreaming cactus. Let us set forth. With everyone prepared, Junsha issued her directive. Yang Yan trailed behind the group. Observing that these officers were indeed well trained, often, a mere glance from Junsha sufficed for them to discern their next move. Each time they approached a fork in the path, 3 to 5 individuals would break away from the main contingent, both to explore alternative routes in hopes of apprehending all personnel in the vicinity and to ensure their own retreat remained unobstructed. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Yang Yan felt his body instinctively tense, and even his Butterfree appeared considerably more anxious than usual. After advancing for approximately 10 minutes, the group arrived at the site of the previous confrontation between De Yi and Mako. As anticipated, discord had erupted within the Sangwang team. Observing the grim scene before her, Junsha swiftly deduced the events that had transpired. As Yang Yan stepped forward, his pupils dilated in shock upon discovering the lifeless form of the crow leader, whom he had encountered earlier that day. To his astonishment, this crow leader was affiliated with the Sangwang team. The events of the day were undoubtedly orchestrated by them. Yang Yan swiftly scanned the surroundings. How could this Elite Four member have killed so many people and Pokémon yet still succumbed? What had transpired here? Did that gaunt individual truly possess such formidable prowess? Doubts gnawed at Yang Yan. Could someone so easily dispatched truly be capable of slaying an Elite Four member? Chapter 21, 8,000 miles. Bang! A thunderous sound resonated from outside. Miss Junsha, this is Team 2. We have located an Elite Four member. What? Miss Junsha gasped in disbelief. An Elite Four member? Quickly, you must evacuate. You cannot confront an Elite Four member. Retreat immediately. Do not engage. Understood. Junsha terminated the call, her expression grave as she addressed the others. Everyone, gather around and assist me in apprehending this Elite Four trainer. Yes. Yang Yan was taken aback. Junsha herself lacked an Elite Four Pokémon. Did she truly intend to rely on sheer numbers to achieve victory? Had she not witnessed the dire circumstances surrounding them? He was perplexed. Demu trainer, Junsha continued after issuing her orders, addressing Yang Yan. The appearance of an Elite Four member suggests that our own safety may soon be compromised. It would be prudent for you to exit and await the outcome. Yang Yan shook his head resolutely. No, Miss Junsha. Since I am here, I must contribute in some capacity. Even if my Butterfree is not particularly strong, it can still create some distractions from a distance. Moreover, every additional person can help to share the burden, can't they? Very well, however. I kindly ask that you do not overexert yourself. Prioritize your own safety above all. Upon hearing Yang Yan's words, Junsha ceased her insistence. Recognizing the urgency of the situation that left no room for delay, she promptly instructed the others to set off after giving Yang Yin a brief reminder. Haha, it is you. So, you are the pawns of the alliance. The voice echoed into the ears of the group before they even arrived on the scene. Yang Yin immediately recognized it as belonging to the woman he had encountered previously. Could it be that the pseudo-king was indeed that woman? A shock coursed through Yang Yin's mind. He had not anticipated that a mere minor team could harbor 3 trainers of such caliber. Even though the Sangguang team was a dominant force within the underground realm of Changhua City, it seemed implausible that they could cultivate so many pseudo-kings. Miss Junsha, we are barely holding on. The earlier voice crackled through the intercom once more. Damn it, can't we even retreat? Junsha couldn't help but curse aloud. Hold on a little longer, we will arrive shortly. Swiftwind, you go ahead and fend them off for a moment. Truly, the Swiftwind was remarkable. Under the blessing of its incredible speed, it vanished in an instant, eliciting a gasp of admiration from Yang Yin. 2 minutes later, the group finally reached the location of the second team. However, they found the 5 members already gravely injured on the ground, surrounded by over 20 severely wounded Pokémon, including Junsha's own Swiftwind. Swiftwind, Junsha dashed towards her Pokémon, immediately retrieving healing supplies and sprays from her spatial bag to tend to its wounds. She also commanded the others, hurry, help the others. Understood. Yang Yin quickly joined the effort to stabilize the injuries of the fallen. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally managed to secure everyone's condition. Fortunately, that woman seemed solely intent on fleeing and did not waste time delivering fatal blows. Otherwise, none of them might have survived. Once they regained consciousness, the 5 individuals retrieved their Pokeballs to collect the Pokémon that had been urgently treated. Ryota stood up and said, Miss Junsha, I am fine. It is just that we were utterly useless, and that Pseudo-King has escaped through another route. It is all right. Junsha shook her head. The most important thing is that you are unharmed. As for that Pseudo-King, rest assured, they cannot escape. Do you have a backup plan? Ryota asked, astonished. Time should be about right. Just then, a bright voice emerged from around the corner. Miss Junsha, this person has fled to the underground exit. And I happened to encounter them. They must be from the Sangguang team, correct? A man clad in a long red-striped coat emerged, holding the very Jinzi that Yang Yin had seen before. The gym leader of Changhua City, Qianli. Yang Yin was taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. He had not anticipated that Miss Junsha had also summoned Leader Qianli. No wonder she had instructed them to escape earlier. She intended for Leader Qianli to take action. The key to the situation dawned upon him instantly. Leader Qianli, thank you for your assistance. Junsha approached him, expressing her gratitude. Qianli unceremoniously tossed the unconscious Shinko onto the ground. Miss Junsha, you are too kind. The Sangguang team has long been a thorn in the side of Changhua City. With this opportunity to eliminate one of their bases, it is only fitting for me, as the gym leader, to contribute. Junsha instructed her subordinates to handcuff the fallen Shinko and turned to Qianli, saying, Gym leader Qianli, your modesty is unwarranted. If it weren't for your intervention, this individual might have escaped. I never anticipated that such a precautionary measure would lead to the capture of a quasi-champion. Junsha chuckled. Now both quasi-champions of the Sangguang team have been apprehended. Oh, that is indeed splendid news. Qianli nodded with a smile. During this time, several individuals clad in white coats, bearing the insignia of the Sangguang team, were led out of the base. After a brief report to Junsha, they were escorted away. Junsha then introduced gym leader Qianli. This is trainer Omokai Akihiko, who informed us of the Sangguang team's base location. Akihiko stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, gym leader Qianli. I am Omokai Akihiko. Qianli replied with a smile. Ah, a hero of youth. Miss Junsha just shared with me your recent exploits on the surface. I must say, I am quite impressed by your courage and intellect. Haha. Akihiko scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Gym leader Qianli, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon the situation. Miss Junsha just advised me against recklessness. Haha. Young people should indeed have ambition and vigor. Being overly cautious is not ideal. Qianli patted Akihiko on the shoulder. However, Miss Junsha is correct. Always ensure your safety before taking action, and you shall be fine. Akihiko nodded. Thank you for your guidance. Gym leader Qianli. Young man, I have high hopes for you, haha. With that, Qianli departed. After introducing Akihiko to Qianli, Junsha moved on, as she had many pressing matters to attend to. From her perspective, Qianli would not take much notice of Akihiko, despite his cleverness. His abilities were still quite limited and unlikely to capture Qianli's attention. It seemed that matters had finally reached a conclusion. After Qianli's exit, Akihiko let out a sigh of relief. After all, this was his first encounter with a champion-level powerhouse, and he felt a twinge of fear. At this moment, everyone else was engrossed in their tasks, leaving Akihiko's presence unacknowledged. He thus began to meander aimlessly around the base, eager to observe what the Sangguang team's headquarters was truly like. As he approached a corner, he noticed something curious. Is that a Ghastly? Chapter 22, The Reason. Akihiko discovered that this Ghastly was currently in a state of unconsciousness. How strange. What would a Ghastly be doing here? Could it belong to someone within this base? If that were the case, its trainer would surely come looking for it. Akihiko scanned the surroundings, but saw no one fitting that description. It appeared that this ghastly was wild. Perhaps it had inadvertently wandered into the area and succumbed to the residual effects of the recent battle, rendering it unable to fight and leaving it here in a vulnerable state. Yang Yin mused upon his fortunate fate, having stumbled upon a Pokémon. Setting aside the Dragon-type Pokémon, the rarity of Ghost-type Pokémon is surpassed only by that of Psychic types, particularly regarding the challenges of locating and capturing them in the wild. Extracting an empty red and white Pokeball from his backpack, Yang Yin resolved to first capture this haunter. He hurled the Pokeball toward the haunter, only to be met with a surprising turn of events. The ball rebounded without ensnaring the creature. Was this haunter already owned by someone? Yang Yin was taken aback, as attempting to capture another's Pokémon is considered exceedingly impolite. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and, upon confirming that no one had noticed him, he sighed in relief. However, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. If the owner of this haunter were present, why had they not come to retrieve it? Unless after a moment of contemplation, he retrieved another Pokeball from his bag and aimed it at the haunter once more. This time, the haunter was successfully captured within the Pokeball. Success! To his astonishment, the gaunt figure had indeed left their Pokémon behind, and fortune had smiled upon him for recovering it. As Yang Yin reveled in his luck, a series of data appeared before him, mirroring that of a Butterfree. Does this mean that this haunter is now mine? Why did the data not appear earlier? Yang Yin pondered this anomaly, and he proceeded to grasp other Pokeballs belonging to Yamamoto. Instantly, rows of data materialized once again. Truly, there was no mistake? He reasoned that since Yamamoto had perished, the ownership of these Pokémon had shifted to him, thus explaining the earlier absence of data. Yang Yin chuckled. This is indeed good news. Yet, this was not the moment to delve into Yamamoto's Pokémon data. Half an hour later, Yang Yin had explored nearly every corner of the facility, encountering nothing particularly extraordinary, merely scenes of Pokémon experimentation. He had already encountered similar accounts in numerous reports, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, Yang Yan's eyes sparkled. Is there a reward? Junsha chuckled, of course. For actions such as dismantling underground dark forces, we always provide a reward. This serves as direct support for trainers and demonstrates the League's unyielding enmity against these nefarious forces. So that was it, Yang Yin nodded, recognizing that this indeed could motivate many trainers to combat the underground elements. He then bid farewell to Junsha and took his leave. While exploring the base, Yang Yin had discerned the reason behind Tomioka's peculiar sounds. It was all the doing of the Shining Team. Their innermost laboratory was not far from Tomioka's residence. Thus, whenever the Shining Team conducted experiments there, Tomioka was likely to hear the sounds emanating from below. It is precisely for this reason that Tenjin was unable to ascertain the source of the sound. To his astonishment, what he initially deemed a simple task unexpectedly unfolded to reveal the truth behind the train incident, simultaneously dismantling a base of the Sunlight Team. Yuhiko chuckled and shook his head, remarking that such coincidences were indeed remarkable. Prior to Yuhiko's arrival, Tenjin had already informed him that if nothing significant was discovered that night, Yuhiko could rest in his guest room. Thus, the door was merely ajar, allowing Yuhiko to enter with a gentle push. Yuhiko surmised that Tenjin was likely awake at that moment, and thus intended to share the recent events with him, along with an update on the mission. However, as he pushed open the door, he found Tenjin seated on the sofa. Grandfather Tenjin, I didn't expect you to still be awake. Tenjin replied slowly. With such a cacophony outside, how could I possibly be asleep? Yuhiko, tell me, what transpired out there? I still hear the sound of police sirens. Yuhiko took a seat beside Tenjin and began recounting the events, omitting, however, the details of his encounter with Yamamoto and the acquisition of the flawless Pokémon. After listening to Yuhiko's account, Tenjin could not help but express his astonishment. Who would have thought it would come to this? Grandfather Tenjin. I too was unprepared for the events of this evening, Yuhiko replied. Tenjin turned his gaze towards Yuhiko, admonishing, my child, how could you act without contemplating the consequences? What if you were discovered by the Sunlight Team? If something were to happen to you, how could I ever forgive myself? Yuhiko softly interjected, Grandfather Tenjin. I assure you I will not take such risks again. Should I find myself in a similar situation, I will immediately notify Miss Junsha to handle it, and I shall not act on my own accord. Tenjin sighed. I understand. You young people are always eager to achieve greatness, often without considering the repercussions. Yet, Yuhiko, as someone who has experienced life, I do not wish for you to follow the same path as my son. Yuhiko, observing the genuine concern etched on Tenjin's face, recognized that this elderly man truly cared for him, which prompted his repeated counsel. He solemnly responded, Rest assured, Grandfather Tenjin, I will hold your words close to my heart. That is good, very good, Tenjin nodded approvingly. After glancing at the time, Yuhiko remarked, Grandfather Tenjin, it is getting late. Since the matters have concluded, you should rest early. Any further discussions can wait until tomorrow. Indeed, you have also had a long night. It would be wise for you to rest as well. Chapter 23, The New Trainers Tournament. Today, I shall first report to the Academy, then check on the Magmar egg status. Additionally, I must begin preparing the nutritional supplements for the Magmar post-hatching. As Yuhiko sat on the morning bus, he admired the scenery outside while contemplating the tasks that lay ahead. When Yuhiko departed yesterday, he had not taken the Magmar egg with him, opting instead to leave it safely in his dormitory just in case. It is not that he does not wish to witness the moment of the little fire horse's hatching, but rather that his father informed him the little fire horse would likely hatch within the next 3 days, rendering his anticipation somewhat unnecessary. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yang Yin discovered that he was still alone, but he paid it no mind, as he was well acquainted with the personalities of his 3 roommates. Zhang Yi, the spirited youth, was undoubtedly out early, training with his proud swan. As for Yushu, it was highly probable he was busy assisting a teacher with various tasks, simultaneously earning some pocket money and college credits. After inspecting the little fire horse's egg, Yang Yin felt that the hatching time was drawing near. Therefore, to be prudent, he decided to head to the Pokémon Center for a comprehensive examination of the egg. Yushu also chimed in, Yang Yin. Yang Yin smiled and greeted the two. Good morning to you both. Zhang Yi stepped forward, draping his right arm over Yang Yin's shoulder. How did yesterday's mission go? I inquired around and heard that task has been posted numerous times, yet no one has managed to complete it. Many believe the employer is deliberately making it difficult. Did you truly accomplish it? Zhang Yi's expression was one of astonishment. Yushu approached as well, as expected of Yang Yin, to complete a task that so many could not. Remarkable. Yang Yin waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a stroke of luck, nothing more. He then inquired, by the way, what are you two up to so early in the morning? Zhang Yi replied, Yang Yin, don't play coy with me. You must be aware of the events transpiring over the next few days, right? The next few days? Yang Yin pondered for a moment. You must be referring to the new trainer tournament? Precisely. Zhang Yi exclaimed with excitement. This is my chance to turn the tide and have everyone re-evaluate me. How could I not prepare diligently? By the way, Yang Yin, are you planning to participate? The new trainer tournament that Yang Yin mentioned is not an official event, but rather an informal competition organized annually in Changhua City by trainers who have just received their initial Pokémon. Participants generally consist of trainers, breeders, and students from the Ranger Academy. Both the Trainer and Breeder Academies, like the Ranger Academy, have a 6-year curriculum, though the former typically requires students to bring their Pokémon by their 2nd year. Hence, the competitors are usually 2nd-year students from those 2 academies and 3rd-year students from the Ranger Academy. However, compared to the first 2, the students from the Ranger Academy, mostly from common backgrounds, often lack high-quality Pokémon, and thus, they are overshadowed each year by the other 2 institutions. Zhang Yi then recalled, oh right, I nearly forgot that your little fire horse has yet to hatch, so even if you wanted to participate, you couldn't. Zhang Yi awkwardly patted his head. I almost mistook Butterfree for your starting Pokémon, huh? Yang Yin turned to Yushu and asked, by the way, Yushu, I don't even know what your starting Pokémon is. Well, Yushu said shyly, scratching his head, it's a Caterpie, which I had the teacher at the academy help me catch. The unicorn bug is quite impressive, especially its ultimate evolution, the Beedrill, which can be remarkably strong with proper training, Yang Yin remarked. Upon hearing this, Yushu merely smiled awkwardly, remaining silent. Yang Yin's comment was not intended as a jest. After all, Beedrill does evolve, but at present, aside from those in the Kalos region, most people remain unaware of this fact. Yang Yin had previously inquired with his father, hence he was aware that the Pokémon League currently encompasses only 6 regions, Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos. Although Yang Yin had heard online rumors before his transmigration about the potential opening of the Alola region, he had not arrived in that moment, leaving him entirely unfamiliar with Alola. Fortunately, in this world, Alola had not yet been integrated into the League's territories. Given the considerable distance between Kalos and Hoenn, it is understandable that the locals are uninformed about evolutions. Yang Yin inquired, what about its qualifications? Ultimately, the type of Pokémon is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the qualifications that hold paramount importance, as they determine the upper limits of strength. Yushu responded somewhat dejectedly, it's just average. Yang Yin replied with a smile, no worries, with diligent training, you can capture other high-qualified Pokémon in the future. Don't be disheartened. Yushu nodded, Then, Zhang Yi said, Yang Yin, let us not dwell on this for now. Shall we train together later? Even if your Butterfree cannot battle, training should still be feasible, right? Yang Yin shook his head. I'm sorry, Zhang Yi. My Ponyta is about to hatch in a couple of days, so I plan to take it to the Pokémon Center for an examination first. I see. That's truly unfortunate. However, that's alright. Zhang Yi directed his gaze towards Yushu. How about we go together? Seeing that everyone had their own engagements, Zhang Yi felt it inappropriate to impose, thus he decided to train alone. That's fine. In that case, I will go by myself. After parting with the two, Yang Yin first reported to the academy before setting off towards the Pokémon Center. The Pokémon Center, a hallmark of every city, is typically located at its heart. Although Yang Yin had not owned a Pokémon prior, he had visited this place numerous times, so he was quite familiar with it. Chapter 24. The amount of reward. Yang Yin presented the Pokémon egg of his Ponyta, Miss Joy. I would like to request your assistance in examining this egg to ensure there are no issues. Certainly, please wait a moment. I will arrange an inspection for your egg right away, Joy replied with a smile as she took the Ponyta egg from Yang Yin's hands. Thank you. Subsequently, Yang Yin seated himself on a nearby chair, preparing to wait. Have you heard? Last night, Miss Junsha led a team to dismantle an underground laboratory of the Team Rocket. Is that true? Such an event occurred last night. How could it be false? This morning, I even saw several individuals dressed in Team Rocket attire being escorted into the police station. Haha, Team Rocket has been rampant in our Changhua city for so long. Miss Junsha ought to have dealt them a taste of their own medicine long ago. Nearby, many engaged in spirited discussions. Yin contemplated to himself. I never anticipated that news would spread so swiftly. Now so many people are aware of it. I must not allow the members of the Nguing team to discover that I am the one who reported their base, or they will undoubtedly seek retribution against me. Yin decided to rush to the police station as soon as the inspection of the little fire horse's Pokémon egg was completed, to prevent them from inadvertently revealing my presence for the sake of publicity. After a little over 20 minutes, the researcher DM said, "Your Pokémon egg has been thoroughly examined and is in excellent health. Moreover, this Pokémon is on the verge of hatching, so please keep a vigilant eye on it." Miss Qiao Yi returned the Pokémon egg to Yin while incessantly advising him on various precautions. "Thank you, Miss Qiao Yi. Rest assured, I will be attentive," he replied. As Yin arrived at the entrance of the police station, he spotted Miss JNSH conversing with an officer. To prevent her from disclosing his involvement to others, he hurriedly approached her and said, "Miss JNSH, I just overheard some individuals discussing last night's events. I hope you haven't revealed my discovery of the Nguing team's base." It turned out that DM was concerned about this matter. JNSH waved her hand to signal the nearby individuals to disperse, then led Yin inside the police station. "You need not worry about that, DM. We will not associate your name with last night's events. In the past, we made an error that resulted in the exposure of a trainer who provided us with intelligence on dark forces, leading to their retaliation. Since then, we have refrained from disclosing anyone's identity without their consent." Upon hearing JNSH's words, the weight that had burdened Yin's heart finally lifted. So that was the case. It seems I was overly cautious. JNSH continued. "Now that you are here, I shall also dispense your reward for this mission." Yin's spirit surged at the mention of a reward. "Miss JNSH, how much is the reward?" JNSH guided Yin into an unoccupied lounge. "Please, have a seat, DM." Although he was anxious, Yin complied and sat down. After pouring him a glass of water, JNSH stated, "Based on the consensus among my colleagues, we have classified your contribution in this mission as high level." "High level?" Yin exclaimed. He had expected the reward to be commensurate with that of a quasi-champion, but was surprised to find it merely classified as high level. "Do not be hasty. Did you think that the presence of a quasi-champion in this mission would elevate its classification to elite or quasi-champion?" JNSH smiled. Yin, puzzled, responded, "Isn't that the case?" "Of course not," JNSH clarified. "The rewards we provide are determined based on the contributions each individual has made. It must be said, your fortune is indeed remarkable." During the internal discord within the Sangwang team, the hypnotic powder released by the Butterfree led to the capture of over 10 individuals, all of whom remained in a state of unconsciousness. Among them was one senior trainer, 5 intermediate trainers, and the rest were novice trainers. The merits of these individuals can all be attributed to you. Coupled with the precise location information you provided, our final assessment of you, while exceeding the senior level, still falls short of the elite standard, thus we can only classify it as senior. Yang Yin was taken aback, realizing the extent of his actions only upon hearing Junsha's words. The revelation that more than 10 individuals had been hypnotized was something he could accept. "So, what reward can I specifically expect?" he inquired. Junsha replied, "Typically, the reward for a senior mission ranges from 10,000 to 50,000. However, your contributions surpass the scope of a senior mission, hence we have determined your reward to be 80,000, along with 800 alliance points." Yang Yin was astonished. "So much?" Junsha smiled reassuringly. "There is no need for doubt or modesty, Demu trainer. Your contributions are entirely deserving of such a reward." She extended her hand towards him. Yang Yin looked puzzled. "What for?" "For your bank card and mission card," Junsha replied with a hint of exasperation. "Oh." Yang Yin quickly retrieved the 2 cards from his bag and handed them to her. 3 minutes later, Junsha returned the cards to him. "All done. I have transferred your reward to your card. Please check." At that moment, the notifications of funds and points had already appeared on his phone. Yang Yin accepted the card. "Thank you, Miss Junsha." He then stood up. "Since that's the case, I won't intrude any longer. Farewell." Upon exiting the police station, Yang Yin still found it hard to believe that he had suddenly earned 80,000. To put things into perspective, the funds his father allocated for raising his Ponyta were merely 10,000, which only supported him in bringing Ponyta to the novice stage. After that, the training expenses would need to be resolved by Yang Yin himself. With a cheerful smile, he exclaimed, "With this 80,000, I can immediately fund the training of Butterfree." Haha. However, upon arriving at the department store in Changhua City, he was struck by the realization that this 80,000 was not as substantial as he had initially thought. After a thorough selection process, he purchased various nutritional products favored by newly hatched fire-type Pokémon, along with materials for creating specialized nutrition for Ponyta, as outlined in his father's writings. Additionally, he prepared some basic energy cubes for Butterfree, which, due to its dual bug and flying types, were considerably more expensive than the standard fare. Ultimately, at the checkout, he found that he had spent approximately 3,000 on items for Ponyta and around 10,000 for Butterfree, which amounted to merely 2 weeks' worth of necessities for each Pokémon. Yang Yin could only lament. When it comes to spending money, it hardly feels like money at all. Chapter 25, The Pokémon That May Hatch. After earning a substantial sum, Yang Yin resolved to treat himself to a hearty meal, as he had not indulged in a proper feast since yesterday. In the bustling department store, Yang Yin was ready to indulge after ordering several dishes, while Butterfree savored the nutritious treats Yang Yin had just procured for him. At that moment, 3 boys, roughly the same age as Yang Yin, entered the restaurant. One of them, clad in a white shirt, continuously praised the boy in red at the forefront, exclaiming, "Brother Xiang Tai, your coal turtle is truly impressive." The boy named Xiang Tai, dressed in red, wore a smug expression. "Heh, you have a discerning eye. This time, in the rookie trainer competition, I, Xiang Tai, will surely make a name for myself." Another boy, dressed in black and following closely behind Xiang Tai, eagerly chimed in, "Indeed. Just now, Brother Xiang Tai's coal turtle unleashed a flamethrower that rendered that guy's cotton candy Pokémon utterly powerless." The fellow was inconsolable. Xiang Tai beckoned his 2 companions to sit down. "Boss, bring us the finest food and drink, and be quick about it. I'm in a good mood today. Perhaps I'll reward you with a few coins." He laughed heartily. "By the way, brother, are you planning to compete in a few more matches? With your coal turtle's prowess, surely you can achieve at least 10 consecutive victories and claim the first batch of rewards." Xiang Tai waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. Let us fill our bellies first. Achieving consecutive victories will come effortlessly." "That's right, brother. How can you say that brother can only win 10 matches? I believe if he secures the first place in this competition, that would be more than enough, wouldn't it, brother?" The flattery pleased Xiang Tai, who savored their compliments while maintaining a semblance of humility, continually insisting he should remain modest. Yang Yin, overhearing their conversation, quickly deduced that these individuals were from the trainer academy, and that the one named Xiang Tai had likely just triumphed in the first round of the rookie trainer competition, an event he had been invited to participate in not long ago. Although he could not attend for objective reasons, he was well acquainted with the competition structure, as it was held annually. Unlike typical knockout tournaments, this competition utilized a challenge format. Each victor remained on stage to face subsequent challengers until defeated. Participants were permitted to restore their Pokémon before re-entering the fray. Each individual was allowed only one chance to compete, and a registration fee of 200 yuan was required for additional entries. Of this, 100 yuan served as a reward for the victorious party, while the other half contributed to the prize pool. However, to claim any reward, a participant needed to achieve a minimum of 10 consecutive victories. Failing to do so would result in receiving nothing, with the amount naturally being added to the prize pool. Ultimately, those who surpassed 10 consecutive wins would engage in a one-on-one elimination round, with the final victor claiming the entire prize pool. This sum of money is quite substantial. Based on previous experiences, the ultimate victor is likely to receive an amount exceeding 50,000 yuan, which is akin to the reward for completing a high-level task. Thus, it is indeed quite impressive. To be frank, Yang Yin felt a twinge of envy. However, his little fire horse had yet to hatch. Even if it were to emerge, the newborn would undoubtedly be incapable of participating in such a competition, leaving him with no choice but to relinquish the notion. After 10 minutes, having finished his meal, Yang Yin prepared to settle the bill and depart, while the 3 individuals continued their fervent discussion. With excitement, he retrieved the box containing the Pokémon egg from his spatial pack. At that moment, the box remained locked, but fortunately, he had his Butterfree. Yang Yin instructed, "Butterfree, please use your telekinesis to carefully unlock this." Butterfree nodded before channeling its psychic energy into the lock's interior. With a resounding click, the lock sprang open. Unable to suppress his delight, Yang Yin praised, "Well done, Butterfree." Butterfree smiled and perched contentedly on his shoulder. At last, Yang Yin had the opportunity to admire this exceedingly precious Pokémon egg. It was a striking egg of red and purple hues, one he had never encountered before. Though he had seen few Pokémon eggs in his life previously, he had overheard others mention that this egg originated from the Unova region and was sought after by the Jiang family, renowned for their expertise in fire-type Pokémon. It was highly probable that this egg contained a fire-type creature from Unova. As he pondered this, Yang Yan's thoughts drifted to the fire-type Pokémon he could envision from Unova, primarily the starter Pokémon, Tepig, alongside the frequently featured Simisear and the fiery Darumaka from the anime. Among these, he favored Tepig the most, as only the starter Pokémon cultivated by the League had a significant chance of possessing perfect potential. Could it be that this egg would likely hatch into a Tepig? While excitement coursed through him, a sense of concern also emerged. This implication meant that he could not easily allow others to see this Pokémon. After all, as someone who had never visited Unova and was not a direct descendant of the League's trainers, how could he possibly possess a starter Pokémon from that region? A discerning eye would immediately sense something amiss. Furthermore, should the Jiang family become aware, they would undoubtedly suspect that he had stolen what rightfully belonged to them, potentially leading to retaliation or even lethal consequences. The necessity to conceal this Pokémon from others posed a significant dilemma. With a furrowed brow, Yang Yin soon found clarity. What did it matter if he couldn't use it now? This was a Pokémon that could very well possess the strength to become a champion in the future. There was no way he would abandon it. At worst, he could seek an opportunity to visit Unova in the future, claiming he had encountered it in the wild, thus resolving any issues. Suddenly, he noticed something else beneath the egg as he removed it from the box. Upon closer inspection, he mumbled, "What is this? There's another plate?" After pondering for a moment, Yang Yin wondered, could it be that this disc contains the breeding information of this Pokémon? The Iguchi family has indeed invested a significant amount. If the value of a Pokémon egg is considered to be 1, then the worth of the breeding information could easily be deemed 100. For possessing such knowledge would enable the cultivation of more exceptional Pokémon in the future. This is a crucial cornerstone for family legacy. Filled with excitement, Yang Yin swiftly took out his phone and connected the disc. Indeed, in this world, smartphones can directly access the contents of discs without the need for a computer. He anxiously awaited the data to be read. Once completed, a large prompt appeared before him. Please enter the password. Chapter 26, A Bounty of Riches. What? Why is there a password? Yang Yin, with wide eyes, felt as though he had suddenly plummeted from heaven to hell. His initial joy dissipated in an instant. Yet, just 2 minutes later, he came to understand that such vital documents would naturally be encrypted. The other party might merely be taking precautions. After all, having made such a significant investment, it would be illogical to risk revealing their assets without assurance of receiving something in return. With a sigh, Yang Yin concluded, since there is a password, it seems that deciphering the contents will have to wait. He would have to devise a way to crack it later. Although it was somewhat regrettable, the precious item was already in his possession. Who knows, perhaps a solution would present itself in the future? Thus, there was no immediate need to rush. After inspecting the most valuable Pokémon egg, the remaining spoils comprised the Pokémon on Yamamoto and his spatial bag. As the spatial bag cannot be stacked, Yang Yin had previously emptied the contents of Yamamoto's bag into his own without thoroughly examining its contents. After laying out all the items from his backpack, he categorized them briefly. Ultimately, he gathered all that he had acquired from Yamamoto. The haul was neither excessively abundant nor scant. The majority consisted of various outdoor supplies, a few changes of clothing, and some documents from the Triad, which Yang Yin noted were of little significance. Naturally, anything of true importance would have been retained. As for the items emblazoned with the Triad's emblem, their future handling was a matter of little concern. What remained that was genuinely useful were merely some tools, such as knives and shovels, which he decided to keep. Additionally, there were 36 empty red and white Pokeballs, a League Bank card, and an anonymous black card. As a proud member of the nefarious organization, Yamamoto was always prepared with empty Pokeballs to capture wild Pokémon for sale. Was there anything wrong with that? No, there was not. However, this turned out to be a boon for Yang Yin. Each red and white Pokeball was worth 200 yuan, saving him a total of 200 yuan with the 36 balls, quite a delightful sum. The League Bank card was linked to personal identity information, rendering it utterly useless, as it was nearly impossible to crack. The underground black card proves to be somewhat useful. However, it is not a transaction card devoid of a password. Yang Yin is unable to decipher the code, rendering it effectively useless to him. Overall, it has its merits, as it has saved him over 10,000, which is quite commendable. Yang Yin nodded in satisfaction, rubbing his hands together in excitement, exclaiming, now comes the real deal. As previously mentioned, after Yamamoto's demise, Yang Yin gained access to the data of the Pokémon contained within his Pokeballs. Due to the multitude of events that transpired, he had yet to examine them until now. He retrieved 5 Pokeballs, including the Haunter, and meticulously reviewed the data of the Pokémon within. Among them was an elite Raikou, a high-level Kingler, a mid-level Wingull, and a Duskull, with the Haunter being at the novice level. In terms of qualifications, the Haunter boasted the highest quality, rated as good, while Raikou and Kingler were deemed average, and both Wingull and Duskull were classified as poor. Thus, of these 5 Pokémon, only Raikou and Haunter truly warranted his attention. Yang Yin then opened the detailed information for these 2 Pokémon. Pokémon: Raikou, severely injured. Type: electric. Gender: male. Ability: static. Qualification: 79 average. Base stats, 458, max value. For 75. Level, 51 elite. Skills, Tackle, Glare, Thunder Wave, Roar, Quick Attack, Thunder Fong, Volt Tackle, Discharge, Bite, Pokémon. Haunter, lightly injured. Type, Dark, Ghost. Gender, male. Ability, Prankster. Qualification, Dark, 75 good. Ghost, 92 good. Base stats, 372. Max value, 380. Level, 23, Novice. Skills, Lick, Glare, Scare, Odd Light, Shadow Sneak, Hand Smash, Disable, Knock Off. Shadow Claw. Upon viewing the data for these two Pokémon, Yang Yin involuntarily remarked, I never expected these statistics could actually change. Initially, when he examined the data for Butterfree, many descriptions were rather ambiguous. For instance, the qualification section only displayed an overall qualification without detailing individual attributes, not to mention the absence of percentages. Likewise, the base stats did not specify the maximum values, and the level was merely described as novice, appearing rather rudimentary. Yang Yin fell into contemplation. Could it be that the data is more comprehensive because I possess 6 Pokémon? With this thought, he reopened the skills section and casually clicked on Haunter's Claw skill, noticing the display read, Claw, Proficiency 45. It truly is as I suspected? Yang Yan's face illuminated with excitement, for now he could intuitively observe each Pokémon's mastery of particular skills. This was a significant improvement over the previous vague indicators such as proficient or initial mastery. Furthermore, it would enable him to more accurately and swiftly gauge the effects of training on his Pokémon in the future. This held immense significance for him. With this thought, he couldn't help but revisit the data on his Haunter. To his disappointment, the data revealed that Haunter's attributes paled in comparison to those of his other Pokémon, and its skill mastery was rather lacking. Yang Yin sighed softly, acknowledging the long road ahead. Closing the data panel, he grasped the Pokéball containing Haunter in his hand. In comparison to his other Pokémon, Haunter not only possessed superior potential, but also ample room for further development. With proper nurturing, it could become a formidable combatant in the future. Yet, he wondered about the bond this Pokémon might share with that slender individual. Yang Yin furrowed his brow. Although individuals associated with nefarious forces typically captured fully developed Pokémon for immediate use, like the Raikou, some might opt to cultivate weaker, yet promising Pokémon. This way, they would not have to worry about betrayal from Pokémon raised from a young age or fret over their inability to ascend to higher levels of training. Yang Yin found it challenging to ascertain to which category Haunter belonged, but given its current potential, he was reluctant to part with it. After all, the rarity of Pokémon with excellent aptitude was evident, as his father had searched for over a month in the Grey Feather Mountains without finding even one. Speaking of selling, aside from Haunter, Yang Yin had already prepared to take the other 4 Pokémon to the black market for sale, intending to use the proceeds to nurture his Butterfree and the 2 soon-to-be hatched Pokémon. Chapter 27, Returning to the Fugong Family. Although the Pokémon League had consistently enforced strict prohibitions against Pokémon trading, the results had been minimal. In the world Yang Yin once inhabited, there was a saying, without trade, there is no killing. In the context of this Pokémon world, it translates to, without demand, there is no trade. Here, every individual's life was intricately linked to Pokémon, and the frequent high-stakes competitions held by the League fueled the desire for powerful Pokémon. To elevate a Pokémon to such heights, aptitude was paramount. Thus, when many sought after high aptitude, high combat Pokémon and found themselves empty-handed, a market for trading emerged. Consequently, no matter how hard the League endeavored to eradicate these practices, they could never be entirely eliminated. Most critically, the Pokémon he intended to sell belonged to the Sanguang gang. Yamamoto, being an individual of elite caliber, was undoubtedly a notable figure within the gang. If the Sanguang gang discovered that Yang Yin was selling their own Pokémon, he would surely face dire consequences. Yang Yin pondered. It seems the only option left is to sell these 4 Pokémon in the black market of another city. He must act swiftly, as they are all gravely injured and could perish at any moment. Losing even one would be a substantial loss for him. One might wonder why Yang Yin does not treat them first. However, the weakest among them is at an intermediate level, and should they awaken upon release, Yang Yin lacks the strength to subdue them, hence he refrains from taking that risk. Yet, there is this Jengar. Yang Yin cast another glance at the Pokeball containing Jengar. Its strength is on par with Butterfree, both being of the novice level. However, upon closer inspection of its skills, Yang Yin noted that Jengar's proficiency exceeds that of Butterfree. Moreover, as it is only lightly injured, Yang Yin deduced that upon release, Jengar would likely be awake, and being a ghost-type Pokémon, escaping would be a trivial matter for it. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until Butterfree's strength increases before attempting to interact with Jengar. Nonetheless, this waiting period should not exceed a week, as prolonged injury would undoubtedly diminish Jengar's potential. After meticulously assessing all the gains from the previous night, Yang Yin organized the items on the ground and prepared to venture out once more. This morning, Tomioka had expressed a desire for Yang Yin to visit him sooner rather than later. Although Yang Yin had promised to accompany Tomioka, his curiosity about the urgency lingered. However, given the morning's busyness, he had not the time to inquire further. Nevertheless, having made a commitment, Yang Yin felt obliged to uphold it. Having visited once before, Yang Yin reached Tomioka's home in just half an hour. As he stepped inside, a potent medicinal aroma assaulted his senses. Could it be that Tomioka's grandfather was brewing medicine? Yang Yin called out loudly, "Grandfather Tomioka, I have arrived." Yang Yin, come quickly to the kitchen. Assuming that Tomioka needed assistance with the brewing process, Yang Yin hurried towards the kitchen. The closer he approached, the more overpowering the scent became, leaving him incredulous as to how Tomioka could endure such an unpleasant environment. Covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, he frowned and asked, "Grandfather Tomioka, what kind of medicine are you concocting? The smell is overwhelming." Though perplexed by Tomioka's ability to withstand such odors unshielded, he was intrigued to learn that the concoction was not for Tomioka himself, but rather for Pokémon. This revelation deepened his contemplation. "Is this preparation intended for your Pokémon, grandfather?" Yang Yin queried, "But I don't believe I have ever seen your Pokémon." Tomioka chuckled. "It's not that you haven't seen them. Rather, my Pokémon have long since departed." "Then what is this brew for?" Yang Yin inquired. "It can't possibly be for a wild Pokémon, can it?" Tomioka shook his head and pointed his right hand toward Yang Yin. Yang Yin widened his eyes, incredulously pointing at himself. "Me? Is this prepared for me?" "To be precise, it is prepared for your Butterfree." Tomioka chuckled. "Yahiko, do you know what Grandpa used to do?" He laughed heartily. "You are only half right. Although Grandpa cultivated berries, they were not for sale, but rather for crafting Pokeballs." "Crafting Pokeballs?" Yahiko exclaimed in astonishment. "Berry Pokeballs." Tomioka was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Yahiko to be aware of berry Pokeballs. He had thought he would need to explain it thoroughly. "Indeed. Berry Pokeballs," he confirmed. Yahiko pondered for a moment. "I recall that due to modern techniques, berry Pokeballs seem to have vanished from the market?" "Yes," Tomioka sighed. "There are probably very few left who possess this skill. After I pass, it seems this art will also be lost." Yahiko stepped closer, holding Tomioka's hand. "Grandpa, please refrain from speaking of death so lightly. It is inauspicious." Tomioka chuckled, patting Yahiko's arm. "I am well aware of my own health. It is true that I do not have much time left. However, encountering you in my final moments is a blessing from fate." "Grandpa," he continued, "while I am skilled in crafting berry Pokeballs, my ancestors also had considerable wisdom in the cultivation of berries. In the past, my forebears would use the hunting Butterfree and poison powder Butterfree to aid the growth of fruit trees. Hence they became familiar with such bug-type Pokémon, developing unique cultivation insights. The moment I saw your Butterfree yesterday, I recognized its underdevelopment and the urgent need for nutritional supplementation. Thus, I concocted this potion. Although it is more suited for the hunting Butterfree, while both share the bug-flying type, whether it will be effective can only be determined through trial." Chapter 28, Tomioka's Gift. At this moment, Yahiko could scarcely find the words to express his excitement and astonishment. Yet, Tomioka asserted that the concoction in the pot was precisely what Butterfree required for recovery. How could he not be surprised? Even if Tomioka claimed it was intended for hunting Butterfree, it would undoubtedly be far more suitable than the items he had purchased. Tomioka smiled as I said, "We will only know its efficacy through experimentation." Yahiko solemnly bowed to Tomioka. "Thank you, Grandpa Tomioka." Tomioka helped Yahiko to his feet. "This concoction is, after all, an outdated remedy. The world has long since developed more suitable alternatives. I am pleased that it can still serve a purpose." Yahiko shook his head. "Grandpa, please do not say that. Even if there exist alternatives similar to yours, I would not be able to find them, and even if I did, I likely could not afford them. Therefore, I am truly grateful that you can create this for me." "Very well, then I shall say no more." Tomioka finally accepted Yahiko's gratitude, which brought him a sense of comfort. "Yang Yin, please assist Grandpa in stepping outside. I understand that the scent here is quite unpleasant, and there is no need for you to remain here constantly. After about an hour, it should be sufficient. At that time, let Butterfree test the efficacy of the concoction." "Very well, Grandpa, I shall help you outside." An hour later, Butterfree, do try this bowl of medicinal soup and see if it has any effect." Butterfree nodded. Yang Yin had previously informed it that this would compensate for its diminished abilities. Despite the unpleasant aroma, it resolutely drank the entire potion. As Yang Yin observed Butterfree sip the potion gradually, he meticulously scrutinized the data panel. "Butterfree, how do you feel?" Although Yang Yin had already discerned the changes in values from the panel, he felt compelled to inquire once more to avoid arousing Fu Gong's suspicions. Butterfree, after experiencing the changes in its body post-consumption, felt remarkably well and smiled while nodding in agreement. Fu Gong, witnessing this scene, smiled as well. "It seems Grandpa's medicinal soup is indeed effective." Pointing at Yang Yin, Fu Gong chuckled. "Ah, you little rascal, still plotting against your grandpa, are you?" Yang Yin sheepishly scratched his head. "What materials will be needed? Please inform me, Grandpa, and I shall procure them at once." Fu Gong retrieved a yellowing booklet from his pocket and handed it to Yang Yin. You may examine it yourself. Everything you require is detailed within. Yang Yin hesitated before accepting it. Grandpa, this must be the specific method for preparing the medicinal soup, but I fear I am not suited to read it. Fu Gong, unperturbed, tossed the booklet into Yang Yan's arms. It is all outdated information. There is nothing to cherish. Besides, I am now alone. And rather than let this accompany me underground, it is better off in your hands. As Yang Yin held the small booklet, he felt its weightiness. For it represented a precious legacy. Even though many alternatives may now exist, such knowledge is still not accessible to most. Yang Yin bowed solemnly to Fu Gong. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will ensure that this legacy does not fade away. Fu Gong sensed the sincerity in Yang Yan's words and nodded in appreciation. Yang Yin quickly moved forward. Grandpa, allow me to assist you. Afterward, Yang Yin diligently read through the booklet several times. The content was not extensive, and he soon memorized it entirely. Fortunately, the materials were not overly rare and could be found in a general store, though the cost of the ingredients for the medicinal soup was notable. Having perused the booklet, Yang Yin understood that Bada Dai could only consume this potion once a day. Nevertheless, he needed to prepare the materials in advance. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture to the black market in the neighboring town that very night to gather the necessary funds. After lingering for a while, Yang Yin felt it was time to take his leave and bid farewell to Fu Gong. Aware of Yang Yan's need to procure materials, Fu Gong did not insist on his stay, but simply reminded him to return punctually the following day, allowing Yang Yin to depart. The nearest small town to Changhua City is called Yijiang Town, which, like Qinghe Town where Yang Yin previously traveled, is merely an ordinary settlement. However, its ordinariness only pertains to the absence of a gym. It possesses a remarkable aspect. Its underground forces are exceptionally rampant, and correspondingly, the black market is quite developed. Although Yang Yin has never visited, he has learned through others' descriptions that it is a city rife with chaos, where one could easily fall into peril. Nevertheless, Yang Yin finds himself with no better alternatives. The black market is not a place one can simply wander into. Without connections, one would struggle to locate it. This is true for Changhua City, where Yang Yin is at a loss regarding how to access its black market. In contrast, Yijiang Town lacks a dominant power, resembling a lawless zone where one can easily inquire about the location of the black market. Due to this peculiar circumstance, many items that cannot be traded in Changhua City can often be successfully dealt in Yijiang Town, and they are not easily traced. This is crucial for Yang Yin. Chapter 29, First Encounter with the Black Market. When Yang Yin arrived at Yijiang Town by train, the sky had not yet darkened, and the town's residents appeared to embody a harmonious tranquility. However, this atmosphere quickly dissipated with the setting sun, as if everything were both abrupt and natural. Yang Yin had previously wondered why, despite Miss Junsh's presence, this small town remained a hotbed of underground activity. Yet, after a cursory exploration, he grasped the reason. It seemed that nearly everyone in Yijiang Town was intricately entangled with the underground forces. Many residents, who were law-abiding citizens by day, likely transformed into ruthless outlaws by night. This sentiment was palpable in the demeanor of most townsfolk. Unless one were to apprehend and interrogate every individual in the town, it would be challenging for Miss Junsha to exert control. But is that even feasible? It is evident that it is not. Yang Yin observed that as night fell, all the shops and homes in the town seemed to simultaneously close their doors, as if prearranged. The once bustling streets instantly became eerily deserted. Apart from Yang Yin, there were scarcely a dozen others remaining on the street. He pulled his hood down further, attempting to conceal his face from the others. The remaining individuals were likely all intent on venturing into the black market, just as he was. Yang Yin recognized that this moment was particularly ripe for illicit dealings. However, since most people were still assessing one another's intentions, they refrained from taking action. Yet, once a potential target was identified, the consequences would likely be lethal. Such individuals are uniformly referred to as underground hunters. As the majority of the lights in the town gradually faded into the night, a brand new street, seemingly emerging only after dusk, abruptly illuminated with a series of bright lights. It appeared that the black market was situated down that very street. Yang Yin had previously researched information regarding the black market in Yijiang Town online. Surprisingly, he found a plethora of relevant posts, although the authenticity of their contents left him somewhat skeptical. Fortunately, there was one piece of information that seemed widely acknowledged and appeared in most of the posts. It seemed that luck was on his side, allowing him to access the black market with little effort. He walked leisurely along the roadside towards the bustling street that thrived only at night, keeping a watchful eye on the individuals around him. Cautious and deliberate. Halt. A burly man clad in a black coat blocked Yang Yan's path, a snarling, fearsome Pokémon, a Maitena, standing menacingly behind him. A Pokémon of intermediate strength. Yang Yin understood the reason for the man's obstruction and calmly pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, extending it towards the man. The burly figure quickly counted the money before stuffing it into his coat, stepping aside and saying, "You may proceed." Yang Yin nodded and continued deeper into the street. Observing the surrounding shops, he noted that unlike the wares sold during the day, captured Pokémon were confined within specially crafted iron cages. He realized that no matter how desperately those Pokémon struggled, they could not break free from their metallic confines. Yang Yin understood that these were the Pokémon for sale. In addition to these, various herbs, potions, energy cubes, and other Pokémon-related items were also available. Unlike the legitimate stores outside, the black market was often rife with counterfeit goods. If one lacked the discernment to avoid purchasing fakes, they could only consider themselves unfortunate. However, for those who knew how to distinguish the genuine from the fraudulent, there was a significant profit to be made, as most items in the black market were considerably cheaper than their legitimate counterparts. Perhaps influenced by the actions of the Team Rocket, or perhaps due to its inherent scale. The black market in Yijiang Town was not particularly large. Yang Yin soon completed a cursory exploration of the area. After some contemplation, he resolved where to sell the 4 Pokémon he possessed. It was a shop named Jiuxing, which, compared to most establishments here that bore no name, stood out distinctly. Yang Yin was confident that such a shop would possess its own unique qualities. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately greeted by a youthful woman, approximately 20 years of age, dressed in a server's attire, who warmly welcomed him. "Welcome to Jiuxing. How may I assist you today?" Yang Yin lowered his voice, rasping, "I am not here to purchase, but rather to sell." The server, unfazed, maintained her smile and replied, "May I inquire what it is that you wish to sell, esteemed guest?" Pokémon. Uncertain of the Pokémon's prowess, whether wild or owned, Yang Yin spoke with a low voice. "Elite level, seized after a kill." Elite level. The woman gazed at Yang Yin in disbelief. "This is quite a lucrative deal. Please, allow me a moment to summon our supervisor for a detailed discussion." "There's no need." A resonant voice emanated from a nearby room. Yang Yin swiftly turned to see a somewhat portly middle-aged man, accompanied by a high-ranking Ludicolo, indicating that he was not merely a congenial facade, but someone to be reckoned with. "Please leave. I shall attend to this guest." The man gestured for the woman to depart. She complied promptly. "Esteemed guest, please follow me." He beckoned Yang Yin into the room he had just exited. Yang Yin, maintaining an air of fearlessness, entered without hesitation. "Please, have a seat," the man offered, pouring a cup of tea. Yang Yin accepted the cup, but refrained from drinking. The man, undeterred, casually settled beside Yang Yin, his demeanor still radiating a seemingly harmless smile. "I am the supervisor of this establishment, Dea. If it is convenient, may I see the Pokémon you wish to sell?" Yang Yin produced a Pokeball containing a Zapdos and handed it to Dea. Dea accepted the ball and promptly released the Zapdos. A dilemma ensued. However, upon its release, the Zapdos, despite its visible injuries, exuded the typical volatile spirit of an electric-type Pokémon. The moment it realized there was no familiar face around, it unleashed the move Thunderbolt and bolted toward the exit. Water Gun Ludicolo. At Dea's command, the previously jubilant Ludicolo's demeanor shifted instantly, its gaze fixated on the Zapdos. Water energy coalesced, and a jet of water, thick as Yang Yin's thigh, erupted from Ludicolo's mouth. The Zapdos, initially prepared to retaliate, underestimated its opponent, believing that a mere high-ranking Ludicolo could not match its prowess. It intended to unleash a Thunderbolt to assert its dominance. Yet, just as it began to gather electrical energy, a wave of fatigue washed over it, causing it to stumble. The water cannon struck true, incapacitating it once more. As it succumbed to defeat, it lamented that had it not been so severely injured, it could have easily bested such a Ludicolo, perhaps even 10 of them. But in this world, there are no what-ifs. Yang Yin surveyed the Ludicolo with a grave expression, pondering its capabilities. It was evident that this Ludicolo was extraordinary. Even an injured elite Pokémon could not be felled so effortlessly without some remarkable talent. This Ludicolo's potential was indeed formidable. Daiha placed the Pokeball on the table nestled between the two chairs, still sporting a cheerful demeanor. "Indeed, it is an elite-level Raikou. Are you certain you wish to part with it? It possesses considerable combat prowess." Yang Yin maintained a somber tone, responding, "Sell it." "Very well, however. I must first assess the qualifications of this Raikou. Moreover, since it is currently injured, we will need to provide treatment before it can be resold, which may slightly diminish the price. Is that acceptable?" Yang Yin replied, "That is fine, but in addition to this Raikou, I have 3 other Pokémon I wish to sell as well." Daiha's interest peaked immediately. 3 more elite-level ones. Yang Yin shook his head. "No. 1 is advanced and 2 are intermediate." He produced 3 Pokeballs and handed them to Daiha. This time, Daiha did not release them for inspection. Instead, he took them to a row of machines at the back of the room to conduct the evaluations. Yang Yin recognized some of the machines, yet many remained unfamiliar to him. He speculated that they were likely intended for assessing qualifications and strength. After approximately 30 minutes, Daiha finally completed the examination of all 4 Pokémon. Yang Yin pondered deeply. Generally speaking, the reward for an elite-level task ranges from 50,000 to 100,000. Consequently, the cost of nurturing an elite Pokémon is roughly 10 times that amount, equating to 500,000 to 500,000. Purchasing an elite Pokémon typically costs about half of the nurturing expense, which would be between 250,000 and 500,000, although prices may vary based on qualifications. However, the overall calculation remains fairly consistent. Since Yang Yan's Pokémon had reached a point of no further enhancement, their prices would generally be evaluated at the lowest tier. Thus, the Elite one would be valued at 250,000, the Advanced at 50,000, and each Intermediate at 250,000, culminating in a total of 350,000. Yet, this is the buying price. The selling price would naturally be lower, as merchants must profit. Additionally, after deducting the treatment costs for the 4 Pokémon, a quotation of 300,000 could be considered quite generous, as Yang Yan's initial estimate was around 250,000. Yang Yan nodded. That price will suffice. Observing Yang Yan's agreement, Daiha smiled as he retrieved a black card from his pocket. Esteemed customer, this transaction card conveniently contains 300,000. Please accept it. Yang Yan took the card and subsequently used his phone to execute a transfer, successfully moving the 300,000 to his alliance card. It is worth noting that in this world, there exist 3 types of bank cards. One is the Alliance Bank Card, which requires an Alliance ID for registration. Another is the black card used by underground factions, which does not necessitate a true identity. Only a phone number is required. Yang Yan remained unaware of the issuer of these cards. Due to the Alliance's crackdown on dark forces, these 2 types of cards cannot be transferred between one another. Consequently, some entities straddling the line between legality and illegality have together devised this transaction card, allowing individuals to transfer funds from their Alliance card or black card to this intermediary card before redirecting them to either their black card or Alliance card. However, a conversion fee of 1,000 will be charged in the process. Additionally, transferring funds from the Union card to the black card requires 2 transactions, thus incurring 2 fees. Fortunately, Yang Yan only needs to pay a mere 300 yuan in handling fees for his 300,000. As for the reason behind this, opinions vary widely, and Yang Yan himself is uncertain. After receiving the notification of the transaction on his phone, he returned the card to Daiha, stating, "Since the transaction is complete, I shall take my leave." With that, he rose to depart. "Given the circumstances, I shall not see you off further. But I hope that should you wish to sell any Pokémon in the future, you might consider our establishment. I assure you, we shall offer you a satisfactory price." "I will take that into consideration," Yang Yan replied, making his way directly to the door. Daiha watched as Yang Yan's figure gradually faded from view, and the smile on his face also vanished. At that moment, the maid who had been present earlier approached from behind. "My lord, do you wish to?" Daiha waved his hand, once again revealing the smile he had worn moments before. "We are respectable businessmen. How could we engage in such disgraceful acts as robbing our customers? If word got out, how could I continue to run this establishment?" The maid promptly nodded in apology, though inwardly she harbored scorn, reflecting that he had undoubtedly committed such acts numerous times, yet still had the audacity to speak thus. Daiha gazed at the 4 Pokeballs that Yang Yan had sold, murmuring to himself, "Shan Yuan, you have already been killed. This is truly intriguing." He then turned his gaze back toward Yang Yan's direction, pondering, "Who is the one responsible for your demise?" Chapter 31. The visitor behind outside the Jiuxing shop, in the shadows around the corner, a young man in his 20s. Clad in black, forcefully stubbed out a cigarette on the ground. "Tiger brother, that brat has finally emerged." Behind the young man in yellow hair stood another young man, also dressed in black, but with his hair dyed red. He was the tiger brother mentioned by the yellow-haired youth. "Oh, he has come out?" The red-haired man switched off his phone and quickly stepped forward, giving the yellow-haired youth a vigorous slap on the back of the head. "Why aren't you hurrying up to follow him? Don't just rely on me for everything. If you continue like this, don't ever claim you've been associated with me, tiger brother. I cannot afford such disgrace." Startled by the slap, the yellow-haired youth nearly lost his balance. Rubbing the back of his head, he replied without a hint of anger, "Yes, tiger brother, your teachings are wise. I shall follow him now." Tiger brother smacked the yellow-haired youth's head again. "Why are you still standing there? If you don't move soon, he will vanish." I'm going. Tiger brother wore a smug expression. "Of course. Who do you think I am? I am someone who has navigated the underbelly of Yijiang town since childhood. I have encountered all manner of situations and met all types of people. Let me tell you, I am not boasting. Anyone who passes before my eyes, I can discern their nature with remarkable accuracy." The yellow-haired youth flatteringly inquired. Then, "Tiger brother, please teach your little brother a thing or two. How did you recognize that the person ahead is a prime target?" Tiger brother chuckled. "Very well. Today I shall impart some knowledge to you, lest others claim I am incapable of guiding my junior. Listen, let me explain this to you. Hugo." From the moment this person arrived, I could tell it was his first time in our Jiang town. Huang Mao interjected. "Hugo, how could I not have noticed that?" Hugo kicked Huang Mao's backside. "How dare you interrupt me? I'm sorry. Please don't kick me." Huang Mao quickly distanced himself from Hu Gu while pleading. Hu Gu nearly stumbled to the ground due to the missed kick, but his years of experience on the run had honed his balance. Do you dare to run away again? Come here. Huang Mao, with a forced smile, urged, Hu Gu, let's hurry and catch up. Otherwise, that person will get away. Upon glancing at their target, Hu Gu noticed they had indeed lost some ground. Then let us not waste time. Quickly. Soon, he realized two individuals were tailing him closely. He attempted to change directions, but they still followed. It seemed they intended to ambush me. Yang Yan, hidden beneath his hood, furrowed his brow. Although he was well aware of the chaos that pervaded the black market, where many sought to profit from eliminating others, encountering such a situation on his first visit left him quite unsettled. Yang Yan was perplexed. Regardless of the intentions of those two, since they had chosen to act, he would not remain passive. He pondered strategies in his mind. His own strength was lacking, possessing only a novice-level Butterfree, making it doubtful he could overpower the two behind him. Hu Gu, that kid has exited the black market, just as you said. Huang Mao exclaimed with admiration. Hee. Do you think I would ever be mistaken? Hu Gu replied with confidence. Could you elaborate on how you deduced that? Huang Mao inquired eagerly. All right. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll share a few insights. Look at that person ahead, clad in a hood. Although his face is obscured, his height cannot be concealed. He appears to be no more than 15 years old. I listened carefully in Zhou. Even though he spoke in a deliberately hoarse voice, I could still detect the youthful tone in his voice. Thus, I can assert he is certainly a teenager. But Hu Gu, I heard that kid mention he was selling elite-level Pokémon. What if he's actually a concealed master? Wouldn't we be walking into a trap? Huang Mao expressed his concerns. Hu Gu patted Huang Mao on the shoulder. Rest assured, I've seen much of this before and have never been wrong. As for the elite Pokémon, 9 times out of 10, that kid merely stumbled upon a trainer who met an unfortunate fate in the wild. Such occurrences are common, and I too have experienced them. Nothing extraordinary. Huang Mao gazed at him with admiration. So, Hu Gu, you have had such luck in the past. It's truly enviable. Hu Gu waved dismissively, indicating it was merely a small matter, yet inwardly he thought, goodness, I've really gone overboard this time. I must not be exposed. After leaving the black market, Yang Yan swiftly entered the nearby woods. Butterfree, conceal yourself in the trees. If those two pursue us, quietly sprinkle your paralysis powder and sleep powder from above, understood? Butterfly nodded vigorously, and then soared towards the tree, living year-round in the gray feather mountains. It was a breeze for it to conceal its form under the cover of night. Tiger brother, look, that kid has dashed into the woods. Huang Mao pointed ahead with his right hand and turned to Tiger brother. It seemed that the lad possessed some awareness of counter-surveillance, knowing to hide in the forest. Tiger brother, while admiring Yang Yan's actions, confidently declared, if it were anyone else, he might have truly escaped. But who am I? I am intimately familiar with this terrain. Thinking he can hide in the woods and be safe is sheer naivety. Huang Mao gave a thumbs up. Tiger brother, your skills are unmatched. Tiger brother commanded, pursue. These two certainly would not relent easily. They intended to chase him in. After entering the woods, Yang Yan did not advance further, but instead sought refuge in a thicket not far from where Butterfly was concealed. Tiger brother, are we really going in? I've heard that the woods at night are the most perilous. Perhaps we should just give up? Huang Mao stood at the periphery, gazing into the dark woods, which loomed like an abyss, ready to swallow whole anyone who dared to enter. Upon hearing this, Tiger brother became irate and kicked Huang Mao's rear. At this point, you still want to back out? Get in there. Huang Mao stumbled into the woods, protesting, Tiger brother, why kick me again? I'm kicking you for being such a coward. Tiger brother retorted, stepping in as well. What is there to fear? Learn from your tiger brother. Crouching nearby, Yang Yan observed their exchange and behavior, a singular thought involuntarily surfacing in his mind. Fools. Chapter 32, The Reality of the World. Come forth, Great Hound. Tiger brother released his Pokémon, the Great Hound, and then addressed Huang Mao. Aren't you going to let out your serpent bear? Yes, Tiger brother. Huang Mao quickly produced his Pokeball, and perhaps due to the presence of Pokémon, he finally felt a semblance of courage. Great Hound. Can you smell if anyone has passed by? Huang Mao complimented. Tiger brother's Great Hound is impressive. It can discern such scents. It seems that kid cannot escape from Tiger brother's grasp. Tiger brother raised his chin proudly. Of course, with my Great Hound around, he won't get away. The Great Hound sniffed the surroundings attentively, then barked twice at Tiger brother. Woof, woof. Its gaze fixated on the thicket where Yang Yan was hiding. Oh, it appears he hasn't left at all. He is crouching here waiting for us. Tiger brother proclaimed with satisfaction. Seeing this, Huang Mao stepped forward. Kid, we've already detected you. If you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you come out willingly. Yang Yan, concealed behind the thicket, realized the Great Hound had spotted him. He had not anticipated that these two would have a Pokémon with such an acute sense of smell. As he miscalculated the situation, he also felt a semblance of relief, for the formidable Wolfhound and the Serpentine Bear were not particularly powerful, merely of a rudimentary level. Thus Yang Yan was not entirely devoid of hope, especially since he had made prior arrangements. Russell, This was the sound of Yang Yin emerging from the underbrush. "Gentlemen, why have you been trailing me?" Upon stepping out, Yang Yin maintained a composed demeanor, having removed his hood, for the surrounding area was devoid of illumination, rendering it impossible for him to see otherwise. "Ha ha, Brother Tiger, this lad is indeed as you described, merely a teenager. You are truly remarkable," Huang Mao declared, his thumb raised in admiration. Brother Tiger stepped forward with pride. "Boy, obediently hand over your valuables. My brother and I seek only wealth, not your life. As long as you cooperate, I assure you no harm will come to you." "So, you two have been following me to rob me?" Yang Yin inquired. Huang Mao remarked. "Brother Tiger, is this kid foolish? Even at this juncture, he remains oblivious to his predicament." Brother Tiger chuckled. "Some individuals only grasp the gravity of the situation when it is too late. I had no intention of taking action, but your lack of cooperation compels me to do so." Wolfhound advance. "Wait," Yang Yin interjected hastily. "Oh, it seems you've come to your senses, which is splendid. If you simply comply, we can all benefit, can't we? Xiao Huang, go and collect his valuables." "Yes, Brother Tiger." Huang Mao rubbed his hands together, grinning eagerly as he approached Yang Yin. "Gentlemen, have you not noticed anything peculiar?" Yang Yin clasped his hands together, smiling. "Peculiar?" Huang Mao scanned the vicinity. "Nothing seems amiss. Kid, are you attempting to divert my attention so you can escape?" Upon hearing Yang Yan's words, Brother Tiger cast a glance at him, and his expression shifted abruptly. "Where is your Pokémon? How could you not summon it at a time like this?" It appeared they had finally connected the dots, and Yang Yin remarked, "I truly pity your intellect. Take a moment to feel, and see if there are any changes within you." "Changes within us?" Upon hearing Brother Tiger's words, Huang Mao's countenance altered, and he hurriedly began to inspect his own body. I can't move. Brother Tiger, I can't move." Huang Mao exclaimed in terror. At that moment, Brother Tiger realized he too was immobile, furiously interrogating Yang Yin. "What have you done?" Yang Yin chuckled, then addressed a large tree behind the two men. "Butterfree, come forth." Butterfree spread its wings and swiftly flew to Yang Yan's side. "Butterfree," Brother Tiger gasped. "It's sleep powder." After praising Butterfree, Yang Yin turned to Brother Tiger and said, "You possess a modicum of intelligence." Brother Tiger roared, "Wolfhound, attack." At this moment, Huang Mao interjected, "Brother Tiger, why are my eyes so heavy? I feel so sleepy." With that, he collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. Sleep powder? At this moment, Tiger realized he had fallen victim to a sleeping powder and felt the urge to succumb to slumber. However, in a final act of defiance, he issued an attack command to the Great Hound. "Great Hound, charge forth." Witnessing his master collapse, the Great Hound let out a deafening howl and lunged at Yang Yin. With a fierce roar, it prepared to strike. Yang Yin, observing the Great Hound's demeanor, understood the skill it had just employed. "Butterfree, summon the wind and unleash your webs to hinder the Great Hound's movement." As a dark-type Pokémon, the Great Hound possessed a natural advantage over the bug-type Butterfree, making it a formidable opponent due to its agility. Yang Yin did not expect the webs to ensnare the Great Hound. Rather, he intended to use this control technique to deter it from approaching him. Supersonic. With Butterfree soaring gracefully in the air and employing a barrage of ranged and area attacks, the Great Hound found itself increasingly beleaguered. Yang Yin noted that this particular Great Hound lacked long-range skills. Its sole roar was effectively neutralized by Butterfree's constraints, leaving it with no opportunity to retaliate. Without the support of a trainer, the Great Hound soon succumbed to a decisive air slash from Butterfree, losing its ability to continue fighting. Yang Yin had split his attention to keep an eye on the blonde-haired Ursaring, but to his surprise, upon seeing both the blonde and tiger collapse, the Ursaring dashed into the woods, vanishing from sight. Fortunately, the Great Hound's repertoire of skills was limited, and the red-haired trainer had already succumbed to sleep, rendering him unable to command it. Otherwise, overcoming this Great Hound would have posed a significant challenge. Yang Yin approached the red-haired trainer, retrieving the Great Hound's Pokeball from his belongings, and subsequently captured the unconscious Great Hound. Indeed, the data on the Great Hound was nowhere to be found. Yang Yin, without needing to check, was already aware that this Great Hound possessed subpar qualifications and lacked strength, rendering it of little market value. After thoroughly searching both individuals, he discovered only a little over 500 in cash, finding nothing else of worth. Alas, how impoverished. Yet, this was the stark reality faced by the lower echelons of society in this world, possessing but a single Pokémon of limited strength and skills, devoid of money, lacking training, and without income. Such individuals were the most common in this realm, known by a universally recognized name: commoners, or impoverished citizens. Chapter 33, The Long-Awaited Hatch. Butterfree. Let us proceed. Yang Yin chose to take none of the belongings from the two, as the few hundred coins held little value to him. Instead, he returned the money to the red-haired trainer. This was not an act of generosity, nor a reflection of any irritation he felt from being robbed. Rather, Yang Yin believed that since everyone was struggling to survive, and life was not easy for anyone, it was inconsequential to let them off the hook, especially as he had suffered no loss. Furthermore, upon observing the two, he felt they were unlikely to engage in any malevolent deeds. Two foolish individuals, who would care? The forest was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of a bird or the hum of an insect, with no other disturbances to be heard. After about 10 minutes of walking deeper into the woods with Butterfree, Yang Yin continued on his journey. In the tranquil embrace of the night, Yin Yin proposed, "Bada Butterfly. Let us camp here this evening." With a gentle nod, Bada Butterfly alighted upon a nearby treetop, ever vigilant of its surroundings. Yin Yin smiled, knowing well that Bada Butterfly was on guard. From his backpack, he retrieved a selection of items, commencing the preparation of today's nourishment for Bada Butterfly. While Tominaga's medicinal soup could restore Bada Butterfly's vitality, maintaining that vitality necessitated a continuous intake of nutrition. After a brief interval, Yin Yin beckoned to Bada Butterfly. "Come down and have something to eat." Upon descending, the delightful aroma of the meal wafted towards Bada Butterfly, eliciting an immediate eagerness to indulge. Yin Yin watched affectionately as Bada Butterfly devoured the food, while he himself partook of some dry rations from his bag. After several bites, Bada Butterfly paused to glance at Yin Yin, who was scanning the surroundings, his own meal a mere sustenance. Suddenly feeling the stark contrast, Bada Butterfly expressed concern. "Namim? What is it, Bada Butterfly?" Yin Yin, alert to the sounds around him, turned swiftly at the sound of Bada Butterfly's voice. "Is it not to your liking? Or do you wish for milk?" "I apologize, it is my first attempt, and I am unsure if it suits your palate." Bada Butterfly shook its head, gesturing towards Yin Yin's food and then to its own. "You want to eat this?" Yin Yin was taken aback. It was not particularly appetizing. "I mean, it doesn't align with your taste." Bada Butterfly took flight, pointing at its own meal and then at Yin Yan's stomach. The realization dawned upon Yin Yin. "You mean, you want me to eat yours?" Bada Butterfly nodded earnestly. With a chuckle, Yin Yin raised his dry rations. "No need, I'm quite satisfied with this. Besides, that is meant for your recovery. I cannot partake in it." Bada Butterfly appeared a bit vexed, tugging insistently at Yin Yan's hand to place it over its bowl. All right, Bada Butterfly, just one bite. One bite will suffice." Unable to resist Bada Butterfly's determination, Yin Yin acquiesced to take a single bite. At last, Bada Butterfly beamed with joy. Yin Yin lifted the bowl, took a small sip, and then set it down. "There, I have tasted it. Now you may eat." Bada Butterfly observed the quantity in the bowl, finding it unchanged. It pointed again at the bowl. Yin Yin affectionately patted Bada Butterfly's head. "Now, Bada Butterfly, eat up and rest well afterward." Resuming its meal, Bada Butterfly found the food rather unpalatable this time. Yin Yin hastily finished his own rations, then sought a secluded spot, retrieving the sleeping bag he had acquired from Yamamoto. He spread it upon the ground and nestled within. "Good night, Bada Butterfly." Bada Butterfly fluttered to Yin Yan's ear and settled beside him. Yin Yin smiled softly before swiftly drifting into slumber. The dawn in the wilderness arrives with remarkable swiftness. As the first rays of sunlight broke upon the horizon, the earth awakened. Yin Yin rubbed his sleepy eyes and turned to observe Bada Butterfly, still deep in slumber, prompting an involuntary smile to grace his lips. He slowly rose and made his way to a nearby clearing to prepare breakfast for the day. Upon hearing the movement, Butterfree gradually opened its eyes, only to discover that Yang Yin was not by its side, prompting it to take flight in search of him. "Oh, you're awake?" Yang Yin's voice came from behind. Butterfree immediately turned around. Yang Yin smiled and said, "Just wait a moment. Breakfast will be ready shortly." Butterfree flew to Yang Yan's side, quietly keeping him company. Before long, Yang Yin completed the meal, placing the food into a bowl and setting it on a nearby stone. "All set. Butterfree, come eat." Butterfree landed on the stone, glanced at the bowl before looking back at Yang Yin. Yang Yin replied, "You eat first. I need to check on the Ponyta and that egg." The perfect Pokemon's quality was not a concern at the moment, as there were no signs of hatching yet. However, the Ponyta was due to hatch in the next couple of days, and he was determined to remain vigilant, always cradling the incubator in his hands when alone and safe. Given the circumstances from the previous day, coupled with the necessity of spending the night outdoors, he had no choice but to store it away temporarily to prevent any mishaps. Fortunately, the Ponyta had not hatched during that time. When Yang Yin retrieved the incubator, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. The egg inside was shimmering with flashes of light. Could it be hatching? A look of surprise illuminated Yang Yan's face. Butterfree also witnessed this and promptly set down the food beside Yang Yin. Equally eager for the arrival of the Ponyta, Yang Yin opened the incubator and placed the egg on the ground. The egg's flickering intensified, and shortly after he set it down, a dazzling white light flashed, revealing the Ponyta before him. The freshly hatched Ponyta stood at a mere 20 centimeters tall, its body adorned with creamy white fur, devoid of flames on its head, back, and limbs. Yea, the newborn Ponyta gazed around in bewilderment. Upon realizing it was alone with Yang Yin, it leapt into his embrace. Yea, nestled in Yang Yan's arms, it nuzzled affectionately. Yang Yin held the Ponida. A smile of joy etched across his face. Congratulations on your successful birth, Ponida, he exclaimed, retrieving the nutritional supplements he had prepared for it. Gently opening the package, he asked, "Are you hungry, Ponida? Would you like something to eat?" The Ponida sniffed the air, its expression brightening with delight, and it eagerly began to munch. Slow down. Slow down, don't rush. There's plenty more. Yang Yin chuckled, stroking the Ponida's back while checking its data. Chapter 34, Assistance from Dad. Pokémon, Ponida, Type, Fire, Gender, Male, Ability, Flame Body, Potential, Good, Diminishing. Base Stats, 410, Maximum, Currently Declining. Level, 1 Novice. Skills, Impact, Call, Wagtail, Flash of Lightning. Spark, Jet Flame. What should I do? How can I prevent this situation? Yang Yin was filled with anxiety. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he began rummaging through his backpack. Butterfree displayed a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, Yang Yin had appeared elated at the birth of the little fire horse, but now he was in a state of panic. Not this, nor that. Yang Yin hastily pulled out items from his bag, glancing at each before discarding them. Found it. Butterfree gazed at the object in Yang Yin's hand. It was a canister filled with dark granules, resembling energy cubes, yet not quite. Butterfree was somewhat confused. Yang Yin, however, had no time to consider Butterfree's reaction. He swiftly opened the canister and poured a few granules into the little fire horse's mouth. The little fire horse, initially engrossed in its meal, detected the new food, sniffed it briefly, and displayed an even more joyful expression before swallowing the item in one gulp. Seeing the little fire horse consume the granules, Yang Yin once again glanced at the data panel. At that moment, the description that had been diminishing finally vanished. Yang Yin sighed in relief. Thank goodness. But what exactly did Yang Yin retrieve? The answer was quite simple. It was a substance akin to energy cubes. Why the similarity? Because this item was invented by his father, De Mu Yong, who, despite his genius, could not create actual energy cubes and thus produced this seemingly analogous item. Nonetheless, even if it was not an energy cube, it served the same purpose, a rapid and precise replenishment of energy for the little fire horse. This was a product of his father's extensive efforts to cultivate the flame horse over the years, tailored perfectly for the little fire horse. His father had remarked that had the invention not been completed so late, his flame horse would have benefited from it during its early stages, undoubtedly enhancing its potential significantly. Father, I truly owe you my gratitude. Indeed, the little fire horse possessed remarkable qualities, boasting 6 skills right from birth, including the invaluable inherited powerful fire-type skill, Jet Flame. During the recent decline of the little fire horse's potential, Yang Yin observed the icon for Jet Flame dimming continuously. Perhaps at the moment the little fire horse's potential dropped from good, it would forget Jet Flame as well. If such a scenario were to occur, Yang Yin would have no place to weep, for neither the little fire horse nor the flame horse could naturally learn Jet Flame merely through leveling up. It could only be acquired through skill discs. The price for a skill disc of such a powerful fire-type attack was exorbitant. Yet, that was not the most significant issue. The most pressing concern was the scarcity of such discs, as they would be snatched up immediately upon availability. His father had once exchanged 1,000 alliance points along with 50,000 currency to acquire this skill disc for the flame horse. Fortunately, the fiery steed is inherently a pure fire-type Pokémon, and at that time, its understanding of fire energy was already profound, allowing it to comprehend the skill so swiftly. It is essential to note that a technical machine does not guarantee that a Pokémon will instantly learn the move simply by usage. In reality, the success rate of a technical machine is quite low, especially when the move's attribute is not one that the Pokémon naturally possesses. This significantly heightens the likelihood of failure. Yang Yin felt immense joy, for he had not only preserved the potential of the newly born fiery steed, but had also endowed it with a powerful fire-type skill from the outset. This meant that the steed would soon unleash the formidable attacking prowess characteristic of a fire-type Pokémon. The newly hatched steed could not consume much, particularly since Yang Yan's pseudo-energy cubes contained a vast amount of energy. After consuming them, it quickly succumbed to slumber. Yang Yin produced a pre-prepared Ultra Ball and effortlessly captured the fiery steed within. He had purchased the Ultra Ball after acquiring 80,000 coins to procure nourishment for his Butterfree, and subsequently replaced the traditional red and white Pokeball. Compared to the basic red and white Pokeball, the Ultra Ball undoubtedly offered greater comfort for the Pokémon, providing an expansive space within. Yang Yin secured the steed's Pokeball to his belt and resumed breakfast with Butterfree. The journey was uneventful. This time, he spent a substantial 100,000 coins to acquire 10 sets of materials, resulting in a swift depletion of 1/3 of the 300,000 coins he had just received. After accounting for the 10,000 coins his father had allocated for nurturing the fiery steed, alongside the 380,000 coins earned from a previous task, and subtracting the 110,000 coins spent, he was left with approximately 270,000 coins. The initial 10,000 coins for nurturing the fiery steed now appeared woefully inadequate. Had the steed possessed merely average potential, the investment in its cultivation would have been minimal. Yang Yin could have nurtured it through conventional methods. However, such an approach would yield a rather lackluster Pokémon. Likely average in all aspects, not to mention its skills. The 10,000 coins were merely a foundational sum provided by his father, implying a silent message. If one desires to nurture the steed more effectively, one must earn money and acquire resources independently. Chapter 35, A Precious Legacy. After completing his purchases, Yang Yin made his way directly to the Fugong residence, for it was there that he could prepare the medicinal soup for Butterfree. Given the unpleasant aroma of the concoction, brewing it in the dormitory might lead others to suspect a catastrophic incident had occurred. Having visited the Fugong home several times, Yang Yin was now familiar with the route and arrived swiftly. He knocked on the door, calling out, "Grandfather Fugong, are you home? Is that you, Yang Yin? Come in." "The door is unlocked," came the reply from within. Yang Yin pushed the door open and entered. "Have you gathered the necessary materials?" Fugong inquired, seated on the sofa, his demeanor warm and inviting. However, Yang Yin noted that Fugong's vitality seemed diminished compared to a few days prior. Yang Yin settled beside Tamanaka and inquired gently, "Grandfather Tamanaka, did you not rest well last night?" The elderly man waved his hand dismissively, responding, "At my age, sleep has long since eluded me. Nevertheless, I am grateful to have you accompany me through my remaining days." Yang Yin grasped Tamanaka's hand, urging, "Grandfather, do not speak so morosely. I am certain you will live to a ripe old age." Tamanaka smiled, but chose not to engage in that topic, instead redirecting the conversation. "First, prepare a medicinal brew for Budu, and I shall guide you to avoid wasting these precious materials." "Very well, Grandfather. I will brew the medicine in the kitchen, and you may supervise," Yang Yin replied. The pungent aroma filled the air once more, yet this time he found it somewhat more tolerable than the previous day. After simmering the herbs for over 2 hours, the concoction finally reached the quality of Tamanaka's earlier brew. Throughout the process, Tamanaka provided invaluable guidance, correcting Yang Yan's missteps. Without Tamanaka's presence, Yang Yan's first attempt would likely have resulted in failure. A setback that would cost him a staggering 10,000 yuan, a loss that would surely weigh heavily on his heart. Pouring the prepared potion into a bowl, Yang Yin released Budu. "Drink up while it's warm, Budu." Aware that the brew was crafted with care, Budu eagerly gulped it down without hesitation. "How do you feel this time, Budu?" Yang Yin asked, to which Budu responded with a joyful nod. Sitting nearby, Tamanaka observed the cheerful exchange between Yang Yin and Budu, prompting memories of days gone by. Soon after, Yang Yin released his newly captured Ponyta, which immediately leaped into his embrace, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Noticing Ponyta, Tamanaka inquired, "Yang Yin, is this your newly captured Pokémon?" After soothing Ponyta and offering it some nourishment from his bag, Yang Yin explained, "No, this is my starter Pokémon." "Your starter Pokémon? But wasn't Beauty your starter?" Tamanaka asked, puzzled. Yang Yin laughed and elaborated on the distinction between the two Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Tamanaka remarked, "Ah, I see. I never imagined the bond between you and Budu could be so profound. It reminds me of my late beloved, the hunting Butterfree." Yang Yin consoled him, "Grandfather, please do not be saddened. It is nothing, dear boy. I only hope that you will always treat Budu with kindness and not take your bond for granted." Yang Yin nodded earnestly, "Rest assured, Grandfather. I will care for Budu, as well as Ponyta and any future Pokémon I may capture." "That is reassuring," Tamanaka smiled. "By the way, Yang Yin, could you assist me in retrieving something?" Yang Yin stepped forward to support him, saying, "Just tell me where to find it, and I will fetch it for you. You may remain seated here." Tamanaka shook his head. "No, I must go." "Very well, where shall we go?" "I will assist you." "In the room at the far end of the second floor." Before long, Yang Yin and Tamanaka arrived at that room. In a dimly lit storage room, layers of dust adorned the white cloth draping from the walls, indicating that it had long been neglected. Tukai approached a corner and lifted a section of the cloth, revealing an iron box beneath. He retrieved a set of keys from his pocket and, after a brief search, unlocked the box. Inside lay a collection of ancient tomes, their materials markedly inferior to modern books. "Grandfather Tukai, these books," he murmured, bending down to sift through the contents. "I mentioned to you before that my grandfather creates fruit spirit balls. These are the related texts." Yang Yin inquired, "Grandfather Tukai, are you planning to revisit these books?" At that moment, Tukai discovered the volume he sought and held it out to Yang Yin. "Here, take this book." Yang Yin quickly declined, "Grandfather Tukai, I have already received a precious training manual from you. I cannot accept more, especially something so valuable that I am unworthy of." Without a word, Tukai firmly placed the book into Yang Yan's embrace. Nearby, the small fire steed watched the exchange with confusion, but soon became captivated by the other curiosities in the room, darting around in its newfound curiosity about the world. "Grandfather Tukai, please," Yang Yin pleaded, but Tukai simply closed the iron box. "Rather than allowing these treasures to fade away, it is better to pass them on. They may prove useful." With a deep bow, Yang Yin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grandfather Tukai. Only then did he take a moment to examine the book's contents. Upon seeing the title, his eyes widened in astonishment. Overview of Learning the Sunny Day Technique. This book detailed the process of mastering the Sunny Day Technique. Both Sunny Day and Rain Dance belong to the Weather-type moves, which only a select few Pokémon can learn naturally through leveling up. Most must resort to technical machines. And even transferring the knowledge from one Pokémon to another is quite challenging. Such techniques rely heavily on a Pokémon's sensitivity to energy, rendering verbal instruction often insufficient. Consequently, teaching Pokémon Weather-type moves has always been a source of frustration for trainers. Yang Yin had not anticipated that Tukai would gift him such a significant treasure, and he immediately considered returning it. Yet, recalling Tukai's earlier words, he thought, indeed, it would be better to ensure that such a valuable asset is not lost, but rather passed on for future use. Chapter 36. A fleeting moment of learning. Tukai explained. This move, Sunny Day, has been passed down through our family. It is particularly suitable for training Butterfree. However, I believe that since the herbal remedy was effective for Butterfree, it is possible that it can also learn this technique. Yang Yin responded, Grandfather Tukai, even if Butterfree cannot master it, the small fire steed, or its future evolution, Rapidash, might glean knowledge from this book. I truly appreciate your generosity. Tomioka smiled and waved his hand. Yahiko, these items were originally meant to accompany my grandfather to the grave. Now that they can serve a purpose, my grandfather would be delighted. Additionally, there are books on the crafting of berry Pokeballs inside. If you're interested, you may take a look, though they are somewhat outdated. Still, they could provide some amusement in passing time. Yahiko's expression shifted dramatically. Grandfather Tomioka, how can this be? These are your most treasured possessions. You should give them to your family, your kin. They are the ones who deserve them. A hint of sadness flickered in Tomioka's eyes. They are all gone, all of them. I am left all alone. Therefore, Yahiko, if you do not want these, they shall truly be buried with me. If that is the case, then very well. Rest assured, Grandfather, I will ensure these items are passed down. Tomioka shook his head. There is nothing in this world that must necessarily be inherited. Everything will eventually face obsolescence. However, if you wish to learn, I still have time to impart some knowledge. Yahiko was indeed quite intrigued by the berry Pokeballs. He had heard that the Pokeballs available on the market were typically registered with the League, meaning that if a trainer captured a Pokémon with one, the League could potentially access that Pokémon's data. Furthermore, he had learned that the underground forces utilized Pokeballs that had been modified by professionals to prevent their Pokemon's information from being discovered by the League. Though he harbored doubts about this, he had just seized a perfect quality Pokémon egg, so he felt compelled to investigate whether such individuals indeed existed in the black market. However, during his previous visit to the black market in Ejiang Town, he had spotted 2 individuals with yellow hair and had not thoroughly searched for such services. Now, it seemed fortuitous. If he could craft berry Pokeballs, he would have no need for such concerns. Moreover, if there were indeed individuals dealing with Pokeballs in the black market, the berry Pokeballs could potentially have a lucrative market, possibly becoming a stable source of income for him. Thus, Yahiko promptly declared, Grandfather Tomioka, I am very interested in the berry Pokeballs. If you are willing to teach me, it would be wonderful. Tomioka gazed at Yahiko in astonishment. His previous words had merely been a casual remark. He had never anticipated that anyone in this era would still hold an interest in the craft of berry Pokeballs. Even his late son had refused to learn this skill, which made Yahiko's enthusiasm all the more surprising. Yahiko, do you truly wish to learn? Tomioka asked excitedly. Yahiko nodded earnestly. Yes, Grandfather, I wish to learn. Tears of excitement welled in Tomioka's eyes. Good, splendid. At that moment, Yahiko stepped back 2 paces and then knelt before Tomioka. Master. Tomioka was taken aback by Yahiko's gesture. He had not expected such a display. Rise, please, get up. Tomioka helped Yang Yin to his feet and smiled, saying, You may as well call me Grandfather from now on. It sounds more pleasant. Yang Yin nodded, Grandfather. Oh, what a good child. At this moment, there were still 4 days until Yang Yan's school began. In the following 3 days, he engaged in learning knowledge with Tomioka while also preparing medicinal potions and nutritional supplements for Butterfree and Ponyta. However, during this period, Yang Yan's studies consisted solely of theoretical knowledge, without any practical application. Tomioka informed him that to craft an exemplary berry spirit ball, one must possess a profound understanding of berries. It was through his studies that Yang Yin discovered a similarly locked iron chest in the storage room, filled with literature on fruit tree cultivation. The number of books in that chest was comparable to those concerning the creation of berry spirit balls, roughly estimated to exceed 50 volumes, covering over 10 varieties of fruit trees. Yang Yin even jested that after mastering this material, he could likely sustain himself solely through the cultivation of berries. In this world, the art of berry cultivation is a significant and intricate discipline, one that is not easily grasped. Some individuals may harvest their berries only once every 6 months, and the quality remains subpar, while others may reap their rewards monthly with superior quality. It goes without saying which of these 2 types of cultivators earns more. As for the ancestral books on fruit tree cultivation passed down by Tomioka's family, he mentioned that even at the peak of their cultivation skills, the best yield would be once every 2 months, achieving merely a satisfactory quality. After all, their primary use for berries is in the crafting of spirit balls. So as long as the fruit's quality meets the minimum standard, it suffices. It was then that Yang Yin learned that the quality of berries is categorized. Tomioka explained that berry quality is divided into 4 levels: poor, average, excellent, and perfect. The price for each grade of berry can differ by more than 5 times, which leads many merchants to pass off inferior berries as superior, reaping exorbitant profits. Yang Yin found the intricacies of berry cultivation to be endlessly fascinating, recognizing it as a lucrative and enduring field of study. Throughout these 3 days, while Yang Yin dedicated himself to learning, he did not neglect training his Pokémon. Nevertheless, Pokémon are, after all, Pokémon. In just 3 days, Ponyta had already doubled in size, reaching approximately 40 centimeters in height and weighing 10 kilograms. In contrast to Ponyta's carefree existence, Butterfree had to toil much harder. During these 3 days, Yang Yin had Butterfree practice its string shot and bug bite skills, as these were the only 2 skills in which it struggled. In reality, Butterfree's proficiency across its skills was rather low. The most adept skill, Gust, was only displayed at a mere 65 proficiency on its data panel, with other skills falling below 50. You may wonder why Yang Yin did not train Butterfree to learn Sunny Day. The answer is clear. Butterfree does not yet qualify for such a skill. Yang Yin estimated that Butterfree must reach at least level 35 to be eligible to learn Sunny Day. Why, then, must I focus solely on these 2 skills? The answer is obvious. It is to confront the ghostly Pokémon in my possession. Chapter 37. The Joining. Today marks the final day before Yang Yan's school begins. And it is also the 6th day since he captured the ghostly Pokémon in a Pokeball. If he does not release it for treatment soon, its injuries are likely to worsen drastically. After several days of training, Butterfree has finally achieved a proficiency level of 50 in its string shot and bug bite skills, rendering it capable of battle. Nevertheless, Butterfree's overall stats still fall short compared to the ghostly Pokémon. This is understandable, as Butterfree's potential is merely average, and it is only at level 22, while the ghostly Pokémon boasts good potential and is at level 23. However, Yang Yin believes that with his guidance as a trainer, if they cannot defeat the injured ghostly Pokémon, he might as well smash his head against a tofu block to spare himself the embarrassment. Early that morning, Yang Yin ventured deep into the forest with Butterfree and Ponyta, for he needed to resolve the matter of the ghostly Pokémon today. After a good half hour of walking, Yang Yin came to a stop. "This will do," he declared, turning to Butterfree. "We need to work together to tackle that ghostly Pokémon. Are you confident?" Butterfree nodded vigorously. After 2 days of intense training, its mouth felt numb, yet it truly felt stronger and was ready for the challenge. "All right, Butterfree, be prepared. The moment I release the ghostly Pokémon, use string shot to restrain it immediately. Understood?" With that, Yang Yin took out the ghostly Pokémon's Pokeball and released it. The ghostly Pokémon, perhaps having already devised its strategy, wasted no time upon emergence and immediately attempted to become invisible. Little did it know that Butterfree had been waiting nearby. Before it could vanish, Butterfree's string shot had already ensnared it. No, the ghostly Pokémon was taken aback to find itself immobilized and its invisibility disrupted, causing it to panic as it clawed at the threads binding it. "Now, Butterfree, unleash a gust," Yang Yin shouted. "We cannot afford to waste this precious moment." Upon hearing this, Butterfree flapped its wings vigorously, summoning fierce winds toward the ghostly Pokémon. At that moment, the ghostly Pokémon had yet to sever the threads and, upon noticing Butterfree soaring above, it immediately employed Scare to interrupt the wind. Scare has a chance to intimidate opponents, but with a proficiency of only 40. And given Yang Yin had previously informed Butterfree of its skills and effects, the intimidation attempt ultimately proved futile. With the attack unimpeded, the ghostly Pokémon could do nothing but endure the onslaught of the gust. The ghostly Pokémon, already wounded, emitted a cry of pain upon being struck. Yet, it gritted its teeth and retaliated, unleashing a beam of white light from its hand that struck Butterfree midair before it could react. At that moment, it realized that its wind ability was rendered useless. It was immobilized. Yang Yin immediately understood the situation and exclaimed, "Butterfree, use Air Slash." Just as the Haunter had thwarted the wind's interference and was about to sever the threads binding it, it suddenly found Butterfree launching another attack. With a shout, it unleashed its most proficient move, Shadow Claw, intending to disperse the razor-like gusts. Swish, swish, swish. All of the Air Slash blades were shattered by Haunter, which then sought to use Shadow Claw to destroy the threads, ensnaring it. "Bug Bite." Butterfree's voice rang out. Haunter, upon hearing the sound, immediately turned its gaze to the spot where Butterfree had just been, but there was no trace of it there. Eyes. Haunter swiftly shifted its focus in search of Butterfree's whereabouts. However, Butterfree had already maneuvered behind it, with bug energy coalescing at its mouth. The results of recent training manifesting at this crucial moment. Butterfree sank its fangs into Haunter's back, Eyes. Haunter let out a cry of anguish. Yet, it had not yet lost its fighting spirit. It struggled to retaliate, directing its shadow claw toward Butterfree, realizing that this strike had failed to fell the already wounded Haunter. Butterfree felt frustrated and promptly gathered more bug energy to bite down fiercely once again. Eyes. This time, Haunter could no longer endure. The concentrated shadow claw dissipated, and it succumbed to defeat. Yang Yin smiled and praised. Well done, Butterfree. Butterfree responded with a joyful expression. Yang Yin approached Haunter, instructing Butterfree to entangle it once more with threads before retrieving a healing spray from his bag to treat it. Minutes later. Haunter, are you awake? Eyes. Haunter startled, attempting to cloak itself again, but the threads hindered its intention. Yang Yin chuckled. Stop struggling, or you'll only hurt yourself further. Recognizing that escape was futile, Haunter ceased its resistance. Eyes. Yang Yin continued. Haunter, your previous master has been vanquished by me. I find your potential quite remarkable and wish to have you as my Pokémon. Would you consent to this? Yang Yin spoke directly and without preamble. Having discerned from Haunter's earlier behavior that it possessed a strong will and determination, characteristics he admired, he believed that being forthright about his intentions might yield a favorable outcome. If Haunter truly did not desire to join him, forcing it was not in Yang Yan's nature. Upon awakening and realizing it was within a Pokeball, Haunter understood that its former master was likely doomed. After all, in its already abandoned state, how could it possibly be captured anew? Yang Yin continued. The Soul Snatcher. From our recent battle, I discerned your remarkable prowess in combat. Therefore, come with me, and I assure you, you shall become even stronger. Your innate talent will ascend to new heights. Upon hearing Yang Yan's words, the Soul Snatcher plopped down onto the ground, only then realizing that its injuries had healed considerably. It glanced at Yang Yan, who remained smiling, patiently awaiting its response. Subsequently, it lowered its head, lost in contemplation. The previous master had been vanquished by this individual, which was indeed good news, for he had treated me poorly. Though this person had just bested me in combat, judging by the circumstances surrounding Butterfree, it was evident that he could triumph over me despite being weaker. Perhaps this person truly possesses significant skill. If joining forces with him could lead to genuine improvement, it would be acceptable. However, if not, at this moment, Yang Yin spoke again. Soul Snatcher, whenever you feel that I can no longer aid your growth, if you wish to depart, you are free to leave at any time. I shall not impede you. Upon hearing these words, the Soul Snatcher finally made its decision. It rose and approached Yang Yin, nodding yes. Yang Yin smiled, and so did Butterfree. Soul Snatcher, welcome to our ranks. Let us grow stronger together. Chapter 38, The Woes of Financial Strain. Having successfully captivated the Soul Snatcher, Yang Yin felt elated. Teguoka did not attempt to retain him, as Yang Yan's current schedule only required half a day of attendance. Unless specifically requested by the instructors, the afternoons were reserved for student leisure, during which Yang Yin could easily join. While Yang Yin was tidying up the dormitory, his final roommate, Kitano Scyther, finally returned to school. Scyther, long time no see. Yang Yin greeted him with a smile. Scyther, clad in a casual blue jacket and holding a bag of chips, strolled leisurely into the dormitory, coincidentally spotting Yang Yin cleaning. Yang Yin chuckled. About time. Yang Yin shook his head with a smile. No, my initial Pokémon is Ponyta. It has only recently hatched and is currently sleeping in my room. Is that so? Scyther expressed realization. You managed to capture 2 Pokémon right upon your arrival. That is quite impressive. Yang Yin inquired. By the way, Scyther, what is your initial Pokémon? Oh, mine is Swablu. As he spoke, he retrieved a red and white Pokeball from his waist and released Swablu. Upon its release, Swablu curiously surveyed its surroundings but soon settled at Scyther's feet. Scyther picked it up and placed it on his shoulder. Yang Yin remarked, Ah, it's Swablu. With proper training, it could evolve into a splendid Pokémon. Scyther waved his hand dismissively. Yang Yin, don't belittle me. The potential of this Swablu is merely average. It lacks significant training value. Upon hearing this, Swablu drooped its head sadly. Yang Yin frowned. Scyther, that sentiment is somewhat disheartening. Scyther, however, wore a nonchalant expression. What is wrong with that? The truth is the truth. And since this is my Pokémon, I can express my thoughts as I please. Yang Yin contemplated Chung Tai's character and deemed it futile to continue the conversation, deciding to refrain from further discussion to avoid provoking Chung Tai into uttering any hurtful remarks. Well then, I still hope you will properly nurture the candy ball, he said. Chung Tai waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I know what to do. With that, Chung Tai entered his room, closing the door behind him. After a little over an hour, Yang Yin sat on the sofa in the living room, sipping water and resting. He felt a twinge of confusion. Normally, during the day, Yushu was not in the dormitory. He was either assisting the teachers or out earning some pocket money. Given that today marked the final day before the school term commenced, it was rather peculiar that Yushu was not preoccupied with preparations. As such, Yang Yin felt intrigued upon spotting Yushu. Rising from his seat, he inquired, By the way, do you know where Jiangyi has gone? Oh, Jiangyi. Yushu replied, emerging from his room with a stack of documents. He has been at the venue for the rookie trainer competition these past couple of days. If you're looking for him, that's where you'll find him. Yushu spoke hurriedly. I'm sorry, Yang Yin, but I'm a bit pressed for time. The competition venue is near the department store. You should be able to find it without much trouble. I must take my leave now. Oh, so it's near the department store. That explains why I happened to encounter those 3 individuals there last time. With the school year commencing tomorrow. Today was indeed the final day of the competition. It was quite understandable for Jiang Yi to be there, considering his ardent passion for battles. After a series of purchases, Yang Yin's already modest finances had dwindled significantly. The primary expense was the energy cubes he had mentioned earlier. Even the basic ones were still quite costly. For instance, the initial fire-type energy cubes required by his Ponyta amounted to 500 yuan for a single meal, while the energy cubes for Pokémon like Butterfree and Gengar, which possessed dual attributes, were priced over 80 higher than those of single-attribute Pokémon. Particularly, Gengar, with its ghostly attribute, demanded an exorbitant price, as energy cubes for Psychic, Ghost, and Dragon types were notoriously expensive. Hence, the cost of Gengar's energy cubes soared to a staggering 1,000 yuan. Ultimately, Yang Yin procured enough supplies for Butterfree and Gengar for an entire month, along with some auxiliary training tools, totaling nearly 180,000 yuan. As for Ponyta, he had a jar of pseudo-energy cubes given to him by Professor Oak, which would suffice for a month, and the professor had also shared the recipe, allowing for future procurement of materials as needed. Based on Yang Yin's estimation, the efficacy of these pseudo-energy cubes for Ponyta was comparable to that of mid-tier fire-type energy cubes available on the market. Yet the cost was significantly lower than that of the basic ones, making it quite a bargain. As it stood, Yang Yin's remaining funds had dwindled to less than 100,000 yuan. It is said that raising Pokémon is an expensive endeavor, and I had never truly comprehended this until now. I never anticipated that once I began nurturing my own Pokémon, my expenses would flow like water. Yang Yin finally understood why his father had yet to cultivate a 5th or 6th Pokémon. It was not solely due to a lack of high-quality Pokémon, but more critically, due to financial constraints. Moreover, he finally comprehended why many seasoned trainers advise newcomers to initially focus on nurturing a single Pokémon. The fundamental reason lies in the exorbitant costs involved. Of course, this does not apply to those fortunate individuals with abundant resources, whom I trust you recognize. The mere thought of possessing an unhatched Pokémon with perfect qualifications filled Yang Yin with immense pressure, as he realized he might lack the funds to nurture it once it hatches. Fortunately, there were no signs of hatching yet, otherwise, he would have been utterly at a loss. Yang Yin examined the Pokémon egg, sensing that hatching was still a considerable time away. However, if he truly wished to expedite the process, there were avenues available. The characteristic of his Ponyta, Flame Body, could indeed accelerate the hatching of Pokémon. Initially, Yang Yin intended to wait until Ponyta surpassed its juvenile stage before allowing it to assist in hatching the egg. Yet, he now believed it prudent to delay and focus on amassing more funds first. After all, if he found himself devoid of money to cultivate his current Pokémon a month later, how could he even contemplate nurturing another? Chapter 39, The Competition Venue. Near the department store, numerous battle arenas exist, primarily designated for trainers to engage in combat. Utilizing these spaces necessitates merely a fee paid to the venue's overseer. Unless faced with larger Pokémon or those capable of executing terrain-altering moves like Earthquake or Dig, the arrangement is a surefire profit for the venue operators. After a brief search, Yang Yin swiftly located the site for the novice trainer competition. In contrast to other locations where battles occurred sparsely, this venue was bustling with youthful participants. Observing the crowd, Yang Yin realized he had indeed found the correct place. The battle arena was situated within a spacious indoor facility, marked by a towering sign reading Guangda Battle Hall. Upon entering, Yang Yin discovered 4 concurrent battles unfolding on the arena floor. The matchups included Trico vs Houndoom, Electrike vs Cacturne, Skorupi vs Phoeba, and Electabuzz vs Torkoal. Trico used Bullet Seed. Cacturne, employ Sandtomb. Torkoal, unleash Flamethrower. The 8 competitors engaged in the battles remained utterly focused, attentively observing each other's movements. With every command issued, their opponents swiftly devised counter-strategies, resulting in an ongoing stalemate across all 4 matches. The air was filled with a cacophony of cheers and encouragement, as supporters passionately rallied behind their favored contenders, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a previous life spent watching sports events. Electrike, come on. Skorupi, don't lose. Counterattack, quickly. Electabuzz is on the brink. Torkoal, deliver the final blow. Yang Yin estimated the crowd to exceed 800 individuals, with the majority being trainers and students from breeding academies, while fewer than 100 from ranger academies occupied the sidelines. He was utterly astonished that such a modest competition could attract such a sizable audience. He initially believed that the competition had been ongoing for several days, and the enthusiasm of the participants had likely waned, leading to a sparse attendance at the venue. After all, this was merely a small, informal contest featuring children around the age of 10, battling with their Pokémon in their initial forms, which seemed rather unremarkable. However, his perspective was rooted in the mindset of an adult, considering he had accumulated over 30 years of life experience across 2 lifetimes. Little did he know that for these young competitors, grand events such as league tournaments and regional competitions felt distant. This was the contest that truly resonated with them. As Yang Yin navigated through the throngs of people, he finally arrived at the area designated for the Forest Ranger Academy. There, he spotted the familiar figure of Kaya. Kaya, Yang Yin called out, waving energetically. Due to the cacophony surrounding them, it took several attempts before Kaya finally heard him. Yang Yin, Kaya exclaimed upon spotting him, hurrying over. After some effort, Yang Yin reached Kaya's side. Kaya clapped him on the shoulder, saying, I thought you wouldn't show up. I didn't expect you to still have an interest in battling. Yang Yin chuckled. I just wanted to see how badly you would be defeated. That might disappoint you, Kaya replied with a laugh, puffing out his chest proudly. I've already secured a spot in the top 16 after a 10-win streak. What a coincidence you arrived just in time. My match for the top 16 to the top 8 is about to start. Be sure to witness my prowess, haha. Yang Yin teased. Oh Kaya, you've made it to the top 16? This competition must be rather lackluster. How dare you underestimate me, Yang Yin? You'll soon witness the formidable might of my Swellow. As Yang Yin and Kaya bantered, the outcomes of 4 ongoing matches were announced. The victors were Trico, Cacnea, Mudkip, and Torkoal. It is worth noting that Torkoal's trainer was none other than S.H. Ta, whom Yang Yin had encountered earlier at the department store. Yang Yin was somewhat surprised to see S.H. Ta's victory, having perceived him as rather lackadaisical before. Evidently, he possessed commendable skills. Yang Yin, after the current matches conclude, mine will commence. You must watch closely, Kaya encouraged. Make sure to give it your all. Represent the Forest Ranger Academy with pride, Yang Yin urged. During their conversation, Kaya informed him that only 2 participants from the Forest Ranger Academy had reached the top 16. Besides himself, there was another trainer, S.H. Hay, who had just lost to Trico. Yang Yin recognized S.H. Hay, a frequent presence among the top 10 of their grade, though they weren't in the same class. Yang Yin was also astonished by S.H. Hay's advancement to the top 16, knowing him to be a true underdog, without comparing him to other trainers. Even many individuals from the Ranger Academy enjoy a more favorable background than his own. Thus, when it comes to possessing such an exceptional Sandshrew, one can only marvel at Xiaoping's extraordinary fortune. Even after his defeat in the match, Xiaoping displayed no signs of sorrow or disappointment. Rather, he engaged in lively conversation with Jiang, who had just finished his own battle. Upon approaching, Xiaoping noticed Yang Yin seated nearby, and they exchanged a smile, a silent acknowledgement of camaraderie. In stark contrast, Yang Yin, as the top student of his class, remained unapproached by anyone. This could be attributed to his habitual low profile. Yet it also reflects the genuine sentiments of his peers, having abstained from the competition and lacking any remarkable achievements. He seems to have lost his standing as the foremost contender in the imminent 4 years, which will prioritize skill over mere academic prowess. Conversely, although Xiaoping had just suffered a defeat, he appeared to have supplanted Yang Yin as the new top contender, immediately garnering enthusiastic attention from the crowd. Yang Yin maintained his usual composure, though a slight wave of disappointment washed over him. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his mindset, preparing to observe Jiang's upcoming match. Jiang's opponent was yet another trainer wielding a Trico. Judging by the cheers surrounding them, he was also from the Trainer Academy. The Rangers ought to fulfill their duties as protectors of the forest. It baffles me why they are permitted to participate in our competitions. The individual opposite Jiang shared a similarly fiery temperament. Within mere moments of their encounter, it seemed they were on the verge of confrontation. As the referees signaled the commencement of the match, both were poised to deliver a lesson to one another, eager to demonstrate their prowess. Chapter 40. Devious Tactics as a Flying-type Pokémon. Swellow naturally has an advantage over the Grass-type Trico, leading Yang Yin to favor Jiang from the outset. Swellow gathered its energy and executed a peck. Jiang, brimming with confidence, issued the command. Concentration enhances the likelihood of landing a critical hit, and peck is a flying-type move, indicating Jiang's intention to swiftly defeat the Trico. Trico, in response, utilized Leer followed by Thunder Punch. The combination of Leer and Trico's suddenly sharpened gaze successfully diminished Swellow's defense. If Swellow were to attack with peck while Trico unleashed Thunder Punch, it stood a chance of being taken down in one blow. Be careful, Swellow. Ascend quickly. Jiang had not anticipated that Trico would possess the electric-type move Thunder Punch. In a direct clash, Trico's inherent agility might allow it to evade Swellow's peck, but the same could not be said for Swellow against Thunder Punch. Upon receiving the command, Swellow immediately ascended, refraining from further assault. Clearly, Trico was prepared for this as well. Trico used Leech Seed, just as Swellow adjusted its position and prepared to soar. It found itself unable to evade the impending Leech Seed attack. Shadow Clone. In an instant, 5 Shadow Swallows appeared on the field, with the parasitic seeds striking only one of its clones, allowing the Shadow Swallow to successfully evade the attack. Jiang called out loudly, Shadow Swallow. It's time for us to counterattack. Approach it with a flash of lightning. At this moment, Musho Gong had just dispelled 2 clones, and the remaining 3 shadow swallows were enveloped in a thin white membrane. Immediately, they surged toward Musho Gong with remarkable speed. Musho Gong absorb. The opponent, aware of the urgency of the situation and unable to discern the true form, decided to engage in a head-on clash with the absorption skill. Shadow Swallow Wing Attack. Upon receiving the command, the Shadow Swallow instantly dissipated the electric glow surrounding it, concentrating all its flying energy into its wings. What? The opponent's eyes widened in disbelief, completely unprepared for the Shadow Swallow's capability. On the sidelines, Yang Yin was equally astonished, realizing that the Shadow Swallow's mastery of skills was exceptional, which certainly explained Zhang's 10 consecutive victories. For a Pokémon to switch skills in such a brief moment requires not only high proficiency, but also a profound understanding of energy control and application. Otherwise, it would be utterly unattainable. Although Zhang's Shadow Swallow was not particularly powerful and had been newly hatched, its accomplishments were indeed impressive. Yang Yin mused internally. It seems this Shadow Swallow's potential is already nearing excellence. Below the stage, a resounding thud. The Shadow Swallow's wing attack struck Musho Gong, while simultaneously, Musho Gong's absorption hit the Shadow Swallow. The difference lay in the fact that the flying-type wing attack was tremendously effective against Musho Gong, whereas the grass-type absorption had a minimal effect on the Shadow Swallow. Yang Yin estimated that if the absorption skill hadn't been able to recover half the damage dealt, Musho Gong might have been knocked out by that singular wing attack. Shadow Swallow, deliver another wing attack for the finishing blow. At that moment, Zhang felt victory was already beckoning him. What an opportunity, Musho Gong, unleash another parasitic seed. Upon hearing the opponent's command, Zhang quickly shouted, Shadow Swallow, evade. However, the Shadow Swallow remained unresponsive, seemingly intent on flying toward Zhang. It was then that Zhang finally understood why. Each time he issued a command, the audience erupted in loud voices, completely drowning out his own. This was also why the Shadow Swallow attempted to approach Zhang, seeking to discern his instructions. Yet this very action resulted in the Shadow Swallow being directly struck by Musho Gong's parasitic seed. From the pained expression of the Shadow Swallow, it was evident that it was being drained of its vitality. Shadow Swallow, Zhang shouted, but his voice was once again overshadowed by the crowd. Despicable. Zhang's eyes burned with fury. Yang Yin had noticed the unfolding events even before Zhang did. As the proud swallow struck the Trico, Yang Yin observed the trainer's left hand making a peculiar gesture towards the individual behind Jiang Yi. This very motion prompted that person to respond in unison the moment they realized Jiang Yi was speaking, rendering Swallow utterly unable to comprehend his words. With limited long-range abilities, Swallow's sole remote attack, Air Slash, had only recently been acquired through a technical machine and had yet to be properly trained, resulting in a low proficiency that Jiang Yi had not utilized during the battle. However, he had no alternative but to command Swallow to unleash its unreliable Air Slash in an attempt to assault the opponent. Trico nimbly evaded Swallow's Air Slash with grace while simultaneously employing Leech Seed against it. Trico, deliver the finishing blow. Rock Slide. What? This Trico can utilize a rock-type move? Yang Yin was taken aback. While it was somewhat understandable for Trico to know Thunder Punch, given its close-range nature, hitting a flying Swallow was already a challenge. And now an opposing rock-type move, which countered flying types, seemed utterly absurd. Having already suffered significant health depletion from Leech Seed, Swallow's speed had diminished considerably. Now, faced with the swift and effective Rock Slide, it was unable to evade and was swiftly rendered unable to continue fighting. Jiang Yi rushed forward to catch the falling Swallow, his gaze fixed intently on the opposing trainer. At that moment, the referee declared the match concluded, announcing the opponent's victory. Unfazed by Jiang Yi's stare, the opposing trainer mockingly exclaimed, "Is that all? Your Swallow truly is useless, defeated by someone exploiting its weaknesses. Huh, clearly, I am far superior." Yang Yin approached Jiang Yi, offering a potion. "Jiang Yi, tend to Swallow's wounds first." Jiang Yi nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, I noticed. But what does it matter? Is it the match or Swallow's well-being that is of greater importance?" "Indeed, Yang Yin, I must prioritize healing Swallow." Upon noticing Yang Yin's approach without a glance in his direction, the opposing trainer felt belittled and indignantly retorted, "Hey, kid, this is a battle arena. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to enter. Are you unaware?" Yang Yin disregarded the comment, remaining focused on healing Swallow. "How amusing. This is the first time I've encountered someone so audacious as to ignore me." Jinxiang. Chapter 41, An Unbearable Battle. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" At that moment, Swallow began to awaken slowly, prompting Yang Yin to say, "Jiang Yi, let us leave. Such a match is not worth our time. I believe it is best that we refrain from allowing any Forest Ranger Academy participants in future matches to preserve our dignity as trainers." "Absolutely. What a bunch of worthless opponents. They have no business competing with us." "Exactly." Jiang Yi's eyes blazed with fury. You, Yang Yin, you are right. Once I enhance my abilities, I shall challenge the Trainer Academy. I will remember every single one of this group. Just wait until I settle the score with them in the future. Upon hearing Yang Yan's words, Jinxiang was filled with fury. What did he mean by a dog bit you? Who was the dog? The people he had hired later? Oh no. Were they merely those who couldn't stand idly by and had spoken up for themselves? So, when Yang Yan criticized them, was he not essentially insulting Jinxiang as well? That was intolerable. Unbearable. Kid, you're also from the Forest Ranger Academy, aren't you? How come I haven't seen you in this competition? If you're too afraid to compete, why not just stay hidden in the academy instead of embarrassing yourself out here? Jinxiang mocked, convinced that no one could remain composed in the face of such words. As long as Yang Yan was preparing to participate, he was determined to teach him a lesson, to see if he would dare to insult him again in the future. The anger within Jiang Yi had just been subdued a little, but upon hearing Jinxiang's remarks, he felt it surging back. Don't get too cocky. Yang Yan hasn't even hatched his initial Pokémon yet, and the only one he has, Butterfree, is merely at the novice level and cannot compete. If not for that, none of you would stand a chance against him. Jinxiang scoffed. Butterfree? Did I hear you correctly? There are still people raising such weak bug types? But then again, bug-type Pokémon are just right for you weaklings from the Forest Ranger Academy. Haha? Indeed. Jinxiang is absolutely right. What does it matter if it's novice strength? It's still garbage. Jinxiang's beginner-level Trico can not only win against its weakness, but can also defeat opponents of higher levels. Can it not? Yes. This kid actually dared to disrespect our big brother. Jinxiang, you must teach him a lesson. Although the dog Yang Yan mentioned was not specifically directed at them, it seemed to imply just that. How could it be that in their eyes, it transformed into Yang Yan speaking to Jinxiang? However, it seemed Jinxiang truly believed so. Upon hearing the collective encouragement from those around him, he felt that as long as that group could continue to disrupt Yang Yan just as they had with Jiang Yi, he truly had a chance at victory. After all, Butterfree was 4 times resistant to grass-type attacks, and being at a novice level, if he could win against it, wouldn't that be extraordinarily impressive? Wouldn't the girls in the academy admire him endlessly? Wouldn't his little brothers flock to him? Jinxiang became lost in his fantasies, nearly drooling in anticipation. Jinxiang, speak up. Teach him a lesson already. At that moment, Jinxiang suddenly declared, Kid, do you dare to compete with me? Don't say I'm bullying you. Just use your Butterfree, and let us have a match. Upon hearing this, Jinxiang did not relent and continued to taunt. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Truly, is this what it means to be from the Forest Ranger Academy? Just a bunch of cowards. Jiang Yi could no longer tolerate Jinxiang's words. It was one thing to insult them, but to continually drag the Forest Ranger Academy into it was unbearable. Yang Yan, just fight. Since he insists on provoking you, teach this ungrateful Jinxiang a proper lesson. Yang Yan was not one to shy away from conflict either. Having been relentlessly mocked by Jinxiang, he could no longer hold back. Under Yang Yan's piercing gaze, Jinxiang suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. Involuntarily shivering. Could it be that he might lose? No way. Impossible. All the advantages were on his side. How could he possibly lose? Jinxiang repeatedly encouraged himself in his mind. He mustered his courage and declared, Come on, release your Butterfree. Wait a moment. Jinxiang was taken aback. His previously focused demeanor suddenly faltering. What? Are you afraid and unwilling to battle? Yang Yan retorted without hesitation. Aren't you going to treat your Trico first? Are you not aware that it is injured? With a trainer like you, who shows no concern for their Pokémon, Trico is truly unfortunate. It was only then that Jinxiang remembered his own Trico was indeed hurt. If they continued the battle in this state, he might genuinely face defeat. After some contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to heal Trico first. Meanwhile, Jinxiang's sycophants were indifferent to Trico's condition, convinced that, just as before, Trico would surely triumph. Thus, they continued to incite him. Jinxiang, don't hesitate, just go for it. Jinxiang, stop dawdling, let us get started. Jinxiang, with us around, what is there to fear? At that moment, Jinxiang truly understood the meaning of having incompetent allies. Yet, he found himself at a loss. He dared not force Trico into battle while it was in poor condition, if there was even a slight chance of losing. Wouldn't that mean he would be slapping his own face after all his previous bravado? Compared to the potential risks, taking some time to heal Trico was evidently the safer option. Was there anything wrong with that? No, there was not. However, to those watching, this appeared as Jinxiang being cowardly, as if he lacked faith in them, which only spurred their encouragement further. Jinxiang struggled to suppress his urge to curse, retrieving several high-priced healing sprays from his bag to treat Trico. He then produced a few expensive red healing pills for Trico to consume. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit him. He discreetly mixed a green pill from his backpack into the red ones. Chapter 42, The Autonomous Battle of Butterfree. However, the emotions of the crowd were forcibly subdued by Xiaoping, preventing them from confronting the group from the Trainer Academy. Xiaoping, did you hear what those people just said? They mocked us. Yes, Xiaoping, how dare they look down upon us? They think there's something special just because they have a bit of money. Xiaoping, let us teach them a lesson together. A chorus of voices urged Xiaoping to seek trouble with the opposing group, but Xiaoping replied, "Everyone, let us calm down and listen to me. Debating with them is fine, but if it escalates to a fight, the consequences could be dire. At best, we would face repercussions from the academy for jeopardizing the relationship between our schools. At worst, we could be injured, or even our Pokémon could face death. After all, we are already outnumbered, and that would put us at a significant disadvantage. Therefore, for the safety and future of everyone, I suggest we let this go for now. When the opportunity arises in the future, I will ensure we exact our revenge." Many, upon hearing Xiaoping's words, began to calm down. Indeed, their side had fewer than 100 members, while the Trainer Academy boasted at least 400. Should a conflict arise, it could escalate into a full-scale brawl, potentially drawing the attention of Miss Junxia. Indeed, Brother Xiaoping's considerations are astute. We must not act impulsively. Yes, let us spare them this time, when our strength has grown. We shall teach them a lesson at a more opportune moment. Indeed, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. One must not underestimate the youth and their poverty. Is the situation truly as grave as Xiaoping suggests? Certainly not. Setting aside the fact that there are surely many individuals present in the venue who would intervene should anything amiss occur. There is also the matter of the group that just mocked us. They are hired by Xinxiang. Other trainers and individuals from the breeding academy may not necessarily come to their aid. After all, the competition is public. Everyone in the venue can witness the proceedings. Even if someone is not fully aware of the previous events, they can easily inquire and learn the truth from those nearby. Most onlookers likely disdain such behavior, but since it has not happened to them, few are willing to step forward. From Xiaoping's perspective, if he were to join the crowd in confronting that group, it might yield even better results. On one hand, it would bolster his standing in the eyes of the public, leading them to unconsciously regard him as a leader. On the other hand, by standing up for the individuals from the Forest Ranger Academy, even if they were ultimately defeated by the Trainer Academy, they would not be at fault. At least from the perspective of the Academy's instructors, they would be fighting in defense of the Academy's reputation, thus leaving a favorable impression despite their loss. But why did he refrain from taking such action? The reason, perhaps, is known only to him. Just by observing the way he looks down at Yang Yin and Jiang Yi, it is evident that he is utterly indifferent to their current plight. Below, the battlefield is set. The match commences. The bribed referee blows the whistle. Mokuji, execute Rock Lock. Xinxiang launches his powerful move right from the start. Yang Yin remains silent. For the voices from the crowd have become even more fervent, their shouts ceaseless since the match began. He understands that even if he issues commands, Bada Dai will not be able to hear him. However, his silence does not mean that Bada Dai will remain inactive. Yang Yin had previously informed Bada Dai that he would not be directing it during this match, allowing it to act autonomously throughout. Xinxiang assumed that by preventing Yang Yin from giving commands, Bada Dai would be left defenseless, much like Jiang Ye's Aegai. Yet, this time, he has indeed miscalculated. Although Yang Yin has known Bada Dai for a long time, it had previously lived a solitary existence in the Huayu Mountains, fighting alone. Thus, it instinctively knows how to respond even without Yang Yin's guidance. In the face of the oncoming Rock Lock, Bada Dai unleashes the silk it has diligently practiced recently. The silken threads strike the rocks, instantly enveloping them. How could this be? Xinxiang is left dumbfounded. Not only is he astonished that Bada Dai acted independently without any command from its trainer, but more critically, he is bewildered that the silk seems to counter the very rock lock that should have the advantage over it. This perception leads Xinxiang to feel as though he possesses a flawed type matchup chart. However, Xinxiang was perplexed, yet Yang Yin comprehended the situation perfectly. Would he divulge the reasons to Xinxiang? Evidently not. Butterfree was not a Pokémon that could maintain its composure after being attacked. Its earlier confrontation with the formidable Heracross had already revealed its combative nature. With a flick of its psychic abilities, Butterfree commanded the rocks ensnared by String Shot to plummet towards Trico below. Trico evade. Xinxiang urgently commanded. Trico promptly executed a backward leap to dodge the impending assault. Glare. Trico widened its eyes, staring fiercely at Butterfree. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was far too vast. There was no way Butterfree could be intimidated. With a swift motion, it summoned a gust of wind. As Butterfree's most mastered technique, the raging wind enveloped Trico from all sides, leaving it no avenue of escape. The wind struck true. Trico was sent flying, emitting a pained wail as it crashed to the ground. It was over. Yang Yin observed Trico's heavy fall, knowing it likely wouldn't rise again. But wait, it could still stand. Yang Yin raised an eyebrow. Could it be the Overgrow ability? Overgrow, when health diminishes, the power of Grass-type moves increases. As Trico rose, Yang Yin could distinctly sense a shift in its aura, a faint illusion that it stood shoulder to shoulder with Butterfree. Trico let out a resounding cry, conjuring a green orb of energy that shot forth towards Butterfree. An energy ball? Yang Yin furrowed his brow. It has even mastered a new skill? Could Overgrow have such an effect? Xinxiang, witnessing Trico's transformation, leaped with joy. Haha, victory is mine. Trico, unleash another energy ball. Unbeknownst to him, Trico could no longer hear his commands. Instead of gathering an energy ball, Trico dashed rapidly across the battlefield. Butterfree, surprised that Trico had not been swept away by its wind, quickly regained its composure. Having survived in the Grey Feather Mountains for so long, it was accustomed to adapting. If one attack was insufficient, then another was in order. However, to its astonishment, Trico retaliated by launching an energy ball. In haste, Butterfree resorted to using Supersonic to counter. Yet, Trico was no longer the same as before. Its overall strength had surged nearly threefold, now bordering on the level of a novice. With the enhancement of Overgrow, the energy ball had reached the prowess of a beginner-level attack. Thus, the energy ball shattered the Supersonic. Just as it was about to strike Butterfree, the latter summoned another gust of wind, narrowly deflecting the energy ball away from its mark. Chapter 43, The Unfinished Battle. At that moment, having just executed an agility maneuver on the ground, Trico suddenly leapt into the air, executing a flawless spin, its tail striking swiftly at Butterfree, who had just evaded the energy ball. Ugh! Butterfree emitted a cry of pain. Yang Yan was left astonished once more. How could this be? Beyond the energy ball, Trico had also learned agility. This situation is utterly irrational, akin to the sudden elevation of a wood gecko's rank by several levels. It is truly regrettable. Had the wood gecko employed Thunder Punch instead of Pound just now, the Butterfree might have already succumbed to defeat. Nevertheless, he remains confident that victory will ultimately be his. As for the fate of the wood gecko, he feels no concern whatsoever. Should his family discover that he triumphed over the Butterfree, which possesses a type disadvantage against the wood gecko, they would undoubtedly prioritize him for various high-quality Pokémon in the future. Behind Yang Yan, the sycophants, bought off by Jinxiang, erupted in a cacophony of cheers and taunts upon witnessing the wood gecko successfully subduing the Butterfree. Haha, splendid work, wood gecko. Brother Jinxiang, keep going. Defeat this ungrateful foe. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi seethed in frustration. You truly possess the audacity to spout such nonsense. Today, I have finally witnessed just how shameless a person can be. At this moment, Yang Yan felt a pang of impatience. He longed to direct the Butterfree. Yet the din behind him was overwhelming. He could only silently pray that the Butterfree's battle experience would prove superior and enable it to conquer the current wood gecko. After being struck by the wood gecko's pound, the Butterfree recognized that this was no longer the same opponent as before. It promptly retracted its previous nonchalance and began to approach the battle with seriousness. The Butterfree flapped its wings, leveraging its aerial advantage to maintain distance. Upon landing, the wood gecko swiftly accelerated with a flash of electricity, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Rock Tomb. The wood gecko unleashed Rock Tomb, intending to confine the Butterfree's movements. The Butterfree countered with a powerful supersonic, shattering the rocks. Subsequently, it unleashed 6 air slashes towards the wood gecko. The wood gecko adeptly evaded them all. Yet, unbeknownst to it, lurking behind the air slash was String Shot. The Butterfree employed the air slash precisely to restrict the wood gecko's positioning, creating an opportunity for the String Shot to hit. With no space to dodge, the wood gecko was ensnared by the String Shot. It struggled relentlessly to break free. However, the Butterfree seized the opportunity and immediately used Gust, accelerating towards the wood gecko as it attacked. The wood gecko could only lower its head to withstand the blow. Suddenly, it noticed that the String Shot binding it had weakened due to the gust, filling it with elation. It intensified its writhing, eager to escape. At that moment, the Butterfree had already soared above the wood gecko, gathering bug-type energy in its mouth. Bug Bite. The practice of this move over the days bore fruit, striking the wood gecko just after it had freed itself from the String Shot. The wood gecko felt a distressing surge of energy penetrate its shoulder, and it cried out in agony. With great effort, it endured for 5 seconds before collapsing. Wood gecko, get up. Zhen Xiang bellowed, unable to accept this outcome. He could scarcely fathom the consequences of defeat. The onlookers behind Yang Yan were equally dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the wood gecko, which had just held the upper hand, could so suddenly be vanquished. Wood gecko, please rise. Weren't you just so valiant? Wood gecko, get up. However, the wood guardian could no longer rise. It was oblivious to the voices surrounding it. Even after the butterfly's 3 consecutive advantages over its abilities, the wood guardian's body had long since succumbed to exhaustion. At that moment, the referee announced the end of the match, declaring Yang Yan the victor. Given the obvious outcome, he could not feign ignorance. So despite having received a bribe, he could only assert, "This is not my fault. It is entirely the wood guardian's fault." Yang Yan, you managed to win despite this. Truly impressive. Jiang also approached Yang Yan, excitedly gesticulating. Haha, that fellow must feel embarrassed, hence his reluctance to stick around. Yang Yan, you finally avenged me, haha. Yang Yan chuckled. Let us leave. There is no reason to linger here any longer. Jiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, a bunch of petty individuals, nothing worth watching. Just then, a bright voice emerged from behind Yang Yan. Excuse me, gentlemen, please wait a moment. 2 individuals approached Yang Yan. The trainer of Kecleon stepped forward and said, Hello. Class Demu, Class Haben. I am Tanaka Hideo from the Trainer Academy, and this is my companion, by Jean Meixiong from the Breeder Academy. Bai Jean Meixiong smiled and greeted. Hello. Given the recent events, Jiang already harbored a dislike for individuals from the Trainer Academy, so he bluntly inquired, what do you want? First, I must apologize for Xinxiang's earlier behavior. I'm truly sorry, Tanaka Hideo said, bowing respectfully to Yang Yin and Jiang. Yang Yin frowned, puzzled by the man's intentions. This is a matter between us and Shan Village's Xinxiang. It has nothing to do with you, nor do you need to apologize on his behalf. Jiang added, there is no need for your concern. If he dares to trouble us again, he shall see how I handle him. Tanaka, however, merely smiled, seemingly unfazed by Jiang's words. Yang Yin restrained the still fuming Jiang, saying, if what you wish to convey ends here, we are already aware. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. Tanaka hastily raised his hand to stop Yang Yin, saying, wait, I would like to ask Class Damu if you are interested in having a battle with me? Chapter 44, The Championship Battle. While Jiang and Xinxiang competed, other Venus were engaged in the round of 16. By the time Xinxiang provoked Yang Yin, the top 8 had already been determined. Others initially wished to expedite the process and commence the semifinals, but Tanaka intervened. Ostensibly, he merely suggested they start the semifinals, allowing the extra participant to advance automatically. However, the true reason remained known only to him. As Xinxiang battled Yang Yin, other matches were simultaneously held in the round of 8. Following Yang Yin's victory, the top 4 had essentially been established, including Tanaka and Meixiong. The remaining 2 participants, feeling inferior in strength, conceded automatically. Thus, only the match between Tanaka and Meixiong for the championship title remained. Upon hearing Tanaka's words, Jiang seethed with anger, exclaiming, so you truly came here to pick a fight? No, you misunderstand, said Shai, shaking his head with a smile. I merely wish to engage in battle with a formidable opponent. Yang Yin stepped forward, questioning, why should I fight you? If memory serves, your Kokodora is merely at the novice level, correct? Surely, you do not believe that Kokodora's attributes can adequately counteract the prowess of a Butterfree? Shai replied, I have just witnessed the strength of Butterfree. While it is indeed powerful, I believe my Kokodora still possesses the potential for a worthy contest. Yang Yin responded, oh, is that so? You exude such confidence. It is not merely confidence. I am curious to see how Kokodora measures up against Pokémon of basic strength and to discern the extent of the disparity. Zhixiang chuckled and suggested, how about this? If I lose, the entire prize pool of 100,000 yuan will be yours. Would that entice you to battle me? Jiang also remarked with a smirk. Such bravado. One might think you are already the champion of this competition. At that moment, Meixiong stepped forward, interjecting with a smile. In truth, Shai is nearly the champion of this tournament, for my mini-ice is naturally at a disadvantage against Kokodora. Shai continued, of course. I understand that you both may have concerns. How about this? My match with Damu will take place in a private arena within the venue, ensuring that no one else can observe or disturb us. Jiang retorted, and what of it? You trainers from the academy are not to be trusted. We shall not compete. What can you do about it? Yang Yin, let us depart. As he spoke, Jiang attempted to pull Yang Yin away. Shai interjected with a smile, Kawamoto. The contest is between Damu and myself. It is best to allow Damu to make the decision. Yang Yin pondered for a moment. Perhaps a match wouldn't be amiss, especially since there was a monetary incentive, and he was currently in need of funds. I can accept the match. However, I shall forego the 100,000 yuan. My Butterfree is already strong, and under advantageous circumstances, it would be inappropriate for you to stake money. He continued. I happen to possess energy cubes worth 100,000 yuan. If I lose, the energy cubes will be yours. Should I win, I shall only take 50,000. Shai smiled and responded, since Damu has proposed it, let it be so. Once I conclude my match with Meixiong, I shall return to you both. With that, the two proceeded to the nearby battle arena, seemingly on the verge of commencing the final championship duel. Jiang, visibly displeased, remarked, Yang Yin, how could you so readily agree to his match? What if they resort to trickery? That fellow named Shai, despite his eloquent words, clearly harbors a desire for vengeance on behalf of Zhixiang. How can you be so easily deceived? Jiang continued, if that is the case, why wager the energy cubes? Why not simply accept his 100,000 yuan outright? Yang Yin chuckled, we have no personal grievances. It is better to maintain fairness. Conducting oneself in an unsightly manner does not align with my principles. Well then, I hope you are correct, Jiang sighed. The two individuals swiftly took their seats in the audience. Yang Yin first retrieved a healing potion to tend to Badeiti's injuries. After all, it would be unwise for it to compete while wounded in the forthcoming match. Once he deemed Badeiti sufficiently recovered, Yang Yin lifted his gaze to observe the battle between Xiuya and Meixiong. He cast a curious glance at Meixiong, not out of any peculiar sentiment, but simply out of intrigue regarding her possession of a mini-ice from the Unova region, holding an exquisite Pokémon egg from Unova himself. It was only natural for him to pay greater attention to those who owned Pokémon from that area. Steel and rock types inherently possess advantages over ice types. Thus, on the surface, Kecleon appeared to hold the upper hand. However, fortunately, this particular Kecleon lacked an extensive repertoire of ranged attacks. While ice types are renowned for their abundance of long-range skills, therefore, as long as distance could be maintained, Mini-Ice still had a chance at victory. Yang Yan noted that Mei Xiang was employing such a strategy. She initially commanded Mini-Ice to release a thick fog to obscure Kecleon's vision and then utilized Ice Wind, Ice Shard, and Hail to wear down Kecleon from afar, attempting to exhaust it. Although Ice-type moves were not particularly effective against Kecleon, there is a saying, a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. If Kecleon continued to be passively battered, it would inevitably reach a breaking point. Moreover, Kecleon's base speed was notably low, rendering it incapable of drawing near its opponent to engage in close combat, like the earlier Trico had done. Given that most Ice-type moves are area attacks, it appeared as though Kecleon was thoroughly at a disadvantage, merely enduring the onslaught of various Ice-type techniques. I thought Xiaoya was exceptionally skilled, yet he seems only capable of taking hits. If it weren't for Kecleon's type advantage, it would have likely been obliterated by now. Zhang also expressed his excitement from the sidelines. He harbored a disdain for Xiaoya from the Trainer Academy, but held no such feelings towards Mei Xiang from the Breeder Academy. Moreover, as a beautiful young lady, Zhang undoubtedly hoped Mei Xiang would teach Xiaoya a lesson. Yet, would reality align with his desires? Though he believed in his own victory, he recognized the necessity of caution. After all, if they lacked the skill, they would not dare to challenge him. Chapter 45. The champion is not a true champion. Kecleon hardened, followed by Rock Tomb. At that moment, due to Mini-Ice's fog, Mei Xiang was unable to see Mini-Ice's form. She presumed that Xiaoya intended to use Harden to withstand the blows, and then employ Rock Tomb to locate Mini-Ice. However, she was mistaken. Kecleon's Rock Tomb was not aimed at Mini-Ice, but rather directed towards itself. In an instant, Kecleon was enveloped entirely in rock formations, effectively barricading all snow and ice from the outside. Observing the unfolding battle, Yang Yin continued to analyze the situation in his mind. He had not anticipated Xiaoya would employ Rock Tomb in such a manner, and it appeared to be yielding favorable results. At present, the diminutive ice Pokémon appears to be somewhat at a loss, as it has yet to master the more formidable ice-type techniques, rendering it incapable of shattering the surrounding rocks that encase the formidable Cocodora. Mini-Ice, summon your strength and unleash the icy wind, Mei Xiang asserted, believing that no matter how the rocks obstruct, there must be crevices allowing air to circulate. The icy wind, infused with the essence of ice, could effortlessly penetrate these gaps, potentially harming Cocodora within. It seems Cocodora is destined to be worn down. Zhang exclaimed excitedly, adding, Yanhui. It appears this Shai is about to flee just like that Jinxiang. Yanhui, however, found it difficult to discern whether Shai was genuinely at an impasse or had some ulterior motive. Was he merely stalling for time? If so, it was evident that prolonging the battle only favored Mini-Ice. As seconds ticked away, the spectators began to believe that Cocodora would indeed be overwhelmed by this relentless assault, and the outcome seemed inevitable. The rocks enveloping Cocodora began to crack under the onslaught of the icy wind, and many felt that the moment the stones shattered would signify Cocodora's defeat. Suddenly, Yanhui noticed a faint tremor in the arena. Could it be? Shai shouted, Cocodora. Now is the time. Rock slide. From beneath the ground, Cocodora suddenly emerged, swiftly forming a sphere of rock, approximately 1 meter in diameter, which hurtled towards Mini-Ice amidst the swirling mist. What? Mei Xiang gasped, startled by Cocodora's sudden appearance, and urgently cried, Mini-Ice, evade. However, Mini-Ice had been entirely focused on maintaining the icy wind, and had not anticipated that Cocodora was not within the rocks, but rather underground. Thus, it was completely unprepared for the rock slide. Fortunately, Cocodora was also unaware of Mini-Ice's exact position within the mist, causing the attack to merely graze it rather than deliver a full impact. Nonetheless, the damage from the rock-type move was undeniably substantial. In pain, Mini-Ice was unable to sustain the mist, and its form immediately became visible before Cocodora. A perfect opportunity. Cocodora, leap and employ Metal Claw. Shai's tactical acumen was remarkable. As soon as Mini-Ice appeared, Cocodora was instructed to strike. At that moment, Mini-Ice had yet to recover from the impact of the rock slide, and was once again struck by Cocodora's Metal Claw, the most powerful attack in Cocodora's arsenal. The assault was undeniably successful. Having been hit consecutively by 2 moves that exploited its weaknesses, Mini-Ice could not withstand the onslaught and fell to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. With Mini-Ice incapacitated, Cocodora emerged victorious. Jiang stood in stunned silence, unable to believe his eyes. The elegant maneuver of digging underground had successfully deceived Mini-Ice, turning the tide of battle and leaving the majority of the audience, including Jiang, utterly astonished. So it was a burrowing tactic. Yanhui had only contemplated this strategy moments before Cocodora's emergence, and given the lengthy wait, it was evident that Cocodora's mastery of the move was still in its nascent stages. Such a maneuver can only achieve the element of surprise once. For the flying Pokémon Butterfree, digging is utterly ineffective. In the current circumstances, Yang Yin remains oblivious to how Shy intends to counter Butterfree. Meanwhile, Shy, having secured victory, is immediately showered with congratulations from all around, particularly from the excited attendees of the Trainer Academy. After approximately 20 minutes, Shy finally manages to calm the exuberant crowd. With the match concluded and the excitement waning, many attendees begin to leave in small groups, as school awaits them the following day. Shy approaches Yang Yin, smiling as he says, "Classmate Oki, let us depart. The battle arena has been arranged." Jiang also rises, smirking. "It was merely good fortune. What is there to be proud of?" Yang Yin interjects, grasping Jiang's arm. "Jiang, a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. Even if luck played a part, it is still a facet of skill. There is no need for sarcasm." Behind Shy, Mei Xiang chuckles. "Kokodora's digging was unexpected for me. However, even if Shy hadn't used it, I doubt I could have won. So luck is hardly a factor." Shy replies with a smile. "Kokodora learned digging just yesterday through a technical disc, so it's not yet adept at using it. I apologize for any amusement cost." Jiang mutters under his breath. "Rich kid." Indeed, for a Pokémon like Kokodora, learning digging seems somewhat counterproductive. While it may have some utility during Kokodora's stage, once it evolves into the final form, Boss Godora, digging becomes virtually obsolete due to its sheer size, making it an easy target. However, wealth allows for such frivolities. So what does it matter if one wastes a skill or two? The venue is not large, and soon the group finds themselves in a private room, which contains only the battle arena and a mere handful of spectator seats. Shy states, "To prevent any leaks regarding the match, we want to be appointing a referee. Is that acceptable?" Yang Yin nods. "That works. Then let us begin swiftly." Yang Yin and Shy position themselves at either side of the arena, while Jiang and Mei Xiang occupy the seats on the right. Jiang cannot fathom why Shy insists on challenging Yang Yin. The disparity in their strengths is glaring, rendering the competition pointless. Hearing Jiang's complaint, Mei Xiang chuckles softly. "That's just Shy. He enjoys challenging those stronger than himself, believing it fosters growth." Jiang teases, "Are you quite familiar with him? You two aren't from the same academy." "Indeed," Mei Xiang replies, "but I have known Shy since childhood, so I understand his character. Please don't assume that his challenge to Yang Yin carries any ill intent. He is merely preparing for the next match." "The next match?" Jiang queries, puzzled. He has already secured the top position in the new trainer tournament, undisputedly the #1 rookie in Changhua City. What more does he need to compete for? Mei Xiang lets out a soft laugh, a blush gracing her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. "The #1 rookie? That is not quite accurate. Your friend S. Butterfree is indeed stronger than Shy S. Kokodora." Initially, the sight of Mei Xiang's radiant smile filled Jiang Ye with a sense of enchantment. However, upon hearing her words, a thought abruptly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that among this generation of newcomers, there exists someone akin to Yang Yin, possessing two Pokémon? Mei Xiang lifted her gaze and gently remarked, "Indeed, and that individual's Pokémon is significantly stronger than Butterfree." Chapter 46, The Narrow Broad Avenue. 10 minutes later, Xiaoya shook his head and waved his hands, declaring, "No more, no more, I concede." Yang Yin inquired with curiosity, "The match isn't over yet, why concede?" Subsequently, the two of them walked towards Jiang Ye and Mei Xiang. As they strolled, Xiaoya continued, "Demu, please share your card number so I can transfer the money to you." Yang Yin provided his lead card number, and soon, 50,000 yuan appeared in his account. Jiang Ye, noticing the conclusion of the match, approached and asked, "Why did you suddenly stop?" Xiaoya replied with a smile, "Continuing would only lead to defeat, so it's better not to waste each other's time." Yang Yin said, "Since there's nothing more to discuss, we shall take our leave." Xiaoya turned to Yang Yin and expressed, "It was a pleasure to compete with you today. I hope for future battles." Yang Yin smiled in response, "Farewell to you both." Mei Xiang waved cheerfully, "Goodbye." Upon exiting the venue, Jiang Ye remarked with confusion, "What is Xiaoya up to? He claims he wants to fight, yet he chooses not to. Is he toying with us?" Yang Yin replied, "I don't believe so." During the match, Xiaoya appeared quite earnest. His Cacnea may have been dominated by Butterfree, but that is merely due to Cacnea's limited skills and lower strength. Should Cacnea's prowess match that of Butterfree, I fear victory would be elusive. Jiang Ye countered, "Nevertheless, it is unavoidable. Cacnea naturally counters Butterfree, and currently, Cacnea remains in its initial form. Once it evolves, Butterfree would stand no chance. After all, bug-type Pokémon inherently possess disadvantages compared to others. Indeed, Cacnea, such a challenging Pokémon to nurture, without wealth, it is nearly impossible to develop," Jiang Ye lamented. This illustrates the stark divide between the commoners and the affluent, a veritable chasm. By the way, Yang Yin, did you know that there is someone at the Trainer Academy who, like you, has begun with two Pokémon? Yang Yin chuckled. What is so surprising about that? The scions of wealthy families can raise as many as they desire. Not just two. Even an entire team wouldn't astonish me. Jiang Ye interjected. But the crux lies not in quantity, but in strength. It is said that one of that individual's Pokémon is nearing intermediate level. Well, and what of it? Intermediate merely indicates early training. Undoubtedly, that person belongs to a prominent family. Jiang Ye leaned closer to Yang Yan's shoulder. You are absolutely correct. That individual, like you, ranks first at the academy. Ryuichi Iguchi from the Iguchi family. Ryuichi Iguchi. Upon hearing the name of the Iguchi family, Yang Yan instinctively heightened his vigilance, but fortunately, Jiang Ye continued speaking, oblivious to his unease. Indeed, when I first arrived for the competition, I was perplexed as to why I had yet to catch a glimpse of Ryuichi Iguchi. I had assumed he simply did not wish to participate in such an informal contest. However, Meika just informed me that Ryuichi refrained from joining due to his overwhelming prowess. He had recently acquired a rather feeble Torchic this semester, and even if he were to compete, victory would be unattainable. Rather than face the humiliation of defeat, he chose to abstain. It dawned on me, and I remarked, so that explains why that champion, despite having claimed victory, exhibited none of the typical demeanor associated with a winner. It appears there are others who overshadow him. Yes, replied Kitsuya. Meika also mentioned that although Ryuichi did not partake in the competition, he is already recognized as the uncrowned king within their trainer academy. Thus, his presence or absence from the contest is of little consequence. After a moment of contemplation, I mused that the trainer academy might not enjoy tranquility in the near future. Yet, that did not concern me. I would rather focus on earning a living and nurturing my Pokémon. Upon entering, we were immediately enveloped by a cacophony of noise. Observing the throngs of people before us, I remarked, it seems there are a great many individuals registering this semester. Even at this hour, such a crowd remains. Kitsuya, somewhat surprised, inquired, did you not know? He then struck his left palm with his right fist, exclaiming, oh, I completely forgot. You haven't been at the academy these past few days. Subsequently, Kitsuya took over 10 minutes to elucidate the situation to me. This year, the Alliance intends to recruit a select group of promising new trainers for focused development. According to Kitsuya, each city will admit one student aged 9, 10, and 11, subsequently gathering them for various assessments, ultimately selecting approximately 10 individuals from each age group to serve as the Alliance's future backbone. Once this announcement was made, it captured the attention of countless individuals, particularly among the common folk, many of whom perceived it as a rare opportunity to transcend social strata. Consequently, numerous children from these age groups, who previously had no intention of attending any academy, were compelled by their parents to enroll. Unsurprisingly, the academy with the highest number of applicants was the Ranger Academy aimed at the underprivileged. Kitsuya informed me that Shuru had mentioned the registration might exceed 500 participants. An astonishing figure, 23 times the average annual enrollment. At this moment, Kitsuya scratched his head in confusion. I cannot quite grasp why so many wish to register. Even if the Alliance truly pursues this initiative, each city will only select 3 candidates. Furthermore, these 3 will then have to compete against candidates from other cities in the Hoenn region for the final 10 spots. This seems implausible for the majority of commoners. He concluded, in my opinion, those coveted spots will inevitably fall to the scions of prominent families. I chuckled softly and replied, nevertheless, at least until the results are announced, they will continue to harbor a glimmer of hope. They may think, what if my child happens to be the fortunate one, becoming one of those 3, or ultimately one of the final 10? Previously, the lack of avenues led to a sense of stagnation. However, the League has now clearly laid out a broad pathway, albeit one that may feel congested or somewhat narrow for them. Nonetheless, a path exists, and how could they not cherish such an opportunity? Moreover, the costs they must incur are minimal. Most people in the world believe that only through experience can one ascertain whether they are the fortunate ones. Yet, without attempting, the possibility of ascent remains forever elusive. After listening to Yang Yan's words, Jiang Yi scratched his head and said, Yang Yan, your words are quite profound. I hardly comprehend them. You know, I have always struggled with my language skills, so could you please simplify it a bit? Yang Yan replied, what I mean is, they are like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Chapter 47. Tranquil days at the academy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Yi proposed, hey Yang Yan, how about we host a dinner gathering in our dorm tonight? It has been a while since we've all come together, and it's perfect since everyone is here. What do you think? Yang Yan's eyes lit up. It has indeed been a long time since our last gathering. That's a splendid idea. I'll contact the others right away. Yang Yan continued, there's no need to reach out to Ching Tai. He is probably in the dorm. He then approached Ching Tai's door and knocked lightly. Ching Tai, are you there? Ching Tai's voice came from inside. Yes. Yang Yan conveyed Jiang Ye's proposal for the gathering. I'm fine with it, but I wonder how Yushu feels about it. Ching Tai replied nonchalantly. At this moment, Jiang Yi ended a call and approached, saying, I just asked Yushu. He mentioned that he should be done by around 8, so it's all good. Yang Yan smiled. It seems like a rare opportunity. Ching Tai inquired, are we going out to eat or dining in the dorm? Just to clarify, I prefer staying in. Jiang Yi jumped up. Let us go out. A gathering is not a gathering unless we dine outside. Yang Yan contemplated for a moment. Jiang Yi, I think it's better to stay in the dorm. Jiang Yi, feeling displeased, asked, why is that? Yang Yin explained, consider this. There are so many people registering at the academy today, along with a multitude of parents. It's likely that all the restaurants will be packed this evening, which would be too noisy and inconvenient. After some thought, Jiang Yi conceded, you're right. You always think things through. In that case, let us head out now to buy supplies, as it may be difficult later. Yang Yin suggested. Since I just made 50,000 today, I'll take care of the shopping. Jiang Yi chuckled, exactly. Yang Yin, since you have a windfall today, we shall not hold back. I want barbecue, the meaty kind. Yang Yin replied with a grin. All right. I'll buy extra meat and some snacks and sodas to ensure everyone has a delightful time. Cheng Tai, visibly puzzled, asked, 50,000? Yang Yin, what did you do to earn such a sum? Yang Yin laughed. I'll explain during the dinner gathering later. But for now, time is of the essence. I'll head to the barbecue shop to gather everything. All right, I'll take my leave then. Yang Yin waved goodbye as he departed from the dormitory. Within the academy, there existed 2 barbecue establishments, yet upon gazing at the throngs of patrons within, he discerned that securing a meal was an impossibility. Reluctantly, he resolved to venture outside the academy to procure his supplies. After more than an hour, Yang Yin finally gathered all the necessary items. In addition to the provisions for their quartet, he thoughtfully acquired some snacks suitable for Pokémon. With a smile, Yang Yin declared, rest assured, everything has been purchased. As he produced a large bag from his backpack, he warned, do not even think about pilfering any. Cheng Tai interjected, fear not. I will ensure that Jiang Yi does not indulge. Jiang Yi retorted, what do you take me for? Am I the sort to snatch food? Yang Yin and Cheng Tai exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, although a gathering was planned for the evening, it merely consisted of mundane fare, sufficient for appeasing hunger, yet devoid of substantial nourishment. During this time, Yang Yan's Butterfree, Panida, along with Jiang Ye's Talonflame, and Cheng Tai's Swablu frolicked within the dormitory, quickly forming a lively camaraderie. Unbeknownst to them, the clock struck 7:30. Jiang Yi exclaimed, Yu, you are taking far too long. My stomach has been growling for ages. Yu apologetically replied, my sincerest apologies. I had a plethora of tasks today, and I appreciate your patience. You need not wait for me. If you are hungry, please feel free to start without me. Yang Yin chuckled, what nonsense is this? A gathering should embody the essence of togetherness. Who would commence dining before everyone has arrived? Cheng Tai added, now that we are all present, let us hasten to eat. I am quite famished as well. All right, I shall retrieve the food from the microwave. Jiang Yi eagerly dashed over. It had been quite some time since they had the opportunity to enjoy a meal together and converse. Thus there was much to discuss. After they had eaten their fill, the 4 friends gathered around, and Cheng Tai broached the topic of the 50,000 yuan. Before Yang Yin could elucidate, Jiang Yi seized the moment to recount the events of the day's competition to Cheng Tai and Yu. I never anticipated such occurrences. That Jinxiang is truly not a good person. Jiang Yi exclaimed passionately. Cheng Tai, you are absolutely right. Individuals like him, who take advantage of their family's wealth, believe they can impose their will. However, if I encounter him again, I shall demonstrate that victories obtained through underhanded means do not equate to genuine strength. Yu clapped. Well said, Jiang Yi. Those from affluent families only know how to bully us commoners. If given the chance, I would dearly love to teach them a lesson. Yang Yin took a sip of water and turned to Yu. By the way, Yu, since you are familiar with the teachers, do you have any insights regarding the league's intention to select individuals for focused training? Yu wiped his mouth and replied, the matter is indeed true. Tomorrow, during class, the homeroom teacher will announce it. Moreover, due to this initiative, many students have enrolled, many of whom already possess starter Pokémon. The Academy is aware that they are not merely aspiring to become forest rangers, which has left them pondering how to accommodate this influx of students. Jiang Yi scoffed. These individuals truly believe such good fortune will fall upon them, oblivious to their own shortcomings. Yang Yin remarked, Jiang Yi, do not speak in such a manner. Regardless of circumstances, we shall all be classmates come tomorrow. It is best to refrain from harboring biases. At that moment, Cheng Tai interjected. While I do not hold any prejudices against these individuals, I must concur with Jiang Yi's sentiments. The actions of the Alliance this time, in my view, will likely result in the selection of trainers and breeders, as those from prominent families possess an inherent advantage. We, unfortunately, stand little chance. Chapter 48, The Futures of the Collective and Whistleblowing. Upon hearing Cheng Tai's words, a sense of despondency washed over the group. Yang Yin, sensing this subtle atmosphere, encouraged them. In truth, there is no need for such gloom. Even if the Alliance's affairs have little to do with us, it is merely a repetition of the past. We should simply adhere to our own goals. Jiang Yi was the first to smile, being the sole spirited youth among them. Yang Yin was correct. I need only to steadfastly pursue my goal of becoming a ranger. The Alliance's seeds do not concern me. Young Tree added. I merely aspire to remain in the academy as an ordinary teacher, living a stable life. The Alliance's seeds have no relevance to me either. Yang Yin echoed this sentiment, expressing his desire to be a good ranger. Each person shared their future aspirations, yet Cheng Tai remained silent. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, he inquired, "Surely you all already know my future goal? There is no need to reiterate it." Indeed, when they had just been assigned to the same dormitory, Chung Tai had clearly stated that he attended the Ranger Academy solely at his family's insistence, as they did not want him idling at home. He had also mentioned that he simply wished to complete 6 years at the academy, graduate, find a modest job at an ordinary company, marry an average woman, and lead a commonplace life, just like the vast majority of ordinary people in this world. Yang Yin saw nothing wrong with Chung Tai's perspective, as his own past thoughts mirrored this. Not every individual aspiring for greatness ultimately succeeds. Chung Tai's outlook was, in fact, a form of lucid self-awareness. Jiang Yi raised his drink and exclaimed, "Since we all have our own goals, let us toast to our collective success in achieving them." Jiang Yi, that is a beverage. Not wine. Less chatter. Does it matter if it's not wine? Come, everyone, raise your glasses and let us toast. Yang Yin, Yang Tree, and Chung Tai lifted their cups. And together with Jiang Yi, they proclaimed, "Cheers." Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the southern part of Changhua City, Jinxiang was lamenting to his grandfather. While it could be deemed a lament, it sounded more like a complaint. "Grandfather, the medicine you provided me is utterly ineffective. The wood gecko I treated was still defeated." Jinxiang's grandfather, Ing Jie, aged and weary, could hardly endure Jinxiang's incessant shaking of his arm. "Xiaoxiang, please allow your grandfather to sit down first, and then have a proper conversation with him, shall we?" Jinxiang finally released Ing Jie's arm, and with the assistance of the servant Gue, Ing Jie settled into a recliner. Jinxiang then took a seat beside him and waved for the servant to leave, not wanting the household staff to learn of his recent embarrassment. Once the servant exited the room and closed the door, Jinxiang began to embellish the story of his earlier defeat. In his retelling, it was transformed into a tale of interference from hired hands. Yet curiously, Jinxiang claimed to have triumphed against all odds. He recounted how Yang Yin, seeking vengeance for Jiang Ye, had provocatively challenged him, ultimately resorting to a lowly display of skill with a novice-level Ba deity. Miraculously, Jinxiang nearly reversed the outcome using a particular pill, only to lose the match due to an unfortunate mishap. One must admit, the art of distorting the truth requires years of practice to achieve such brazen audacity without a hint of shame. "Grandfather, do you not think those two are utterly despicable? They have caused my Moo to be ruined. Please, send someone to teach them a lesson and help me regain my dignity," Jinxiang pleaded. Ing Jie lifted his wrinkled hand and gently stroked Jinxiang's cheek and head. Although Jinxiang found this gesture uncomfortable, he chose to endure it a little longer, thinking of the humiliation brought upon him by Yang Yin and his companion. "Xiaoxiang, you have suffered today. I promise to help you regain your honor in a few days." Ing Jie replied kindly, "As for your ruined Moo, it is of little consequence. I will contact the doctor shortly and procure a starter Pokémon for you." Jinxiang beamed with delight. "This time, I do not want Moo. I desire a Torchic." Ing Jie's face, lined with age, broke into a loving smile. "Very well, Torchic it shall be. Whatever my grandson wishes for, I shall provide." Ecstatic, Jinxiang stood up. "Thank you, grandfather. I shall take my leave for now and return to see you in a few days." With his grievances addressed and his grandfather's promise made, Jinxiang felt no need to linger. Over the past 2 years, his grandfather had grown increasingly frail, with an odd odor about him. Were it not for his own desires, Jinxiang might not have made the visit. In truth, his insistence on wanting a Torchic was not born from a clear understanding of its superiority over Moo or Swablu. He had merely heard that the prominent student ecology had chosen a Torchic as his starter Pokémon, and thus he aspired to have one as well. As someone who viewed himself as the most illustrious in the academy, he felt compelled to ensure that his Torchic outperformed ecology's, thereby silencing any whispers and avoiding comparisons based on attributes. This would best demonstrate who truly was the most splendid trainer in the academy. After Jinxiang departed, Ing Jie's previously benevolent demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Ague, the servant who had just left, immediately re-entered upon hearing his name. "Yes, sir. Relay to me the events that transpired with Jinxiang today." "Understood." 10 minutes later, the steward Ague recounted the day's occurrences in precise detail. Devoid of any personal bias, Ing Jie closed his eyes and reclined in his chair, and after a brief moment inquired, "Have you ascertained the backgrounds of those 2 children?" Ague nodded. "We have gathered all the information. Both are students of the Forest Ranger Academy. The one named Jiang Ye is rather unremarkable, yet the other, Yang Yin, who possesses the preliminary ability of a Ba deity, is somewhat exceptional. He has been the top student of the academy for the past 2 years." Ing Jie expressed mild surprise. "So he is a little genius after all. However, I have encountered many such prodigies. They are nothing extraordinary. Indeed, for the master, such talents were of little concern." Ague continued. "Yet, aside from this, the only detail worth noting is that both of them have fathers who are forest rangers." Upon hearing this, Ing Jie slowly opened his eyes. "Are they affiliated with the Alliance?" After Ague spoke, he tentatively asked, "Master, what are your thoughts on what young Master Jinxiang just mentioned?" "Yes," Ague nodded, then added, What about the matter of the fire chick? Just a fire chick. The Alliance will not be overly concerned. As long as we provide sufficient funds. You shall handle this matter. Understood. After this, Agaway prepared to depart. Wait, Ingjia called Agaway back, leaning in to whisper. What is the current situation with the Sangwon team? Agaway lowered his head, speaking softly in Ingjia's ear, Master, regarding the Sangwon team. Chapter 49, The Calm After the Storm. To the west of Changhua City, beneath a dilapidated wooden cabin, lay a space rich in technological allure, starkly contrasting with the surrounding shabby buildings. A group of individuals clad in inverted triangular attire huddled within a cramped room. Oh, when do you think we will be able to escape? One lamented. For the next few days, don't even think about it. Can't you see that even the boss dares not go up? If you're not afraid of getting caught, why don't you give it a try? I certainly will not. I heard that the last operation failed miserably, resulting in the downfall of the captains of both the first and third squads. Junsha is undoubtedly still scouring Changhua City for us. I refuse to tempt fate. Then why waste your breath? Just wait patiently. Once the storm passes, we will naturally be able to leave. It's just that I haven't had enough to eat these past few days. I merely wish to find an opportunity to scrounge some food from above. Meanwhile, further below in the depths of this gathering, a somewhat more spacious area held no more than 10 individuals seated in a circle. At the head of the assembly sat a robust man, his left cheek marred by a prominent vertical scar. This man was none other than the current leader of the Sangwon team, Sangwon. This name was a tradition for every leader of the Sangwon team. Dado, what is the current state of affairs outside? The individual seated to his right, a man named Dado, differed markedly from the leader. He was rather slender and not particularly tall. However, one should not underestimate him, as he was the last remaining captain of the 3 squads of Sangwon. Sangwon nodded in satisfaction, then inquired, have there been any leads on Shanyuan? Furrowing his brow, Sangwon continued, what about the black market? Is there still no news? The man replied, since the task was issued, there have been no reports of anyone sighting Shanyuan. Dado leaned forward and inquired, boss, do you think Shanyuan might not have escaped at all and is also captured by Junsha? Unlikely. If Shanyuan had been apprehended, the elf egg would have undoubtedly fallen into the hands of the Jianko family by now. However, my sources inform me that the Jianko family is currently searching for Shanyuan's whereabouts, which indicates he must still be on the run. Dado's face twisted into a snarl as he declared, that despicable Shanyuan. I've long suspected that scoundrel was up to no good, daring to betray us. Once I find him, I shall present him before you, boss, and ensure he pays dearly for his treachery. Otherwise, the resentment of the brothers will never be assuaged. Sangwon interjected, there's no need to rush. We will have our chance soon. However, I still cannot fathom why the base over there was attacked by Junsha and her crew right after we completed our operation. Among those who were captured, none possessed knowledge of the details of that action, so it stands to reason that Junsha couldn't have obtained her intelligence from them. He then inquired, Dado, is it possible that our base had already been compromised, prompting Junsha to strike immediately after our operation? Dado replied, logically, that shouldn't be the case. When we selected that location for our base, we thoroughly surveyed the surroundings and found no one living nearby, except for an elderly man on the verge of death. An old man? Sangwon's eyes widened in shock. Why didn't you mention this sooner? And why on earth would we choose to build a base in a populated area? As the boss's fierce gaze suddenly intensified, a chill swept over all present, sending shivers down their spines. Dado, feeling the sweat bead on his forehead, hastily explained, boss, all our bases are strategically located near inhabited areas, as you indicated that this could effectively mask any potential disturbances. Moreover, I specifically checked on that old man. He has only a few days left to live. Once he passes away, our base will be even more secure. Fool. Sangwon slammed his hand on the table, prompting everyone to bow their heads in submission. How could I be so blind as to accept such a foolish bunch as you all? Sangwon, frustrated and at a loss for words, finally took a seat again. The others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the boss seemed disinclined to hold them accountable for their oversight. Dado sprang to his feet, present. Once the dust settles, you are to investigate that old man thoroughly. If you find any connection between him and the leak of our base's location, Dado promptly assured. Rest assured, boss, I know precisely what to do. Sangwon nodded, and then proceeded to pose the next inquiry now. What news do we have from the Huoyen team? In the heart of Changhua City, under the shroud of night, within an ancient and charming wooden courtyard, Jianko Longi was training his Pokémon. A servant hurried towards him and said, young Master Longi, the head of the family is seeking you. Longi, puzzled, asked, at this hour, what could my father possibly want? The servant lowered his gaze and replied, the head did not disclose any details to me. Very well, Longi acknowledged. 5 minutes later, he arrived at his father's chamber. Father, you summoned me at this hour. Is there something you require? As Ryuchi Jiang's father, Hiroshi Jiang, observed his son approaching, he joyfully exclaimed, Ryuchi, come here quickly. Ryuchi settled beside Hiroshi, and at that moment, he noticed a Pokeball placed before his father. Father, what is the matter? Hiroshi replied, "My dear Ryuichi, the perfect quality Pokémon egg I prepared for you was stolen by the Sangwon team. This Pokeball contains that very Pokémon." As he lifted the Pokeball from the table and handed it to Ryuichi, he added, "Yes, Ryuichi. Nurture this Pokémon for now, and I shall seek out an even better one for you in the future." Taking the Pokeball, Ryuichi responded, "Since it is a treasure you painstakingly acquired, I will certainly care for it well. However, Father, I wish to earn my future Pokémon through my own efforts. So please do not tire yourself in searching any further. As for the thief, Yamamoto, no matter where he may be now, I will find a way to track him down." This night, beyond the four in the Waihiko dormitory, many others were also scheming. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 50. Amendments to the Academy's Assessment Regulations. The Academy's classes commence at 8 a.m. After enjoying breakfast with his Pokémon, Waihiko prepared to head to the classroom. It was the first day of school, and he wondered whether anything intriguing might transpire. The teaching building lay to the east of the dormitory, approximately a 10-minute walk away. Waihiko and the three others from his dormitory chatted and laughed as they made their way to class. Along the way, they encountered many classmates, and since it had been a while since they last met, there was much to discuss. Some had even attended yesterday's match, leading many to envy Waihiko for possessing an initial-level Butterfree. With humility, Waihiko remarked that it was nothing special and that everyone would eventually have one. Speaking of which, he pondered whether anyone in the class was planning to adopt a Pokémon from the academy. A classmate named Aching inquired, "Have you all heard anything about this?" After a moment of thought, someone replied, "I suppose not. After all, our families are likely to prepare for us." The notion of adopting Pokémon from the academy, while termed adoption, resembled more of a transaction, albeit in a half-gift manner. While it was previously stated that only in the third year would the academy require students to bring their initial Pokémon to school, this did not imply that they would have no interaction with Pokémon during the first 2 years. Ultimately, this is a world of Pokémon. And as they are studying in a ranger academy that necessitates long-term engagement with wild Pokémon, how could they possibly avoid contact with them? Thus, throughout these 2 years, they have been interacting with the academy's teaching Pokémon. These Pokémon possess low levels and gentle temperaments, typically around level 10, with most having poor qualifications and very few exhibiting even average potential. These Pokémon serve as a means for the students to learn how to interact with Pokémon. Moreover, through this interaction, most individuals can discern the types of Pokémon they truly prefer. This process is not merely about understanding Pokémon, but also about gaining insights into oneself. In this world, if an individual forms a particularly strong bond with a Pokémon, the academy permits that person to adopt the Pokémon, requiring only a modest adoption fee. Not everyone places great importance on a Pokémon's innate talents and strength. Instead, many prioritize personal affection. This arrangement also provides the academy with a minor financial gain, creating a mutually beneficial situation for all involved. For the past 2 years, Yang Yin has been accompanied by a Budu. His mother owned a Rosalia, and he often perused her nurturing notes, which inspired him to select Budu in hopes of discovering whether this Pokémon would suit him. However, it soon became apparent that he may have overestimated the situation. As most grass-type Pokémon exhibit a laid-back demeanor, rather than engaging in battles, they prefer basking in the sun and enjoying snacks. While such a Pokémon could serve well as a pet, it might fall short in competitive contexts. Although Yang Yin maintains a decent relationship with Budu, its potential is merely average, and thus he has no intentions of adopting it. As the group traversed the path, their conversations flowed, with some mentioning information released by the League, each offering their own perspectives. Yang Yan's homeroom teacher, a plump man in his 30s named Takamijima, has been teaching at this academy for over a decade. Yang Yin acknowledges his teaching abilities, yet he pales in comparison to the educators from his previous life. In this realm, there are no stringent requirements for graduation rates, and students' academic performance bears little impact on the teachers. Learning is ultimately dictated by the will of the students. Before long, teacher Takamijima entered the classroom, clutching a stack of books. He greeted the students and outlined the semester's curriculum before addressing the most significant matter at hand, the league selection process. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually relayed the academy's arrangements regarding this selection. "I must clarify," he began, "if you do not wish to participate in this league selection, you may continue your studies as usual. However, for those who do wish to take part, I advise you to pay close attention to my following remarks." He continued, "Firstly, the midterm examination in 2 months will no longer consist solely of written tests. It will also include a practical outdoor survival assessment previously reserved for the final exam." Upon hearing this, the students immediately stirred, engaging in animated discussions. Takamijima raised his voice. "Silence. Listen carefully. This matter is of utmost importance, and the requirements are numerous. Those who wish to participate must heed my words." His authoritative presence commanded immediate attention, and the classroom fell silent. "I must emphasize that the League seeks genuine elites for selection. Therefore, failing any assessment will result in automatic disqualification." He scanned the room, his gaze stern and serious. "Consequently, any student who does not pass any subject in the midterm cultural exam will be eliminated. Those who successfully pass will participate in a 2-week wilderness survival assessment, the rules of which will be announced in due course. Only the top 20 students of the grade will qualify for the subsequent selection, with all others facing elimination. These 20 will join another 20 chosen from the Trainer Academy and Breeder Academy, along with 40 selected from towns under the jurisdiction of Changhua City, culminating in a total of 100 participants for the final selection at the end of the term. Ultimately, only one individual will be deemed worthy of qualification. Oh, such stringent requirements? This is disastrous. I have never even passed my cultural studies. The competition is exceedingly fierce. Despite Takagi's insistence on silence, the classmates could not help but murmur after the homeroom teacher's announcement. At this moment, Takagi refrained from intervening, recognizing the necessity for his peers to engage in introspection regarding their own capabilities to compete. It took a considerable while for the classroom to regain its tranquility. Takagi continued, "By the way, this semester's grade rankings will also be determined by the results of this selection. The 20 students chosen from the midterm exams will have their final rankings in the academy based on their positions in the ultimate selection." Upon hearing this, Takagi and the class collectively turned their gazes towards Yang Yin, for if he wished to retain his position at the top and acquire that exceptionally qualified Pokémon, he must participate in this assessment and secure a place among the top 20 in the midterm examination. "It seems I have no choice but to participate." Yang Yin chuckled and shook his head. "Yang Yin, the competition will be exceedingly intense. While the teacher hopes you can maintain your first place, it is crucial to recognize your limits." Takagi's tone conveyed anticipation, yet was tinged with regret. He no longer believed Yang Yin could sustain his leading position. This news appears promising. However, passing the midterm examination requires a mere 60 points, while applying for an early examination necessitates achieving 80 points. A feat that is hardly attainable for someone already teetering on the brink of failure. Chapter 51, The Final Gift. After comprehending the general circumstances of the selection, Yang Yin began contemplating his future arrangements. Undoubtedly, he wished to preserve his position as the top student in the academy and prevent anyone from thwarting his acquisition of that outstanding Pokémon. Thus, securing a place within the top 20 was imperative. The cultural studies examination poses no challenge for me. The true difficulty lies in the wilderness survival assessment. Ignoring the teacher's ongoing lecture, Yang Yin commenced planning his time on paper. In this world of Pokémon, academies related to Pokémon do not require the study of irrelevant knowledge. Consequently, the courses are few, primarily consisting of foundational material. Having endured the rigors of 9 years of compulsory education in a previous life, followed by cramming for exams in university, Yang Yin realized that with diligence, he could master the knowledge required for the 5 subjects in a little over a week, making passing the exams a certainty. Based on previous patterns observed in the academy's final examinations, achieving a basic introductory level typically suffices for passing. However, this time it is a midterm exam, and the time frame has been halved. It may prove challenging for Little Fire Horse to reach an introductory level of strength. Cultivating Pokémon requires patience. An excessive focus on leveling up can ultimately lead to significant setbacks. However, it is equally vital to nurture other Pokémon, for neglecting them could pose challenges in the future. Knowledge pertaining to fruit tree cultivation and the creation of berry Pokeballs must not be overlooked. As time is of the essence, Yang Yin unconsciously furrows his brow. He has yet to spend time alone in the wild, and the knowledge gleaned from books remains merely theoretical. During this period, he must engage in practical experiences outdoors. The morning hours always seem to pass swiftly. At 11 o'clock, school concludes. Yang Yin hastily finishes his lunch at the cafeteria before heading directly to the home of the Tofu family. His Butterfree has not yet fully recovered, and the medicinal broth requires further preparation. Meanwhile, his Ponyta has not yet transitioned out of its juvenile stage and requires diligent care. Yang Yin has a plethora of books awaiting his attention, leaving him with little time. In the afternoon, he plans to finalize Butterfree's training schedule, allowing it to train independently, followed by studying berry cultivation with Tofu. In the evening, he intends to train his Shuppet under the pretense of tending to the berries. Although Tofu has ceased the production of berry Pokeballs, the ancestral berry orchard remains intact, providing his livelihood. Traveling south, merely 100 meters from Tofu's residence lies the orchard, encompassing approximately 100 acres. However, due to prolonged neglect, the number of surviving fruit trees has dwindled to around 100, primarily consisting of the relatively resilient round orange trees. Each round orange tree yields approximately 1.030 berries every 2 months. On the market, each average quality round orange sells for around 10 yuan. By this calculation, even without any additional efforts, these 100 round orange trees could generate an income of 13,000 to 30,000 yuan, sufficient to sustain Tofu's daily needs. Of course, this figure reflects the yield from well-cultivated fruit trees, excluding the initial cultivation costs. Nevertheless, it represents a substantial income, even from trees that have not received meticulous care. Throughout the past few days of learning from Tofu, Yang Yin has discovered that by adhering to the ancestral methods of cultivation, Each round orange tree could produce between 60 berries, with 60 trees fitting into an acre. Therefore, if he were to plant exclusively round orange trees, the orchard's bi-monthly yield could potentially reach between 180,000 and 360,000 berries. Naturally, the cost of caring for the fruit trees cannot be overlooked. Yang Yin estimates this expense to be around 50,000 yuan, resulting in a monthly income of approximately 133,000 yuan. This figure pertains solely to the revenue from the berries. What if all these berries were transformed into Pokeballs? It is widely known that a standard red and white Pokeball retails for 200 yuan, and those crafted from round oranges possess no special effects, being equivalent to standard Pokeballs. However, generally speaking, berry Pokeballs would likely sell for a lower price to ensure marketability. Assuming a price of 100 yuan each, the income would multiply tenfold, resulting in a bi-monthly revenue of 100 yuan. Let us take the median, which would yield a monthly income of 1 million. This is an income that Yang Yin could scarcely have imagined. Naturally, transforming all these berries, each exceeding a value of 10,000, into Pokeballs is a task that even Tomioka could not accomplish, even with 2 months of relentless effort. However, it is evident that Tomioka's ancestors must have had a great many individuals capable of converting all these berries into Pokeballs, with most of them likely possessing special effects, thus allowing one to fathom the immense wealth of Tomioka's forebears. Yet, with the advent of modern Pokeballs, the Tomioka family has begun to decline, and now only Tomioka remains, which is indeed a lamentable state of affairs. When Yang Yin first arrived at the Tomioka estate, he had visited this orchard, believing at the time that these fruit trees were wild and contemplating whether he might one day come to harvest some. Due to the presence of Pokemon in the vicinity, Tomioka's harvests were not particularly bountiful during his visits. Fortunately, he only needed to sustain himself, so he did not dwell on this too much. Initially, Yang Yin had intended to decline, but he soon acquiesced to reality, as he truly needed this land and the money it would bring. After all, would he really want to purchase berries from the market when he could be producing Pokeballs from them? That would be rather imprudent. Tomioka's generous offer significantly altered the trajectory of his fate. Now, Yang Yin possessed a modicum of capital for his rise. Tomioka had originally wished to dissuade Yang Yin from taking risks, but Yang Yin promised that he would only venture forth upon achieving the status of an elite trainer, which allowed Tomioka to relent. Simultaneously, Yang Yin requested Tomioka to reveal the location of the ruins, which he committed to memory before immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge. Chapter 52, The Request of the Soul-Calling Eye. Thus, 5 days swiftly passed. After finishing the last dose of herbal concoction, Butterfree's condition finally improved significantly. Coincidentally, on this day, Ponyta also successfully transitioned past its juvenile stage. It was indeed a double blessing. Similarly, the data for both Pokémon underwent considerable transformation. Pokémon, Butterfree, type, bug, flying, gender, female, ability, compound eyes, potential, bug, 52 good, flying, 50 good, base stats, 395, level, 23, beginner, moves, gust, tackle, string shot, harden, bug bite, supersonic, confusion, poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder, air slash, whirlwind, Pokémon, Ponyta, type, fire, gender, male, ability, flash fire, potential, 78 good, base stats, 410, level, 5, novice, moves, tackle, growl, tail whip, quick attack, ember, flame burst, double kick. After regaining its qualifications, Butterfree learned the skill of gust, a remarkable ability that can forcibly switch the opponent's Pokémon during battles. In the wild, it can also compel an opponent to flee, thereby ending the confrontation. Additionally, Butterfree's proficiency in other skills has seen a slight increase. However, aside from gust, string shot, and bug bite, no other skills have surpassed a proficiency level of 50. Surprisingly, Ponyta has also learned double kick, much to Yang Yin's delight, as this fighting type move expands Ponyta's offensive capabilities. Yang Yin himself is steadily progressing in his studies, believing that with just 5 more days of learning, he should be able to pass the examination. This confidence stems from his experience of enduring the grueling college entrance examination. Moreover, it is worth mentioning the ghost-type Pokémon, Shuppet. After several days of interaction, Yang Yin has completely gained its trust. Shuppet has also perceived an improvement in its abilities, thanks to Yang Yin's guidance. Last night, it was persistently demonstrating something to Yang Yin, and it took him quite some time to grasp its intentions. From his understanding, Shuppet wishes to revisit the previous base of the Songwang team, as it believes there are treasures suitable for it still hidden there. Though Yang Yin suspects that any valuable items would have long been taken by Jun Sha and her group, Shuppet's relentless pleading has prompted him to consider the visit, hoping to dispel its desires. After 20 minutes, Yang Yin successfully arrived at the base's location, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. Jun Sha and her team had utterly destroyed the entrance, rendering it inaccessible. Shuppet shook its head and pointed in a direction, exclaiming, I. Yang Yin, puzzled, inquired, Shuppet, you don't mean to say there's another entrance here, do you? Shuppet nodded affirmatively and gestured for Yang Yin to follow. Curiosity piqued, Yang Yin wondered if there truly was a secret passage. After a brief walk, Shuppet finally halted. It surveyed the surroundings as if confirming the location, then excitedly pointed to the ground, exclaiming, I. Yang Yin frowned, stating, Shuppet, you claim the entrance is here, but we have no idea how to open it. How do we get down? Upon hearing this, Shuppet began to rummage through the grass, soon revealing a concealed metallic button beneath the foliage. Yang Yin asked, could this possibly be the button to open the passage? Shuppet nodded in assurance, then placed its right hand directly upon it. Instantly, the flat ground gave way, creating a narrow passage large enough for a single person. The darkness within was somewhat intimidating. Shuppet grinned widely and quickly dashed to the entrance, beckoning Yang Yin to follow before leaping down. Without further hesitation, Yang Yin retrieved his flashlight and shone it downward, discovering a large chest positioned below, allowing him to jump onto it, and subsequently onto the metallic ground. After descending, Yang Yin surveyed his surroundings. Due to his previous explorations, he quickly recognized his current location, which was not far from where he had discovered the Soul Hook Eye. Was this mere coincidence? Standing in the center of the corridor, he shone his flashlight around incessantly. Upon noticing Yang Yin's arrival, the Soul Hook Eye eagerly beckoned him to follow. Reluctantly, Yang Yin resumed his steps in pursuit. During this interval, he observed that the area had not been destroyed by Junsha, aside from a somewhat desolate ambience and the presence of cumbersome iron boxes and frames. It retained the appearance he had first encountered. Following the Soul Hook Eye, they returned to the corner. Yang Yin distinctly sensed a shift in the Soul Hook Eye's emotions, a blend of joy and anticipation. He watched as the creature clawed at the ground, and soon enough, a metal panel was pried loose, revealing an empty space beneath. Hastily, Yang Yin approached and directed his flashlight downward, only to be surprised by the considerable expanse below. He mused to himself, who would have thought there was so much space beneath, unnoticed even by Junsha? Soul Hook Eye, the object you seek must lie below, correct? The Soul Hook Eye nodded eagerly, yes. In that case, let us descend and investigate. Yang Yin, too, was intrigued by what lay hidden in such depth. Upon descending, Yang Yin discovered the space was roughly the size of a bedroom. However, it was predominantly occupied by an array of equipment, leaving only a narrow passageway. He observed the Soul Hook Eye hastening towards a cluster of black stones arranged on a table. The creature's face radiated excitement as it swiftly retrieved a small black stone and began to gnaw on it. Yang Yin rushed over, intent on halting the Soul Hook Eye's actions. Although he was aware of its penchant for mineral consumption, the stones here were evidently distinct from those found in the wild. How could it indulge without scrutiny? What if there were repercussions? Soul Hook Eye, hold on. Allow me to ascertain what type of mineral this is first. However, the Soul Hook Eye persisted, gesturing insistently that these substances posed no threat. At that moment, Yang Yin noticed several scattered documents on the table. While he could not prevent the Soul Hook Eye from consuming the stones, he was determined to discern what it was ingesting. The documents were disorganized and comprised various experimental records. Initially, Yang Yin was unclear about the nature of the experiments conducted here, but after reviewing a substantial portion of the materials and arranging them chronologically, he finally grasped the purpose of this place and the nature of the substance the Soul Hook Eye was consuming. These black stones were, in fact, not minerals at all. Chapter 53, Another Fairy Egg and Passing the Examination. In actuality, this venue appeared to be a private laboratory. Yang Yin observed numerous soliloquies within the texts, and through careful analysis, he deduced that this location was likely established by a trainer named Masako, who covertly conducted private research, possibly for personal gain, while keeping it hidden from the Sangwon team. The focus of Masako's research revolved around the bug-type Pokémon, DUI ninjutsu, and its evolved forms, the Iron-Faced Ninja and the Shell Ninja. More precisely, the aim was to extract the Ghost-type energy contained within the Shell Ninja. As previously mentioned, in this world, aside from Dragon types, the prices of Ghost-type and Psychic-type Pokémon and items surpass those of other types. Hence, it is hardly surprising that Masako engaged in clandestine studies of Ghost types to amass resources. Ghost-type Pokémon are notoriously difficult to capture. However, the Hoenn region is home to a unique bug-type Pokémon, DUI ninjutsu, which possesses no Ghost-type attributes prior to its evolution. Masako aspired to cultivate DUI ninjutsu to evolve into Shell Ninja, subsequently extracting the Ghost-type energy for the creation of energy crystals to sell. The experiments undoubtedly yielded some success, as the black stones consumed by the Guling Eye were indeed the extracted Ghost-type energy crystals. Upon this revelation, Yang Yin felt a sense of relief, affirming the utility of these black stones for the Guling Eye. Nevertheless, DUI ninjutsu, being a bug-type Pokémon, generally possesses poor qualifications, resulting in limited Ghost-type energy within the evolved Shell Ninja. Even if extracted, the cost would be exorbitant, rendering it unprofitable. Consequently, Masako commenced experiments aimed at enhancing the qualifications of DUI ninjutsu. The process was intricate, and Yang Yin struggled to comprehend it. However, he discerned that Masako ultimately succeeded in cultivating a DUI ninjutsu of commendable qualifications. At this moment, the DUI ninjutsu had yet to hatch, resting snugly within an incubator situated in the innermost part of the room. As Yang Yin entered, he found himself in a state of indecision regarding the Pokémon egg. Was this egg of good quality? Undoubtedly, it possessed commendable qualifications, with the potential to evolve into a formidable contender. For Yang Yin, this was a rare opportunity. Yet, the inherent flaw of bug-type Pokémon was glaring. Their peak period is fleeting. He was already in the process of nurturing a Butterfree. And if he were to add both Iron-Faced Ninja and Shell Ninja to his roster, he would face dire consequences once their strengths began to wane. Moreover, the most pressing concern was his lack of funds to nurture this DUI ninjutsu. Selling it. This seemed a viable option, especially as he pondered how to earn money. A Pokémon egg of commendable qualifications could fetch a considerable sum. However, what if he failed to encounter another Pokémon of similar qualifications in the future? That would indeed be a substantial loss. Regardless, he decided to take the Pokémon egg with him for the time being. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed cautiously, allowing himself ample time to deliberate before the DUI ninjutsu hatched. He secured the Pokémon egg alongside the Ghost-type energy crystals, leaving only a few experimental apparatuses behind. Perhaps he could sell those to generate some funds? Yang Yin was not adept at conducting experiments, and upon witnessing the numerous corpses of the earth-dwelling shinobi, iron-faced ninjas, and shell-less ninjas, he found himself unable to accept such cruel treatment of Pokémon. Consequently, he resolved not to retain any of the experimental apparatus and planned to incinerate all relevant records. However, his spatial pouch could not accommodate such a multitude of items, and he was uncertain of their market value should he attempt to sell them. Thus, he decided to leave them behind for the time being, intending to address them at a later date when time permitted. Strangely enough, after Junsha had taken the items, the area felt considerably more spacious, with only a few spots still buried beneath the earth, which could be readily repurposed. During his perusal of Shinzi's notes, he had already discerned that the small experimental chamber below, along with the entrance he had just descended through, had been secretly excavated by Shinzi, unbeknownst to the members of the Sandlight team. Nevertheless, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility that the Sandlight team might someday reopen the buried entrance. After contemplation, Yang Yin concluded that he merely needed to implement some deceptive arrangements on the upper level while reserving all crucial items in the smaller chamber below. With Shinzi, the only individual aware of this location, having been captured, he felt no fear of discovery. The training for the soul-catching eye and the forthcoming nurturing of the Pokémon with perfect potential could conveniently transpire here, free from prying eyes. Little did he know, the energy crystals he possessed were, in fact, Shinzi's recompense to Yamamoto, and he had fortuitously gleaned the benefits from both sides. Upon returning to the Fugong residence, Yang Yin once again immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, 5 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yang Yin felt that his grasp of the knowledge within the text had matured to a level sufficient for examination, prompting him to approach his homeroom teacher, Takagi, the following morning to request an early examination. Takagi was taken aback by Yang Yin's request, astonished that merely 10 days had elapsed since the term began, and Yang Yin was the first student to seek an early test. Drawing from his extensive teaching experience, Takagi believed that it typically took students at least a month to cultivate the confidence necessary to pass. Yang Yin, feeling helpless, insisted that he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to succeed. After an earnest discussion lasting over 20 minutes, Takagi ultimately conceded to Yang Yin's determination, agreeing to arrange the examination for the afternoon. Due to the provision for early testing, the teachers began preparing the exam papers as soon as the semester commenced. However, they had not anticipated that a student would apply so early, leading them to resort to the still preliminary version of the papers, which they deemed quite challenging. They also sought to impart a lesson to Yang Yin, hoping that a setback would temper his arrogance stemming from his status as the top student. To further challenge him, they presented all 5 exam papers simultaneously, requiring him to complete them within 7 hours. To their astonishment, Yang Yin finished all 5 papers in merely 6 hours. The teachers, skeptical of his performance, instructed him to remain in the classroom while they took the papers to be graded immediately. The results were staggering: 95, 86, 88. After grading, the 5 teachers exchanged glances, incredulous that none of the scores fell below 85. This has led them to question whether the exam questions were too simplistic, allowing Yang Yin to pass with such ease. Indeed, Takagi could only inform Yang Yin that he had successfully passed the examination. Initially, Yang Yin felt a tinge of apprehension, but fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint him. As the teachers observed Yang Yin's diminishing silhouette, they concluded that the exam questions must have been overly simplistic and decided to craft more challenging ones for future applicants seeking to take the exam early. Unbeknownst to Yang Yan, his achievement inadvertently resulted in subsequent candidates receiving a warm reception from the entire faculty. It was only after a considerable time that the teachers realized that the examination paper they had devised for Yang Yan was, in fact, the most formidable of all. Chapter 54, A Feast and Task Acquisition. Jiang Yi hurriedly inquired, Yang Yan, how did it go? Did you pass? Yushu smiled and remarked, I have faith in your abilities, Yang Yan. You must have succeeded. Yang Yan replied, Yushu, your trust in me is truly heartening. Thankfully, I did not betray your confidence and passed with flying colors. Really? Jiang Yi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and enthusiastically patting Yang Yan on the shoulder. You are truly remarkable. Yang Yan winced from the forceful pats and quickly grasped Jiang Ye's hand, saying, calm down. The questions weren't difficult. With diligent preparation, you all have a chance of passing too. Jiang Yi sighed and remarked, Yang Yan, your words are rather ironic. I have failed every time. And without your help in reviewing, I surely would have faltered on the retake as well. In their dormitory, Jiang Ye's grades were the lowest among the four, frequently falling short of passing. Yu Shu, ranking just below Yang Yan, managed to secure a position within the top 50 in the academy. Cheng Tai aimed merely to pass. And astonishingly, he consistently lingered between the scores of 60 and 70, which was quite absurd. Yang Yan retrieved several notebooks from his bag. These are my notes. Take them. I hope you can pass the exam soon, as I look forward to participating in the field assessment together. Jiang Yi eagerly accepted the notebooks, grinning, rest assured, Yang Yan. With these, I will surely pass the exam. The academy's rankings had commenced since midterms, and Jiang Yi had been the bottom of the barrel for 2 consecutive years. With the long-awaited combat examination finally at hand, he was resolute in his determination to avoid the same fate, vowing to pass the cultural course exam and partake in the wilderness survival assessment. Yang Yan then recounted his experience of learning to craft fruit spirit balls under Suji's guidance. Although the trio was perplexed as to why Yang Yan would pursue a skill that was nearly obsolete, they refrained from offering advice or hindrance. Upon hearing this, the three felt a sense of melancholy. After more than 2 years as roommates, the sudden notion of parting created an uncomfortable atmosphere for everyone. At that moment, Jiang Yi proposed, how about this? To celebrate Yang Yan's successful examination, let us have another feast and bid him farewell. That's a splendid idea. Yang Yan responded with a smile. Jiang Yi, are you perhaps eyeing my wallet again? Not at all. I am utterly sincere. Let us do this, said Jiang Yi loudly. Since you covered the expenses for our last gathering, this time it shall be on us three. Yang Yan chuckled. Forget it. I still wish to enjoy a good meal. Jiang Yi responded with a smile. Well, since you are so insistent, we cannot refuse your request. Let us depart. Subsequently, Yang Yan and his 3 roommates ventured to a barbecue restaurant for a delightful feast. After ensuring he packed everything he needed, Yang Yan immersed himself in a deep slumber. The following morning, before anyone else had risen, Yang Yan was already prepared to set off to the home of Fujioka. According to Fujioka, given Yang Yan's current academic progress, it would take at least 2 months before he could commence learning the art of crafting fruit pokeballs. However, Yang Yan could not afford to wait that long, so he sought Fujioka's guidance on the knowledge related to round citrus fruit and the method of crafting pokeballs. This way, he could swiftly learn to create pokeballs and sell them for profit. Fujioka, recognizing the impracticality of imparting all his knowledge to Yang Yan under the current circumstances, agreed to Yang Yan's request. Thus, Yang Yan prepared to accompany Fujioka for a specialized study on round citrus fruit. Unexpectedly, an incident disrupted his learning process. That evening, while casually browsing the official website of the task hall on his phone, Yang Yan stumbled upon tasks that were well suited for him, particularly those related to the wilderness. Due to the late hour of task postings, it took him over 10 minutes from discovery to acceptance without anyone else claiming the tasks. Unbeknownst to Yang Yan, his 800 alliance points granted him browsing and acceptance priority among tasks designated for novice trainers. This privilege was a small courtesy extended by the alliance to trainers who contributed to its cause, albeit an unspoken norm that everyone tacitly accepted without divulging to others. Yang Yan accepted 3 tasks in total. Gather 10 pounds of powder from the bodies of Shroomish for a reward of 500 yuan. Collect 6 pounds of slime from a Wobbuffet for 800 yuan. And capture a group of Ekans that had wandered onto a hill in the northern direction of Orange Blossom Forest for 4,000 yuan and 40 alliance points. Compared to the first 2, the last task not only offered a higher reward but also included alliance points, making it Yang Yan's preferred choice, though correspondingly, it was the most challenging and perilous. Fortunately, the deadline for completing the 3 tasks was a week, allowing Yang Yan ample time to prepare. He then informed Fujioka about his plans to venture into Orange Blossom Forest. After listening, Fujioka shared essential survival knowledge for the wilderness with Yang Yan. Although Yang Yan had already studied these concepts in books, he could not dismiss his grandfather's goodwill. The next morning, Yang Yan set off towards the task hall, intent on exchanging 2 skill discs for the move guard. It would be unwise to venture into the wild without a means of protection. Chapter 55. The initial encounter in Orange Blossom Forest with Ponyta. The market price for a skill disc to master the guard technique is approximately 100,000 yuan. The exchange rate for alliance points to cash typically follows a ratio of 1:100. Therefore, Yang Yin can exchange 800 alliance points along with 20,000 yuan to obtain a guard disc from the alliance, and subsequently purchase another from the shop. The total expenditure for the two discs amounts to 120,000 yuan, leaving Yang Yin with just over 20,000 yuan in cash, a clear testament to his extravagant spending. After paying the 100 yuan fee for the skill learning device, Yang Yin was escorted by an attendant to a quiet room, which housed only a solitary skill learning device, devoid of any other furnishings. Once the attendant departed, Yang Yin retrieved the Pokeball containing his Butterfree and placed the guard disc into the device, promptly clicking to use it. Butterfree, please do your utmost. Do not fail. Do not fail. The thought of failure was unbearable, as losing 100,000 yuan would be akin to throwing money into the abyss, a reality difficult for anyone to accept. 5 minutes later, a crack echoed as a fissure appeared on the skill disc, signaling the completion of the process. Hastily, Yang Yin removed Butterfree's Pokeball from the learning device and released it, urgently inquiring, "Butterfree, have you learned guard?" Butterfree nodded affirmatively, responding with a cheerful "MMM." A circular wave of green energy unfurled before it. "Wonderful," Yang Yin exclaimed. "Butterfree, you are simply amazing." MMM. Butterfree squinted its eyes with joy, a smile playing at the corners of its mouth. Next up is Ponyta. Yang Yin retrieved Ponyta's Pokeball from his waist and placed it into the skill learning device, also inserting another guard disc. In truth, the likelihood of Ponyta successfully mastering guard at this moment was rather slim. It would be wiser to wait until its strength had increased. However, Yang Yin was set to enter the Orange Blossom Forest today and could not afford to delay. If both Pokémon mastered guard, his safety would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. One might wonder why not allow Ghastly to learn it instead. This was, of course, a matter of Yang Yin's personal inclination. After all, Ponyta was his initial Pokémon, and during the midterm examination, he had relied solely on Ponyta. Thus, enhancing Ponyta's abilities before anything else was his utmost priority. Once again, he clicked to use the device, repeating silent prayers in his heart. Perhaps his wishes truly reached Ponyta. Or maybe today was simply his lucky day. 5 minutes later, Ponyta successfully learned guard as well. Overjoyed, Yang Yin embraced Ponyta, showering it with praise. A warm, orange flame flickered around Ponyta, mirroring its elation. Having surpassed its juvenile stage, Ponyta had grown considerably. Typically, Ponyta stands at a standard height of 1 meter and weighs 30 kilograms. Currently, however, Yang Yin's Ponyta stands at 70 centimeters and weighs 22 kilograms. Although it still falls short of the standard size, it had only recently been born, and once fully developed, it would surely exceed the standard dimensions. The Orange Blossom Forest lies to the north of Orange Blossom City. After Yang Yin arrived at the outskirts by vehicle, he had to continue the remaining distance on foot. He released his Butterfree and Ponyta, remaining vigilant for the wild Pokémon that might appear along the way. Taking out a rudimentary map he purchased for 500 coins from the shop, Yang Yin began to plot his route as he walked. Over the course of this week, he needed to locate the mushroom and whooper populations and venture to a hill located 30 kilometers away to address the presence of a group of Arbok, while also ensuring that his Ponyta, Butterfree, and Ghastly received ample training. Time was indeed of the essence. The map in Yang Yin's possession conveniently marked the locations of the mushroom and whooper populations, though he could not ascertain whether these groups had migrated. Regardless, he decided to first investigate the nearest mushroom population. Once he determined his direction, he pressed forward swiftly with his two Pokémon. At this point, he was still at the periphery of the Orange Blossom Forest, which resembled the edges of the gray feather mountains he often frequented at home. Devoid of any Pokémon activity, it wasn't until an hour later that he encountered his first wild Pokémon, a Pidgey. This situation mirrored Ash's early journey, and their subsequent actions were similarly reminiscent. Crouching down, Yang Yin addressed his Ponyta. "Ponyta, this is your first opponent. Let us defeat it together." Excitedly, Ponyta dashed forward. Most fire-type Pokémon are known for their combative nature, and Yang Yin's Ponyta was no exception. During training sessions with Butterfree, it frequently engaged in playful provocations, which Butterfree, understanding its juvenile nature, never took to heart. "Ponyta, use Ember." At this stage, Ember was the only reliable offensive move Ponyta could execute in battle. The other moves, Flamethrower and Double Kick, often failed more than they succeeded, so Yang Yin held little hope for them. Moreover, due to Ponyta's developmental stage, he preferred to avoid contact attacks like Tackle and Quick Attack, fearing it might hinder its skeletal growth. Upon Ponyta's approach, Pidgey sensed the impending threat. As Ponyta unleashed Ember, Pidgey quickly took flight to evade the attack. It then flapped its wings vigorously, summoning gusts of wind that surged toward Ponyta. Yang Yin was all too familiar with this technique. Gust, Butterfree's signature move. Ponyta, dash to the right with Quick Attack and create some distance. Following Yang Yin's command, Ponita glimmered with a white light and darted to the right. Once Ponita had evaded the range of Gust, Yang Yin called out again, "Ponita, stop and use Growl." Instantly, Ponita halted and unleashed a loud cry, "Yi." The sound was so pronounced that Pidgey could not help but hear it. Growl serves to divert the opponent's attention, thereby diminishing their offensive capabilities. Now, use Tail Whip. Tail Whip aimed to lure the opponent into complacency, reducing their defenses. Pidgey fell victim to this tactic once more. A fortuitous opportunity arose as the little fire horse unleashed its sparks. In an instant, a cascade of crimson embers ascended towards the sky, targeting Bobo. Completely oblivious to the distraction and the lowering of defenses, Bobo was struck directly by the sparks, rendering it incapacitated. Well done, little fire horse. With exhilaration coursing through its veins, the little fire horse danced excitedly before Yang Yin, spinning joyfully. Yang Yin retrieved some treats from his bag and smiled. "Here, little fire horse, this is your reward." The little fire horse eagerly devoured everything in Yang Yin's hand, squinting with delight as it chewed. Yang Yin chuckled. "Let us press on, little fire horse, and achieve consecutive victories." The little fire horse leaped in excitement. Chapter 56, The Amusing Big Beaver. Little fire horse. Use sparks on the little Rattata. Indeed, not long after setting forth, the little fire horse encountered its second adversary, a small Rattata emerging from the grass. Having just triumphed over its first opponent, the little fire horse, brimming with enthusiasm, charged directly at the Rattata. The Rattata reacted swiftly. As the sparks were released, it began to sprint, skillfully dodging the fiery assault while closing the distance to the little fire horse. Little fire horse, use your voice. Upon receiving the command, the little fire horse let out a long howl, but this time the vocal move proved ineffective, failing to impact the Rattata, which only seemed to incite its fury further. In that case, little fire horse, once more, unleashed sparks in a sweeping attack. Yang Yin aimed to obliterate the Rattata before it could close in. The Rattata, sensing the impending danger, erupted in a flash of white light, an electric surge. Its speed surged once more. Due to the limited proficiency of the little fire horse's skill, the sparks dissipated swiftly. At this moment, the Rattata had approached perilously close, making the reapplication of sparks impractical. Little fire horse, observe the Rattata's movements. When it is about to strike, evade with a flash of electricity, then counterattack from the side. The little fire horse fixed its gaze on the charging Rattata, and at the critical moment of impact, it leaped, narrowly evading the attack and leaving the Rattata unable to alter its trajectory. Now was the time, electric surge. The little fire horse concentrated its energy and collided directly with the Rattata. The Rattata was sent flying. "All right, little fire horse, deliver the final blow with sparks." A flurry of orange sparks erupted from the little fire horse's mouth, striking the Rattata, which was now unable to evade, ultimately losing its combat capability. Yang Yin praised the little fire horse. "Well done, little fire horse, you have conquered your second opponent." With a smile, Yang Yin added, "Let us continue onward, for many more challengers await you." In the ensuing 2 hours, the little Ponita engaged in battles with approximately 10 Pokémon, including Caterpie, Metapod, Pidgey, and Snorlax, among others. However, the most perilous encounter was undoubtedly with a chameleon Pokémon, which possessed the uncanny ability to alter its coloration at will. Whenever it vanished into the thicket, Ponita found itself utterly unable to discern its location. Ultimately, when the chameleon attacked with its tongue, it inadvertently triggered Ponita's flame body ability, igniting it in a state of burn. Unable to withstand the pain, it bolted away. This was the only battle among many where Ponita failed to vanquish its opponent, leaving it in a state of frustration for quite some time, until it finally regained its spirits upon facing the next challenger. Before long, noon arrived, and Yang Yin retrieved tools and ingredients from his backpack to prepare lunch. True to its fire-type nature, Ponita brimmed with energy. After numerous battles, it still radiated vitality. "All right, Ponita, no more running around. Come over for lunch." Yang Yin placed the prepared meal into Ponita's food container and then produced a Pokeball from his waist. "Gardevoir, come forth. It's time for lunch." "Gardevoir, this is for you too." Yang Yin and his Pokemon sat beneath a tree, relishing a delightful lunch. Suddenly, a beaver Pokemon, attracted by the aroma, scampered down from a distant tree and approached them, gesticulating eagerly. Yang Yin chuckled. "Do you want some Bidoof?" The beaver nodded vigorously, nearly drooling at the enticing scent of the food. "I can share a bit, but you must battle my Ponita afterward." "What do you say?" Bidoof, solely focused on the meal, eagerly acquiesced to Yang Yin's proposal. Yang Yin ladled a bowl of food and placed it before Bidoof. The beaver's eyes widened in delight as it seized the bowl and began devouring its contents voraciously. Ponita, observing Bidoof's behavior, felt quite indignant. "Doesn't he know to say thank you? How rude." It resolved to teach Bidoof a lesson in their upcoming battle. Unbeknownst to Bidoof, it had already caught Ponita's ire. Soon, Bidoof finished the bowl but still felt unsatisfied and requested another from Yang Yin. Amused by the beaver's utter lack of manners, Yang Yin found it quite entertaining. Such a bold wild Pokémon was indeed a rarity. In no time, Bidoof devoured another bowl, finally feeling satiated. After its meal, Bidoof lay down on the ground, blissfully unaware of its earlier promise to Yang Yin. Yang Yin, bemused, realized that Bidoof was truly an unusual Pokémon. In contrast to Yang Yin's amusement, Ponyta was consumed by anger. It unleashed a barrage of sparks aimed directly at Bidoof's rear. Taken by surprise, Bidoof yelped and began running in circles, frantically covering its backside, which had caught fire, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. The comical sight instantly provoked laughter from Yang Yin and his 3 Pokémon. Once the fire had finally been extinguished, the beaver Pokémon, irate, stormed up to the Ponyta, eager to confront it. "Ducky, ducky," it exclaimed. The Ponyta, equally defiant, replied with a spirited yut. After a prolonged exchange of gestures, the beaver realized it could not out-talk the Ponyta. Not wishing to engage in a contest, it seized the moment when no one was paying attention and scurried away. Fighting was far too troublesome. A restful slumber was far more appealing. Before vanishing, it cast a fierce glare at the Ponyta, yet the overall impression was more humorous than menacing. Yang Yin chuckled, remarking, "This beaver Pokémon truly came just to mooch food and drink. How amusing." As he began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure, the Ponyta remained incensed over the recent incident. Meanwhile, the Shuppet gazed curiously at the spot where the beaver had disappeared, intrigued by this novel personality of a Pokémon. It was witnessing a dynamic it had never encountered before. The Shuppet pondered the peculiar rapport between humans and Pokémon. In its experience, humans were often harsh with their Pokémon, and even more so with wild ones, either capturing them for sale or driving them away, or worse. Yang Yin's treatment of it was already a departure from that norm, yet it could still rationalize its value to him. However, the beaver's behavior left it perplexed. Unbeknownst to it, this engendered a growing curiosity about Yang Yin and a shift in its perception of humanity. Chapter 57. The Beedrill Colony. As they ventured further, they approached territories inhabited by Pokémon of a more formidable caliber. "Ponyta, you mustn't wander off recklessly. If you provoke a powerful Pokémon, we shall be at a disadvantage," Yang Yin cautioned, keeping the Ponyta close. As they journeyed deeper, solitary Pokémon became increasingly rare. They tended to dwell in groups. Thus, any unwarranted provocation could lead to an onslaught from multiple Pokémon. Consequently, Yang Yin had his Butterfree and Shuppet flanking him, prepared to counter any potential threats. Beedrill were among the most formidable Pokémon to provoke in the forest. They possessed a fierce territorial instinct and exhibited extreme aggression towards any perceived threats, be it humans or other Pokémon, often attacking without hesitation. The most daunting aspect was their propensity to act in swarms, complicating matters for any trainer foolish enough to challenge them. Strangely, novice trainers often disregarded the warnings, occasionally emerging unscathed, while others met their demise within the forest's depths. Yang Yin, along with his 3 Pokémon, concealed themselves behind a large tree, cautiously observing a group of caterpie feeding nearby. Above them, he spotted a considerable number of metapod nestled among the branches. Although he had yet to catch sight of any Beedrill, Yang Yin remained vigilant, acutely aware that a Beedrill could emerge from any thicket at any moment. As a rational individual, Yang Yin would never attempt to provoke the Beedrill in this area. His purpose for being here was to diligently complete his task and simultaneously train his 3 Pokémon, not to court disaster. Cautiously, he decided to circumvent the swarm of Beedrill. He and his Pokémon slowly advanced to the right, and before they realized it, nearly an hour had passed. Yet they were still able to catch glimpses of the scattered caterpie. Logically, this was merely the periphery of the orange blossom forest. The territory of the Beedrill should not extend so far, which contradicted everything he had learned from his books. What should he do now? Should he force his way through, or take a longer detour? Yang Yin found himself in a quandary. Beside him, his Ponyta could no longer contain itself. After all, they were merely a group of caterpie. With a single ember attack, it could dispatch them all. It simply could not fathom why Yang Yin was being so cautious. Neighing softly, Ponyta nudged Yang Yin's arm. Yang Yin quietly inquired, "Ponyta, do you wish to engage them?" With a burst of flames erupting from its body, Ponyta signaled its readiness for battle. Yang Yin turned to his other 2 Pokémon and asked, "What about you? Do you want to fight?" Butterfree shook its head, expressing its disapproval of Yang Yin taking risks. Gengar, being a more combative spirit, had grown weary of mere training over the past few days and longed for a thrilling battle. However, having lived in the forest, it understood that Beedrill were formidable adversaries. While it was eager to fight, it would not act recklessly if there were a threat to their lives. Thus, it too was uncertain. The 3 Pokémon held 3 divergent opinions, leaving Yang Yin indecisive. After pondering for another 10 minutes, he finally devised a relatively safe plan. He addressed Gengar, saying, "As we currently lack a solid strategy, I would like you to use your invisibility to scout ahead. Check if there are any Beedrill, how many there are, and their strength. If we can defeat them, we will proceed. If not, we shall take a detour." Gengar nodded in agreement, finding the plan acceptable. Seeing Gengar's acquiescence, Yang Yin cautioned, "Be careful and avoid drawing the attention of the Beedrill." As Jengar's form gradually faded, Yang Yin knew it was heading forward to assess the situation. During the anxious wait, he retrieved food from his bag to replenish their energy, knowing they might face a fierce battle ahead and needed to remain invigorated. Approximately an hour later, Jengar reappeared before Yang Yin. "Jengar, Jengar!" it exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. As Yang Yin struggled to comprehend Jengar's words, he could only guess and question, taking quite some time to piece together the information. According to Jengar's account, there were a total of 12 Beedrill ahead, with only 2 of them being at the novice level. Jengar further elaborated that one of these 2 was significantly larger than the others, emanating an aura that made Jengar feel it was utterly outmatched. Yang Yin was still oblivious to the concept of leadership charisma, yet this did not hinder his recognition of the formidable strength of the Beedrill before him. He surmised that defeating it would require the combined efforts of both Butterfree and Jengar. However, such a strategy would render him incapable of addressing the other Beedrill, clearly indicating that a direct assault was futile. It appeared that a detour was the only viable option. With this realization, Yang Yan's mind settled, and he retrieved some provisions from his bag, offering them to Jengar alongside an energy crystal he had acquired previously. "Jengar, have a bite to eat. We must hasten our pace and make the most of the daylight." Jengar nodded and eagerly accepted the food, devouring it voraciously. Gradually, an uneasy sensation began to creep over Yang Yan, an instinctive foreboding. Rustling. He lifted his gaze to the surroundings, noticing the leaves above swaying and rustling. A breeze brushing against his cheek. Something felt amiss. In a low voice, he urged, "We should depart from this place swiftly." Both Butterfree and Ponyta shared his bewilderment, casting puzzled glances at him. Though he couldn't articulate the reason, Yang Yin felt an intense anxiety compelling him to flee. Before he could elaborate, the expressions of the 3 Pokémon shifted in unison. Squawk! Suddenly, 8 long-beaked Pokémon, the Spearow, descended from the sky, followed closely by a vast swarm of Fearow. Their flapping wings filled the air, obscuring the sky with their multitude. Chapter 58. The sudden onset of battle. This is bad. The Spearow are preparing to engage in battle with the Beedrill. We must leave at once. Staying here will surely put us in harm's way. Yang Yin lamented his misfortune. Encountering 2 rival factions clashing on his very first venture into the wilderness felt like an unfortunate lottery win. The approaching Spearow and Fearow bore ill intentions, and the Beedrill had already taken notice. With a flurry of wings, over 20 Beedrill emerged, including some that had been lying in wait. Yang Yin felt a wave of relief for not having arrogantly attempted to traverse the Beedrill's territory. Had he done so, he might have met a grim fate. Squawk! The lead Spearow shrieked, seemingly issuing commands to the flock behind it. At the sound of their leader's call, the Spearow and Fearow surged downward towards the unsuspecting Caterpie and Metapod. As flying-type Pokémon, the Spearow and Fearow possessed a natural advantage. However, their impulsive and aggressive nature often led them into reckless charges. In contrast, the Caterpie, Metapod, and Beedrill exhibited a far more cohesive strategy, coordinating their efforts to focus attacks on individual Fearow. A collective barrage of silk aimed to incapacitate the Fearow's offensive, rendering them disoriented. At this juncture, the battle escalated rapidly, leaving Yang Yin with little time to escape. A multitude of fiery sparrows soared overhead, and Yang Yin found himself unable to depart, for any movement would likely expose him to their keen gaze. Should he reveal himself at that moment, he would undoubtedly face the united hostility of 2 formidable factions, a scenario fraught with peril that could lead to certain demise. As he observed the skyward swoop of a large-mouthed sparrow launching an assault downward, the larger Beedrill in the forefront promptly commanded its fellow Beedrills to engage the enemy. In this battle of kings, all Beedrills surged toward the large-mouthed sparrows, excluding the leader. The large-mouthed sparrows numbered only 12, while 20 Beedrills took to the fray, rendering the odds roughly 2 Beedrills to each large-mouthed sparrow. Yet, bolstered by their advantageous attributes, the large-mouthed sparrows remained unfazed, even in a 1-to-2 skirmish. Moreover, among the 20 Beedrills, only 6 had reached the threshold of basic strength, while each large-mouthed sparrow was at that level. Thus, Yang Yin perceived that, despite their lesser numbers, the large-mouthed sparrows held the upper hand. The beaks of the large-mouthed sparrows pecked, darted, and drilled, while the Beedrills retaliated with their twin stingers, chaotic strikes, and venomous assaults. This was the first time Yang Yin witnessed such an electrifying spectacle. On the ground, countless Caterpies and Metapods met their end. Yet the fiery sparrows too would pay a toll for their recklessness. Whenever a sparrow fell prey to a silk binding, it would be met with a barrage of venomous stings from all directions. The principle of many ants overwhelming an elephant was perfectly illustrated here. Despite the Caterpies and Metapods possessing only levels 5 and 8, they could still vanquish sparrows of levels 10 and 12. Perhaps the stakes of survival stirred the Metapods. For Yang Yin noticed flashes of white light emanating from the forest. This was the radiance of evolution, a manifestation of fury. Newly evolved Beedrills surged towards their adversaries, the fallen paving the way for the rising. Yang Yin had previously been oblivious to the true nature of the battlefield, but at this moment, he realized that perhaps in the hidden corners of this world, countless brutalities unfolded daily. Amidst the fray, the leaders of the largemouth sparrows and Beedrills remained statuesque, having issued their initial commands, yet refraining from uttering another word. Their gazes were locked in an unwavering stare, perhaps awaiting the perfect opportunity to strike, or perhaps to bolster their troops' morale. Regardless, as long as the leaders remained still, the carnage elsewhere, no matter how grim, would not sway the spirits of their kin. Yang Yin watched the tumultuous clash with bated breath and palpable tension. In the skies, whenever a Beedrill was torn asunder by a largemouth sparrow, a sparrow would simultaneously be overwhelmed by the collective assault of Beedrills. On the ground, swarms of caterpies were effortlessly swept away by the sparrow's single strikes, only for the enraged metapods to seek vengeance after their evolution. During this tumult, Yang Yin felt time stretch interminably, allowing him to hear the lamentations of Pokémon before their demise, yet it also raced forward, leaving countless corpses strewn across the earth. At that moment, unable to contain itself any longer, the leader of the largemouth sparrows launched an attack upon the Beedrill leader with a peck drill assault. The formidable largemouth sparrow unleashed its most powerful flying technique, a formidable strike. The Beedrill leader faced the oncoming assault with impeccable composure, inhaling deeply. It was the move focus energy. The Beedrill leader opted to enhance its critical hit ratio first. However, instead of engaging in a direct confrontation with the largemouth sparrow, it chose to employ agility to create distance. The largemouth sparrow's attack missed its mark, yet it appeared unfazed, as a triangular wave of energy began to coalesce in its beak. It was the tri-attack. Although a normal type move, it possessed the unique ability to inflict one of 3 status conditions upon its adversary. At that moment, the Beedrill's agility had just dissipated, and it seemed unable to react in time. Just as the tri-attack was about to strike true, the Beedrill gracefully sidestepped, evading the assault. Then, a circle of elongated blades materialized around the Beedrill's form. It was the move Swords Dance, an attack that significantly augmented its offensive prowess. Yang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. This Beedrill truly deserved its title as leader, demonstrating mastery of Swords Dance. Once empowered, the Beedrill's piercing crimson gaze fixated on the largemouth sparrow. Agility was invoked once more, this time not for evasion, but to charge directly at the largemouth sparrow, its dual stingers brimming with bug-type energy, crossing in front of its chest. This position signified the move Twin Needle. The largemouth sparrow, undeterred by the Beedrill's aggression, chose to counter with Aerial Ace. Yang Yin perceived a fleeting glimpse as the two Pokémon zipped past one another. Despite their injuries, both swiftly resumed their offensive maneuvers. This time, it was the Twin Needle followed by the Pin Missile. However, in comparison, the largemouth sparrow sustained greater injuries, for the Beedrill's Swords Dance had tilted the scales. Although the sparrow held certain type advantages, the battle remained a close contest. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the Beedrill swarm, despite incurring substantial losses, had successfully repelled the majority of the fiery sparrows, thanks to their numerical superiority. Newly evolved Beedrills gathered behind their leader, while only 4 largemouth sparrows remained alive. Chapter 59, The Domain of Mushrooms. The adversaries had departed, yet the situation was far from resolved. The Beedrill leader directed the remaining members to collect the bodies of their fallen kin, while also gathering the corpses of the deceased fiery sparrows and largemouth sparrows, treasures that would soon become their sustenance. During this time, Yang Yin distinctly sensed a diminishment in the Beedrill leader's aura, an impression he suspected was merely an illusion. But why did such a notion arise? He was perplexed. Fortunately, his location was devoid of any deceased fiery sparrows, sparing him from detection by the Beedrills. He remained concealed within the underbrush until nightfall, enduring an additional 2 hours after the Beedrills had departed with their captured caterpies and metapods before cautiously emerging. After such an interval, surely the coast was clear. Yang Yin recalled from his readings that when 2 Pokémon factions engaged in battle, even the victorious side, upon clearing the battlefield, should not be easily trusted to withdraw entirely. Yang Yin waited for a considerable duration, pondering that it would be prudent to depart once the night deepened, allowing him to seize an opportune moment. Even though the Beedrill swarm had suffered significant losses, he did not entertain any reckless thoughts of approaching them. To ensure his safety, he opted to first send out his haunter to scan the surroundings, confirming the absence of any Beedrill before setting off. Due to the substantial depletion of their numbers, the Beedrill's territory had considerably shrunk, enabling Yang Yin to traverse this area with relative ease. Approximately 2 hours later, he leaned against a large rock, feasting heartily on his provisions. Having successfully crossed the Beedrill's domain, he felt an immense sense of relief. He summoned his 3 Pokémon to his side and remarked, "Although only Haunter witnessed the battle firsthand, I trust you now comprehend the formidable nature of those Beedrill." Little Ponyta lowered its head, exhibiting a hint of remorse. feeling grateful that Yang Yin had disregarded its suggestion to charge into the Beedrill's territory. Otherwise, they might have met their demise. Yang Yin, smiling, reassured little Ponyta. Do not be disheartened. I am eager to see when you will surpass that Beedrill leader. You mustn't let me down. Encouraged by Yang Yan's words, little Ponyta's spirits lifted, vowing to indeed surpass the Beedrill. Subsequently, Yang Yin instructed Haunter to scout the vicinity once more, confirming the absence of danger before arranging a night watch schedule for his companions, after which he succumbed to slumber. The night passed without incident. Upon finishing breakfast the following morning, Yang Yin set forth with his 3 Pokémon towards the territory of the Shroomish. Perhaps due to the previous day's fierce battle, he traversed for half a day without encountering any Pokémon. However, this was a relief, sparing him from any unforeseen events. It was not until noon that he finally arrived at the location inhabited by the Shroomish. Their numbers paled in comparison to the Beedrill, with only about 30 Shroomish and merely 2 Shroomish. Nevertheless, the Shroomish, possessing fighting-type attributes, exhibited a fervent enthusiasm for battle. Yet, Yang Yin was undeterred, for his father, Professor Oak, possessed a Shroomish as well, and he often observed his father training it, rendering him quite familiar with their capabilities. Shroomish, let us engage in combat. Should I emerge victorious, I shall require 10 pounds of the powder from atop your head, he declared. As Shroomish approached, it struck a fighting pose upon hearing Yang Yan's challenge. Beautifly, you are up, Yang Yin called, knowing that due to Shroomish's quadruple weakness to flying-type moves, Beautifly would have the advantage. Although their levels were comparable, Yang Yan's type advantage, coupled with his thorough understanding of Shroomish's potential tactics and moves, allowed him to conclude the battle within 5 minutes. The defeated Shroomish honored its word, summoning a group of Shroomish to gather and present 10 pounds of the powder from atop its head to Yang Yin. Every day, these powdery mushrooms unconsciously disperse a considerable amount, rendering it insignificant to them. The advantage of grass-type Pokémon lies in their tendency to communicate. As long as no harm befalls them, they rarely provoke or harbor hostility towards others. Yang Yin carefully placed the collected powder into his bag, then produced some snacks for the mushrooms, saying, "Thank you, mushrooms, please accept these treats as a token of my gratitude." The mushrooms joyfully accepted Yang Yin's offerings. Waving goodbye, he departed from the area. Next, he aimed to reach the location of Yubo, a Pokémon that thrives in pristine waters and resides solely near flowing rivers. According to the map, there was but one route available to him, leading southwest from his current position, which necessitated traversing several Pokémon territories along the way. However, he had little choice. Fortunately, these territories did not consist of overly combative Pokémon like Beedrill or Scolipede, thus allowing him to proceed without detours. Notably, following their recent battle, his Butterfree had successfully leveled up to 24. Yang Yin speculated that the energy from the potion it had consumed previously had been fully unleashed during this encounter, facilitating its level increase. It was then that he remembered to check the attributes of his Ponyta and Ghastly. After yesterday's skirmish, Ponyta had also leveled up to 6, while Ghastly remained at level 23 due to a lack of combat experience. Leveling up was most evident through the changes in skill proficiency. Butterfree's Air Slash and Ponyta's Ember had both reached a proficiency of 50, with slight increases in other skills as well. Yang Yin had previously discovered that when skill proficiency was below 30, the chances of failure were significantly heightened, suggesting that such skills should be avoided in practical application. Proficiency between 40 and 50 reduced the failure rate to about 10 to 12, making those skills viable for use in battle. Once proficiency exceeded 50, the likelihood of failure vanished entirely. However, with each incremental increase in proficiency thereafter, the power of the move would also enhance. At present, none of his Pokémon had a skill proficiency surpassing 70, leaving him curious about the effects of reaching 100. As Yang Yin eagerly anticipated the moment when Ponyta's Flamethrower and Double Kick could be officially utilized, he unwittingly wandered into the territory of another Pokémon. Chapter 60, A Grueling Battle. Within the thicket, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on Yang Yin, who remained blissfully unaware. Suddenly, a dark, silver-glimmering object shot forth from the underbrush. Yang Yin had no time to react, as he braced for impact. Butterfree instinctively sprang into action, extending its hands to summon a circular green barrier behind Yang Yin. It shall guard him. Waves of white blades surged forth, directed at the thicket. At that moment, a tail, half red and half black, met the oncoming air, shattering it entirely. Startled, this strike revealed the true form of the ambushing Pokémon. It was a Spoink. Yang Yin exclaimed. As a renowned wild hunter of the Hoenn region, it was not uncommon for it to target passing trainers. The presence of this Spoink was already ominously approaching the intermediate level, posing a formidable threat. Everyone, be cautious, Yang Yin warned, then commanded, Beautifly, use Gust, Shuppet, employ Astonish, Ponyta, unleash Ember. With Spoink fixated on them, fleeing was not an option at this moment. Yang Yan's sole choice was to defeat it. Ice. Wind assisted the flames, and Ponyta's Ember, bolstered by the Gust, became even more potent. while the previously sluggish Astonish now surged forth at an unprecedented speed towards Spoink. Instead of cowering in fear, Spoink let out a fierce cry in response to the onslaught of 3 Pokémon. Its mouth agape, a robust stream of red energy rapidly coalesced. Flamethrower. What? This Spoink can use Flamethrower. Yang Yan's expression changed drastically. This is bad. Everyone, scatter quickly. Ponyta, use Protect, Shuppet, maintain your distance, and employ Confusion. Ponyta spread its Protect before Yang Yan, successfully blocking the Flamethrower attack. However, having just learned this move, it still struggled against Spoink's nearly intermediate level assault. Although it emerged unscathed, its stamina was significantly drained. Spoink, seasoned in battle, was unfazed despite not understanding why it could not unleash Flamethrower again. It twisted its body, preparing to close the distance, as dark energy continued to gather at the tip of its tail. Be careful, that is Spoink's poison tail. Yang Yan promptly commanded. Beautifly, use Supersonic, Shuppet. Execute Shadow Sneak. Ponyta, disrupt with Ember. Spoink was swift, yet under the interference of Shadow Sneak and Ember, its movements were severely restricted. Beautifly's Supersonic successfully struck, plunging Spoink into a brief state of confusion. A prime opportunity arose. Beautifly, use Psychic. The pink Psychic wave struck Spoink, inflicting considerable damage with its Psychic-type prowess. Spoink emitted a cry of pain, yet miraculously, it soon shook off its confused state. This is bad. Shuppet, unleash another Astonish. Infuriated, Spoink accelerated its movements, deftly evading the incoming Astonish. It recognized that Beautifly, which had just harmed it, posed the greatest threat, thus locking its first target onto Beautifly. With a wide-open mouth, a dark tongue shot forth towards Beautifly. It was Tongue Lick. Beautifly soared into the air, entangling the tongue with its string shot, while Shuppet executed Shadow Claw. However, obstructed by its own line of sight, Shuppet swiftly dodged the poison tail and slashed at Spoink with its claws. Great, Shuppet, keep up the Shadow Claw. Ponyta, use Flamethrower. Given that the damage from Ember was insufficient, Yang Yan opted for Flamethrower. Even though it might fail, Spoink was now restrained, and attempting multiple times would surely yield success. Fortunately, the Fiery Steed's inaugural attempt did not end in failure. The vibrant orange flame shot forth directly at the Spoon Serpent, yielding impressive results. It sank its fangs into the foe. The Haunting Gaze was unable to evade in time, sustaining a bite to its shoulder. The Haunting Gaze persevered against the pain, employing claw attacks against the Spoon Serpent. In the meantime, the Butterfree seized the opportunity to unleash psychic power. The fiery steed launched sparks at the body of the Spoon Serpent. Enduring the agony, the Haunting Gaze relentlessly clawed at the serpent's face, causing it to release its grip. However, due to the injury, the Spoon Serpent was oblivious to the simultaneous assaults from Butterfree and the fiery steed, both strikes finding their mark. Seizing the moment, Butterfree intensified its psychic attack. At last, under the relentless onslaught from the trio of Pokémon, the Spoon Serpent reached a furious crescendo. It emitted a piercing howl, akin to a beast in a frenzy. Astonishingly, at that moment, the Spoon Serpent underwent a transformation, breaking through its power limitations to attain an intermediate level of strength. This was dire. The Spoon Serpent had unexpectedly surpassed its power threshold. Everyone, be cautious. Now liberated from the immobilization effect, the Spoon Serpent unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Butterfree. The intensity and speed far surpassed its previous attacks. Butterfree, be wary. Use Protect. Yet, it faltered. Having employed Protect earlier in the battle, and due to its recent acquisition of the technique, it could not successfully execute it this time, resulting in a direct hit from the searing flames. Butterfree. Yang Yan's heart raced with trepidation as the fiery steed rushed to catch the falling Butterfree. Damn it, Hunter. Use your immobilization to seal the Spoon Serpent's flames. Nevertheless, the Spoon Serpent reveled in its triumph, having dealt with its most formidable opponent, Butterfree, and now only had to dispatch the Haunting Gaze to claim victory. With a swift motion, the Spoon Serpent ensnared the Haunting Gaze. Tight bind, its favorite technique, relished for the slow, exhilarating suffocation of its prey. Yet, unbeknownst to it, the Haunting Gaze was a ghost-type Pokémon, immune to normal-type moves. The Haunting Gaze vanished, slipping beneath the ground and out of the serpent's reach. Hunter, Shadow Claw. The Spoon Serpent was utterly unprepared for its most prized attack to fail, leaving it vulnerable to the Shadow Claw's strike. At that moment, a pink psychic wave surged forth once more. It was Butterfree. It had not lost its fighting spirit, delivering a critical blow to the Spoon Serpent at its most vulnerable moment, accompanied by the fiery steed's flames. Once again struck simultaneously by all three formidable attacks, the Spoon Serpent could finally bear the damage no longer and collapsed. Pokeball go? Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yan hurled the Pokeball. This Spoon Serpent was the most powerful Pokémon he had conquered thus far, and its ability to unleash flames promised a lucrative sale. Chapter 61, Discovery of the Arbok. Yang Yan first tended to the injuries of Butterfree and the Haunting Gaze, before finally inspecting the data panel of the Spoon Serpent. This skirmish was the most perilous he had encountered since arriving in the Orange Flower Forest. Had it not been for his newfound mastery of Protect, Yang Yin might have been vanquished by the Spoon Serpent at the outset. The binding technique of the Soul Entrancing Eye proves to be immensely effective. It not only restricts the Spoon Snake's most formidable ranged attack, but also compels it to engage in close combat. The Spoon Snake could have opted to eliminate them all from a distance. The Bada Butterfly is countered by the Jet of Flames, while the Soul Entrancing Eye lacks suitable ranged skills, and the Little Fire Horse's strength is inadequate. This realization dawns upon Yang Yin, highlighting the considerable journey that lies ahead of him. Once the injuries of both Pokémon stabilize, Yang Yin takes a seat and retrieves the Pokeball containing the Spoon Snake. Pokémon, Spoon Snake, severely injured. Type, Poison. Gender, Male. Ability, Shed Skin. Potential, 89 average. Base stats, 455. Max value, 458. Level, 30, intermediate. Skills, Bind, Bite, Lick, Poison Tail, Venoshock, Flamethrower. Although this Spoon Snake's potential has yet to reach a commendable level, its skill proficiency is notably high, with none below 60. Furthermore, it evidently possesses room for growth. Thus, Yang Yin surmises that this Spoon Snake could fetch at least over 40,000. Following the recent battle, the Soul Entrancing Eye's level has risen by 1, now reaching level 24, reinstating it as the highest level member of the team. As Yang Yin sets off once more towards the waters where the Yubo resides, he thankfully encounters no further complications along the way. He navigates smoothly through the territories of the Hunting Butterfly and Poison Powder Butterfly, as well as the Bawanghua and Heracross groups, leaving only the Aridos group to traverse before reaching his destination. Aridos, known as a fierce hunter in the wild, poses no threat here, as none in this group surpass the Bada Butterfly in level. Leveraging his type advantage, Yang Yin successfully breaks through. Upon arriving at his destination, he is greeted by an expansive lake. It is truly unexpected to find such a vast body of water in this location. He had assumed it to be merely a small creek. The azure surface of the lake appears to possess a healing quality for the soul, prompting Yang Yin to decide to pause and enjoy a hearty lunch with his companions. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they set off to locate the Yubo group. Much like the Mushroom group, Yang Yin skillfully defeats the leader of the Yubo with the Bada Butterfly, collecting the 6 pounds of mucus required. With that task completed, only one final mission remains. Yang Yin stows the mucus in his bag and retrieves the map to confirm his direction. The League's missions differ significantly from ordinary ones, as the locations are clearly indicated. Yang Yin estimates that if he sets off now, he won't arrive until at least the following evening, having to traverse through at least 15 Pokémon groups along the way. Should he encounter creatures akin to the Spoon Snake, it could potentially delay him even further. Determined to complete the mission promptly, Yang Yin prepares to depart. Unbeknownst to him, this marks the 4th day since his arrival in the Orange Blossom Forest. Initially, he had anticipated reaching the vicinity of the hill by the evening of the 3rd day, but due to the numerous arduous battles faced along the way, he has lost half a day's time. Particularly, the skirmish with a flock of Swablu required tremendous effort, nearly exhausting 3 of his Pokémon before he could successfully evade them. Indeed, combat is a most efficacious means of rapidly ascending in levels. After more than a day of battles, the Little Fire Horse has achieved another level, and its proficiency in the Flamethrower skill has finally reached 40. Thanks to the assistance of the Spark skill, it is now ready for action. Yang Yin stands at the base of a modest hill, gazing upward at its peak, which is not particularly high, merely about 200 meters. However, the dense foliage presents a challenge. Climbing is a strenuous endeavor, and searching the mountain is even more taxing. The only information provided by the Alliance pertains to this very mountain, whether he can locate the group of Eakins hinges solely on the trainer's prowess. Yang Yin first scoured the base of the mountain, but aside from a cluster of Paras and Budu, he encountered no other Pokémon. Along the way, he collected numerous items akin to these, all derived from Pokémon, such as the venom of Ariados, the phosphorescent powder of Mothim, and the beak of Spearow, items that could be sold for a tidy sum, which Yang Yin estimated could amount to nearly 10,000 yuan. Since he found nothing at the base, he resolved to ascend the mountain in search of his quarry. Butterfree, fly a bit higher and keep an eye out for your surroundings. Butterfree nodded, then soared upward. As Yang Yin made his ascent, he observed several clusters of Budu, Nidorina, and Nidoran. He produced a few energy cubes for the recently active Fire Horse, murmuring, a gathering of poisonous Pokémon. Perchance this is their domain? As he continued upward, he found no trace of Eakins. It was not until Butterfree descended to inform him of a cave to the left that he realized there might be something of interest within. Drawing out a flashlight, Yang Yin took a few steps forward, only to collide with a swarm of Zubat. Everyone, be cautious and prepare to attack, he commanded, bracing for an onslaught. Strangely, the Zubat seemed oblivious to their presence, zipping past them with remarkable speed. Yang Yin furrowed his brow, pondering, this is peculiar. Zubat are known to detest disturbances, especially during the day when they are averse to sunlight. Why are they flying outside now? After the Zubat had all departed, Yang Yin pressed onward, convinced that their unusual behavior must be indicative of some underlying issue, perhaps even related to the Ekans. Venturing deeper, he saw no other Pokémon until, after approximately 300 meters, Butterfree suddenly urged caution regarding an obstructing stone ahead. Yang Yin stepped back a few paces and instructed the Fire Horse, unleash a flamethrower at that stone. With a whoosh, flames enveloped the area, revealing a purple Pokémon emerging from behind the stone. It was the very Ekans Yang Yin had been desperately seeking. To his surprise, they were indeed here. Fire Horse, once more, unleashed the flamethrower. The Ekans twisted its body to evade the flames, then opened its mouth, launching a series of glistening purple poison needles toward the Fire Horse. Spark. The little Fire Horse intercepted all the poisonous needles with its sparks. Observing this, the Arbok exhibited no hesitation and swiftly retreated deeper into the cave. Showing no inclination to engage in battle, Yang Yin shouted, "Pursue it. Do not let it escape." In the dim environment, yellow slit pupils slowly opened one by one. Chapter 62, A Chaotic Battle. The Butterfree flew in front of Yang Yin, blocking his path. Yang Yin, puzzled, inquired, "What is it, Butterfree?" The Butterfree pointed towards the other corners of the cave, prompting Yang Yin to glance around. "How could this be? We are surrounded." Yang Yin's eyes widened as he beheld several Arbok emerging from the shadows, each hissing ominously at them. Suddenly, all the Arbok simultaneously launched their poisonous needles. In a state of urgency, Yang Yin commanded, "Butterfree, create a whirlwind to block the needles, and Fire Horse, unleash your flames. Gengar, use your gaze." Fortunately, Butterfree's proficiency in creating wind allowed it to successfully form a circular wind barrier, protecting everyone within. Without this, it would have been nearly impossible to fend off the onslaught of poisonous needles from all directions. The coordinated efforts of Fire Horse and Gengar swiftly incapacitated two Arbok that had appeared behind Yang Yin. At last, a safe direction emerged. It seems that this Arbok is the leader of the pack. Butterfree, I entrust you with it. Use Psychic. Fire Horse and Gengar, deal with the remaining Arbok. Fire Horse erupted in flames, directing a fierce jet of fire towards an Arbok on the left, while Gengar, undeterred, executed a shadow sneak attack on an Arbok to the right. Both attacks successfully took down an Arbok, yet this provoked the remaining ones. Some Arbok bared their fangs, writhing closer to Yang Yin, while others glared menacingly with wide eyes. "Prepare to bite and glare," Yang Yin urged. "Fire Horse, close your eyes quickly. Gengar, use Scare." Fire Horse's strength was on par with the Arbok, and under the intense gaze of so many, it was highly likely to succumb to paralysis from fear. Gengar, being a ghost type, was immune to the Arbok's glares, and due to the disparity in power, several Arbok fell into a state of intimidation. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yin commanded, "Fire Horse, unleash a jet of flames at the front." The intimidated Arbok, unable to react, were struck and lost their ability to fight. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Butterfree and the leader Arbok intensified. The leader only possessed the long-range attack of poisonous needles, and as Butterfree soared above, it deftly avoided the attacks. With a plethora of long-range skills, including Psychic, Butterfree dealt significant damage to the Arbok leader. It was evident that if this continued, victory would undoubtedly belong to Butterfree. Soon, the Arbok leader, nearly driven to madness, opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing shriek. It was a deafening sound. Previously, it refrained from utilizing this technique out of consideration for the Arbok, but now it felt that if this continued, it would inevitably be worn down. Thus, it had no choice but to employ this indiscriminate attack to restrain Butterfree. The piercing sound held immense power. Aside from Gengar, who remained unaffected, everyone, including Yang Yin, covered their ears in an attempt to alleviate the pain, forcing Butterfree to hover momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Arbok swiftly maneuvered to the adjacent wall, revealing its fangs, which crackled with electricity. Thunderfang. Arbok leaped from the wall, aiming to strike Butterfree. If Butterfree were to be hit by this Thunderfang, it would sustain significant damage and might even lose its ability to fight. Gengar, utilizing Shadow Sneak, launched an assault on Arbok. Yang Yin was the first to react, commanding Gengar to intercept the attack, ensuring that the preemptive strike of Shadow Sneak successfully struck Arbok before it could reach Butterfree, sending it crashing to the ground. At that moment, Butterfree finally regained its composure, promptly following up with a psychic attack. Simultaneously, Gengar advanced from below, employing Shadow Claw for a dual-pronged assault. Ultimately, Arbok could not withstand the onslaught and collapsed, losing its fighting capability. Do not let your guard down. Eliminate all the remaining Arbok. The Arbok, still recovering from the piercing sound, failed to assist their fallen comrade in thwarting the assault. Consequently, they were unable to withstand the attacks from the two novice Pokémon, ultimately succumbing to the ground, incapacitated. Yang Yin retrieved the Pokeballs, collecting them as evidence for completing the mission to submit to the League. Naturally, the expenses for the Pokeballs would be reimbursed. Fortunately, Yang Yin had restocked on Pokeballs before coming. Otherwise, he would have struggled to contain all these Arbok. The Pokeballs obtained from Yamamoto had been processed and could not be submitted to the League. Upon counting meticulously, there were 28 Arbok along with 1 Arbok. Yang Yin gathered all the Pokeballs and summoned his 3 Pokemon to check their injuries and allow them to consume some energy cubes to recover their strength. 10 minutes later, Yang Yin stood up and remarked, having not encountered any other Arbok or Arbok during this time. It seems we have dealt with them all. Yet, why did this group of Arbok venture here? Yang Yin surmised that the answer lay deeper within the cave and decided to investigate further. Now that all the Arbok had been dealt with, he no longer needed to tread cautiously as he had upon entering, accelerating forward into the depths. Soon, Yang Yin found himself before an underground pond. At the center of the pond, upon a large stone, lay a significantly larger Arbok, evidently larger than the previous one, soundly asleep. Moreover, he noticed a partially decayed Zubat corpse beneath its jaw. It turned out that the earlier one was not the leader. The true leader remained here, fast asleep. However, given the considerable commotion, why did this Arbok not come to assist? Yang Yin was puzzled. But this did not deter it from becoming the target he needed to confront. Butterfree, psychic, let me see just how deeply it slumbers. A pink psychic attack struck the Arbok, and Yang Yin observed only a slight change on its cheek. It remained unresponsive. With this in mind, he decided to be more aggressive. Butterfree, maintain your psychic assault. Use Shadow Sneak, Gloom Eyes. Rapidash, unleash your flames. The trio of attacks converged, and this time, the Arbok finally reacted, opening its eyes and emitting a furious roar, its aura expanding dramatically. At that moment, Yang Yin realized that this Arbok's aura was akin to that of the Snorlax he had encountered previously. It was on the verge of breaking through a critical boundary. Yang Yin finally comprehended the peculiar nature of the Arbok's reactions. It was gathering strength, preparing to overcome its limitations, not in a sudden surge like the Snorlax, but through a sustained accumulation of energy. This was a pivotal moment for it, one that required undisturbed focus, which explained its reluctance to join the fray against Yang Yin and his Pokémon. A flash of golden light glimmered in Yang Yin's eyes as a wicked smile graced his lips. Such a splendid opportunity. Let me lend you a hand. If the Arbok could voice its thoughts, it would undoubtedly be shouting in protest. Do not come any closer. Chapter 63, Mission accomplished. Yang Yin commanded his 3 Pokémon to mount a relentless assault on the Arbok, which was utterly powerless to retaliate. Under such circumstances, anyone would find themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, the Arbok collapsed in frustration, and Yang Yin seized the moment to throw a Pokeball, capturing it. Upon examining the Arbok's data panel, Yang Yin was pleasantly surprised to discover that its qualifications were rated as good, although it was merely at 5 good, surpassing the average just slightly. This minor distinction significantly enhanced the Arbok's value. Moreover, it possessed additional skills: Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Poison Fong, and Acid Spray, beyond those of the previous Arbok. The panel also indicated that it was still in a state of breakthrough rather than failure, suggesting that it still had the potential to attain mid-level strength. These various factors undoubtedly signified the Arbok's high worth. Due to his limited experience, Yang Yin could not ascertain its precise value, yet this did not diminish his delight. The Arbok was evidently stronger than the Snorlax had been before its breakthrough. Had it not been for its critical moment of transformation, Yang Yin might have found it challenging to overcome. Butterfree used its psychic ability to guide Yang Yin to the stone platform at the center of the pool. As he grasped the Arbok's Pokeball, he noticed a dark, purplish mass resembling putrid sludge behind the Arbok's body. After careful observation, he finally recognized it as the corpse left behind by a Grimer. Realization dawned on Yang Yin. It appeared that the Arbok's attempt to harness energy for its breakthrough was due to consuming the toxic energy from the Grimer's remains. Furthermore, the Grimer must have possessed mid-level strength or higher in life, allowing its corpse to provide sufficient energy for the Arbok's advancement. In theory, possessing such formidable strength, this Grimer must have been the ruler of this mountain during its lifetime. Yang Yin pondered. That explains the presence of so many poison-type Pokémon here. He surmised that the group of Arbok and Arbok's evolution had come here upon learning of Grimer's demise, whether to seize territory or to claim its remains. This was also the reason behind the League issuing this task. However, even with this understanding, it held little significance for him. After thoroughly searching the cave, Yang Yin found no other items of value. Standing at the cave's entrance, he chuckled ruefully. I was too greedy. Even if there were valuable treasures, they must have been scavenged and utilized by this gang of Arbok. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, having successfully completed 3 tasks left him in good spirits. It was only the 4th day, and aside from needing to reserve a day for the return journey, he still had nearly 2 days left to train his Pokémon effectively. He first pulled out his map, charting a relatively safe route before embarking on his journey once more. Time passed swiftly. Rapidash, unleash Flamethrower. With a swift command, Rapidash's opponent, the Rockruff, succumbed to defeat. Well done, Rapidash. The fiery steed dashed excitedly to Yang Yin's side, and he noticed a slight change in its aura after the battle ended. Upon checking the status panel, He was delighted to discover that Rapidash had leveled up to level 9 and learned the stomp skill. Double blessings. Yang Yan was elated. The training over the past week had not been in vain. Rapidash's level had increased by 4, while Butterfree and Ghastly each rose by 1 level. With all their skill proficiencies significantly enhanced, truly a bountiful harvest. Currently, Yang Yan found himself in a different location than where he had initially arrived, situated in the northeastern part of Orange Blossom City. However, this area was largely frequented by humans, alleviating his concerns about Pokémon suddenly emerging from the grass. Over the past 2 days, Yang Yan had endured considerable hardships, as those Pokémon that preferred solitary or nocturnal activities often emerged to disrupt him, leaving him in a state of chronic sleep deprivation. At this moment, Yang Yan yearned to recline on the softest, largest couch and enjoy a rejuvenating slumber. He addressed his 3 Pokémon. Let us first head to the task hall to submit our completed tasks, after which we shall indulge in a delightful meal and enjoy a well-deserved rest. What do you think? Meh. Yes. Who? His 3 Pokémon expressed their enthusiastic agreement. After the league attendant verified the items submitted, Mushroom Powder, Woopa's Slime, and the Pokeball containing Arbok, she made an unknown call, seemingly to confirm whether the Arbok was indeed the one required for the task. Upon confirmation, she turned to Yang Yan and said, Trainer Yang, after a thorough check, your tasks have been successfully completed. Your reward will be credited to your card within 10 minutes. Please be attentive. Yang Yan smiled and replied, Thank you very much. Have a pleasant day. The task hall is an expansive venue, serving not merely as a place for the acceptance and submission of tasks, but also as a hub for leisure and entertainment. Trainers who have just completed their assignments may require various services, from procuring supplies to dining and lodging, or even indulging in massages and saunas. In essence, the majority of trainers' needs can be met within this vibrant space. Yan Yan first ascended to his room, ordered takeout via the room's phone, and then began to organize his recent gains. When he submitted the Pokeball of an Arbok, he deliberately presented only the ball of the first Arbok he encountered, leaving the Arbok leader for himself. The intrinsic value of the Arbok leader far surpassed the reward for the task, prompting him to play a clever game to see if the league would inquire about the leader's whereabouts. He was curious whether the league would acknowledge the completion of the task without the leader's submission. Strangely, it appeared that the league was indeed oblivious to the Arbok leader's existence, which led Yan Yan to feel quite astute in his decision. Had he foolishly submitted the Arbok leader as well, the attendant might not have spoken of it openly, yet would likely have mocked Yan Yan behind his back for his naivety. Upon opening his backpack, Yan Yan laid out his possessions. In addition to various powders and items harvested from Pokémon, he had collected over 200 berries and secured 3 Pokémon of intermediate strength, a Lickitung, an Arbok, and a Houndoom. Indeed, the Arbok leader had ultimately attained a breakthrough in strength within the confines of its Pokeball, a detail Yan Yan discovered through the data panel. Consequently, this Arbok could now command a higher price in the market. After organizing his spoils, Yan Yan decided to sell off what he did not require. Just then, his takeout arrived, and he eagerly began to enjoy a sumptuous meal with his Pokémon. Following their hearty feast, they all reclined on the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. They slept from approximately 2 p.m. until around 8 p.m., when Yan Yan gradually awoke. Chapter 64, An Unsettled Night. Today marked the inaugural day of the Sangwang team's resurgence. The leader had issued a stern command for me to uncover the reason behind the leak of our base's location. I demanded utmost vigilance from you all. Should I catch any of you attempting to shirk your duties, my gaze would be unforgiving. I cast a fierce look down upon the 20 individuals below. You know the consequences. Faced with the oppressive demeanor of Captain Dido of the second squad, the 20 Sangwang team lackeys bowed their heads, avoiding his gaze. Dido's ascendancy to the captaincy was not due to strength, but rather to his ruthlessness. This cruelty extended equally to enemies and allies alike. However, because Dido consistently executed the tasks assigned by the leader, his brutality garnered the trust of the Sangwang team's chief. With a refreshing stretch upon awakening, Yan Yan felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he observed his 3 Pokémon still in slumber. The task hall operates around the clock, maintaining its lively atmosphere. Yan Yan sold all of his unnecessary items, netting approximately 10,000 currency units. Yang Yan softly remarked, no wonder so many people enjoy the outdoors. The rewards are comparable to completing 3 tasks. Sitting on the bench at the platform, he gazed up at the sky, pondering. It's been a week since I last saw Grandpa Tomioka. I wonder if he is feeling any better. If my parents knew I had survived alone in the wild for a week, I can only imagine their expressions. Taming, he continued. Do you think Captain Dowdu could discern the reason for the base's leak from that old man? Dodgy, reclining against a large tree with a cigarette between his lips, muttered. How would I know? Taming, vigorously devouring a chicken leg with a jug of wine in hand, replied, Care for a bite? I haven't had any meat or wine in 2 weeks. My mouth feels as dry as a bird. Just smell it, it's delicious. Dodgy shook his head, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. It's truly satisfying. You enjoy your wine and meat. For me, Smoke is life itself. I can't survive without it. Taming chose not to press the matter further, but inwardly scoffed. What is so great about cigarettes? Can they replace food? Wine and meat are the true romance of a man. As Daji continued to smoke, he added, Captain Dowdu ordered us to keep watch. I can't fathom his reasoning. In this desolate wilderness, who besides that old man would come here? What is there to complain about? Taming took a hearty swig of wine and said, Isn't it better without anyone around? It's the perfect opportunity to slack off and indulge ourselves. I couldn't ask for more. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of black eyes were intently observing from behind a large tree not far away. Everyone, pick up the pace. Quickly, let us ensure we capture all members of the Sangwon team this time. At the entrance of the Changhua City Police Station, Junsha was orchestrating her forces. After considerable effort, they had finally achieved results. The Sangwon team had indeed let their guard down and ventured out. This time, they would capture them all. Junsha commanded an officer beside her, Liantai, go to the Changhua dojo immediately and summon Master Qianli. The leader of the Sangwon team possesses the strength of a quasi-king. Only Master Qianli can handle him. Liantai assured her, Miss Junsha, you can rest assured. I will complete the task. Junsha nodded in satisfaction. Off you go. On the bus, Yang Yin quietly gazed out at the scenery. The neon lights of Changhua City twinkled in the night, and pedestrians moved gracefully, savoring the beauty of life. Upon reaching the platform, Yang Yin released his Butterfree, smiling as he said, It's been a while since we've seen each other. I bet you've missed Grandpa Tomioka a little, haven't you? Suddenly, as they walked, Yang Yin spotted 3 cars parked ahead, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He hurried forward to investigate. This is the Sangwon team's vehicle. Have they arrived? Yang Yin's expression changed drastically. This is bad. Meanwhile, Junsha shouted, Sangwon, surrender peacefully. You want to escape this time. It's too late for you to realize this now. If you wish to avoid death, surrender obediently. Despite having fewer than 20 members left behind him, Sangwon showed no sign of fear. As the king of the underground forces in Changhua City, he held his pride intact. Do you truly believe that sheer numbers can secure victory? How naive. The presence of Sangwon is overwhelmingly formidable. Merely standing there instills a sense of invincibility in many of the young officers. Sangwon commanded his 2 Pokémon before him. Herdier, unleash a deafening howl. Sceptile, summon a storm. Let them witness the prowess of a true champion. He then turned to his team behind him, declaring, Listen well, if you wish to survive, carve a bloody path alongside me. Upon hearing their leader's words, the members of Team Sangwon steeled themselves and issued attack commands to their Pokémon. Junsha directed those with elite-level Pokémon, saying, Everyone, unleash your strongest moves. We must hold our ground. As long as Master Qianli arrives, victory shall be ours. Yang Yin hurriedly sprinted towards the Tamanaga residence, anxiety gnawing at him. He fervently hoped that Team Sangwon was not seeking Tamanaga, yet reality played a cruel jest on him. Suddenly, he spotted 2 individuals lying beneath a tree ahead. Could they be members of Team Sangwon? Yang Yin rushed over to investigate, and, indeed, he discerned the silver inverted triangle emblem of Team Sangwon on their attire. Frowning, he pondered, how peculiar. Why are these 2 here? Did others arrive as well? Without further hesitation, Yang Yin removed all the Pokeballs from the 2 individuals and quickly bound them to the tree with rope, stuffing their mouths with cloth. He then resumed his swift journey towards the Tamanaga residence, hoping that any well-meaning passerby who had confronted Team Sangwon would ensure the safety of Grandpa Tamanaga. Chapter 65. The arrival of Qian, Li, and Trico. In the abandoned buildings of Changhua City, Junsha urged her remaining allies, hold strong. Hold strong. The number of her capable fighters had dwindled from over 80 to merely 40. In the struggle to thwart the attacks of 2 formidable champions, far too many trainers had lost their Pokemon's fighting capabilities, with several dozen perishing in battle, including one of Junsha's own elite Pokémon, Macamp. Though her heart ached, the thought of her mission propelled her forward, refusing to yield. Sangwon laughed heartily, still not yielding? If this continues, all your subordinates will perish. Can you bear that burden? Perhaps a mutual retreat would be wise for everyone's sake. What do you say? After the recent skirmish, Sangwon's own forces had suffered significant losses, leaving only 8 capable fighters remaining. Were it not for Sangwon's relentless support with 2 champions and 2 elite Pokémon, he would have been left isolated. Fuming at Sangwon's taunts, Junsha retorted, Compromise with you vile miscreants? Absolutely not. We shall never capitulate, never retreat. Just hold on a little longer. Once Master Qianli arrives, it will be your end. Sangwon scoffed. At this juncture, if Qianli were coming, he would have arrived by now. He cares not for you. Just then, a voice resonated from above. Sangwon. How can you be so certain that I would not come? Here I am. The individuals on Junsha's side displayed expressions of joy upon hearing the voice. Master Qianli, you have finally arrived. In a bid to save time, Qianli had directly taken flight on a bee drill. Leaping from its back, Qianli declared, Miss Junsha, leave Sangwon to me. You all focus on the others. Junsha nodded in acknowledgement, understood. Qianli retrieved a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Please, King of Holidays, come out and stretch your legs." At the entrance of the Tamanaga residence, a squad leader of the Sangwang team, Tian Chung, laughed heartily. Haha. To think a wild Trico would come knocking at my door. What a fortunate day this is. Indeed, Captain Tian Chung. Allow me to take down this Trico for you, chimed in his subordinate, Sheng Ji, with a sycophantic grin. Sheng Ji, how commendable of you. All right, I entrust it to you, but do not let me down. Sheng Ji patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, Captain, I will ensure it is an easy capture. Addressing his Pokémon, he commanded, charge forward, bear cub, and use pin missile. Sheng Ji believed that a novice Trico could hardly be a match for his beginner-level bear cub. Defeating it would be a mere matter of reaching out his hand. Had it not been for Captain Tian Cheng's hound, whose keen senses had detected Trico's presence and issued a warning, the creature's tail would have nearly struck Sheng Ji on the head. Now, with an opportunity for revenge at hand, Sheng Ji would not allow this Trico to escape easily. As the pin missile hurtled toward the approaching Trico, to everyone's astonishment, the little creature did not flee in fear, but instead accelerated toward bear cub. Despite a decrease in its combat strength, prolonged training had significantly enhanced Trico's speed. With a dazzling flash of energy, Trico's velocity surpassed that of the pin missile, catching both Tiancheng and Sheng Ji off guard, and even bear cub failed to react in time. Seizing the moment, Trico struck a powerful blow to bear cub's head. The impact forced bear cub to stumble back 5 steps before it could regain its footing. How infuriating! Sheng Ji seethed, completely enraged by Trico's audacity. Bear cub, use splitter and teach it a lesson. Let it know the consequences of provocation. Due to certain circumstances, Trico's stamina could not sustain prolonged running, and the recent attack necessitated a brief respite to recover its strength. In contrast, bear cub was more adept at speed, and this brief moment allowed it to capitalize on the situation, delivering a direct hit with splitter. Trico was sent flying. Well done, bear cub. Finish it off with one last blow. Sheng Ji was immensely satisfied by Trico's plight, yet he felt it was not sufficient and demanded another strike. Just as bear cub was about to strike Trico again, a sharp voice pierced the air. Butterfree, use string shot. Who is that? Tian Cheng was taken aback by the unexpected arrival, perplexed as to how someone could infiltrate their ranks despite having arranged for sentinels. Were the guards blind? The newcomer was none other than the hurriedly arriving Yang Yan. Emerging slowly from the shadows, Yang Yan declared, Sangwang team, I never anticipated that you would dare to show yourselves. Pray tell, what brings you here? The young child, unfazed, responded, this is no place for you. Yet since you have come, I must ensure you are treated well, otherwise, others may accuse us of neglecting the little ones, haha. Sheng Ji, what are you waiting for? Please treat our young guest to a grand feast. Sheng Ji rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Very well, Captain. I shall teach this little brat how to respect his elders. Charge, Ji Chongxiong. Needle bomb. However, Mu Shou Gong disregarded Yang Yan's command and unleashed a flash attack against Ji Chongxiong. Sheng Ji chuckled heartily, even in a 2-on-1 scenario. My Ji Chongxiong is unperturbed. Let them witness your prowess. Indeed, this Mu Shou Gong appeared utterly unafraid. Yang Yan paid no heed to Badadai. It wasn't that he disregarded Badadai's battle, but he was confident that Badadai could easily handle Ji Chongxiong. Instead, he focused his attention on this Mu Shou Gong that had inexplicably appeared. Suddenly, Yang Yan's eyes widened in revelation. Could it be that this Mu Shou Gong is? Sheng Ji, noticing the child's lack of command over his Pokémon, felt belittled. How dare you be so arrogant, little brat? Allow me to demonstrate the consequences of your hubris. Ji Chongxiong attack. Ji Chongxiong was swift, but could it match the speed of the wind? The wind gust technique was unleashed, intertwined with yellow paralysis powder. Seizing the moment, Badadai launched a series of air slashes, leaving Ji Chongxiong with no opportunity to react. Even Mu Shou Gong couldn't find a chance to strike, and Ji Chongxiong was effectively subdued. Both Sheng Ji and Tian Cheng stared in disbelief. How could this be? Just as Tian Cheng prepared to summon his great hound, an impatient voice echoed from within the room. Why is it so noisy outside? At this, Sheng Ji and Tian Cheng stiffened. Chapter 66, The Consequences of Carelessness. Qianli stated, I hope for good news. We must apprehend everyone in the Sangwang team to ensure their complete eradication. If this captain, Dido, manages to escape, it is likely the Sangwang team will rise again. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Junsha replied, picking up the phone to inquire further. After a thorough investigation, her expression darkened. Upon hanging up, she turned to Qianli. Master Qianli, it's bad news. The information from my team reveals that Dido has ventured near the base we previously dismantled. Qianli's countenance also soured. That location is only inhabited by an elderly man, Fu Gong. Could it be, due to certain circumstances? Qianli was familiar with Fu Gong and knew he resided nearby. Junsha confirmed, just as you suspected, Master Qianli. This is dire. Qianli exclaimed, retrieving a Pokeball to summon his Baidiao. For safety's sake, I shall make a trip there. You need to expedite your team's arrival. Rest assured. Master Qianli, I will dispatch people immediately. The squad leader, Tian Cheng, turned around and bent down with a grin, saying, why are you out here? Dido, already displeased for failing to extract the desired information from Fu Gang, stepped outside and delivered a kick to Tian Cheng's abdomen. Is this how you guard the door? Huh. How can I conduct my interrogation in peace with all this commotion? Both Sheng Ji and Tian Cheng, witnessing Dido's fury, dared not breathe a word and hastily knelt on the ground. Captain, it's not our fault. We had no idea how an amateur could slip in, nor did we anticipate the sudden attack from Musho Gong. Captain, please grant us a little more time, and we shall rectify this situation. At this moment, Dido noticed Yang Yan, Badadai, and Musho Gong not far from the entrance. The mention of Dido delivering 50 lashes sent the two kneeling figures into a state of utter despair. No one had ever survived 50 lashes at Dido's hands. This could only mean their lives were at stake. They hurriedly bowed their heads, pleading, Captain, spare us, spare us. Ignoring the sobbing subordinates, Dido kicked them aside, took a couple of steps forward, and fixed his gaze on Yang Yan. You, brat, have you disturbed my affairs? Truly, you seek a death wish. From the moment Dido had appeared, Yang Yan had been on high alert. However, upon witnessing Dido's fierce demeanor and menacing gaze, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was a ruthless man, and a formidable one at that. Yang Yan understood that the wisest choice at this juncture would be to turn and flee, to inform Miss Junsha to come and handle the situation. Yet, overwhelmed by concern for Fu Gang's safety and uncertain if the Sangguang team was indeed targeting Fu Gang, he had forgotten to call for help in the first place, leaving him with no opportunity to alert Junsha now. However, if he were to run now, how could he face the grandfather who cared for him so deeply? Despite the fear gripping his heart, Yang Yan mustered the courage to press on. What have you done to grandfather Fu Gang? Oh, that old man. Dido fixed his stare on Yang Yan. It seems you know him. I recall this old fellow has no relatives left in this world. What is your connection to him? He is my teacher, Yang Yan retorted, pressing further. Tell me, have you harmed him? Oh, so this old man has a disciple? I was completely unaware. It appears the intelligence department is indeed a bunch of useless fools, failing to uncover such vital information. As he spoke, a sudden idea struck Dido. He snapped his fingers and called out loudly, Ada, air, bring that old man out. Before long, two identical figures, not only in attire but also in appearance, emerged, each escorting Fu Gang out of the door. Upon seeing Fu Gang, Yang Yan rushed forward, asking, Grandfather Fu Gang, are you all right? Fu Gang had already heard Yang Yan's voice from within the room. Not wanting Yang Yan to get into trouble for his sake, he quickly urged, I'm fine, Yang Yan. You must leave at once. These people are beyond your capability to handle. Go. No, I cannot leave without rescuing you. Tension etched across Tomioka's face. He implored, Yang Yan, heed your grandfather's words and flee at once. At that moment, Dido interjected, silence this old man's tongue. He should not prattle on while I am trying to extract information. He then turned to Yang Yan, saying, since you are this old man's disciple, answer me. Are you aware of the incident when our base was dismantled? Or does it bear no relevance to you? Upon hearing Dido's inquiry, Yang Yan finally comprehended why the members of the Sangguang team had arrived at this location. Regret washed over him for not being more cautious. He had suspected that they might return to the base, yet he had failed to consider that they would search other areas. Had he anticipated this sooner, today's events could have been averted. Faced with Dido's question, Yang Yan hesitated not a moment and replied, what base? I know not of what you speak. At this juncture, admitting any connection to the matter would undoubtedly invite wrath from the Sangguang team upon both him and Tomioka, possibly leading to immediate confrontation. Conversely, denying any involvement might grant him a fleeting respite. He was subtly shifting his body, attempting to retrieve his phone from his pocket to call for help. Dido bellowed, you are lying, boy, but fret not. Once you are in my grasp, you will be eager to divulge everything you know. Simultaneously, he commanded, Ada, seize this boy. Though Dido possessed the highest strength in this vicinity, subduing a mere child did not require his direct intervention. Yes, replied the man standing to Tomioka's left as he stepped forward, tossing out a pokeball. Go, Dream Song Naya. Upon its emergence, Dream Song Naya radiated its intermediate prowess with undeniable clarity. Butterfree. In that moment, Yang Yan had no choice but to engage in battle. Although Dream Song Naya had a twofold weakness to flying types and a fourfold weakness to bug types, the overwhelming strength rendered the type disadvantages insignificant. Just as Yang Yan prepared to issue commands to Butterfree, a green figure darted forth, launching a direct assault on Dream Song Naya. It was Trico, Yang Yan shouted. But Trico was not his Pokémon, and thus paid no heed to his commands. It acted solely on its own volition. Observing Trico's disregard, Yang Yan promptly instructed Butterfree. Butterfree, assist Trico with Air Slash. Okay. Butterfree immediately unleashed an Air Slash, its speed so swift that it nearly struck Dream Song Naya before Trico could close the distance. Unperturbed, Ada remarked, Dream Song Naya, utilize Needle Arm. With an outstretched arm, Dreamsong Naya swiftly countered the incoming air slash with a barrage of green needles. While the air slash was dismantled, the needles persisted, targeting the rapidly approaching Trico. The needles flew at blinding speed, even with Trico's quick attack, to evade. One needle struck true, hitting it squarely in the chest. The insect-type missiles pose a significant threat to the grass-type Trico, coupled with the vast disparity in strength. A single strike sends Trico flying. Yang Yin hurriedly rushes forward to catch Trico before it plummets to the ground. He observes Trico's desperate attempt to remain conscious. But its injuries are too severe. Ultimately, it succumbs to its wounds and collapses in Yang Yin's embrace. Cradling Trico, Yang Yin quickly retreats and commands Butterfree. Create a gust. Butterfree flaps its wings, conjuring a fierce wind infused with a myriad of sleep powder. Dark Pulse, Dream Eater. Ada pays no heed to Butterfree's gust. To him, even withstanding the wind, is inconsequential for Dream Eater. The dark, shadowy pulse surges forward at an alarming speed, cutting through the wind towards Butterfree. Utilize the wind to evade and execute air slash. Yang Yin shouts. Butterfree's repertoire of moves is limited at this moment. It can only rely on two aerial techniques, takeoff and air slash. The insect-type moves, string shot and bug bite, are ineffective. The former lacks offensive power, while the latter is a close-range attack that cannot be executed effectively. Dream Eater possesses formidable melee capabilities. Thus, if Butterfree attempts to approach for bug bite, it is likely to be struck before it can even launch its attack. Yang Yin yearns to call upon Ponyta and Shuppet, yet he fears that the opposing team may deploy another mid-tier Pokémon, which would worsen their predicament. Moreover, Shuppet was originally acquired from Yamamoto, and he cannot guarantee that the enemies would not recognize it. Butterfree, intensify the gust. Air Slash would be countered by Dream Eater's missile needles or other skills, making the currently weaker, yet broader gust the only viable option to inflict damage on Dream Eater. Crucially, it is night. The sleep powder mingled within the wind is not easily detectable. Yang Yin believes that if he can prolong this moment, not only Dream Eater, but even those from the Triad could fall victim to it. This could very well be his sole opportunity for victory, and he is determined to last as long as possible. Dodo, observing the battle before him, suddenly finds it tedious and calls out to Ada. Ada, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up and dispose of that Butterfree. Startled by Dodo's voice, Ada stiffens and promptly replies, Yes, Captain. I shall deal with it immediately. Dream Eater, unleash your maximum power with the missile needles. Yang Yin gasps, what? Wasn't he the previous volley of missile needles already unleashed with full force? Upon receiving the command, Dream Eater sharpens its focus, letting out a mighty cry as it launches an even greater barrage of missile needles, doubling the previous amount. Furthermore, the speed of the missiles exceeds that of their predecessors, creating a myriad of intersecting green trails in the air as the missiles chaotically traverse the gust towards Butterfree. Butterfree, just as before, use the wind to evade. If there is no other option, then defend. The air slash proved inadequate, its potency overshadowed by the missile needles. Employing such a technique for interception was entirely impractical. At this juncture, Yang Yin could only hope that Butterfly could withstand the impending onslaught. As soon as Yang Yin's words fell, the missile needles were rapidly approaching Butterfly. Utilizing the wind to her advantage, Butterfly deftly interfered with the trajectory of the missile needles while continuously evading their strikes. However, Meng Gunaya's proficiency in controlling the missile needles was evidently superior, as he orchestrated an assault from all directions. Consequently, even if Butterfly employed her defenses, she could only block attacks from one direction, leaving her vulnerable to strikes from others due to the inevitable pauses in her movements. Butterfly, be careful. Yang Yan's heart raced with anxiety, feeling utterly powerless to assist her in this dire situation. After a series of evasive maneuvers, Butterfly ultimately succumbed to a missile needles attack. This was merely the beginning, as the remaining needles converged upon her in unison. Butterfly. Dodo observed this unfolding scene and remarked, All right, kid. Do you now recognize the disparity in our strengths? Stand still and refrain from resistance. Ada, bring this little one over. Understood. Ada advanced step by step towards Yang Yin, accompanied by Meng Gunaya. Yang Yin yearned to release Butterfly once more to fight, yet he realized such an action would yield no different outcome than before. If Butterfly could scarcely withstand a single missile needle, what hope was there in sending her back into battle? Retreating step by step, Yang Yin pondered his options. What to do? Should I use the Soul Snatcher Eye? But even with it, she would still be no match for Meng Gunaya. Dismissing his fears, he resolved, if it is to be death, then so be it. With his right hand clutching Butterfly's Pokeball and his left grasping those of Ponyta and the Soul Snatcher Eye, he intended to unleash all three Pokemon simultaneously as Ada approached, launching a direct assault against him. This might afford him a glimmer of hope to swiftly eliminate Ada, though it would likely incur Dodo's wrath thereafter. Yet, he felt he could no longer afford to concern himself with the repercussions. Just as Ada drew within 10 meters of Yang Yin, a voice suddenly resonated from the sky. Stop right there. Upon hearing the voice, Dodo and the other members of the Three Light team visibly paled. while Yang Yan's expression transformed into one of sheer elation. For he recognized the voice of Qianli, the gym leader of Changhua City. Yang Yan called out, "Leader Qianli, please save Grandpa Tuogang." He feared that the Dou might act irrationally upon seeing Qianli, possibly using Tuogang's life as leverage to compel Qianli into granting them freedom. Unbeknownst to Yang Yan, the speed of the elite-level Beedrill was unfathomable. The voice had seemingly emanated from above, yet in the blink of an eye, Beedrill appeared directly above Tuogang and Air. Beedrill, summon the winds. The gusts generated by Beedrill coalesced into a force akin to a tornado, enveloping Tuogang without inflicting any harm, while Air, standing beside Tuogang, was unceremoniously swept away. Qianli, the Dou exclaimed in disbelief. Qianli was not someone he could contend with, so without a moment's hesitation, Daodu swiftly retrieved a Pokeball, releasing an elite-level Swellow, preparing to flee. Grasping Swellow's claws, he shouted, "Swellow, let us go." Swellow flapped its wings and soared quickly into the distance. As for the subordinates below, Daodu declared, "I'm leaving first. You all hold them off." Chapter 68. The Conclusion and the Origin of the Tree Guardian. Qianli, we cannot let him escape. Qianli responded with a calm smile to Yang Yan, "Do not worry. He won't get away." Beedrill spread its wings and vanished in a flash before Yang Yan's eyes. Subsequently, he produced another Pokeball, revealing a Quasi-King level Stantler. Qianli commanded, "Stantler, the others are in your hands. Not a single one is to escape." While Daodu was making his escape, Ada and Air hurriedly released their Pokemon to flee as well, although none were of the flying type. Stantler, despite lacking acceleration skills, was remarkably swift, managing to catch up to the already distant members of the Sangwang team. Once within a certain proximity, Stantler unleashed a psychic force, instantly incapacitating the Pokemon ahead. With Qianli present, Yang Yan no longer had to worry about safety. As the wind began to stir once Beedrill took flight, Yang Yan hastened to Grandfather Takanaga. "Grandfather Takanaga, how are you? Are you injured?" Yang Yan asked, supporting Takanaga's arm with concern. Takanaga shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Thanks to you and Qianli. I'm just fine." "Really? Are you sure?" Yang Yan felt that given Daodu's disposition, he did not seem the type to harm an elderly man. Takanaga inquired, "By the way, what has become of that tree guardian?" Earlier, when Yang Yan had cradled the tree guardian, he had administered some healing ointment. However, due to its severe injuries, it had yet to awaken. Yang Yan had placed it beneath the tree where he had just been for convenience. Takanaga exhaled in relief. "That is good to hear." Yang Yan, slightly puzzled, asked, "Grandfather Takanaga, do you know the tree guardian?" Takanaga waved his hand dismissively. No. It is thanks to Qianli's timely arrival that these villains were driven away." Qianli shook his head. "You mustn't say that. It is my duty as a gym leader to protect you. Allowing you to face danger is already a failure on our part. And if I cannot save you in the end, I would not deserve to be a gym leader." Turning to Yang Yan, Qianli continued, "If I am not mistaken, your name is Yang Yan, correct?" Yang Yan nodded. "Yes, gym leader Qianli. I didn't expect you to remember me." Qianli laughed heartily. "Of course. You are the one who discovered the Sangwang team's base." Takanaga reassured him, "This is not your fault. No one could have foreseen this. You need not blame yourself." "Indeed," Yang Yan added. As Qianli chimed in, "No one wishes for such events to occur, but fortunately, everything has been resolved smoothly, and that is what matters." At that moment, the distant sound of police sirens echoed. It seemed they had finally arrived. Yang Yan inquired, "By the way, how did Master Qianli know that the members of the Sangwang team would arrive here?" This was due to the fact that today coincidentally marked the day when Junsha would capture the entire Sangwang team. And the information was obtained from the members of that very team. Yang Yan realized, so that's how it is. He never anticipated such a significant event today. Had it not been for the fortuitous timing of Junsha's operation, Qianli would not have received the news in time, leaving them in real peril. Junsha descended from the police car at the forefront and asked, "Master Qianli, have you seen any members of the Sangwang team?" Qianli stepped forward and reassured, "Do not worry, Miss Junsha. I believe that by now, the members of the Sangwang team have been dealt with." However, Junsha glanced around and remarked, "I do not see a single member of the Sangwang team here." Qianli chuckled, "Do not fret. Look, there they are." Yang Yan gazed at Qianli's two Pokemon and could not help but exclaim, "How impressive." After exchanging a few more words with Qianli, Junsha turned her attention back to Yang Yan and Fu Gang. She said, "Grandpa Fu Gang, Trainer Oki, I apologize to both of you for the troubles caused by our oversight in our work. I am truly sorry." Fu Gang quickly responded, "Miss Junsha, you are far too courteous. If it were not for your usual care, I would not be able to enjoy my twilight years here in peace. Regardless, this was our negligence, but thankfully it did not lead to a grave mistake. Otherwise, I would feel deeply remorseful towards you." At the time of their farewell, Qianli mentioned to Yang Yan that if he had the opportunity, he should visit the Changhua gym, as he had matters he wished to discuss with Yang Yan. Yang Yan was bewildered, uncertain as to what Qianli could possibly want to talk about, yet he promised to visit within the next few days. 5 minutes later, Yang Yan and Fu Gang were seated on the sofa. while on the opposite end lay the Trico, still in slumber. Yang Yin asked, "Grandpa, you recognize this Trico, don't you?" Fu Gang nodded. "Indeed, on the very day you set off for Changhua Forest, I encountered this little one while I was in the orchard. It appeared quite vigilant upon seeing me approach." Yang Yin continued, "Grandpa, I believe you can see that this Trico has been abandoned by its trainer, correct?" Fu Gang's expression turned contemplative. "So, you have noticed it too?" "Yes, Grandpa," Yang Yin replied. "I have seen this Trico before." Indeed, this Trico was the very one Yang Yin had battled against previously, belonging to Jin Xiang. Immediately, Yang Yin recounted the events to Fu Gang. Upon hearing Yang Yin's account, Fu Gang's face was filled with indignation. No wonder this Trico seemed so off. It has endured such hardships. That person named Jin Xiang is truly despicable. To treat his Pokémon with such cruelty, and instead of seeking to make amends, he simply abandoned it. How utterly vile. Yang Yin asked, "Grandpa, this potion that overexerts potential for strength must have inflicted considerable harm on Trico. Is there any way you could help resolve its issues?" Chapter 69, Past Encounters. Tomioka lamented, "Grandfather, I find myself utterly powerless in this situation." Just then, Moku Shigami awakened. "Moku Shigami, you are awake?" Waihiko observed the slight movement of Moku Shigami's body and hurried forward to assess his condition. In a sudden burst, Moku Shigami instinctively leaped backward, as if still caught in the throes of battle. "Moku Shigami, it is all right now. Those villains have been apprehended," Tomioka reassured him. Moku Shigami scanned his surroundings and, indeed, found no trace of the previous adversaries, allowing his tense form to relax. After casting a glance at Tomioka and sensing that all was well, he rose and made his way toward the door. "Moku Shigami," Waihiko exclaimed, "where do you think you are going? Your wounds have yet to heal completely." Tomioka sighed. "Ah, Waihiko, let it be. Moku Shigami may still harbor reservations toward humans, considering his past experiences." Yet Waihiko protested, "But grandfather, Moku Shigami was so determined to save you just now. Is that truly acceptable?" Moku Shigami dashed to the orchard, swiftly climbing a fruit tree to pluck an orange, devouring it bite by bite. Having once resided in the research facility, he watched as his companions departed, embarking on journeys with the trainers who took them. He had long anticipated the arrival of his own trainer, wondering what kind of person would come to take him away and accompany him. Would it be a passionate and composed boy or a gentle and serene girl? Moku Shigami had envisioned this encounter countless times, even dreaming of it repeatedly. One fateful day, he found himself confined within a Pokeball, informed that he would be sent to his trainer's side. At that moment, he felt a twinge of confusion. Were trainers not supposed to come to collect them? Why was he the one being transported? Although perplexed, he maintained a glimmer of hope, believing perhaps that his soon-to-be trainer had their own reasons for this arrangement. He resolved to wear a smile and present his finest self to this person. Soon enough, he met his trainer, a boy named Masaki. Moku Shigami endeavored to showcase his strength, hoping to leave a favorable impression. The outcome was indeed promising. Upon first seeing him, Masaki was overjoyed and exuberantly praised him to others. Moku Shigami's heart soared, believing he had found the right companion. However, little did he know, Masaki's excitement was fleeting. Before long, Moku Shigami was entrusted to the care of Masaki's servants, and the opportunities to see his trainer dwindled day by day. Perplexed by this turn of events, he incessantly attempted to escape, yearning to draw closer to Masaki, desiring even just to share silence at his side. Yet, each time, Masaki would converse with him briefly before summoning others to take him away once more. It felt despondent, uncertain of where it had gone awry, until one day, Jinxiang approached it with a request to fight on his behalf and help him secure a championship. In that moment, a flicker of understanding ignited within. It realized that perhaps it had yet to showcase its strength to Jinxiang, which was why he had not invested much concern in it. It believed that if it could help him achieve victory, he would certainly cease to overlook its existence. Thus, it ventured onto the battlefield, battling fiercely and claiming victory after victory. Indeed, following these triumphs, Jinxiang's demeanor towards it grew increasingly benevolent, and their time spent together blossomed. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. It appeared to have discovered its worth to Jinxiang, namely, to win, to consistently emerge victorious. Consequently, on the battlefield, it fought with unwavering determination, and off the battlefield, it trained diligently. Victories came in a relentless succession, until it encountered a formidable opponent, a Butterfree. This was its first true adversary, and from the onset, it found itself at a disadvantage, nearly collapsing under pressure. Yet, at the last moment, a surge of formidable power coursed through its being. It believed that this must be divine intervention, a response to its fervent desire not to lose, bestowing upon it newfound strength. Rising once more, it resolved to win the battle. However, it sensed a heaviness in its head, feeling somewhat sluggish, forced to rely solely on instinct to fight. Fortunately, at that moment, it inexplicably discovered it had learned two new skills, Quick Attack and Energy Ball. With the enhancement of these newfound abilities, it felt assured of victory. Yet, in the end, it succumbed to defeat. Indeed, After losing the match, it saw no more of its trainer. Back at the research institute, the doctor had often guided many novice trainers, and it had occasionally eavesdropped on those lessons. It trusted the doctor's wisdom, but inexplicably, since that loss, many things it had once accomplished now eluded it. Its speed had diminished, its strength waned, not to mention, it could not even utilize the thunder punch it had previously mastered, let alone the newly acquired energy ball. Why? It was bewildered. The only solution it could conceive was to double its training efforts. It firmly believed that what it had once achieved, it could certainly attain again. It thought Jinxiang sought to have it fight for him, so it ardently adjusted its mindset, knowing that it could not afford to lose the upcoming matches. As it stood ready to confront its opponent, it suddenly realized it was in the wilderness, with no opponent in sight. Yet Jinxiang ignored its presence, merely inquiring of a nearby attendant. Is this place suitable? Yes, young master, it's unlikely anyone will come here. Jinxiang nodded. That's good. Although this Grookey is now useless, I do not wish for what I have possessed to fall into another's hands. What did this mean? Confusion washed over it. In that moment, it suddenly felt as though the connection to its Pokeball had vanished. Only then did it come to understand. It had been abandoned. Chapter 70. Helping the wood gecko find a solution in a state of confusion, it remained motionless, unsure of what to do. After a considerable time had passed, it gradually rose, yet found itself with nowhere to go, akin to a homeless child, drifting aimlessly with the current. Along the way, it pondered the reasons behind its dire predicament, yearning to weep, but tears eluded it. A numbing sensation enveloped its entire being. Wood gecko, what brings you here? Tomioka happened upon the orchard while taking a leisurely stroll, and he spotted the wood gecko standing in place, lost in thought. He approached kindly, saying, "What's the matter? Are you yearning for the oranges above? If you wish to have one, feel free to take it yourself. I'm too old to assist you, haha." The wood gecko merely stared blankly at the elderly man, rendered speechless. "Come now," Tomioka chuckled. "Surely you're not so famished that you lack the strength to respond." Still, the wood gecko remained unresponsive. "Goodness, it appears this old man must show you a trick," Tomioka remarked. He surveyed the area, picked up a few small stones, and squinted at the oranges hanging from the tree. He aimed carefully, but missed. "Haha, indeed, age has dulled my once unerring aim. Don't be disheartened, wood gecko. Let me try once more, and I assure you I won't miss this time." With a swift motion, he launched another stone. This time, he struck true, yet regrettably. The force was insufficient to bring the fruit down. "Oh dear, what a pity." Tomioka scratched his head. The wood gecko observed this elderly stranger. This man it had just met, and could not fathom why Tomioka would go to such lengths for it. Instinctively, the wood gecko swiftly climbed the tree, plucking an orange and leaping down to land gracefully before Tomioka. "Haha, see? You could do it all along. Truly impressive, wood gecko," Tomioka praised, reaching out to pat the wood gecko's head. Initially taken aback, the creature found itself strangely comforted by Tomioka's touch, a warmth it had never experienced with Jinxiang. Tomioka settled beneath the tree with the wood gecko, lifting its hand and gesturing towards the orange it held. "Go on, eat. Fresh oranges are the finest delicacy." The wood gecko found solace in the old man's soothing voice, which instilled a sense of security within it. As it began to savor the orange, taking slow, deliberate bites, Tomioka watched with satisfaction. "That's the spirit. What a good child you are," he remarked once the wood gecko had finished. "Did you come from the forest? Or perhaps your trainer is nearby?" He then glanced around, observing the desolate surroundings. Yet it appears there is no one else here. The wood gecko, at a loss for words, merely lowered its head in silence. "It seems unlikely you have a trainer. Then, you must be from the wild? How remarkable. Have you ventured out here on your own?" Tomioka was suddenly reminded of his deceased child and Yoshihiko, both of whom had ventured out into the world at such a tender age. However, the difference lay in their circumstances. With a gentle demeanor, Tomioka stated, "If you don't mind, you are welcome to visit here often. Feel free to take any fruit from the trees if you wish. There is no need to be polite." Perhaps it was the passage of time that made him long for companionship. Consequently, in the days that followed, Tomioka would make it a point to visit the orchard daily to check on the Trico and converse with it. The Trico had yet to leave this place, or perhaps, even if it did, it was uncertain of where to go. Each recollection of being abandoned by Shinra brought it anguish, and in those moments, it could only choose to numb its heart through relentless training, seeking solace in the act. Little did it know, Tomioka's presence allowed a flicker of light to remain deep within its heart, preventing it from succumbing entirely to darkness. At dawn the next day, Yoshihiko, following Tomioka's guidance, assisted him in visiting the orchard to see the Trico. In truth, even without Tomioka's urging, Yoshihiko could not shake his concern for the creature. The fate of a starter Pokémon abandoned by its trainer was all too predictable. "Trico, are you there?" Yoshihiko called out loudly. "Chama." The Trico, engaged in training amongst the trees, leaped gracefully to stand before Yoshihiko. It merely stood silently in front of him. "Well then, Trico, I imagine your injuries from yesterday have yet to fully heal. If possible, I would like to take you to the Pokémon Center to have Nurse Joy assist in your recovery. Additionally, We could inquire if she knows of any methods to restore your potential. What do you think? At this moment, Tomioka added, Trico, you should go. The longer you delay, the slimmer your chances of recovery will become, and seeing you so despondent each day affects me as well. Had it been merely Yoshihiko, the Trico might have hesitated to heed his words. However, after spending the last few days together, it recognized Tomioka's genuine care for its well-being. Tomioka had observed the Trico's physical condition, noting signs of stunted growth that seemed unusual. He had speculated whether there was an issue with its potential, but whenever he inquired, the Trico remained reticent. Yet, this did not mean it lacked its own thoughts. Understanding its physical state illuminated the reason behind Shinra's abandonment, and the realization brought immense pain. It had never fathomed that its earnest feelings had never truly garnered Shinra's regard. Fortunately, during this tumultuous period, Tomioka frequently visited to offer guidance, which prevented the Trico from spiraling into despair. Thus, it had come to trust Tomioka deeply. Resolute, it decided to follow Tomioka's advice and accompany Yoshihiko. Chama. Upon seeing the Trico nod, smiles finally graced the faces of Yoshihiko and Tomioka. Nurse Joy, please take a look at this Trico. Yoshihiko gestured towards the creature trailing behind him. Very well, Nurse Joy replied. Please hold on for a moment, trainer. Joy led the wood gecko to the back and emerged approximately 20 minutes later, her face etched with anger. She confronted Yang Yin, inquiring, Are you the trainer of the wood gecko? How could you feed it such inappropriate things? Yang Yin attempted to clarify, Miss Joy, I am not the trainer of the wood gecko. Surprised, Joy's expression shifted to embarrassment, and even the Chansey beside her covered its eyes. At that moment, Yang Yin recounted the events concerning the wood gecko to Miss Joy. So that is how it is. This poor creature has indeed encountered such a negligent trainer, she lamented, crouching down to gently stroke the wood gecko's head. The wood gecko was visibly upset. Earlier in the treatment room, Joy had informed it of its condition, and it finally grasped the extent of the mistreatment it had endured under Jinxiang. Miss Joy, may I ask if there is any way you can assist the wood gecko? Yang Yin inquired. Joy hesitated, saying, To be honest, I am not certain. Perhaps someone in my family might know, but I am unaware of who that might be. Yang Yin responded, Could you please help inquire? Joy nodded, All right. I will ask someone later. Thank you very much, Miss Joy. Yang Yin expressed his gratitude. Chapter 71. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yao. After leaving his phone number with Joy, Yang Yin exited the Pokémon Center, hoping for good news from her. He turned to the wood gecko and said, By the way, would you like to accompany me to the Chenghua Gym? Perhaps Master Qianli might have a solution. The wood gecko pondered for a moment, realizing that hope should not be abandoned, and thus nodded affirmatively. Very well, let us set off. The previous night, Qianli had invited Yang Yin to visit him, and although Yang Yin was unsure of the reason, he seized the opportunity to inquire if Qianli had any means to assist the wood gecko. Qianli had only recently become the gym leader of Chenghua City. The previous water-type gym had been disbanded due to its failure to pass the league's inspections over many years. Qianli and his family had relocated from Chengdu after he was appointed as the gym leader of Chenghua City, preferring a quieter environment away from the bustling city. Qianli established his gym in a more secluded area, while Yang Yin had previously visited the old water-type gym. He had not yet been to the newly constructed gym under Qianli's leadership. Upon arriving at the gym's entrance, he noticed someone cleaning outside. Approaching the individual, Yang Yin inquired, Hello, may I ask if Master Qianli is present? The person shook their head, replying, No, but Master Qianli did mention your visit. By the way, I am Demu Yang Yin. You can confirm with the master. Oh, so you are Demu Yang Yin, the individual stated, putting down the broom. My name is Jinji. Master Qianli indeed instructed me to take you directly to him, should you arrive. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance. Please, lead the way. Jinji paid no mind to the Morshu behind Yang Yin, merely assuming it to be a Pokémon belonging to him, casting a fleeting glance before returning his attention elsewhere. As Yang Yin followed Jinji into the gym, he observed his surroundings and mused inwardly. Indeed, due to its relatively recent establishment, everything appears rather rudimentary. Before him lay only a series of simple wooden structures, starkly contrasting the opulent decor of the water gym in Chenghua City, which had been in operation for over a decade. However, given that the latter had been shut down, it was possible that it had since deteriorated beyond this establishment. Distracted, Yang Yin nearly collided with a boy in a green short-sleeve shirt as he rounded a corner. My apologies, I didn't notice someone was there, he said, offering a quick apology. Who are you? Can't you even watch where you're going? The boy retorted. Sensing the tension, Jinji promptly intervened. Young Master Xiaosheng. This is Trainer Yang Yin, here to see the gym leader. Oh, so you're here to challenge my father? Xiaosheng exclaimed, his anger palpable. Let me tell you, someone like you stands no chance against him. At that moment, he noticed the Morshu behind Yang Yin. Wow, it's a Morshu. How splendid, he exclaimed, eager to approach for a closer look. However, Morshu stepped back, prompting Yang Yin to move forward and block Xiaosheng's path. I'm sorry, but I'm not here to challenge the gym. Xiaosheng looked puzzled. If you're not here to challenge, then what is your purpose? Jinji explained, Young Master Xiaosheng. This trainer Yang is indeed not here to challenge, but the gym leader specifically asked me to bring him directly to see him if he arrived. How could that be possible? Xiaosheng replied incredulously. My father would say such a thing. Although Xiaosheng was a character from the original text, he was merely a child now, and Yang Yin paid him little mind. If there are no further matters, I would like to meet gym leader Qianli. What do you think, Jinji? After the two departed, Xiaosheng muttered to himself. No way, I must find out what this Yang Yin is truly about. He hurriedly prepared to follow them, just as a melodious voice chimed behind him. Xiaosheng, what are you doing here? Xiaoyao pouted. Clearly, it's you who isn't paying attention. Seeing that Yang Yin and Jinji had already walked far ahead, Xiaosheng exclaimed, Oh no, sister, I have to go. With that, he dashed forward. Noticing his unusual behavior, Xiaoyao followed suit, calling out, Xiaosheng, where are you going? The gym was indeed modest, and Yang Yin soon arrived at the room where Qianli resided, following Jinji. Hello, gym leader Qianli. Yang Yin greeted. Ah, it's you, Yang Yin. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Qianli chuckled heartily. Come, take a seat. Yang Yin found a chair and gestured for Mo Shu to sit beside him. I wonder what matter the gym leader wishes to discuss with me. Qianli glanced at the wood gecko beside Yang Yin. An inexplicable sensation washed over him, yet he dismissed it, recalling that he had seen Yang Yin cradling the creature the previous day. Thus, it was only natural for him to regard the wood gecko as Yang Yin's Pokémon. With that, Qianli settled down beside Yang Yin and said, Jinji, please step out for a moment. I shall call for you if needed. Understood, master. Jinji poured each of them a cup of tea before exiting the room. Upon closing the door, he unexpectedly encountered Xiaosheng and Xiaoyao around the corner. Young Master Xiaosheng. Miss Xiaoyao, what brings you both here? Having just caught up with Xiaosheng, Xiaoyao inquired with urgency about the matter at hand. Xiaosheng felt there was no need for secrecy and promptly recounted the events to Xiaoyao. Consequently, Xiaoyao's curiosity was piqued regarding Yang Yin, who had drawn her father's attention. Thus, she joined Xiaosheng, crouching outside the room, hoping to eavesdrop. However, before they could glean any useful information, Jinji emerged from the room. In a panic, they hastily darted aside. But Jinji spotted them nonetheless. Xiaosheng quickly pulled Jinji over and asked, Jinji, enlighten me and my sister about this trainer named Demu Yang Yin. What makes him so significant to our father? Suddenly, Xiaosheng's eyes brightened. Wait, he has the surname Demu. Could he possibly be related to Professor Demu? Xiaosheng was an ardent admirer of Professor Demu, eagerly consuming every book and attending every lecture he could, despite grappling with comprehension at times. Yet, this did not diminish his admiration for the esteemed professor. Xiaoyao chimed in, Yes, Jinji, if you have any insights, please share them with us. Xiaosheng, feeling somewhat disheartened, responded. What? Why is it like this? Chapter 72. Qianli's proposal in the room. Qianli stated, Yang Yin. I learned from Junsha that old man Fugong has bequeathed his orchard to you. Indeed, but I am puzzled as to why Master Qianli would concern himself with such matters. Yang Yin replied, perplexed. Qianli shook his head. We have not mentioned this to old man Fugong, thus he remains unaware. At this juncture, Yang Yin began to grasp the reason for Qianli's visit. So, you wish for me to return the land to you? What precisely does Master Qianli mean by this? Yang Yin pondered, slightly confused. Let me clarify. I previously discussed with Junsha the possibility of exchanging for a different plot of land. But she indicated that any land in Changhua City that is either superior or comparable to that piece is predominantly held by various families, making it unattainable. Furthermore, opting to redevelop a new plot would not only squander time, but also prove impractical. After deliberation with Miss Junsha, we devised a mutually beneficial solution. What is this solution? Yang Yin inquired. It is simply that you lease this land to me on a long-term basis. Having researched your background, I am aware that even if you possess that piece of land, you would find it challenging to utilize it. Rather than allowing it to languish in neglect, renting it to me would be a more prudent choice. I propose a monthly rental fee of 300,000, which I believe would suffice to support the nurturing of several Pokémon. What do you think? Yang Yin furrowed his brow. Yet, Qianli's argument held merit. That orchard was indeed rather superfluous for him at present. If he were to cultivate the area entirely with fruit trees, he would first lack the time to manage them. And secondly, he would be overwhelmed working alone, as his primary focus should be the training of his Pokémon. The prospect of crafting berry balls seemed implausible in the near term, and even if he could produce them, the quantity would be minimal, given the limited berries he could gather. Conversely, allowing the land to remain fallow would be a considerable waste. Thus, Qianli's proposition did pique his interest, especially since the offered rent was not insignificant. For a trainer of Qianli's caliber, 300,000 a month was hardly a burden, yet for Yang Yin, it would be more than ample to support the training of his Pokémon. Currently, he expended around 200,000 monthly on his 3 Pokémon, leaving an excess of 100,000 that could be invested in skill discs to enhance their attack capabilities or perhaps even nurture an additional Pokémon. After all, he still had that unhatched egg of perfect pedigree in his possession. With this financial support, he would no longer need to worry about affording their training. However, Yang Yin spoke up. Master Qianli, I find your proposal quite appealing, yet I would like to discuss it with Grandpa Tamanaga before providing you with a definitive answer. Would that be acceptable? Qianli replied with a smile. Certainly, that is only reasonable. Additionally, may I inquire if you could expedite the discussion? Understanding the underlying implication, Yang Yin sensed a hint of difficulty on Qianli's face. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, I hope for an early resolution. Perhaps we could reserve an acre of land for you and Grandpa Tamanaga. I could assist in relocating the remaining quality fruit trees to that plot. Furthermore, I would be willing to cover any living expenses for Grandpa Tamanaga moving forward. I believe this arrangement would meet his approval. Upon hearing Qianli's words, Yang Yin felt a genuine sincerity behind the proposal, yet he remained resolute in discussing it with Grandpa Tamanaga before giving a final response. Qianli concurred with this approach. Yang Yin sensed that their discussion had reached a natural conclusion, so he transitioned to the matter concerning his Trico. Upon hearing Yang Yin's account, Qianli's expression darkened with indignation. It is astounding that there are individuals who fail to cherish their Pokémon. It is utterly despicable. You are quite right, Master. However, I believe our immediate priority should be addressing Trico's physical ailments. I fear that if we delay too long, Trico's potential may never fully recover. Yang Yin inquired. Might you have any solutions, Master Qianli? Qianli took a moment to compose herself and thoughtfully remarked, among the people I know, there might be one who could offer assistance. Really? Yang Yan's spirits soared instantaneously. Even Mu Shou Gong couldn't help but rise in excitement. Qianli, could you tell me who that person is? Li Jia. Yang Yan exclaimed. What? Do you also know Li Jia? Qianli observed Yang Yan's expression with a hint of curiosity. Yang Yan quickly shook his head. No, I have merely had the fortune of seeing Li Jia on television before. I see, Qianli replied with a smile. However, I do not personally know Li Jia. Will she truly assist Mu Shou Gong? Yang Yan appeared somewhat apprehensive. That depends on your own capabilities, Qianli stated. How about this? I can help you compose a letter, but I cannot guarantee its effectiveness, as my relationship with Li Jia is not particularly close. Yang Yan stood, bowing in gratitude to Qianli. Your assistance is already a tremendous help for Mu Shou Gong. I truly appreciate it. Then he turned to Mu Shou Gong, exclaiming, wonderful news. Mu Shou Gong, there is hope for your recovery. Qianmo. Mu Shou Gong was equally elated, bowing in thanks to Qianli. There is no need for such formality, Qianli replied. I sympathize with Mu Shou Gong's plight, and if its potential can be restored, I would be genuinely pleased. Yang Yin remarked. Regardless, you have provided us with a direction, which is of utmost importance. He then said to Mu Shou Gong, let us set off for Guandu at the earliest opportunity. Qianmo. At this moment, Qianli interjected. If we are to head to Guandu, I recall that there should be a ship departing in the next couple of days. Yang Yin. It would be wise for you to confirm this shortly. Understood. Upon hearing Qianli's words, Yang Yin eagerly reached for his phone to check the schedule. Suddenly, Qianli said, hold on, there's no rush, we can spare a little more time. Yang Yin, I wish to discuss another matter with you. Yang Yin paused, puzzled, halting his phone fiddling. Wasn't he Qianli seeking him out to discuss the orchard? What other matter could there be? Is there anything else you wish to discuss, esteemed master? Qianli took a sip of tea and smiled. I wonder if you might be interested in becoming an apprentice at the Chenghua Gym? Chapter 73. Gym Apprentice. Every gym leader in a city has the obligation to recruit a certain number of local individuals as apprentices. This serves to cultivate talent for the league and to deepen connections between the leader and the local community. After all, many gym leaders are outsiders, much like Qianli herself. However, this does not imply that leaders will indiscriminately select individuals merely to fill quotas. In truth, each apprentice is regarded as a disciple of the leader, who must diligently guide their pupils. Should the league conduct an inspection in the future and discover that an apprentice is lacking in merit, both the apprentice and the leader may face repercussions. Thus, every gym leader approaches the selection of apprentices with utmost caution. Qianli, for instance, has only accepted Jin Ji as her apprentice thus far. Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback by Qianli's words. Master Qianli, do you truly wish for me to become an apprentice at your dojo? Doubting, he posed a question in return. What, do you still not believe it? Qianli replied with a hint of amusement, wondering if his intentions were not conveyed seriously enough. No, Yang Yin stood up and said, I simply fail to understand what you see in me. I believe our acquaintance has been rather brief, so I am genuinely perplexed as to why you would choose me. Qianli clarified, as I mentioned earlier, due to the land in question, I reviewed your records. I am aware that you are a student at the Forestry Academy and have been the top of your class for 2 consecutive years. This certainly speaks to your academic prowess. Furthermore, your father holds the position of a forest ranger. Thus, you may be considered affiliated with the Alliance, which gives you a commendable background. Moreover, didn't you infuse a plethora of sleep powder into Baudadi's gust attack yesterday? Yang Yin chuckled awkwardly. You noticed? I was hoping to deceive the Sangwang team, and here I am, embarrassed. Haha, I am uncertain if the Sangwang team caught on. But my Fiero certainly did upon arrival. Hearing this, Yang Yin mused to himself. Indeed, the top-tier Fiero can effortlessly discern even the slightest differences, even at night. Although you may have merely experimented with this technique, it is evident that you possess your own strategies in battles. This talent is something many lack. Qianli raised his arm. However, these 3 points alone only slightly pique my interest. What truly convinces me that you are a worthy candidate for cultivation was your conduct during yesterday's events. When faced with a crisis, you did not flee but chose to confront it head-on. Not only did you attend to the elderly Mr. Fujioka, but you also showed concern for the unrelated Mumu, demonstrating your filial piety and sense of responsibility. Such qualities resonate with me deeply. I firmly believe that a person's character holds far greater significance than mere talent or strength. Your identity, academic ability, battle aptitude, and character are all commendable. Thus I deem you qualified to become an apprentice at the Changhua Dojo. Yang Yan, astonished by Qianli's words, was unaware that he possessed so many virtues. It is indeed said that the hardest person to understand is oneself. While he felt flattered by Qianli's recognition, he also felt a surge of joy. He rose and addressed Qianli. Master Qianli, I am grateful for your acknowledgement. However, I believe it prudent to discuss this matter with my family first. If they do not oppose it, I would be more than willing. Indeed, such matters should be deliberated with family. Very well, once you reach a decision, please contact me, Qianli replied, subsequently providing Yang Yan with his phone number. After saving the number, Yang Yan realized that Qianli had no further business to discuss, so he took his leave. This provided the perfect opportunity to inform his parents about Qianli's desire to have him as an apprentice at the dojo. Although Yang Yan had just mentioned to Qianli that he would discuss it with his family, such matters typically encounter no opposition from parents. In fact, many would eagerly wish for their children to be favored by the gym leader. The title of gym apprentice, while it may sound modest, is indeed quite prestigious. Once Yang Yan becomes a gym apprentice, he will not only gain invaluable knowledge from Qianli, but externally. The mere fact that he is an apprentice at a renowned gym will naturally garner him greater admiration and respect. Furthermore, his personal credentials will be significantly enhanced, which will undoubtedly benefit his future aspirations within the league. It can be said that becoming a gym apprentice is a venture brimming with advantages and devoid of drawbacks. Additionally, there exists a faint possibility of inheriting the gym. Although Yang Yan had never considered this prospect, it certainly offers him an alternative path. Prior to his arrival at Changhua Gym, Yang Yan's future plans revolved around diligent study, with the ambition of becoming a forest ranger, an objective both clear and attainable. However, if Yang Yan becomes a gym apprentice, he will find himself with another avenue to explore, the possibility of opening his own gym in the future. Though the path to becoming a gym leader is fraught with challenges, requiring at least a team of similarly typed Pokémon, all of elite caliber. Alongside rigorous selection processes, this prospect undoubtedly holds great promise for his future development. In fact, he already possesses a foundational advantage with his Butterfree, as well as the forthcoming hatching and evolution of his Iron Mask Ninja and Shell Ninja, all of whom exhibit the potential to become quasi-champions. Thus, if Yang Yan aspires to become a bug-type gym leader, it is not a mere fantasy. Later, he sought a secluded spot to call home. Fortuitously, his father happened to be at home that day. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Yan recounted his recent experiences to his parents, including the discovery of the Teen Plasma Base, the assistance he received from Fujikawa, his outdoor training, and, most importantly, Qianli's proposal. Naturally, he refrained from divulging details regarding the 2 Pokémon eggs. Specifically, the first egg, which boasts perfect potential, was something he wished to keep from his parents to alleviate their worries. The more individuals privy to such information, the greater the risk of exposure. Yang Yan resolved to wait until he visited the Unova region, when the issues surrounding that Pokémon would be resolved, before broaching the subject with his parents. As for the egg of the Suji Ninja, Yang Yan was still uncertain whether he would sell it. If he ultimately chose to sell it, revealing such intentions would serve little purpose. He had contemplated gifting this Pokémon egg to his father. But given that his father already possessed an Iron Mask Ninja and Shell Ninja, it would offer no substantial benefit. Their functions overlapped with his father's Swellow. His father had previously mentioned that the most suitable Pokémon for him were water, electric, rock, or ground types. Thus Yang Yan decided against sharing any information regarding the Suji Ninja's egg. After listening to Yang Yan's account, his parents were clearly taken aback. They had not anticipated that their son, having departed merely 2 weeks prior, could have encountered such a plethora of experiences, leaving them momentarily speechless. Chapter 74, The Recent Flight. Yang Yan chuckled. I told you, one day I shall surpass you. With a spirited tone, he added, I eagerly await that day, haha. At this moment, his mother finally spoke, her tone imbued with reproach but predominantly laced with concern. Xiaoyan, why are you so impulsive? Those rascals should be left to Miss Junsha. How could you possibly put yourself in danger? For a mother, her greatest wish is for her child to remain safe and sound. She does not yearn for monumental achievements. Rather, her sole desire is for her child's well-being and happiness, a simple expectation shared by all mothers. I'm sorry, Mom. Yang Yan could not articulate anything else in response to her concern. Rest assured, I promise I will never do anything to worry you again. That is good. That is good. Even through the phone, Yang Yin could sense his mother's anxious expression. So, Mom and Dad, what are your thoughts on Master Chinley's proposal? Demuyong took the phone and exclaimed, what could there possibly be to discuss? Of course we accept. I never even dared to dream of such a wonderful opportunity. We must accept. And you, Mom? Do you have anything to add? Riko softened her tone and replied, since Master Chinley holds Xiao Yin in such high regard, we cannot refuse. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. How could we possibly hinder your future? At that moment, Yang Yin heard his mother, Riko, say to his father, Demuyong, but, dear, do you have the funds for the apprenticeship fee? Demuyong paused before responding, of course. I will ensure that Xiao Yin is well prepared. You need not worry. To become an apprentice at a dojo, one must typically pay a fee to the master, often referred to as the apprenticeship gift, which can also be seen as tuition. After all, the master is certain to impart valuable skills to the apprentice, making this expense indispensable. Previously, the news had reported on trainers from certain dojos who exorbitantly charged apprenticeship fees, transforming the dojo into something akin to an academy. Fortunately, the league eventually intervened to put a stop to such practices. However, the number of masters engaging in such behavior is not negligible, particularly among trainers who rose from humble beginnings. They simply manage to keep their actions less conspicuous. As long as they are willing to face the social disgrace that comes from being discovered or investigated by the league, there is no issue. Riko continued. And we must pay a visit to old man Fujiyama, who has provided Xiao Yin with such significant support. We simply must show our gratitude. Given your impulsive nature, I cannot rest easy. I shall accompany you. That sounds wonderful. Let us consider it a trip to unwind. Demuyong chuckled. To Kanto? What do we need to go to Kanto for? Riko inquired. Thus, Yang Yin recounted the events concerning Mu Shou Gong to his parents once more. Upon hearing this, Omuki Yu expressed his support for Waihiko's actions, though Riko still harbored some concerns about potential dangers on the journey. However, after persuasion from both of them, she ultimately acquiesced. Did your grandfather Tomioka agree to this? Waihiko chuckled. Rest assured, grandfather has given his consent. There will be no issues. Waihiko's mother had previously attempted to cultivate some fruit trees, but the results paled in comparison to those found in the wild, leading her to abandon the endeavor. This illustrates the complexities involved in an individual's quest to master the art of fruit tree cultivation. It is worth noting that every ranger under the Alliance's jurisdiction is permitted a certain degree of development within their area, as long as they do not disrupt the local ecological balance and fulfill their duties as rangers. This could be considered an implicit privilege granted by the Alliance. For instance, planting fruit trees is allowable within reasonable limits, and typically, the Alliance does not pursue any infractions. However, the definition of reasonable limits is subject to interpretation. Riko stated, all right. Waihiko, be sure to send the information to Mom later. She needs to study it thoroughly. Of course, Mom. After ending the call, Waihiko promptly sent the uploaded materials to his mother. He then checked the flight schedule to Kanto. To his astonishment, the next flight to the Kanto region was scheduled for tomorrow, departing from the nearest port city, Shinshui City. Waihiko also discovered that the subsequent flight would not leave for another 3 days, and it was from a city far removed from Orange Blossom City. Therefore, if Waihiko wished to travel to the Kanto region, it would be best to take the ship tomorrow. Realizing his time was limited, he called Tomioka to discuss Chisato's suggestion for him to go to Kanto. Tomioka expressed his eagerness for Muko no Kami to recover and naturally did not oppose the idea. Waihiko then brought up the topic of the orchard, to which Tomioka merely laughed and said, the orchard has been entrusted to me. I shall manage it as I see fit. Subsequently, Waihiko relayed Chisato's suggestion to Tomioka, who responded, since Chisato is willing to take on his living expenses, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful retirement while managing the orchard is entirely acceptable. Chisato, regarding the orchard and the apprentice at the dojo. Both grandfather Tomioka and my parents have agreed. Chisato replied over the phone. Waihiko, your efficiency is impressive. It's only been a short while since our discussion, and you've already provided me with a response. This is splendid. If both matters are resolved, it is most fortuitous. Of course, there is no issue, Chisato continued. But I recall you still need to participate in the Alliance's seed selection, so do ensure you don't miss the deadline. Chapter 75. The Data Panel of Muko no Kami. As Waihiko prepared to board the train to Shinshui City, he suddenly realized he was confronted with a serious predicament. Muko no Kami was currently classified as a wild Pokémon, and wild Pokémon are prohibited from traveling by train. He confided in his companion, Trico, regarding his predicament, and Trico found itself equally perplexed. Deep down, Trico harbored some reluctance, as it had yet to determine whether to seek a new trainer. However, given the current circumstances, it found itself with little choice and reluctantly nodded in agreement to Yang Yin. Once Trico was safely contained within its Pokeball, Yang Yin was finally able to access Trico's data. Species, Trico, type, grass, gender, male, ability, overgrow, potential, 70 average, excellent. Base stats, 260, maximum 310. Level, 15 beginner. Moves, Pound, Leer, Absorb, Leech Seed, Rock Tomb, Quick Attack. The data was disheartening. It is widely known that each starter Pokémon given to novice trainers possesses at least good potential, and considering the wealth of the Xinxiang family, the starters prepared for Xinxiang were expected to be of even higher caliber, reaching excellent potential. This indicated that Trico's potential had plummeted by 2 tiers. It was even worse than the initial Butterfree. Furthermore, during previous competitions, Yang Yin had witnessed Trico employing Thunder Punch and Energy Ball. Yet those moves were conspicuously absent from its current skill set, implying that Trico had forgotten them due to its diminished potential. Additionally, Trico's base stats had declined by 50 points. Upon closer inspection, Yang Yin noted that, aside from speed, the other 5 base stats had each decreased by 10 points. Judging solely by the data, Yang Yin felt that Trico was now inferior to many wild Pokémon of average potential. With a sigh, Yang Yin hoped that this journey to Kanto might help resolve Trico's issues. Consequently, he found himself compelled to revise the plans he had made the previous day. Perhaps he could sell them in Kanto's black market. What? You wonder how Trico would refrain from resisting upon release. Such a notion underestimated Yang Yin's cunning. After repeated efforts, the injuries of the 3 Pokémon were finally treated, eliminating the risk of sudden demise. Since Trico had not yet acknowledged Yang Yin as its trainer, their relationship remained in a delicate and awkward phase. Sensing that Trico likely disliked being confined to its Pokeball, Yang Yin decided to release it once more. They proceeded to the station, purchasing tickets, waiting for the train, and boarding. During this time, Yang Yin found himself at a loss for words. While Trico showed no inclination to engage in conversation, rendering the atmosphere somewhat uncomfortable, the train connecting Changhua City and Deepwater City permitted trainers to release their smaller Pokémon on board, albeit limited to just one. Thus, Yang Yin had no choice but to leave Butterfree and Ponyta in their Pokeballs. The journey would take 3 hours to travel from Changhua City to Deepwater City. And by the time Yang Yin disembarked at Deepwater City Station, it was already around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. During this time, Yang Yin and his Trico shared some simple fare aboard the train, yet the other 3 Pokémon had yet to partake in any sustenance. Consequently, upon disembarking, Yang Yin was compelled to seek out a restaurant at the station to ensure that all Pokémon could indulge in a hearty meal. After satisfying their appetites, he ventured to the local department store to procure a month's supply of energy cubes for the 3 Pokémon. The journey to Kanto by ship would, barring unforeseen circumstances, require approximately 9 to 12 days. However, any mishap could alter this estimate significantly. Moreover, how could he purchase energy cubes for the 3 Pokémon without also acquiring some grass-type basic energy cubes for Trico? Although Trico had not yet officially become his Pokémon, Yang Yin believed in treating it with equal regard. He surmised that providing Trico with energy cubes might enhance its chances of recovering its potential, thus rendering this expense essential. After acquiring the energy cubes, Yang Yin proceeded to secure a room near the port, along with the expenses incurred from purchasing the ship tickets. His remaining balance of over 40,000 had been entirely depleted. He was left with but a few coins sufficient for public transport. Fortunately, he had recently finalized an electronic rental agreement with Chinli on the train, and starting tomorrow, the orchard would be officially handed over to her. The 200,000 would be credited to his account tomorrow. Otherwise, Yang Yin would find himself destitute. The nightlife in Deepwater City was far more vibrant than that of Orange Blossom City. Though this city had not been depicted in the original work, Yang Yin had frequently heard his parents mention it since his arrival in this world. His father had also departed for Kanto from here, and his Rapidash was captured in Kanto when it was merely a Ponyta. Thus, one could say that Yang Yan's Ponyta hailed from the Kanto region. Given the time constraints, he wondered if it would be possible to take Ponyta to visit the area where its father once lived. Ponyta nuzzled Yang Yan's arm affectionately. Yang Yan smiled and patted Ponyta's head. It had grown taller and more robust, its skeletal development quite commendable, thus meeting the prerequisites for employing impact moves. Consequently, training for tackle, double kick, and stomp skills would need to be prioritized. Chapter 76. Embarking on the cruise the Xiani, a grand cruise ship, regularly traversed the waters between Kanto and Hoenn, spanning 300 meters in length and 35 meters in width. It could accommodate approximately 250,000 crew members and passengers. The vessel was divided into 15 levels, with the lower 3 reserved for sailors, generally off limits to others. The 4th to 7th levels comprised guest accommodations, while the 8th to 11th levels housed various entertainment facilities, including restaurants, training rooms, battle arenas, and amusement areas. The uppermost 3 levels were designated as VIP lounges, where access was reserved for the affluent, with tickets rumored to cost no less than 100,000 each. It goes without saying that Yang Yin could scarcely afford such luxury, and could only manage to purchase a commoner's ticket priced at just over 1,000. Yang Yin naturally rushed over as soon as he finished breakfast. However, when he arrived at the port after collecting his ticket, he was taken aback by the long queue that awaited him. By the time he officially boarded the ship and reached his cabin, it was already around 10 in the morning. The room was modest, encompassing less than 20 square meters. Yet, despite its small size, it was well equipped, featuring a bed, wardrobe, bathroom, desk, and chairs, along with a round glass window through which he could gaze upon the sea. Overall, he found it satisfactory. At least he had no issues with sleeping, and he could occasionally enjoy the scenic views of the ocean, which added a unique charm to his experience. Afterward, Yang Yin stepped out of his room, eager to explore the cruise ship. After all, it was his first time traveling by boat, and it would be remiss not to take in the sights. As he wandered outside, he marveled at the ship's enormity, which seemed even more impressive as he leisurely strolled around. On board, numerous battles were already taking place in the designated arenas, and many were training their Pokémon in the training grounds, while the recreational areas appeared relatively less crowded. Yang Yin couldn't help but exclaim that it was indeed a world brimming with Pokémon, filled with diligent individuals. Before he realized it, the clock struck noon. A robust voice emanated from the loudspeaker, and through the introduction, Yang Yin learned that the speaker was the ship's first mate, Yano 2. The first mate's remarks were nothing more than the customary well wishes for a pleasant journey and an announcement that the cruise was about to set sail. So I shall refrain from elaborating further on that. At precisely noon, it was also time for lunch, and Yang Yin, along with the others, made his way to the dining hall. However, the food here required an additional payment, and the prices were about 10% higher than those outside. Had it not been for the 200,000 he had recently received from Qianli, he might have found himself without funds for a meal. During his earlier exploration, Yang Yin had also signed up for a small-scale competition organized by the cruise line. Such competitions are typically held aboard every cruise ship, not only delighting the guests but also allowing the company to collect advertising fees from various sponsors, thereby enhancing the overall passenger spending. A trifecta of benefits. The competition he entered was sponsored by a clothing company, and the prizes were provided by them as well. According to the staff, the champion would receive a water stone, the runner-up a shadow clone technique CD, while the third and fourth places would each secure cash rewards of 20,000 and 10,000, respectively. These prizes were not insignificant. Yang Yin was aware that evolution stones in this world were not as cheap as those in the games of his previous life. Rather, they were exceedingly expensive. For instance, the water stone offered as the champion's prize was categorized into 4 grades: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfect, based on the energy contained within. Typically, a beginner water stone had a market price of around 100,000, and with each level of evolution stone, the price increased by a staggering 5 to 10 times. Even so, there remained a situation of high demand but low supply, as each evolution stone could potentially enhance the qualifications of the Pokémon that evolved from it. Although not absolute, it is well understood that the higher the quality of the evolutionary stones used on Pokémon, the greater the probability and extent of improving their potential. While the staff did not explicitly state it, it was evident that the reward for this competition was a basic water stone, valued at 100,000 yuan, a considerable sum. The runner-up's prize was also commendable. The skill Shadow Clone, which is universally applicable, can be learned by a vast majority of Pokémon and is worth around 50,000 yuan. Coincidentally, several of Yang Yan's Pokémon do not possess this skill, and acquiring it would certainly alleviate some of his burdens. Overall, the allure of the rewards has attracted a significant number of participants. When Yang Yan registered, he was assigned the contestant number 150, and he estimated that the final number of registrants would likely reach around 300. After all, the competition aboard the ship is limited to novice-level Pokémon, and moves that could damage the terrain, such as dig, earthquake, and explosion, are strictly prohibited, resulting in most participants being relatively new trainers. Of course, an adult who has recently captured a novice-level Pokémon is also eligible to compete, but such individuals are few, as many would find it difficult to face off against a group of teenagers. Winning would lack dignity, and losing would be embarrassing. Why bother? The registration deadline is precisely at 1 p.m., and based on the number of participants, the organizers will need time to plan the schedule. So the official start of the competition is set for 4 p.m. This leaves Yang Yan with some free time before the event. Speaking of which, there is an activity that must be mentioned, one that Yang Yan has yet to try since arriving in this world: fishing. The thrill of not knowing which Pokémon might bite the hook is quite enticing. The deck of the ship is indeed a place to fish, and there are quite a few people partaking in the activity. When Yang Yan arrived and rented a fishing rod, purchasing some bait, he found that a crowd had already gathered on the deck. There were those enjoying the scenery, others taking photos with companions, some engaged in romantic exchanges, and of course, many fishing and enjoying the breeze. Remarkably, these individuals were quite considerate, maintaining a clear distinction between groups. Yang Yan approached a gathering of older gentlemen, believing that their age likely afforded them much experience. As a novice fisherman, he thought he might glean a few tips by observing, rather than hastily casting his line. He took a moment to watch the actions of others before finally threading the bait onto his hook. Perched on a small stool, Yang Yan was accompanied by Butterfree and Trico. He housed the mischievous ghoul pin in its Pokeball, fearing that he might inadvertently let it slip away. Understanding its nature as a fire-type Pokémon and not wanting to force it. Chapter 77. fishing and the commencement of the competition. The sea breeze caressed his face, the salty scent enveloping his senses, stirring an indescribable feeling within his heart. The tranquil surface of the sea showcased a few winged gulls joyfully soaring above, while warm sunlight danced upon the azure waters, creating shimmering reflections, ethereal and dreamlike. It seems as if one could heal the soul. The unpredictability of life often leaves us momentarily speechless. Yang Yan, holding a fishing rod in his right hand and a smile gracing his lips, turned to Bada Dai, asking, "What do you think of this boundless sea?" Bada Dai's eyes curved into crescent moons as it danced gracefully in the sea breeze, reveling in the moment. Mu Shou Gong, this is your first time seeing the ocean, isn't it? Yang Yan then glanced at Mu Shou Gong, inquiring, "How do you feel now? Is your mood a bit brighter?" "Quite so." Mu Shou Gong stood behind the railing, gazing up at the azure waves, its previously taut spirit now somewhat relaxed. Suddenly, the fishing rod in Yang Yan's hand jerked sharply. He quickly gripped it tightly. A fish was on the line. Yet, he wondered if it might be a Pokémon. Gradually, Yang Yan sensed the tugging from the water lessening, and seizing the moment, he yanked the line with vigor. Splash! Yang Yan reeled in the line, only to find not a Pokémon, but an ordinary sea fish. A tinge of disappointment washed over him, but he nonetheless placed the fish into a nearby bucket. Bada Dai also displayed a crestfallen expression. "Quite unfortunate, indeed, not a Pokémon." Yang Yan rebaited the hook and cast the line once more, embarking on another fishing venture. This time, he opted not to sit but instead approached the railing, eager to observe if any Pokémon might be lurking beneath the surface. Above him, Bada Dai fluttered gracefully, while Mu Shou Gong gazed into the distance. The earth slowly receded, yet the lively ambience persisted around him. How he wished for worries to vanish in that moment, for happiness to fill that instant, and for time to freeze in that second. Perhaps the heavens have set traps for humanity, rendering joyful moments fleeting. After such a lengthy endeavor, Yang Yan had managed to catch merely 5 sea fish, with not a single trace of a Pokémon in sight. The old man's words seemed to tease. Yet Yang Yan could discern the underlying counsel in his expression, an encouragement to persevere, to not give up easily. The old man laughed heartily, saying, "So that's how it is. Go on, and remember to battle diligently." He then pointed at Mu Shou Gong, adding, "Your Mu Shou Gong has a fine gaze. Nurture it well." Yang Yan, puzzled, wondered why the old man specifically mentioned Mu Shou Gong. "Rest assured, I know what to do," he replied. The old man waved his hand, saying, "Child, if you're interested in fishing, come back tomorrow. I might teach you a thing or two, haha." Yang Yan felt a strong urge to retort. "You've only caught a kingler more than I have. What makes you qualified to teach others?" Indeed, among the gathered crowd, Yang Yan had fared the worst, only to find that this old man was scarcely better off. After all this time, Yang Yan had failed to catch even a single Pokémon, while the old man had merely fished slightly better than he. If there were a ranking, one would be at the bottom, and the other just above. Truly a case of 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, with neither being significantly superior to the other. However, in the presence of the elder, Yang Yan could not afford to disregard the man's dignity. "Dear sir, if time permits, I shall return." As Yang Yan was uncertain about when the competition would conclude, he opted to sell the fish instead. He managed to sell 5 fish for over 200 yuan, not a substantial sum, yet sufficient to purchase a few bottles of milk for his Pokémon, which was quite satisfactory. Upon arriving at the competition venue, Yang Yan was greeted by a sea of people, comprising both participants and spectators eager to witness the event. In the world of Pokémon, there is never a shortage of enthusiasts keen on watching battles. With great effort, Yang Yan navigated through the throngs to reach the competitors section. It was then that he realized, due to the official nature of the maritime event, pre-competition festivities had been arranged well in advance. It was no wonder so many had gathered here. After surveying the area, Yang Yan noted that the number of competitors seated in the section had surpassed 500, nearing 600, aligning closely with his initial estimation. Shortly thereafter, a few individuals resembling companions approached, and with their arrival, the host officially commenced the event's commentary. Through the host's introduction, Yang Yan learned that a total of 588 participants were competing, with battles proceeding in a sequential manner, designated as Match 1, Match 2, and so forth for the first round of eliminations. This format would undoubtedly pit friends against each other right from the start. Yang Yan pondered the organizers' rationale. Did they believe that familiarity among friends would yield more thrilling matches? If one were to observe, many seated in the competitors' area were eagerly preparing to face their nearby friends. Nevertheless, Yang Yan remained unfazed, as he had come alone and would face any opponent. Clutching his number plate marked 150, it indicated that his first opponent would be number 149. The host continued with the introductions. The competition adopted a one-on-one format, with each participant limited to using a single Pokémon. Given that there were only 10 competition arenas, only those holding the top 20 number plates would enter the arena first, while the remaining 20 contestants would await their turn. After each match concluded, the next battle would commence immediately. A total of 294 matches were required for the first round, and judging by the current time, It was certain that the day would be far advanced by the time all were completed. To avoid wasting time, the host instructed those with the top 20 number plates to enter the arena and prepare. As the competitors took their positions and the audience settled in, the competition officially commenced with the sound of the referee's whistle. Lotus Leaf Child, go forth. Juggling Grass, take the stage. The strength lies in your hands. Chapter 78. The adorable Eevee, how much is it worth? As Yang Yin had just speculated, the competitions among friends indeed became quite intense, and from a spectator's perspective, the response on-site was rather commendable. However, that was merely during the initial few matches. With the Pokémon employed by the participants exhibiting similar strengths, an inevitable sense of fatigue set in as the matches progressed. Even with an average duration of 10 minutes per match, and 10 matches constituting a round, the total would require 30 rounds, summing up to 300 minutes. Additionally, with intermissions factored in, the entire event would consume approximately 6 hours. After such an extensive duration, it was only natural for one to feel the urge to bow out. Yet, Yang Yin found himself utterly engrossed. It was his first time witnessing such a large-scale event firsthand, and he felt a surge of passion bubbling within him. Observing the battling Pokémon, he often pondered how he would fare with his own Ponyta in such scenarios. The dazzling array of moves and the unexpected strategies unfolded before him, revealing the thrilling aspects that books could not convey. Unbeknownst to him, the clock struck around 8 in the evening. It was finally time for Yang Yin to queue for his turn, and at that moment, he caught sight of his opponent. To his surprise, his contender was a young girl clad in a pink floral dress, her age seemingly akin to his own. She stood in front of him, her cherubic face displaying a hint of nervousness, occasionally glancing toward the audience, her small hands fidgeting with the hem of her dress, only finding solace when she grasped her Pokeball. A thought instinctively surfaced in Yang Yan's mind. This was a novice. This realization instilled a sense of confidence within him. Soon, the match before them concluded, and it was time for Yang Yin and his opponent to take the stage. Now commencing the match between contestant 149 and contestant 150. Both competitors, please send forth your Pokémon. The referee's voice echoed, prompting Yang Yin to toss his Pokeball. Ponyta, let's go. With a resounding cry, Ponyta burst forth, seemingly venting its pent-up energy from having been confined within the Pokeball for so long, while also conveying its determination to the opponent. Witnessing Ponyta's spirited entrance, the girl visibly tensed, her grip on the Pokeball trembling slightly, as if startled by the fiery Pokemon's exuberance. Summoning her courage, she finally hurled her Pokeball. Eevee, come forth. Yang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the Pokémon she had chosen. Eevee, an exceptionally adorable Pokémon, had always been a favorite among women, and its endearing appearance often overshadowed its true potential. Moreover, Eevee was one of the few Pokémon whose value remained high regardless of its inherent qualities. Indeed, upon the first glimpse of Eevee, Yang Yan's mind wandered to its market worth. As the referee noted that both Pokémon were now ready, he promptly declared, "The match begins. Ponyta, unleash Flamethrower." Yang Yin initiated the offensive with fervor, believing it best to conclude the match swiftly. "Eevee, dodge quickly," the girl responded, her face reflecting a palpable anxiety. Upon receiving the command, Eevee promptly dashed to the left. The flames continued to blaze, sweeping through the air. Eevee led the charge, with flames pursuing closely behind. With a flash of electricity, Eevee accelerated and unleashed a sand attack on the Ponyta. If this continued, Eevee would inevitably be struck. The girl hastily issued a command, believing that obstructing Ponyta's line of sight would suffice. Yang Yin spoke calmly. "Ponyta, be mindful of the direction of the sand attack, and create distance with quick attack." Ponyta successfully evaded the sand attack with a well-timed acceleration. This particular Eevee did not exhibit mastery over the sand attack skill, and was soon found vulnerable by Ponyta. Yang Yin immediately commanded, "Use Spark on the ground where Eevee is standing." The girl, somewhat puzzled, failed to respond in time. However, she quickly grasped Yang Yan's reasoning. The freshly disturbed ground that Eevee had just loosened was engulfed in a cloud of dust upon being struck by the spark, obscuring Eevee's vision and leaving it covered in dirt. The girl felt a twinge of sympathy and a hint of anger at the sight of her Eevee. Eevee, use Swift. Swift, true to its name, was executed with remarkable speed, almost guaranteeing a hit. Yet Yang Yin remained unfazed. Ponyta, Spark. The red embers collided with the rapidly approaching white stars, vanishing into thin air. The girl was clearly taken aback that the inevitably striking Swift would prove ineffective, momentarily stunned. Yang Yin seized the opportunity. "Ponyta, wag your tail." He noticed that this Eevee lacked a strong will to battle. Ponyta's tail swayed, effectively capturing Eevee's attention. The effect took hold, lowering Eevee's defenses, and Yang Yin prepared to launch an offensive. Once Ponyta closed in on Eevee with a quick attack, it executed a double kick. As a fighting-type move, should it land, Eevee would suffer considerable damage, and coupled with its already diminished defenses, it could very well be rendered unable to continue fighting. Of course, this hinged on the successful execution of Ponyta's skill. Even in the event of a failure, it would merely lack the enhancement of fighting-type energy. still inflicting physical damage, albeit not enough to finish off Eevee in one blow. Ponyta was swift, while Eevee remained stationary, bewildered by the absence of the girl's instructions. Eevee. In a flash, Eevee summoned a barrier above its head, successfully deflecting Ponyta's assault. Yet Yang Yin felt no regret, for Ponyta's double kick had not been executed successfully. The fighting-type energy had not coalesced. Did it fail to execute? No matter, consider it practice. Yang Yin perceived this Eevee as an excellent training subject for skills, potentially enhancing Ponyta's proficiency. Thus, Ponyta seamlessly transitioned to using Stomp. With renewed force, Ponyta's foot bore down on the barrier, which could only withstand a single attack and was about to lose its efficacy. In a moment of urgency, the girl issued another command. Eevee, use Double Team. Eevee's form shimmered, and suddenly 2 additional images of Eevee appeared on the field. Ponyta's Stomp struck true, but alas, it only hit a clone. Double Team. Yang Yin was taken aback by the multitude of moves this Eevee possessed, whether it was the move Protect or Shadow Clone. Eevee could only learn these techniques through skill discs. While teaching was an option, it was not something easily mastered, and a less skilled Eevee would struggle to learn much at all. Little Fire Horse, use Spark. For multiple targets, Spark proved more effective than Ember. The Spark successfully shattered one of the clones, but alas, the true Eevee had already fled far away. The girl clenched her tiny fists, channeling her focus as she shouted, Eevee, charge up, then unleash Shadow Ball. Charge up. Yang Yin was astonished. He had not anticipated that Eevee could even learn Charge. How much had been spent on this Eevee? Charge enhances the likelihood of hitting critical points, and as a similar skill, its market value surpassed that of Protect. Shadow Ball. Yet another skill learned from a disc, left Yang Yin pondering the stark contrast between a high-spending player and a casual one. The disparity in skill sets was striking. Chapter 79, Victory. Little Fire Horse must not be struck by that Shadow Ball. Otherwise, under the influence of Charge, it could be knocked out in one hit. Although Little Fire Horse was considerably larger than Eevee, its health-based stat was a mere 50 points, even lower than Eevee's 55, rendering it quite fragile. Little Fire Horse, use Ember. Despite Eevee's ability to use Shadow Ball, Ghost-type moves were not something an ordinary Eevee could wield with proficiency. Thus, Ember once again proved its worth, colliding with Shadow Ball and stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yin commanded, Little Fire Horse, use Quick Attack and charge in. What? The girl's face was a portrait of astonishment. Why was Yang Yin instructing Little Fire Horse to rush into the dust? She could not comprehend his strategy. Yang Yin had no intention of explaining. Little Fire Horse, double kick. At this moment, deploying double kick, did Little Fire Horse somehow know Eevee's location? The disbelief in the girl's wide eyes was palpable. Bang, bang. The sounds of skills landing echoed through the dust. Pew. A pained cry from Eevee reverberated across the arena. Eevee. The girl's face was etched with concern. It was then that they could finally glimpse the scene within. The referee quickly assessed the situation on the battlefield and, upon realizing that Eevee was unable to continue fighting, promptly declared, Eevee has lost its fighting ability. Therefore, the victor is trainer number 150. Well done, Little Fire Horse. A smile graced Yang Yin's lips. Yay. Little Fire Horse was equally elated after the victory. Eevee. Upon hearing the match's conclusion, the girl hurried over to Eevee's side, lifting it into her arms. Are you alright, Eevee? Don't scare me. Tears brimmed in the girl's eyes, and she paid no heed to the dirt staining her beautiful floral dress. Here, let Eevee have this. It will be fine after eating. As she raised her head, she was met with Yang Yin's warm, sunny smile, while Little Fire Horse appeared vibrant beside him. Thank you. The girl accepted the healing ointment from Yang Yin's hand, feeling a noticeable tremor in her body as their hands touched, yet her concern for Eevee swiftly overshadowed any other feelings. She wasted no time in administering the remedy to Eevee. After consuming the healing medicine, Eevee finally opened its eyes. Booey. Eevee realized it had lost the match, feeling a deep sorrow as it hung its head low. Eevee, you frightened me. It's a relief that you're all right. The girl's smile, which blossomed despite her earlier distress, compelled Eevee to instinctively wish to erase any trace of unhappiness from her face. The match had been exhilarating, and Eevee's performance commendable. Yang Yin, standing behind the girl, gently remarked, thus, even in defeat, there is no need for despair. In truth, the girl had superior healing medicine stowed away in her backpack, far more effective than what Yang Yin had just offered. However, in her moment of panic, she had forgotten about it. Now, as her hand brushed against the bag at her waist, she hesitated, realizing that producing her own medicine at this juncture might be perceived as impolite. Therefore, she swiftly halted her motion. At that moment, the referee, noticing the two had yet to depart, interjected, competitors, your match has concluded. Please vacate the arena. Other participants are waiting. My apologies. Yang Yin turned to the referee and the two arriving competitors. This young lady simply cares for her Pokémon and did not intend to waste time. We are all trainers here. Surely, you can understand? Nonetheless, with Eevee now unharmed, they prepared to leave. Yang Yan's words rendered the others speechless. How could one fault a trainer for their concern for their Pokémon? Let us depart, Ponyta. After saying this, Yang Yan smiled at the girl. Do give Eevee a thorough checkup later. My medicine is rather inexpensive and may not suffice for a complete recovery. Upon hearing his words, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a tinge of shyness and embarrassment. As they exited the arena, the time approached 8:30 p.m., and hunger had long set in. Thus, Yang Yan opted to indulge in a delightful dinner with his Pokémon. At the dining table, Ponyta appeared rather proud, exuding an air of triumph after the victory. Butterfree, never one to act out of place, complimented Ponyta on its splendid performance while feasting. Only Trico seemed somewhat morose. Throughout the match, Yang Yan had not recalled Trico into its Pokeball, allowing it to witness everything. The praise he showered upon Ponyta, the girl's concern for Eevee, and Yang Yan's gesture of offering medicine, all contributing to a unique dynamic of interaction. This conveyed a sense of trust and warmth, evoking a gentle happiness that felt quite comforting. It left Trico yearning to experience such connections for itself. Trico, what troubles you? You appear rather downcast, Yang Yan observed, noticing Trico lost in thought while eating. Assuming it was reminiscing about past events, he encouraged, worry not. Let those unpleasant memories drift away with the sea breeze. Look forward, there are many adventures awaiting you. Butterfree fluttered to Trico's head, extending a tiny hand to gently stroke its crown, wearing a cheerful expression, as if to console it. The little Ponyta pushed its favorite dish in front of the wooden chase bin, signaling a desire to share. Reluctantly, Yang Yan ordered another serving to place before the Ponyta. The chase bin, feeling the warmth of companionship, finally smiled. Is this what it means to have friends, to feel warmth? How delightful. At that moment, he had yet to reveal his soul eater. On one hand, he feared it might indulge in mischief, while on the other, he could not be certain whether those around him would recognize the soul eater. Though the Three-Light Squad had been eradicated, there might still be remnants lurking, perhaps even aboard this vessel. Thus, for safety's sake, it was best to keep it concealed for now. Upon returning to the cabin, Yang Yan arranged the food before releasing the soul eater, which made no complaints, perhaps due to its prior experiences in the underground world, understanding what was expected of it. This time, Yang Yan brought all his possessions, including several essential Pokémon eggs and numerous books that Suji had insisted he must read. He first checked the status of the 2 Pokémon eggs, which showed no signs of hatching in the incubator. Thankfully, there were no signs of imminent hatching. He had yet to decide how to handle the egg of the Suji ninja, and if it were to show signs of hatching, Yang Yan would surely be at a loss. The room was small, yet the few Pokémon with Yang Yan were not large, allowing them ample space to stretch. At last, Ponyta mustered the courage to glance at the ocean from across the cabin. Standing by the window with Butterfree, it gazed at the night sky and the sea, while the rustling of turning pages and the crunch of the soul eater munching on its food, accompanied by the vigilant wooden chase bin, enveloped the scene in a gentle warmth amidst the ordinary. Chapter 80, The Sudden Hatching. Butterfree tugged at Ponyta, pointing excitedly at the giant flying fish leaping from the water, adorned with a starfish clinging to its back. The ocean harbored a multitude of Pokémon, and for both Ponyta and Butterfree, it was their first encounter with such a sight. They were unaware of this Pokémon's identity, and thus called upon Yang Yan for an explanation. Approaching the window, Yang Yan smiled and elucidated. That is a giant flying fish. Despite dwelling in the water, it possesses the ability to fly briefly and is among the few Pokémon that coexist with others. You will often find Remoraid attached to their bodies. Ponyta and Butterfree were filled with wonder, clearly astonished that such a symbiotic existence existed in their world. Yang Yan gently patted Ponyta's head and softly said, there are countless Pokémon in this world, many of which remain unknown to us. I believe that in due time, we shall embark on adventures together, exploring the uncharted territories of this world. With a spirited toss of its head, Ponyta appeared eager for the journey ahead. When the time comes, we will have even more companions. So Ponyta, you must set a fine example as the elder brother. Ponyta nodded proudly. Yang Yan smiled as he gazed once more at the shimmering sea outside the window. This was a sight he had never before encountered, and he felt an irresistible urge to linger upon it a while longer. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his reverie. It was the voice of Mu Shogong. Look! Echoed Gue Hun Yen in unison. Both pointed toward the table, where lay the spirit egg of the Dui Rinshur. Yang Yan approached, inquiring, what is the matter with this spirit egg? The egg emitted a radiant glow, a clear indication that it was on the verge of hatching. Initially, Yang Yan suspected a malfunction in the incubator, failing to notice that the Dui Rinshur was indeed nearing the moment of its emergence. After all, this incubator had originally belonged to the laboratory of Jinzi, and Yang Yan had assumed that Jinzi had modified it, which explained the unusual behavior. Damn it, I was careless. Yang Yan muttered, frustration bubbling within him. Yet, it was too late. The spirit egg had flickered once more, signaling that hatching was imminent. He swiftly removed it from the incubator and placed it on the table, eagerly awaiting the moment it would break free from its shell. After a tranquil 3 minutes, A burst of white light heralded the arrival of the petite Dui Rinshur, who emerged timidly into this new world. Unlike the fiery Mareep, which had rushed into Yang Yan's embrace upon its birth, the Dui Rinshur shrank back at the sight of the circle of people and Pokémon surrounding it. Yang Yan retrieved a bottle of milk he had prepared for the newborn Pokémon and gently offered it to the Dui Rinshur, smiling as he said, "Come now, Dui Rinshur, this is delicious milk, do give it a taste." The little creature sniffed the air, drawn in by the rich and appetizing aroma, its curiosity piqued. Starved for nourishment, it soon succumbed to the allure of the delectable treat and waddled over to Yang Yan, eagerly beginning to drink from the bottle. Observing the Dui Rinshur's transition from fear to comfort, the previously anxious Pokémon surrounding it finally relaxed, their faces lighting up with joy. It was evident that they had unconsciously embraced the Dui Rinshur as one of their own. Seeing this scene, Yang Yan realized that his earlier intention to sell the Dui Rinshur was no longer viable. Fortunately, his finances were currently robust, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding money. Once the Dui Rinshur finished its milk, it shook its head sleepily. Yang Yan promptly lifted it and placed it on the bed. The newborn creature, measuring only about 10 centimeters and weighing less than a pound, was significantly smaller than the Mareep at birth. The Dui Rinshur made no further movements, simply resting against Yang Yan's palm as it drifted into slumber. Gently stroking the Dui Rinshur, Yang Yan smiled softly and remarked, "Who would have thought you, little one, would be just as sleepy as the Mareep when it first arrived?" Wishing to examine the Dui Rinshur's data panel, Yang Yan produced a Pokeball, officially capturing it before releasing it anew and covering it with a blanket. However, upon viewing the Dui Rinshur's panel, he was momentarily taken aback. Pokémon, Dui Rinshur variant, type, bug, ground, ghost, gender, female, ability, compound eyes, qualifications, bug, 10 good, ground, 80 average, ghost, 10 good. Base stats, 266. Strength, level 1 beginner. Skills, scratch, mudslap, harden, leech life, shadow ball. Indeed, the reason for Yang Yan's momentary astonishment was the peculiar designation of mutant following the name of this ground-type Ninjask. Moreover, it possessed 3 attributes. Acquiring the ghost type that typically belongs to its evolved form, the Shedinja, it felt profoundly extraordinary. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising that such a transformation occurred in Ninjask, who could ascertain the nature of the experiments conducted by Shinji on it. The Red Gyarados in Wataru's possession was a product of Team Rocket's experiments, after all. Furthermore, since the Red Gyarados was a key member of Wataru's main team, it undoubtedly possessed unique qualities, potentially having undergone mutations akin to this Ninjask. After all, if Team Rocket could create even Mutwo, altering a Pokémon's qualifications or attributes should not pose a significant challenge. However, it was evident that Ninjask could not be compared to Wataru's Red Gyarados. Even with a good qualification rating, Ninjask had only just reached that threshold, and the likelihood of its growth seemed rather low. Additionally, it remained uncertain whether its newfound ghost attribute would affect its physical well-being. Generally, Pokémon that undergo mutations due to experimental mishaps tend to exhibit various issues. Although Yang Yan's panel did not indicate any problems, this did not imply their absence, as his panel lacked precision. He could only hope that Ninjask would not bear any defects. If it did, it would certainly be more troublesome than dealing with a Trico, a situation he felt ill-equipped to manage. Yang Yan gently stroked the small forehead of Ninjask peeking out from under the blanket, silently wishing, "Little one, may you grow up safely." With the arrival of a new companion, the attention of the other Pokémon was drawn to it, even Trico gazing earnestly at this newcomer to the world. Perhaps it felt fortunate, grateful that this little creature had encountered a trainer like Yang Yan upon its arrival, allowing it to remain with its trainer from birth, thus sparing it from the trials it had previously endured. Chapter 81. The second round of the competition is about to begin. On the following day, upon awakening, Yang Yan beheld several Pokémon sleeping beside him. Unlike the other lively Pokémon, Ninjask, perhaps due to its ghost attribute, had yet to awaken. Fortunately, just as Yang Yan finished washing up with the other Pokémon and was preparing to set off, Ninjask finally stirred. Upon awakening, it no longer bore the fearful expression it had shown upon first encountering them. Instead, it now appeared much more familiar with the group and had grown affectionate towards Yang Yan. He realized that Ninjask was akin to a newborn, engaging only in eating and sleeping. Thus, he could only prepare breakfast for Suji Shinsher first. Once it was well fed and had settled down for another nap, Waihiko would then take his Pokémon to enjoy their meal. After the competition yesterday, the staff had mentioned that today's event would commence at 1 in the afternoon. It seemed the organizers were aware that yesterday's matches might extend late into the night, necessitating rest and recovery time for the participants. Hence the postponement of the schedule to the afternoon. Naturally, Waihiko could not squander the morning hours. He planned to train several Pokémon on the training grounds after breakfast. Perhaps the previous day's competition had indeed drained considerable energy from everyone. For when Waihiko arrived at the training area, he observed a significant reduction in the number of trainers present compared to the day before. Utilizing the training facility incurred expenses, as the equipment inevitably suffered wear and tear. Waihiko had inquired about the costs. Training in the public area was priced at 100 yen per hour. However, many trainers preferred not to be disturbed or observed while training their Pokémon, leading to the availability of private training rooms at double the cost, 200 yen per hour. Due to the unique abilities of his Shuppet, Waihiko opted for a private training room, paying 600 yen for the privilege of 3 uninterrupted hours. He assigned training tasks to his Pokémon. For Butterfree, the focus remained on maintaining the gust technique while incorporating sleep powder. To expedite the efficacy of the sleep powder, Butterfree needed to master the control of wind direction and range. As for Shuppet, its skill proficiency was adequate, yet its attack range was rather limited. Thus, this was an opportune moment for it to learn new techniques, particularly Shadow Ball, which would effectively compensate for Shuppet's lack of ranged attacks. Given that Shadow Ball is a ghost-type move aligning with Shuppet's attributes and can be learned upon leveling up, it should not require excessive time to master. Currently, the priority was to enhance its proficiency in Shadow Claw and Nightshade. Although Trico was not formally part of Waihiko's roster, it could not be neglected, especially after establishing training plans for the other Pokémon. Considering Trico's skill set, Waihiko decided to concentrate on training its quick attack ability. As Trico predominantly possessed melee techniques, its potential could only be realized through swift engagement with opponents. The quick attack was a move Trico had learned by sacrificing its potential through a special item, and its proficiency was still low, barely reaching 40, which was evidently insufficient. Waihiko envisioned a future strategy for Trico that would enable it to sustain the effects of quick attack for as long as possible during battles. Achieving this would not only allow it to deftly evade enemy assaults, but also unleash rapid counterattacks, embodying a perfect balance of offense and defense. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, speed is paramount. Waihiko's aspiration for Trico was to develop its speed capabilities as swiftly as possible. Fortunately, the speed stat is the only aspect of Trico's attributes that remains unscathed, thereby rendering Yang Yan's aspirations feasible. Thus, the treadmill has emerged as the most effective training apparatus for Trico at this juncture. After organizing the Pokémon training, Yang Yan himself must not neglect his physical conditioning. After all, what good would it do to lack the stamina to flee from danger in the wild? Falling ill due to acclimatization issues is likewise unacceptable. 3 hours later, several Pokémon lay exhausted, panting heavily on the ground, and Yang Yan was no exception. However, unlike the Pokémon who quickly regained their vigor after consuming energy cubes, Yang Yan required a full half-hour to recover, emerging only slightly sore. After lunch and a brief respite, the time drew near, and upon arriving at the competition venue, he found a considerable number of attendees already present. Following yesterday's matches, only 294 competitors remained, necessitating 147 battles, which would significantly shorten today's events, likely concluding by evening. After submitting his identification tag, Yang Yan smoothly made his way to the competitors' area. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the previous day, the camaraderie had dissipated as many familiar faces had been eliminated in pairs. The remaining individuals were largely strangers to one another, and the glances exchanged were charged with intensity. With 10 minutes left before the matches commenced, most contestants had gathered, prompting the host to announce the battle order for the day. Unlike yesterday, today's format pit the victor of the first match against the victor of the final match. For instance, yesterday's winner, contestant number 1, would face the last match's winner, number 588. In truth, most participants were indifferent to their opponents, though many seemed mathematically challenged, oblivious to the corresponding numbers of their adversaries. The straightforward method from the previous day, which allowed for immediate identification of opponents, was now rendered complex, leading many to fumble through their fingers in confusion. Yang Yan, however, was not among them. Such calculations posed no challenge to him, and he swiftly deduced that his opponent would be either number 437 or 438. Having departed post-match yesterday, he was unaware of who had triumphed, but that was of little concern. His focus would be on giving his utmost. As the host's announcement stirred the competitors into a cacophony, silence soon enveloped the area as the matches were about to commence, compelling the participants to prepare for their entrance. Not knowing his opponent was inconsequential, as the staff would kindly announce the numbers, indicating who was to enter the arena and who needed to prepare for their impending battles. Yang Yan settled into his seat, eager to appreciate the forthcoming matches. Yesterday's encounters had proven immensely instructive, and in comparison to many others Pokémon, his Ponyta possessed only a slight edge, relying currently on a handful of effective moves to maintain its presence. Thus, Yang Yan needed to devise additional strategies for a more secure outcome. Had it not been for the inexperience of the female trainer in the match against Eevee, victory would have proven far more elusive. Before long, the competitors took their positions, and the contest officially commenced. Chapter 82, The Arrival of the Monkey Monster. The competition unfolded rapidly. and it was less than 2 hours before it was Yang Yan's turn to take the stage. His opponent was the individual numbered 438, a youth who appeared to be a few years his senior. Like Yang Yan, he donned a simple white outfit, yet he distinguished himself with a blue cap. As both competitors took their places, the match commenced. Go, Ponyta. Monferno, it's your turn. Yang Yan furrowed his brow at the mention of Monferno. The fighting-type Monferno was not particularly challenging for Ponyta, but against such a Pokémon, Ponyta's advantage in close combat would be diminished. Unless Yang Yan wished to gamble on luck by allowing Monferno to trigger Ponyta's flame body ability, engaging in close-range combat was ill-advised. Monferno typically relied on melee skills. Acquiring range techniques would necessitate the use of technical machines or instruction. It remained uncertain whether this particular Monferno had mastered such skills. If not, Ponyta could easily outmaneuver it. Yang Yan's contemplation was brief, and he swiftly discerned the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Ponyta, use Flamethrower to greet our opponent. The column of fire surged forth, yet the opposing trainer remained unfazed. Monferno, accelerate and charge forward. What? Yang Yan exclaimed in astonishment. The opponent intended for Monferno to endure the onslaught of Flamethrower and forcefully approach. Yang Yan could not permit this. Ponyta, keep the Flamethrower going. Surprisingly, Ponyta's Flamethrower was consistently a beat or two slower than Monferno's movements, rendering the attacks ineffective. Yang Yan was taken aback by Monferno's remarkable speed and reflexes. It was evident that it had undergone specialized training. Although Monferno's inherent weaknesses were apparent, the opposing trainer clearly knew how to compensate, having engaged in targeted training. Nevertheless, this mattered little. Ponyta's speed would not be outmatched by a Monferno lacking acceleration skills. Ponyta, use Quick Attack to create distance, then unleash Spark continuously. Since Flamethrower had proven futile, the dispersed nature of Spark would surely yield results. Even a few scattered sparks could inflict damage, gradually wearing down the opponent. The opposing trainer was entirely unprepared for Ponyta's proficiency in Spark, especially given that Monferno could evade concentrated attacks but struggled against such area-based assaults. In this scenario, Monferno was essentially reduced to a moving target. With no other recourse, the trainer commanded, Monferno, gather energy, then use Stone Edge. Indeed, this Monferno possessed range skills. Upon hearing the command, Yang Yan immediately instructed Ponyta, Ponyta, swiftly use Quick Attack to the left. Stone Edge, a rock-type move, would deal significant damage to fire-type Ponyta. And with the amplification from the energy-gathering ability, Ponyta could not afford to be struck. Otherwise, its already low health could suffer severe repercussions. Monferno struck the ground, causing a series of rock pillars to surge forth towards Ponyta's position. The direction of the rock tomb attack is from below to above, making it exceedingly challenging to anticipate where a rocky pillar might unexpectedly emerge. At this moment, the only strategy that Yang Yan could conceive was to have the Ponyta accelerate continuously, thereby preventing the Mankey from effectively controlling the rock tomb assault aimed at it. However, Yang Yan was unprepared for the remarkable proficiency with which the Mankey wielded this skill. Since the onset of the attack, its power had neither diminished nor showed any sign of abating. If this continued, the Ponyta's evasion space would dwindle, and it would eventually be struck due to its inability to dodge. Indeed, the reason this Mankey was captured by its trainer was due to its exceptional mastery of the rock tomb technique. Otherwise, a Pokémon with such evident shortcomings as Mankey would hardly be a trainer's preferred choice. With no other options left, Yang Yan steeled himself. Ponyta, charge towards the Mankey and use Tackle. With that command, Ponyta began to accelerate towards the Mankey. The opposing trainer, upon witnessing this scene, burst into laughter, exuding an air of confidence. Mankey, don't cease the rock tomb. Wait until Ponyta is nearly upon you, then employ feint attack. Being struck by a feint attack was certainly preferable to being hit by a rock tomb. Yang Yan watched as the distance between the two Pokémon narrowed, his heart rising to his throat. Now was the moment. Ponyta, run up the stones created by the rock tomb. What? The opponent clearly did not comprehend why Yang Yan would issue such a command. Although the rock tomb summons long, sharp stones from beneath the earth, these structures are formed from rock-type energy. Once that energy dissipates, the pillars will vanish instantly. While the opposing trainer was baffled by Yang Yan's intentions, he certainly would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Mankey, cease the rock tomb, anticipate where Ponyta will land, and use feint attack. As the rock tomb was cancelled, Mankey rushed towards the space beneath Ponyta. Yang Yan swiftly commanded, Ponyta, maintain that position and use Stomp. Ponyta had just lost its footing due to the sudden disappearance of the support beneath it, and its center of gravity was still a bit unsteady. However, upon hearing Yang Yan's words, it quickly regained its composure, thrusting its front legs downwards and leaning forward to plunge towards the Mankey below. Oh no! At this moment, the opposing trainer finally grasped Yang Yan's strategy, but it was evidently too late. With time running out and Mankey now in Ponyta's sights, the trainer could only grit his teeth and say, Mankey, don't lose. Use feint attack with all your might. At the instant Ponita's front legs collided with Mankey's right hand, the Mankey was immediately suppressed. The force of the stomp, amplified by gravity, proved far more potent than usual, and Mankey soon found itself unable to withstand the impact, being knocked back repeatedly. Meanwhile, Ponita, utilizing the force transmitted through Mankey's hand, mitigated its descent and landed gracefully. Yet, despite the apparent victory in their clash, Ponita had still been struck by Mankey's skill, and thus, it too sustained injuries. Yang Yin observed as Ponita, having just landed, stumbled slightly, struggling to maintain its footing on its two front legs. Little Fire Horse, unleash a fiery blast for the final strike against the monkey monster. With unwavering determination, Little Fire Horse managed to maintain its stance, launching a brilliant orange flame that struck the monkey monster just as it attempted to rise. Monkey monster, the opposing trainer exclaimed, his face etched with concern. As the monkey monster succumbed to defeat, the referee declared, contestant 150 emerges victorious. Without delay, Yang Yin rushed to Little Fire Horse's side, inspecting its front legs and promptly administering healing ointment. Although the strategy had been hastily conceived, Little Fire Horse executed it flawlessly, earning Yang Yan's heartfelt praise. Conversely, the trainer of the monkey monster harbored a different sentiment, fuming as he confronted Yang Yan. You were merely fortunate this time. Victory would have been mine otherwise. Though Yang Yan wished to disregard the lamentations of the vanquished, he felt compelled to uphold his own morale. If we ever meet again, you'll come to realize that the outcome will be the same. You will still be the loser. Chapter 83, An Unexpected Encounter While Fishing. Following the conclusion of the match, Yang Yin chose not to linger, but instead continued his fishing expedition. Chama. Woodguard nodded thoughtfully, only to shake its head moments later. Yang Yin discerned the confusion in Woodguard's eyes. It was a perplexity born of aimlessness and uncertainty. With a gentle smile, he addressed Woodguard. If you truly wish to compete, how about you take part in tomorrow's match? Chama. Woodguard resolutely shook its head. This was Yang Yan's and Little Fire Horse's contest. It should not interfere, nor did it want to jeopardize Yang Yan's chances of victory. Acknowledging its own weakness, Woodguard understood that participating would likely lead to defeat. Yang Yan, undeterred by Woodguard's response, continued. Then it's settled. You'll compete in tomorrow's match. Chama. Woodguard's expression was one of disbelief, unable to comprehend Yang Yan's insistence. He recognized that remaining in such a state of uncertainty could lead to despair, rendering it incapable of recovery. Winning was inconsequential, the prize was not essential, and the priority was to alleviate Woodguard's confusion. Notably, following the recent battle, Little Fire Horse had successfully leveled up to level 10, although it had not learned any new skills. Its proficiency in the double kick and stomp abilities had impressively increased to 45. Yang Yin surmised that this significant surge in proficiency, nearly a 10-point rise, was the result of the morning's training, the recent battle, and the level advancement. A combination unlikely to be replicated. Little Fire Horse's growth was undoubtedly a positive development. However, Yang Yin had already returned it to its Pokeball for rest and recovery, refraining from further accolades. Upon returning to the fishing spot from the previous day, Yang Yin was pleasantly surprised to encounter the elderly gentleman once more. Seeing Yang Yin approach, the old man greeted him warmly. Young one, now that the match is over, do you have time to fish? Yang Yin chuckled, indeed. I failed to catch a single Pokemon yesterday, which left me rather discontented. I thought I must at least reel in one today. The elderly gentleman, invigorated by this topic, exclaimed, let me tell you, fishing is an art of considerable depth. Before he could elaborate, another elder nearby interjected, unable to contain himself, Mitsui. With your limited skills, do you aspire to teach others? I dare say, merely catching a Magikarp does not constitute a true accomplishment, haha? The other elders joined in hearty laughter at this jest. Mitsui, feeling the heat of embarrassment, reddened and struggled to formulate a retort, finally muttering, I shall undoubtedly catch a different Pokemon today. They should keep their eyes peeled. Yang Yin found the scene amusing, not in a mocking way, but rather with a sense of light-hearted joy. Releasing his Butterfree, Yang Yin returned to the very spot he occupied yesterday, as if he had never left. The location remained unchanged, and the company was the same. Indeed, it was unchanged. While he noted that the individuals in other areas had varied, the fishermen surrounding him were identical to those from the previous day, still the same group of elderly gentlemen. Although this struck him as peculiar, he attributed it to coincidence and thought little of it. Soon, he became absorbed in the tranquil pastime of fishing. The elderly gentlemen were quite affable, frequently glancing at Yang Yin as they chatted, sharing tips and techniques about angling. To his surprise, with their guidance, Yang Yin grasped some essential tricks, and soon enough, he successfully landed a Magikarp. Perhaps today, fortune truly smiled upon Yang Yin. He subsequently caught 3 more Magikarp in quick succession. This number surpassed even that of Mitsui, who had been fishing for half the day. This turn of events elicited a fresh wave of teasing directed at Mitsui from the other elders. Observing Mitsui's frustration, Yang Yin felt a twinge of sympathy. He had not intended for things to unfold this way. Yang Yin wished for a more diverse catch, not solely Magikarp, but perhaps another Pokémon altogether. At that moment, a sweet voice chimed in from behind. Grandpa. Oh, my dear granddaughter, what brings you down here? The grandfather referenced was one of the elderly gentlemen with whom Yang Yin had just conversed. From their previous exchanges, Yang Yin learned that the girl's grandfather bore the surname Chiba. Grandpa, I just wanted to see you because I missed you. Look, Eevee and Phoeba miss you too. Eevee perched on the girl's shoulder, its tail gracefully encircling her swan-like neck, while Phoeba was cradled in her arms. Grandpa Chiba chuckled, affectionately stroking Eevee and Phoeba. How have you two little rascals been? Have you been misbehaving? Grandpa. The girl pouted adorably. Eevee and Phoeba are as well-behaved as can be. They would never cause trouble. Indeed, what a good child. Booey. Gala. Eevee and Whalemare nodded simultaneously, their expressions radiating innocence. By the way, Xiaoling, I recall you signed up for that little competition held on the ship, didn't you? The girl, shaking her grandfather's arm, replied somewhat discontentedly. Grandpa, that was no small competition. There were a total of 588 participants. Grandpa Chiba looked puzzled. You remember that so clearly? Xiaoling, it seems you've made some progress lately. He then pulled the girl beside him and inquired. Now, tell Grandpa how the competition went. Upon hearing this, the girl's face turned slightly embarrassed, as did Eevee's. Grandpa, I lost in the first round. Ah, how could you lose in the first round? I thought Eevee and Whalemare were quite formidable. Grandpa Chiba was baffled. He had invested quite a bit in these two Pokémon. So how could she not even surpass the first round? It's just that I lacked experience and was too nervous during the competition, so I lost. The girl attempted to explain, but her small voice lacked conviction. Chiba, this won't do. Getting eliminated in the first round, don't you feel embarrassed? He then pointed at Haruka. Look at him. Even he managed to get through the first round. Your granddaughter needs more practice. Chapter 84. The Transformation of Doi Shinobi. When Haruka saw the girl approaching, he actually hoped to remain unnoticed, thinking she might harbor some resentment for eliminating her from the competition. Unfortunately, he did not anticipate Mitsui would mention him, making it impossible to evade the situation. Upon hearing Mitsui's words, both Grandpa Chiba and the girl turned their gazes toward Haruka. Just as Haruka had feared, the girl's expression was one of surprise upon seeing him. She exclaimed, "It's you?" Haruka awkwardly scratched his head. I didn't expect to see you again. What a coincidence. The conversation between them astonished not only Grandpa Chiba, but even Grandpa Mitsui. Chiba couldn't help but ask, Xiaoling, do you two know each other? To avoid further awkwardness, Haruka quickly explained, actually, during the first round yesterday, we happened to be each other's opponents. So it was you who eliminated my granddaughter. Upon hearing Haruka's explanation, Grandpa Chiba instantly grasped the situation, and his expression shifted to one of anger. Haruka, feeling embarrassed, could only offer a reluctant apology. I'm really sorry. Grandpa, having just taught him fishing techniques, he now discovered that his granddaughter had been eliminated by the very same person. It was a situation that anyone would find hard to accept. At that moment, the girl did not pursue the matter. Instead, she spoke up for Haruka. Grandpa, it was my skill that fell short. I lost, and it's no one else's fault. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Grandpa Chiba finally softened, realizing that anger was futile. The competition had concluded, and the outcome was already determined. It was too late to dwell on it. My granddaughter is quite understanding. Very well. Grandpa 1T hold it against this young man. Yang Yin took a deep breath, silently reflecting that it seemed everything would be all right. At that moment, a girl approached him, somewhat shy yet well-mannered enough to refrain from being impolite. She softly introduced herself to Yang Yin, saying, by the way, I didn't get the chance to introduce myself yesterday. My name is Chiba Aya. Yang Yin reciprocated her introduction. Hello, Miss Chiba, I am Uki Yang Yin. He then added, I sincerely apologize for yesterday. Competitions are what they are, and I hope you can forgive me. Chiba Aya shook her head, responding, I don't particularly enjoy battling, so losing is just part of it. It's quite alright. That's good to hear. By the way, is Eevee alright? Eevee. Chiba Aya gently reached out with her delicate, pale hand to stroke Eevee's forehead, smiling at Yang Yin. Eevee says it's feeling fine now. That is a relief. Although she had no intention of pursuing the matter from yesterday, the lingering discomfort in her heart had not completely dissipated, leading her to wish for less interaction between Yang Yin and herself, as well as between Yang Yin and Chiba Aya. Chiba Aya lightly tucked a strand of hair that danced in the breeze, offering a faint smile. Oh, grandfather, I almost forgot to mention, my father is looking for you. With that, she began to pull Chiba Aya away. Reluctantly, Chiba Aya could only apologize to Yang Yin and the elderly Matsui before hastily following her grandfather away. In his haste, Chiba's grandfather even left behind his fishing rod. Matsui chuckled heartily. That old rascal, he actually left. After Chiba Aya and her grandfather vanished from the deck, Yang Yin rose to depart as well. Noticing his movement, Matsui could not help but comment. What is this? Are you leaving too? Yang Yin nodded yes. There's a competition tomorrow, so it's best to rest early. Despite his advancing years, Matsui was still full of vigor even in the evening. And he remarked to Yang Yin, at such a young age,
wanting to rest so early is not ideal. You might as well stay and fish a bit longer with this old man. Let me tell you, some Pokémon only come out at night. So you want to catch them until then. Yet, Yang Yin declined Matsui's invitation, not for any particular reason, but rather out of concern for the situation with the special DUI Rinshur. The condition of this DUI Rinshur was rather unique. To minimize the chances of it being seen by others, Yang Yin preferred to keep a low profile. In this world, transforming Pokémon through experimentation was officially prohibited, and should anyone notice the DUI Rinshur's peculiarities, it could lead to unwanted scrutiny, even prompting a report to Miss Jun Xia, which would undoubtedly cause significant trouble. Without capturing the Magikarp in a Pokeball, Yang Yin could not view the data of these Magikarp. Yet he did not believe his luck would be fortuitous enough to reel in a high-quality specimen. The difficulty of evolving a Magikarp was no trivial matter. It represented the transformative leap of a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, achieved by only a select few. Moreover, Yang Yin had sought the counsel of the esteemed Mitsui regarding methods to discern the optimal development of a Kingler. Given Mitsui's expertise as a seasoned angler of Kinglers, it was evident that he possessed considerable knowledge. In Mitsui's eyes, these Kinglers were merely mediocre, thus Yang Yin had no reason to feel regret. Upon releasing the Burmy, it appeared somewhat drowsy, still in a state of slumber. After a meticulous observation, Yang Yin noted that the Burmy's physique was markedly larger than when it had just hatched yesterday. Although insect-type Pokémon are known for their rapid growth, such an acceleration seemed implausible. Indeed, this Burmy exhibited abnormalities in its development. Furrowing his brow, Yang Yin was unable to ascertain whether this condition would adversely affect the Burmy or to what extent. While rapid growth might be advantageous for other Pokémon, particularly dragon types, it posed a significant dilemma for insect types. Their naturally short lifespans, compounded by accelerated growth, could be perilous. Resigned, he decided to take things as they came. Yang Yin felt powerless. For a Pokémon like the Burmy, which had undergone mutations post-experimentation, it would be more manageable if such issues arose in adulthood, as there might still be a chance for healing. However, if the alterations began from the egg stage, they would be intrinsic, leaving little hope for remedy. If this little creature indeed had a short lifespan, all he could do was ensure it enjoyed its time while alive. In truth, Yang Yin overlooked a crucial point. The Burmy was an extraordinarily unique Pokémon, the only one in existence that splits into two upon evolution. Yet, even if Yang Yin recognized this fact, he could not be certain that the Burmy's condition would improve post-evolution. Subsequently, Yang Yin stepped out of the cabin. As Mitsui had remarked, it was still early, not a time for rest, so Yang Yin rented a training room for his Pokémon to continue their morning exercises. He found a spot to sit and resumed his study of the books given to him by Togawa. It was not until the clock struck 11 that Yang Yin rose and departed with his Pokémon. Chapter 85. A Chance Encounter Once More. A night passed in silence. Today marked the third day of the competition, commencing once again at 1 p.m. Yang Yin's routine upon awakening mirrored that of the previous day, tending to the Burmy and engaging in training. At precisely 1 p.m., Yang Yin arrived at the contestants' area, prepared for the upcoming match. However, unlike yesterday, with only 147 competitors remaining, one fortunate individual would receive a bye into the next round. To his surprise, the contestant number displayed on the screen was precisely 150. Yang Yin regarded the number in his hand, eliciting a wry smile. Beside him, the already prepared Trico was taken aback. Trico, it seems your match will have to wait until tomorrow. Trico felt a pang of disappointment, almost sensing it was fate conspiring to prevent its participation. Yang Yin crouched down and gently patted the shoulder of the wood gecko Pokémon, smiling as he said, "It's all right, don't be sad. You must give it your all in tomorrow's match and ensure victory." Upon hearing Yang Yin's encouragement, wood gecko's spirits lifted significantly. Indeed, having a day off today meant that tomorrow would bring a chance to compete. Waiting just one more day was a small price to pay, and it even afforded the opportunity for additional training. After inquiring with the event staff, Yang Yin learned that starting tomorrow, due to a further decrease in the number of participants, there would be a round of elimination matches held in the morning and afternoon over the next few days. The matches would commence at 8:30 a.m. and continue at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. This revelation did not surprise Yang Yin. However, it posed a challenge for trainers with only a single novice-level Pokémon. If a Pokémon were to sustain serious injuries in the morning's match, their chances of succeeding in the afternoon would be severely diminished. Yet, this could also be viewed as a method of weeding out those lacking sufficient skill. The first match of the next day would feature Wood Gecko, while the second would showcase the Little Fire Horse, thus not affecting Yang Yin in any significant way. Having experienced the joys of fishing the previous day, he chose not to venture onto the deck again, but rather to explore the various shops within the ship. The growth of the Suji Ninja was remarkably swift. Typically, Pokémon undergo a juvenile phase lasting 7 days. Yet Yang Yin estimated that Suji Ninja would likely transition in just 34 days. Therefore, he needed to procure some energy cubes suitable for its growth phase. There was a designated area on the ship dedicated to selling Pokémon-related items, where berries, potions, and technical discs could be purchased, albeit at prices approximately 10% higher than those found on land. Consequently, most individuals refrained from purchasing unless absolutely necessary. After a brief stroll, Yang Yin entered a store specializing in energy cubes, spending 250,000 on a 10-day supply of bug and ground mixed energy cubes, along with an additional 20,000 for ghost-type energy cubes. Since there were no Pokémon of the three aforementioned types available on the market, Yang Yin had no choice but to resort to this rudimentary method of providing for Suji Ninja's needs. As a result, Suji Ninja became the most expensive Pokémon in Yang Yan's possession. Observing the enthusiastic demeanor of the shopkeeper made Yang Yin feel as though his wallet were bleeding. The other customers regarded him with expressions of disbelief, thinking him rather foolish for willingly paying a premium for these items. Indeed, while many browsed the shop, few made purchases, likely leaving the staff astonished to encounter such a generous customer, which explained their exuberant treatment of Yang Yin. Just as he exited the store, fate had it that he would once again cross paths with Chiba Aya and her grandfather, accompanied this time by two additional figures. One was a gentleman in his 30s dressed in a white shirt, and the other was a lady in a light blue long dress. They were none other than Chiba Aya's parents. The family of four had been cheerfully engaged in conversation until Yang Yin appeared before them. The moment Chiba's grandfather laid eyes on Yang Yin, the smile on his face vanished entirely. "What are you doing here, you rascal?" Yang Yin was taken aback to encounter them here and could only manage a wry smile, saying, "I merely came to purchase some energy cubes. I didn't expect to run into you here. I shall take my leave now. I won't disturb you." He genuinely felt intimidated by the elder. How had he failed to notice earlier that this man was so petty, holding on to grievances over trivial matters? Turning around, Yang Yin prepared to leave immediately. "Young man, wait a moment." Upon hearing the voice, Yang Yan's foot, which had just stepped forward, came to an abrupt halt. The voice unmistakably belonged to Chiba Aya's father. Chiba Yura took a few steps forward and said, "You are the trainer who defeated Aya, are you not? I believe your name is Demuyang." "Demuyang Yin," he replied. "Indeed, Demuyang Yin." Chiba Yura extended his right hand. "Greetings, I am Chiba Aya's father, Chiba Yura." Yang Yin politely shook his hand. "Hello, uncle." At that moment, several others approached as well. Chiba Yura seemed to recall something and teasingly remarked to Yang Yin, "Young man, if I am not mistaken, hasn't the competition just begun? Could it be that you have already been eliminated? What a pity indeed." Yang Yin felt quite helpless. "You need not feel sorry. I have actually received a buy today and advanced directly to the next round, so I was not eliminated." Upon hearing this, Chiba Yura's expression darkened immediately. "What? You stumbled upon such good fortune? The organizers are truly lacking in discretion." "Grandfather," Chiba Aya tugged at her grandfather's hand. "How can you say that? It is so impolite." "Grandfather, I am merely stating the facts." Humph. Chiba Yura turned his face away, adopting a demeanor of disdain towards Yang Yin. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Chiba Yura quickly interjected, "Father, Aya herself does not mind it. Why can't you let it go? This will only make us the subject of ridicule." He then turned to Yang Yin. "Demu, young man, please do not take offense." Yang Yin shook his head. "It's quite all right, uncle. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. By the way," Yura pulled a business card from his pocket. "This is my card. If there is an opportunity in the future, let us converse further." Yang Yin accepted it. "Very well, I look forward to our future discussions." With that, he departed swiftly. He examined the card. Indeed, it belonged to a wealthy family. The information inscribed on the card revealed that the Chiba family operated numerous Pokémon massage parlors. Pokémon massage services are a branch of breeding, primarily aimed at helping Pokémon alleviate stress, soothe their minds, and promote their development. Typically, breeders learn such skills during their training courses. However, this seemingly simple task is, in truth, exceedingly difficult to master. Unlike energy cubes, which can be made by infusing specific energy types suitable for most Pokémon of that type, massage services vary greatly due to the diversity of Pokémon species and their developmental stages. The techniques employed can differ immensely, and without proper training, one might even inadvertently harm the Pokémon. Thus, it is said that this is a craft that is easy to learn but challenging to perfect. Yang Yin noted that the massage parlor operated by the Chiba family was named Hexian. Yang Yin felt as if he had heard the name of this establishment somewhere before, but since he had never paid much attention to such matters, he scratched his head and could not recall where he had encountered it. On the fourth day aboard the ship, after breakfast, Yang Yin made his way directly to the competition venue. "Mushimori, if you wish to fight on your own terms today, I will not oppose you. However, should any issues arise, I hope you will consider my advice, if that is agreeable." Mushimori nodded. Although it had gradually ceased to reject Yang Yin, it had yet to acknowledge him as its trainer, thus preferring to battle according to its own desires. As the competition progressed, following yesterday's rounds, along with Yang Yin, there remained 74 contestants, meaning only 37 matches would take place that morning. Due to the reduced number of matches, The organizers decided to extend the tournament's duration and enhance its excitement by decreasing the number of concurrent battles from 10 to 5 over the initial 3 days. This adjustment allowed the audience to focus more intently on individual matches, resulting in an even greater atmosphere of enthusiasm than in the preceding days. Soon, it was Yang Yan's turn to compete, given the smaller number of participants. The organizers altered the selection method for the matchups to a random draw displayed on a large screen. Yang Yan understood that at this stage of the competition, the organizers had likely formed a general assessment of the contestants' abilities. Thus, to prevent strong competitors from clashing too early, a random lottery was the most prudent choice. Most matches were conducted in this manner, which the audience accepted, making it an unspoken rule among them. Yang Yan's opponent appeared to be a year or two older than those he faced in previous matches, exhibiting a more mature demeanor. Upon glancing at each other, it was apparent that they belonged to different tiers of experience. As the battle commenced, the opponent released their Pokémon. Lobster Soldier, go! Lobster Soldier? Yang Yan pondered whether his adversary had deliberately chosen this Pokémon to counter his Ponyta, or if it was merely coincidental. Turning to Mushimori by his side, he encouraged, "Mushimori, let's go and give it our all." With determination, Mushimori nodded, resolved to put forth its utmost effort in this match. The opponent's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Yang Yan deploy Mushimori. Isn't he always using Ponyta? Why is he sending out Mushimori? Frustration washed over him. He had underestimated his opponent. Indeed, the individual named Chi-Ren had conducted thorough research on all the advancing competitors. According to his notes, Yang Yan had utilized Ponyta in both of his previous matches, and given Yang Yan's youthful appearance, it was evident that he had only recently become a trainer. Assuming Yang Yan lacked financial means, Chi-Ren concluded that his initial Pokémon must be Ponyta, and that he possessed no other Pokémon. In his records, Yang Yan was among the most manageable of the remaining contestants. Upon realizing he was up against Yang Yan, Chi-Ren nearly laughed aloud, convinced that victory was assured. However, he never anticipated that Yang Yan possessed one of the esteemed trio. Poor fellow. Diligently watching every match and meticulously recording the details of all victorious competitors in his little notebook, his excessive toil even leading to dark circles under his eyes. He thought that by preparing meticulously, he would gain an advantage, only to find himself ensnared in his own trap. Nevertheless, it was merely an adverse attribute. It was not insurmountable. He repeatedly bolstered his resolve within. As the referee's voice signaled the commencement of the match, he swiftly readied for an offensive. Lobster Minion, Mudshot. Yellow sludge was relentlessly propelled from the lobster minion's gaping claws. Meanwhile, the wood gecko was evading with electric speed, inching closer to the lobster minion. At this moment, it was evident that Yang Yan's combat strategy for the wood gecko was beginning to yield results. The mud shots were deftly dodged, prompting Chi-Ren to realize the wood gecko's remarkable speed, making it quite challenging to land a hit with ranged attacks. However, it mattered not. The lobster minion was a Pokémon capable of striking from any distance, and Chi-Ren harbored no fear of close combat. Forget mud shot, lobster minion, use bubble beam. Compared to the mismatched mud shot, the water-type bubble beam was far more suitable for the lobster minion, enabling swifter execution and greater force. Chi-Ren aimed to inflict some damage before the wood gecko could close the distance. Observing that the wood gecko opted for a normal-type move instead of a grass-type attack only fueled his indignation, and he resolved to teach the underestimating wood gecko and Yang Yan a lesson. Lobster minion, use crab hammer. Well done, lobster minion, just like that. Chi-Ren noted that his opponent had yet to issue commands to the wood gecko, furthering his sense of being underestimated. Yet, with the lobster minion firmly in control, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. This is the consequence of your underestimation. Haha. He laughed boisterously. Is there something wrong with this person? Yang Yan muttered. Yet, the situation was indeed in favor of the opposing side. Yang Yan understood why the wood gecko had chosen to use a normal-type move. It was a technique it had learned since birth, the one it executed with the utmost proficiency and confidence. Aware of its current weakness, it resorted to its most adept move, believing it to be effective. Like the wood gecko, most Pokémon are only aware of which types counter them. They remain oblivious to the specific moves their adversaries might employ. Since they have never learned these strategies, it is quite normal for them to be unaware. Some Pokémon are even uncertain about which moves they can learn, let alone those they have never encountered. Consequently, the current wood gecko, akin to those wild Pokémon, fought purely by instinct. It is the trainer's purpose to help Pokémon comprehend and overcome these limitations. Chapter 87. The Appearance of Trico. With a swift retreat, Trico executed an intense glare, hoping to diminish the defensive capabilities of the Crawdaunt minion. This unexpected maneuver caught Chi-Ren off guard. He had not anticipated that the Crawdaunt would act autonomously. However, with both Pokémon's defenses compromised, it was evident that Trico was at a greater disadvantage. At that moment, Trico expelled a verdant seed from its mouth, indeed, a leech seed. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and the seed's slow trajectory was easily intercepted by Chi-Ren's command for the Crawdaunt to unleash Bubble Beam. Crawdaunt, water gun. This time, Trico chose not to evade but instead engaged head-on with Rock Tomb. Their attacks collided. The water gun struck Trico while the Rock Tomb hit Crawdaunt. Yet for Crawdaunt, the damage was negligible. Its speed was merely reduced slightly, but given that it was not in water, the decrease was inconsequential. Relying on its ranged abilities, it could still perform admirably. Chirin promptly issued a command. Crawdaunt, shatter the surrounding rocks with Crabhammer. After the water gun had sent Trico reeling, it was now alarmingly close to Yang Yan. Concern etched on his face. Yang Yan inquired, Trico, are you alright? Struggling to rise. Trico found the water gun had inflicted minimal harm, yet the lowered stats took their toll, resulting in significant damage. Nonetheless, a resolute glimmer remained in Trico's eyes. Undeterred by its plight, Trico, perhaps you should heed my advice, Yang Yan suggested, seizing the moment while Crawdaunt was occupied with dismantling the Rock Tomb to impart tactical guidance. Trico nodded in understanding and readied itself for another assault. Chirin, noticing Yang Yan's counsel to Trico, remarked darkly, so, you're finally taking this seriously? But it's too late. Trico can likely only withstand one more attack. I intend to make you feel the consequences of underestimating me. As the Rock Tomb was dismantled, Trico seized the opportunity to accelerate towards Crawdaunt with a quick Electro Ball. Crawdaunt, wait for Trico to approach, and then strike decisively with Crabhammer. Chirin commanded. Grinning with anticipation, Crawdaunt eagerly extended its massive pincers, ready to pounce. Just as Trico drew near, it sprang into the air. Still not learned your lesson? Chirin scoffed. Crabhammer hit hard. Crawdaunt leaped in response, its pincers aglow with energy, prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, what it did not foresee was that Trico, in midair, opted not to attack but instead executed a deft maneuver, evading Crawdaunt entirely. As Trico descended, it unleashed the Leech Seed once more. This time, Crawdaunt was caught unawares, unable to react in time, and the Leech Seed successfully took root, initiating its effect. Trico benefited from this, gaining a modicum of recovery from its injuries. However, this was not the end. After landing, the wood gecko charged once more towards the lobster minion, taking advantage of the lingering effects of the parasitic seeds to unleash its draining technique. Regrettably, the wood gecko had forgotten the energy ball. Had it unleashed another energy ball upon the lobster minion, it could have easily been vanquished. Subsequently, the parasitic seeds on the lobster minion activated again, successfully depleting its final strength. The lobster minion lost its combat capability, and contestant 150 emerged victorious. The referee raised the flag to declare the match concluded. At this moment, Chirin wore a bewildered expression. Wasn't he agreed that the advantage lay with him? Wasn't he on the brink of victory? How could he lose in the blink of an eye? This was utterly perplexing. Well done, wood gecko. Yang Yan couldn't help but praise, as he had not anticipated that the wood gecko could achieve such prowess. Due to time constraints, his guidance had only extended to the use of the draining skill. Everything thereafter was the wood gecko's own improvisation. This demonstrated the wood gecko's remarkable battle awareness and timing. Hooray! The wood gecko exclaimed joyfully. It was also grateful for Yang Yan's guidance. Without it, winning would have been quite a challenge. This realization instilled in the wood gecko a newfound trust in Yang Yan, understanding that a Pokémon truly requires a trainer to unleash its full potential. On the other hand, Chirin's expression was exceptionally grim. He had not anticipated losing to a novice after years of experience as a trainer. It was utterly humiliating. He watched Yang Yan and the wood gecko conversing cheerfully, and suddenly an idea struck him. He rushed up to Yang Yan, loudly questioning, "Did you deliberately refrain from giving the wood gecko commands to make me complacent? Am I not right?" Yang Yan looked at the increasingly agitated Chirin, perplexed by his line of thought. "No, you are overthinking it. That's impossible. It must be. It has to be. This is your strategy. I can't believe I fell for it." Haha. Chirin muttered to himself, cradling his head and speaking disjointedly. Yang Yan was taken aback, realizing that there existed individuals with such fragile psychological resilience. To avoid being affected by Chirin's mental breakdown, Yang Yan hastily led the wood gecko away from the scene. Unbeknownst to Yang Yan, years later, a trainer emerged who never issued a single command to his Pokémon during battles, yet consistently achieved victory, a story that began to circulate within the trainer community. After 3 days of eliminations, those remaining had proven their capabilities. Yang Yan needed to closely observe the strengths of the other contestants, both to identify the formidable competitors and to glean further knowledge. 3 hours later, after a series of intense competitions, only 36 contestants remained eligible for the afternoon matches. After lunch, Yang Yan began to compile information on the contestants he deemed particularly strong. Among them, 3 individuals warranted his special attention, as they each wielded Pokémon nearing the threshold of novice-level strength. These Pokémon, in comparison to Ponyta, exhibit significantly superior physical attributes and mastery of skills. For Yang Yan to emerge victorious, it will not be an easy feat. He must devise a strategy in advance. Chapter 88. Sudden change in weather at precisely 1 p.m. Yang Yan arrived at the competition venue. To his surprise, he discovered that he was one of the participants in the first match. The silver lining was that his opponent was also a novice trainer, wielding a Beedrill. In this world, despite the presence of numerous educational institutions, many individuals, particularly those of humble origins, opt not to remain in academies after receiving their initial Pokémon. Instead, they prefer to embark on journeys, capturing Pokémon, battling in gym competitions, and ultimately participating in the annual league championships. Achieving commendable results in the league can significantly alter their destinies. A universally acknowledged pathway for aspiring trainers from modest backgrounds. Some individuals begin their journeys as young as 10, tirelessly striving for success in league competitions well into their 30s. Among them, a few achieve fame and realize their dreams, while many others fade into obscurity in the wild, forgotten by all. Yang Yan's opponent evidently belonged to this latter category, as Beedrill is often the first choice for such trainers. The outcome of the match was never in doubt. With the power disparity being minimal, Ponida effortlessly countered Beedrill, leading Yang Yan to a swift victory. After concluding the match, Yang Yan departed the venue. Earlier that morning, he had committed to memory the strength of the remaining competitors and developed a fair understanding of who he could potentially defeat, rendering further observation unnecessary. With this time at hand, Yang Yan decided to train his Pokémon instead. Soon, the clock struck around 6 p.m. Exiting the training room, Yang Yan found himself puzzled by the grim expressions of many passers-by, who hurriedly conversed with one another as they moved swiftly along. Furrowing his brow, Yang Yan pondered what could have transpired. As he walked, he attentively listened to the snippets of conversation around him, gleaning that something unfortunate had occurred outside. He resolved to investigate on the deck and, fortuitously, encountered the elderly Mitsui, who was holding a fishing rod. Yang Yan quickly approached him, eager to inquire about the situation. "Good day, Grandpa Mitsui. May I ask if something has happened outside?" Everyone seems to bear such troubled expressions. Mitsui, engaged in conversation with a few other gentlemen, had not noticed Yang Yan's approach. Upon hearing his voice, he turned and exclaimed, "Ah, it's you, young Demu. I haven't seen you fishing these past few days." Yang Yan scratched his head, replying, "I've been preoccupied with preparations for the competition." Mitsui laughed heartily. "Well, if you've been too busy, it seems you won't have the chance to fish now." Yang Yan pressed on, "But Grandpa Mitsui, what exactly is going on outside?" Mitsui waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What else could it be? Just the usual troubles at sea. A storm is approaching, that's all." "Ah, so it is." Yin Yin could roughly deduce that it was likely due to the shifting weather over the ocean. Such occurrences are commonplace at sea. One moment, the weather is fair and bright, and the next, torrential rain descends. This unpredictability is precisely what makes the sea so enigmatic. Yin murmured to himself, "I just wonder how long this storm will last." Mitsui, the elder, patted Yan's shoulder and chuckled, "Boy, you're not afraid, are you?" "Huh, let me tell you. I've lost count of how many times I've faced such weather on the ship. There's nothing to worry about, especially with all these seasoned sailors aboard. Who among them hasn't braved fierce winds and tumultuous waves? With them around, we have nothing to fear." Mitsui's words reassured Yin, who smiled in response, acknowledging, "I suppose I was overthinking it. Thank you for the reminder, Mitsui." Through the glass, Yin observed the sea, where waves had begun to rise significantly, crashing against the hull and sending up massive sprays of water. The sky had also darkened, ominous clouds approached from the distance, and he could vaguely perceive flashes of lightning within. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that this tempest would not pass in a short while. Yin whispered. Mamie the butterfly also sensed a degree of unease. When Little Pony first saw a splash hit the glass, it was startled. And now witnessing such tumult on the water's surface, it could hardly cope, retreating repeatedly. The inherent fear of water in fire-type Pokémon was all too evident. Fortunately, once Yin lowered the curtains to shield the window, Little Pony felt a measure of relief. In the ship's command room, Captain Matsuyuchi incessantly inquired about the situation. "Deputy Yano, what is the current status?" Deputy Yano, engrossed in examining various instruments, was engaged in heated discussions with several sailors nearby. The captain slammed his hand down on the table with force, stating, "What I need to know is not this. I want to know if we can safely navigate through the impending storm." Yano immediately straightened his posture, assuring, "Captain, rest assured, my crew and I are seasoned professionals. Even without full clarity about the storm's formation ahead, we are confident in our ability to guide the Zinnia safely through." Upon hearing the deputy's assurance, Captain Matsui's expression softened somewhat. "That's good to hear. I hope you won't let me down." However, he did not forget to warn Yano, "If anything goes wrong, you know the consequences." "I guarantee it won't," Yano replied, standing at attention. "Humph." With that, Matsui turned and departed. Phew. Once Matsui had vanished around the corner, Yano let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he's gone. At that moment, one of the sailors who had just spoken with Yano approached, grumbling. "Isn't he just relying on the company's backing? What is there to be so arrogant about? Yano, you really shouldn't lower yourself like this. Such people shouldn't be allowed here." Yano responded helplessly, "Alas, what can we do? After all, we're just trying to make a living under his command. Endure." For Matsui typically harbors no desire to visit us. Such a person yearns to cultivate connections with affluent elites. I am certain that upon the occurrence of this incident, he outwardly urges us to labor diligently, yet inwardly, he may well be hoping for the storm to intensify. Otherwise, how would he secure such a splendid pretext to approach those high society individuals? Chapter 89. Before the vast ocean, we are but insignificant and powerless. Within the cabin, Yang Yin had just finished his meal and was preparing to tidy up when the ship suddenly lurched, sending items on the table tumbling in disarray. Fortunately, Ba Deity swiftly employed telekinesis to suspend everything in midair, preventing the room from descending into chaos. Yang Yin steadied himself. It appeared that the storm had indeed arrived, unexpectedly. Just moments ago, there was no hint of it, but now the glass was bombarded with the torrential rain, and a deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the air, causing Yang Yan's ears to ache. Yang Yan approached and pulled aside the curtain, revealing the glass obscured by a curtain of rain, showcasing the ocean that seemed to be raging in fury. Aside from Little Fire Horse, several Pokémon leaned out to glimpse the current state of affairs outside. The torrential rain, coupled with the flashes of lightning and the aimless, tumultuous sea, instilled a sense of trepidation within Yang Yan. At that moment, he regretted not preparing a water-type Pokémon for the voyage. Should any mishap occur at sea, he would at least possess the means to survive rather than merely await his fate. Yet, how could he have foreseen such events? Thus, he could only pray that the vessel was sufficiently resilient and that the sailors were adept enough to navigate them safely through this perilous region. Suddenly, Yang Yin spotted a dark silhouette emerging on the water surface. Could it be a Pokémon in distress? He widened his eyes, striving to discern more clearly, but alas, the distance was too great. Even with the illumination of lightning, the downpour shrouded his vision. It did not appear to resemble a Pokémon. While the sea often harbored various debris, the timing of this particular sighting struck Yang Yin as peculiar. In the command room of the Scyther, the second officer reported, "Weather conditions, please." "Yes," reporting to Chief Officer Yano. "The current weather on the sea is a torrential downpour with a wind force of 9, and conditions are continuing to deteriorate." Yano furrowed his brow deeply. "Third officer, report on the hydrological conditions." "Yes," reporting to Chief Officer Yano. 3 minutes ago, a swift ocean current was detected 5 kilometers beneath the surface. The cause is under investigation, and we cannot yet ascertain whether it will affect the ship's navigation. Suddenly, the radar team's personnel seemed to have made a discovery and shouted, "Report." Yano's heart tensed. "Speak." "Chief Officer, the radar indicates numerous unidentified objects 10 kilometers ahead of us, varying in size. Are they Pokémon?" Yano inquired. "It cannot be confirmed at this moment, but based on my experience, these are most likely the debris from a shipwreck. Otherwise, they would not be so scattered, nor would the size disparity be so vast." "Wreckage? Are you certain it is wreckage and not a sinking ship?" Yano's inner turmoil was suddenly magnified. The distinction between destroy and sink may seem trivial, yet their implications are starkly different. While it is feasible to sink a ship, to obliterate one entirely is an endeavor beyond ordinary assaults. It is essential to note that they are currently traversing the vast ocean, where only grand vessels navigate. Unlike those confined to coastal waters or rivers, the only means Yano could conceive of to annihilate such a ship would involve a champion-level Pokémon. Yet, could champion-level Pokémon truly exist in this vicinity? Yano had traversed this route too many times. Had such a creature existed, he would have undoubtedly heard whispers of its presence. Nevertheless, the ocean is an immense expanse filled with enigmas yet to be unraveled, and the emergence of a wild champion-level Pokémon, though seemingly improbable, cannot be entirely dismissed. As time elapsed, Yanhiko observed that the weather above the sea not only failed to improve, but grew increasingly tumultuous. The ship swayed violently, compelling Yanhiko to withdraw all Pokémon into their Pokeball save for his Butterfree, to mitigate unforeseen incidents. Gazing out at the tempestuous scene, Yanhiko felt, for the first time, the insignificance and helplessness of humanity in the face of nature. Even with the existence of Pokémon, they were powerless against the forces of the natural world. What was that? Suddenly, in a fleeting flash of lightning, Yanhiko perceived a shadow amidst the clouds, resembling the silhouette of a creature. In disbelief, Yanhiko exclaimed, "Could there be Pokémon in the sky? What manner of Pokémon could reside within those clouds?" The sole answer that surged within him was, "Legendary Pokémon." Could it be that this storm was not a natural phenomenon, but rather instigated by some divine being? Yet, in an instant, uncertainty crept in, for apart from that fleeting glimpse, he had seen no further shadows. Perhaps it was merely an illusion induced by the torrential rain and fierce winds. Such distortions of vision were entirely plausible. In the command room, reports flooded in. Wind speeds have surpassed level 10, and rainfall has reached torrential proportions. Report. Changes in the ocean currents detected. The Scyther is about to be affected. Brace for impact. With a jarring crash, the ship lurched violently, throwing everyone off balance. Bad news continued to cascade in, and the situation deteriorated rapidly, leaving Yano momentarily overwhelmed. He shouted, "Immediate course correction. Tilt left by 15 degrees. Yes, left by 15 degrees. Second officer. Here. Gather all sailors of advanced rank immediately. Understood. Yanhiko pressed against the wall, struggling to maintain his footing amidst the recent upheaval. Even Butterfree could only tenuously stabilize itself, unable to assist Yanhiko. Coughing, Yanhiko rose. His brow furrowed in concern. The situation was worsening. Could the ship truly navigate through this storm? Butterfree used its psychic powers to help Yanhiko regain his balance. Botadai, I am fine. At this moment, it is crucial for you to conserve your strength. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you will need to protect me. Much like Yang Yin, many individuals are trembling in fear, huddled in the corners of the cabin. Even the affluent billionaires residing on the upper decks are rendered mere mortals in the face of nature's wrath. Captain Matsui had barely ascended to the 13th level when he was immediately struck by the merciless force of the elements. Since he was not in the cabin but in the hall where he could easily observe the external conditions, he was acutely aware of the storm's terror. The violent swaying of the ship, coupled with his feelings of helplessness and dread, compelled him to crouch in a corner, incessantly praying. He even began to regret his decision to come up, while simultaneously lamenting why Yano had not ordered the ship to depart from this perilous location. Meanwhile, in a pink, girl-themed room on the 14th level, Eevee was fearfully burying its head deep within Chiba Aya's embrace. Though Chiba Aya was also frightened, she relentlessly encouraged Eevee. Do not fear, it will pass. At that moment, Chiba Aya was nestled in her mother's arms, who, with a worried expression, inquired, Darling, are you truly all right? Chiba Yura leaned against the corner of the room, striving to maintain his composure despite the ship's tumultuous rocking. We will surely weather this storm. We must have faith in the sailors aboard. Chiba Aya's grandfather, similarly positioned in the opposite corner, was being sheltered by a robust Gyarados. Do not be afraid. Even if the ship encounters trouble, we shall remain safe. Trust in the might of Gyarados. Chapter 90. After the storm for a full 30 minutes. Every individual aboard the vessel endured each moment as if it were an eternity. In the command room, reports flooded in. Report. The underwater currents have abruptly vanished. Report. The cloud cover is dissipating rapidly, and the rain and wind are subsiding. Upon hearing this encouraging news, the others collapsed into their seats in relief. Have we made it? Yano, drawing on his years of nautical experience, sensed that matters were not so straightforward. Second and third mates, remain vigilant. Yes. The second and third mates responded promptly. Through the screens, Yano indeed observed that the external weather was gradually improving, yet the pace of the change felt unsettlingly swift, within a mere 5 minutes. The torrential downpour transformed into a serene calm. This was undeniably suspicious. However, the reality stood as such, with no other anomalies detected. Yano understood that even the slightest oversight at sea could yield dire consequences. Thus, despite the apparent resolution of the storm, he resolved to conduct further investigations. He had just instructed the first mate to summon the ship's most skilled sailors and assign them to guard the various critical positions throughout the cabin. With some even stationed outside, hopeful that among them, someone might uncover vital information. Understood. Upon hearing the command, the second mate immediately set aside his current task and dashed outside. Yin Yi's expression was grave. He pondered the fate of the previously destroyed vessel and whether any souls had survived. To mitigate danger, Yin Yi had recently altered the ship's course. Had they remained on their original path, they would have likely approached the wreckage of the obliterated ship, which would have posed a grave risk to the Zinnia. The tempestuous weather rendered it perilous, and Yin Yi could not afford to take such a risk, given the severity of the storm. It was highly improbable that any survivors remained. Even if there were, Yin Yi could only wish them well in their plight. Inside Yang Yan's cabin, he leaned against the railing, gazing out at the turbulent weather, murmuring, Have we weathered the storm? The winds and rains dissipated swiftly, and Yang Yin was uncertain if such rapid changes were commonplace at sea, yet he found solace in the fact that they were safe for the moment. The tempest, it seemed, had drawn to a close. However, Botadai remained silent, fixated on the sky outside. Botadai? Yang Yin inquired curiously, turning to follow the creature's gaze. Suddenly, he perceived a shadow he had glimpsed earlier. This time, unobstructed by the storm, it appeared far clearer, albeit fleeting. Before Yang Yin could fully comprehend what he had seen, it vanished without a trace, coinciding with the complete retreat of the dark clouds. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar sound lingered in the air, echoing briefly before fading into silence. Botadai, did you see or hear something just now? Yang Yin speculated that whatever had captivated Botadai's attention might also have resonated with him. Botadai pondered for a moment, nodding before shaking its head. It felt as though it had glimpsed something, yet was uncertain of its reality. Captain Matsui was in the process of calming his frayed nerves and adjusting his appearance, preparing to leverage his authority to console the distinguished guests aboard, hoping to forge connections with notable figures. Meanwhile, Chiba Yura observed the external environment while reassuring his wife and daughter. Each individual aboard the vessel, while relieved to be unharmed, engaged in a myriad of activities. with sleep eluding almost everyone. After tidying his cabin, Yang Yin lay down, contemplating whether the following day's competition would proceed smoothly. After such a tumultuous night, he suspected many would struggle to find rest, uncertain if the organizers were still inclined to continue with the event or if the spectators remained interested. All would remain shrouded in mystery until the morrow. As Yang Yin drew the curtains in preparation for sleep, fatigue soon enveloped him, and he drifted into slumber. Little did he know, shortly after he lay down, the rain began to fall once more, though lightly. The ship's soundproofing was remarkably effective, allowing Yang Yin to remain oblivious to the gentle patter of raindrops against the glass. It wasn't until the following morning, when the alarm clock roused him from his dreams, that he pulled back the curtains to discover the dreary weather outside. The skies were overcast, and rain continued to fall, casting a shadow over Yang Yin's morning disposition. Yet life must go on. He cannot afford to halt his journey. Today marks the third day since the hatching of Tuhui Shinsher, and Yang Yin has observed a remarkable vigor in it today, its body having noticeably expanded. He surmises that, within a day, the larval phase of Tuhui Shinsher will likely conclude. After sharing breakfast with a multitude of Pokémon, Yang Yin rises to proceed to the venue of the competition. Regardless of whether the contest will transpire today, he feels compelled to witness it. To his astonishment, the crowd appears even more substantial than yesterday. Listening to the conversations around him, Yang Yin learns that, due to the events of the previous day, various facilities on the ship have sustained varying degrees of damage and are currently undergoing repairs. Consequently, visitors are unable to access them, and with the rain pouring outside, fishing and sunbathing are not viable options. Thus, many have chosen to congregate at the battle arena, which has largely remained unscathed. Given the abundance of spectators, it seems certain that the competition will proceed as scheduled. With this thought, Yang Yin strides toward the competitors' area. Following yesterday's bouts, only 18 contestants remain, and as he surveys the vicinity, he notes that 3 individuals have yet to arrive. He also observes that the majority of these participants are those he has assessed to possess considerable prowess. This implies that any forthcoming match will pose a significant challenge. It is worth mentioning that his Wood Guardian currently stands at level 15. Should it ascend to level 16, it is likely to evolve into a forest lizard. However, this elevation has been artificially induced through medicinal enhancement, and such an evolution could potentially hinder its subsequent recovery of abilities. Thus, Yang Yin finds himself relying solely on his little fire horse. Nevertheless, he maintains a positive outlook, harboring no illusions of clinching the championship. After all, he has only recently embarked on his journey as a trainer. How could he possibly rival those who have been in the field for several years? Upon confiding in Wood Guardian about his sentiments, it reciprocates understanding, recognizing that all endeavors should prioritize the restoration of health, as there will be ample opportunities for battle without the need for haste. Chapter 91, Geodude and the Anomalous Weather. Due to the overwhelming number of spectators, the organizers have decided to conduct only one match at a time from this moment forth. This strategy will not only effectively prolong the duration of the competition, but also enable the commentators to provide more detailed analyses, thus enhancing the atmosphere and igniting the audience's enthusiasm. Soon, the matches commenced one after another. As Yang Yin had anticipated, the organizers discreetly manipulated the battle roster, ensuring that the more capable competitors did not face each other prematurely. With the passage of time, 6 matches have concluded, leaving only 3 remaining. Yang Yin finds himself among the last 6 competitors. When the large screen reveals the contestant numbers for the upcoming battles, Yang Yin's number appears. But an unfortunate twist ensues. His opponent, number 84, is one of the individuals he had previously deemed to possess formidable strength. He is a trainer who employs a Geodude, and the synergy of his moves is remarkably refined. Thus far, no one has been able to unravel his strategy. He stands among the few remaining competitors who have advanced solely by relying on a singular tactic. In the audience, the Chiba family is gathered, watching the match unfold. When the large screen reveals the visage of Haruki, the elder Chiba cannot help but exclaim, "I've not seen that young lad in so many matches. I thought he had been eliminated long ago. I am surprised he has only now made his appearance." Chiba Yura chuckles and responds, "Father, I didn't realize you were so concerned about our young friend Amori. This is quite a shift from your previous attitude towards him." Old man Chiba scowls. "Concerned about him? What nonsense are you spouting? My point is, after all, he is the one who defeated my granddaughter. If he had been eliminated early, it would imply my granddaughter lacks strength, and that simply cannot be. Therefore, that young man must secure several victories, ideally reaching the finals, so that if Akane loses to him, it won't seem disgraceful. Losing in the first round is embarrassing, but losing to the champion in the first round is merely a testament to one's inferiority. Do you understand?" Chiba Akane, cradling her EV, smiles gently, "Grandfather, you know I do not concern myself with such matters." Old man Chiba huffs, "My dear granddaughter, you may be indifferent, but I am not. You cannot fathom how harshly those old codgers spoke just a few days ago, especially Mitsui. It nearly drove me to distraction. I, too, have my pride. So that lad must redeem himself and reach the finals, or I shall be forced to avoid them. Akane chuckles softly. Grandfather, those old gentlemen were merely teasing you. Please do not take it to heart. If it comes to it, I shall accompany you next time. Let them jest at my expense instead. At that moment, Chiba Yura interjects. Father, see? Akane is quite reasonable. You should let this matter go. The match is about to commence. Let us focus on the competition. Haruki and his opponent, Yusuke, have taken their positions at either end of the arena. Now entering the arena, contestant number 84, Yusuke from Mikawa City, to face contestant number 150, Haruki Amori from Orange Blossom City. The match stipulates the use of a single Pokémon. The battle concludes when one side's Pokémon is incapacitated. Now, both trainers, please send forth your Pokémon. Geodude, I choose you. Rapidash, let us go? Haruki mused. As expected, he has chosen Geodude. With both sides prepared, the referee bellows, let the match begin. No sooner had the referee's voice faded than Yusuke commanded, Geodude, use Mudslap. Yusuke's strategy had been employed numerous times, yielding great success, and thus far, it remained unbroken. The sequence of this tactic involves first using Mudslap to create a messy battlefield, followed by the moves Defense Curl and Rock Polish to enhance his defense while lightening his weight, culminating in an unrelenting series of rollouts. The rolling move. The longer its duration, the greater its power. Moreover, the battlefield has been rendered muddy by the actions of the small rock Pokémon, causing a chaotic splatter of muck during its roll. This aspect is particularly repulsive. One might consider evasion unnecessary, yet the discomfort of being splattered with mud is undeniable. Regardless, it serves the dual purpose of altering trajectories and buying time, thereby amplifying the strength of the small rock Pokémon's roll. However, the most formidable challenge lies not in these factors alone. If the opponent discovers a way to counter this maneuver and chooses to clash head-on with the rolling small rock Pokémon, Yusuke will opt to evade and refrain from engaging. This time, he has chosen the same approach against Haruhiko. One might wonder, given his awareness of Yusuke's tendency to employ such a distasteful tactic, why not utilize some flying-type Pokémon to kite it to defeat? Yet, Yusuke possesses other Pokémon as well, and he is astutely aware of the intelligence gathering necessary to discern which opponents wield flying types. Haruhiko, using only Ponyta and Trico, lacks any flying types, which Yusuke is fully cognizant of. Thus he unhesitatingly sends out the small rock Pokémon. While the small rock Pokémon continues to wreak havoc with its muddy antics, Haruhiko promptly instructs Ponyta, dash forward with agility. Haruhiko understands that if he lets the opponent's preparations come to fruition, the likelihood of Ponyta countering effectively will diminish significantly. Furthermore, Ponyta currently lacks the skills and abilities to effectively counter the small rock Pokémon's tactics, leaving the only viable strategy as a swift resolution. As the majority of the audience fixates on the match, a mere handful notice the sudden shift in the weather outside. Concurrently, within the command center of the vessel, a report reaches Deputy Yano. Clouds are rapidly gathering over the ocean. Heavy rain is anticipated. Another report follows. Wind speeds are escalating rapidly, reaching levels 6, 7, and 8. Intensifying further, Deputy Yano, who had been contemplating over nautical charts, is startled by the blaring alarms from various stations. What is happening now? He exclaims. Deputy. Radar indicates the presence of life forms within the clouds. Life forms within the clouds. Yano's eyes widen. Are they Pokémon? Unknown. The radar cannot provide details. Quick. Analyze and confirm the situation. However, before he can finish, the radar operator is suddenly engulfed in darkness. This is bad, Deputy. We are experiencing severe electromagnetic interference. The radar is non-functional. What? Chapter 92. Match interruption. The sky gradually darkens, and an unexpected downpour ensues. With the alert from those nearby, an increasing number of spectators become aware of the changing weather. At this moment on the battlefield, Haruhiko directs Ponyta to evade the rolling small rock Pokémon. Despite his earlier offensive efforts, Haruhiko ultimately failed to halt the small rock Pokémon's combination moves, resulting in 3 small rock Pokémon rolling rapidly across the arena. Ponyta. To the left, unleash Flamethrower. The column of flames successfully shatters one of the illusions, alleviating some of the pressure weighing on Haruhiko's mind. The situation continues to deteriorate. If the essence cannot be located, and if Little Fire Horse cannot inflict damage using its flamethrower, the prospect of victory becomes utterly bleak. At this moment, Yang Yin is utterly hesitant to allow Little Fire Horse to employ any contact skills, resorting solely to the continuous onslaught of flamethrower. However, the rolling speed of Little Fist Stone accelerates rapidly, causing Little Fire Horse to feel somewhat disoriented. It can only obey Yang Yan's commands, running wherever directed and unleashing flamethrower at the specified targets. Little Fire Horse, retreat with a flash of lightning. The rolling power of Little Fist Stone has nearly reached its zenith. If Little Fire Horse is struck, it will undoubtedly lose its combat capability. Charge forward with all your might, Little Fist Stone. Yusuke shouts fervently. At this juncture, Little Fist Stone's speed even surpasses that of Little Fire Horse enhanced by the quick attack, and it seems poised to strike Little Fire Horse directly. Not willing to ponder further, Yang Yin commands, Little Fire Horse, unleash Flamethrower towards Little Fist Stone. He resolves to take a gamble, for if he does not act now, an opportunity will slip away. Alas, it is rather regrettable not to witness the conclusion. Old Man Chiba shakes his head incessantly. However, this lad has little hope of victory. It matters not whether we watch or not. Grandfather, do not say such things. Perhaps he still possesses a chance to win. Chiba Aya whispers from behind. Where? Where? I see nothing. Old Man Chiba exclaims, his eyes wide. Little Aya, that lad is certainly destined to lose. There is no need to continue watching. It vexes me. Little Fire Horse, hold on. Yang Yin clenches his fists, his expression grave. Yusuke also shouts, Little Fist Stone, break through the flames. Yang Yin is completely taken aback by the extent of the rolling power, which can withstand the flamethrower and still press forward, its speed remaining unaffected. The distance between the two Pokémon diminishes rapidly, and soon Little Fist Stone is about to collide with Little Fire Horse. Yusuke's face radiates excitement. Victory is within reach. Yang Yin suddenly yells, Little Fire Horse, jump. Little Fist Stone, prepare to leap as well. Yusuke feels an overwhelming sense of triumph. Do you think jumping will allow you to evade? Such naivety. Little Fire Horse will become nothing more than a target once it leaps. Little Fist Stone cannot possibly miss. At that moment, a deafening thunderclap reverberates from outside. Everyone instinctively covers their ears. The tumult does not end there. Accompanied by the thunder is the violent clattering of the ship's hull, causing most individuals to stumble and fall. Some fortunate ones manage to grasp onto nearby handrails, while others, unfortunately, slide a considerable distance before coming to a halt. The Chiba family, having not yet vacated the audience seats, clings to the adjacent chairs, sustaining minimal impact. On the field, Yang Yin is also thrown off balance, but fortunately, he is near a railing that halts his fall. Due to the tumultuous shaking, Little Fist Stone is also flung away just before it reaches Little Fire Horse. Although Little Fire Horse, having jumped, is not thrown off, it loses its footing upon landing, crashing heavily onto the ground. In the command room, Yeno, like his fellow sailors, struggled to maintain his balance amidst the swaying of the ship. Coughing, Yang Yin managed to rise. Little Fire Horse, are you all right? Once the Little Fire Horse regained its footing, it swiftly made its way over to Yang Yin. Under the current circumstances, it was evident that the competition could not continue. Strangely, a sense of relief washed over Yang Yin, for he understood that he had already lost, had the earlier disturbances not occurred. The Little Fire Horse would undoubtedly have been defeated. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yin dashed toward a corner on the left. However, just then, the ship lurched violently again, this time more fiercely than before, sending him flying. In a moment of desperation, he released Butterfree, Psychic. Butterfree soared through the air, largely unaffected by the chaos, and successfully used its psychic powers to stabilize Yang Yin, allowing him to land safely. Yet, he found himself positioned in the aisle of the audience section, far removed from his intended destination, rendering further movement impossible. With no other option, he decided to hunker down for the time being. The recent upheaval had not only sent Yang Yin sprawling, but had also caused many others to topple over or be thrown about. Numerous individuals opted to release their Pokémon to assist them in regaining their balance. Among them were Oddish, Mothim, and Venusaur, all capable of using moves like Vine Whip or Psychic. Those who managed to secure their positions were also aiding others who struggled to do the same, helping them find stability. Following these two violent shakes, cries for help and wails of distress echoed from all directions, as a pervasive sense of helplessness enveloped the crowd. Yang Yin clutched tightly to a nearby chair, knowing they were securely fastened and thus unlikely to detach. He merely needed to ensure he maintained his grip. Just as he adjusted his position and secured his hold, an even more violent jolt struck. Chapter 93, Overboard. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the sky, while the sea churned ominously. The 300-meter-long Zinnia ship now resembled a mere leaf upon the tumultuous waters. Watch out, the glass is shattering, someone cried out, drawing the attention of all on board. The ferocity of the storm far exceeded that of the previous night, proving so powerful that even the reinforced glass of the ship's exterior shattered. A fierce wind surged through the broken windows, sweeping away countless individuals who had failed to secure themselves. Various objects were tossed about, colliding with the ship and creating a cacophony of crashing and shattering sounds. Help! Save me, I don't want to die. Anxiety, pain, and despair enveloped the hearts of the crowd. Butterfree, come here. Beneath the onslaught of wind and waves, Butterfree struggled to fly normally, prompting Yang Yin to pull it close to his chest. No, save me. As the tempest intensified, the glass surrounding the ship shattered piece by piece, and the force of the wind grew ever stronger. Many were lifted off their feet by the gale, with some already being swept overboard. 1, 2, 3. The swaying of the vessel, combined with the fierce winds, made it evident to most that remaining aboard was no longer tenable. Let us go. We must leave this ship. Chiba Yura shouted to his family. The elder Chiba, affected by the tumultuous conditions, was rendered speechless due to a lack of oxygen. It was not just him. Had it not been for their two elite Gyarados fiercely protecting them, their family might have been swept away by the howling winds. We cannot stay on this ship any longer. We need to make our way to the sea. As the head of the family, Chiba Yura was faced with a critical decision. In his view, with both his father and himself having two elite Gyarados, they could safely remain afloat with their protection. The danger on the ship was overwhelming, with the possibility of capsizing looming ever closer. To linger would be to court disaster. While the sea would still subject them to the violent storms, he firmly believed that the strength of the Gyarados would ensure their safety. Many shared his sentiment. Numerous individuals with powerful water-type Pokémon were already making their way toward the shattered windows. In truth, Yanhui also wished to leave. Yet he could not release his hold for fear of being swept away and lacking a water-type Pokémon. Plunging into the ocean would be tantamount to inviting his own demise. Just as he felt utterly helpless, the ship suddenly tilted dramatically, making him feel as though it would capsize at any moment. In that instant, Yanhui lost his grip and, propelled by the wind and the angle of the deck, was swept outward. Not just Yanhui, but the majority of those still aboard found themselves hurtling toward the open sea. The Chiba family was nearly among them, but fortunately, their two elite Gyarados were there to assist, swiftly maneuvering them through the chaotic environment until they successfully leaped to a shattered window ledge. As Yanhui plummeted from the air toward the ocean, he caught sight of the Gyarados leaping forth. Just before hitting the water, he shouted, "Butterfree, use Psychic." With the assistance of Butterfree's psychic ability, he was spared from a harsh descent into the sea, yet he could only flutter atop the waves. As Butterfree's powers were insufficient for prolonged suspension in the air, to conserve Butterfree's energy, Yanhui instructed it to exert just enough force to keep him from sinking. Surveying his surroundings, Yanhui urgently sought a water-type Pokémon of substantial size capable of supporting more than one person. Fortunately, he was not alone in this endeavor. As several massive Gyarados were scattered around the vessel, many trainers with water-type Pokémon were actively rescuing others who had fallen into the sea without such companions. Over here, Kid. At the sound of the voice, Yanhui turned to find it was none other than the elder Mitsui, who was currently atop a Gyarados that was noticeably larger than the average one. Mitsui called out, "Hurry over here." "No, dear sir, the Gyarados is already teeming with people. If more join, we all risk falling off." A voice cautioned nearby. It was only then that Grandfather Mitsui realized his Gyarados was indeed laden with individuals. Should Yang Yin approach, there might be no space left. Yet, Grandfather Mitsui uttered no word of dissent. Instead, he retrieved another Pokeball from his waist. "Starmie, go. Swim over to the boy and ensure he isn't swept away by the waves." He commanded loudly. Yang Yin, catch Starmie. Starmie, swift as the wind, soon reached Yang Yin's side. Butterfree's strength was insufficient. Amidst the tumultuous waves, it strained merely to maintain its position against the gusts, let alone assist Yang Yin with its psychic powers, and was on the verge of exhaustion. Starmie was about to carry Yang Yin back towards Grandfather Mitsui when a sudden voice pierced the air. "Eevee." Yang Yin turned sharply to see an Eevee being swept by the wind towards him. "Butterfree, use Psychic." Given Butterfree's considerable fatigue, it was imperative to allow it some respite. Lowering his head, Yang Yin recognized that this Eevee belonged to Chiba Aya. Earlier, on the ship, she had captured Eevee in a Pokeball, but upon falling into the sea, something had caused the ball to open, whether by impact or some other means remained uncertain. Yang Yin embraced the frightened Eevee, which trembled in his arms. While reassuring it, he sought the whereabouts of the Chiba family. Fortunately, Chiba Yura was directing his Swampert to follow closely behind Eevee, and Yang Yin soon spotted them. Starmie nodded and swam towards the direction Yang Yin indicated. "Thank you." Chiba Aya began her expression of gratitude, but was abruptly interrupted by shouts from those around them. "Look, there's something in the sky. What is that?" Everyone instinctively looked upward, including Yang Yin. What met his gaze would become one of the most unforgettable sights of his life. Chapter 94, The Might of Zapdos. Amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, a majestic yellow bird flickered in and out of the clouds. Oh, its piercing cry resonated through the heavens. "Is that?" Yang Yan's pupils dilated. "Zapdos. Could it be Zapdos? The legendary Zapdos. Few are fortunate enough to witness such mythical Pokémon in this world, and none could have anticipated seeing Zapdos under such circumstances. Could it be that all this turmoil was instigated by Zapdos? Why would it attack us? Huh, it's Zapdos. I must capture it." The crowd murmured excitedly, with some audacious trainers even attempting to catch Zapdos. Oh, Zapdos spread its brilliant yellow wings, illuminating the skies with flashes of lightning as the earth trembled beneath. "Oh no, Zapdos is about to strike. We must prevent its attack." Yang Yin found himself momentarily captivated by the sight of the legendary Zapdos soaring through the heavens. He sensed that the might of such a divine beast transcended mere categorizations of king or champion. An almost insurmountable pressure emanated from it. instilling a profound sense of dread. This oppressive aura made Yang Yin acutely aware of the unease radiating from his own high-tier Pokémon, the gem starfish, beneath him. Is this what it feels like to be in the presence of a divine creature? Yang Yin murmured to himself. Suddenly, with a resounding cry, Zapdos unleashed a torrent of lightning. In the face of such a mythical entity, the concept of skills appeared utterly trivial. A mere flick of its power could unleash devastating force. We must unite our strength to defeat this Zapdos, or we shall all perish here, shouted the first mate of the Scyther, Yeno Do. The crowd was uncertain of when he had arrived, but the significance of his words resonated profoundly. He quickly turned to the elite-level Ludicolo beside him and commanded, "Ludicolo, use Leaf Storm." Witnessing Yano's decisive action, everyone sprang to attention. They realized that if Zapdos' assault were to strike true, their fates would likely be sealed. After all, they were at sea, amidst a torrential downpour, where electric-type moves were amplified. Moreover, the attacker was none other than the electric-type deity, Zapdos. Even a glancing blow could incapacitate or even kill their water-type Pokémon, whose bodies were ill-equipped to endure such an onslaught. Without hesitation, the trainers began issuing commands to their Pokémon. Gyarados, Water Cannon; Swampert, Ice Beam; Aircross, Solar Beam. A dazzling array of attacks surged forth toward Zapdos. With an enraged roar, Zapdos effortlessly countered the barrage with a flick of its lightning, obliterating all their efforts in an instant. How is this possible? Countless spectators widened their eyes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Yang Yin scanned the vicinity, noting that most Pokémon present were either water or flying types, with only a handful belonging to other categories, and even those were of modest strength, at best reaching the threshold of semi-champions. The odds were decidedly against them, with neither favorable conditions nor sufficient power on their side. Zapdos, seemingly incensed by the earlier assault, summoned even more lightning from the clouds above. Be cautious. Zapdos is serious now. Everyone, unleash your most potent attacks. Yet, even with such fervent exhortations, the constraints of the ocean limited the trainers' options. Many of their primary Pokémon were ill-suited for combat in these waters. Their resolve waned further as the ease with which Zapdos had thwarted their previous attempts fostered a sense of hopelessness. We cannot remain here any longer. We will surely meet our doom. A voice, trembling with fear, shattered the remaining resolve among the crowd. White Sea Lion, we must flee. Quickly, Wingull, let us escape. Natural Bird, teleport us away. A frantic rush ensued as countless individuals clamored to distance themselves from the perilous situation. Witnessing the panic-stricken crowd desperately attempting to flee, Yano shouted helplessly, "We cannot escape. Only by uniting our efforts can we grasp a sliver of hope. Attack. I command you to attack." However, whether it was those still aboard the ship or those who had fallen into the sea, none heeded his words, save for the sailors under his command. At that moment, Johan had already been brought to the side of Old Man Mitsui by the gem starfish, accompanied by the Chiba family. They, too, understood that clinging together was their sole hope for survival, but they lacked the strength to confront the onslaught of the Zapdos. Mitsui urged, "Let us hasten our departure. If we do not leave soon, it will be too late." With that, he directed his Gyarados to prepare for a retreat into the distance. Johan, nestled upon the back of the gem starfish, followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Old Man Chiba had regained his composure and, alongside Chiba Aya, was commanding a Swampert from its back, while another Swampert carried Chiba Yoshiro and his wife. Johan glanced at Chiba Aya. In his previous impressions, she was a girl of good upbringing but somewhat timid in disposition. Yet at this moment, despite her apparent distress, she gritted her teeth and persevered, neither weeping nor succumbing to despair, making Johan realize he had underestimated this girl of his own age. A thought struck him, how remarkably mature the inhabitants of the Pokémon world were compared to those of his past life at the same age. Suddenly, the attack from Zapdos descended, but it did not target the individuals in the water. Its aim was the Scyther. Countless crackling bolts of lightning surged towards the ship. First Officer Yano led the charge, showing no signs of retreat, for he could not afford to back down. "Everyone, give me your full strength to attack." For the sailors, the Scyther was not merely a vessel, it was their home. How could they endure an attack on their home? They roared in an attempt to fend off the assault from Zapdos. Alas, the disparity in strength was too great. They could barely deflect a few bolts of lightning, while the majority struck the hull of the Scyther. In that instant, Yano seemed to comprehend how the ship previously detected on the radar had met its demise. It was indeed the work of Zapdos. Amidst the lightning onslaught, steel beams shattered, and iron plates flew through the air. Yano stood in shock, watching the Scyther disintegrate before his eyes, his mouth agape in a futile attempt to speak, but he found himself rendered speechless. He could not fathom why Zapdos had chosen to attack them. Why? Who could enlighten him on the reason for this calamity? The fleeing crowd soon realized that Zapdos had not targeted them, and as they exhaled in relief, they intensified their efforts to escape. They glimpsed that just ahead lay an area no longer shrouded in dark clouds. They would soon be free of this perilous place. Yet, 5 minutes passed, then 10, and they felt no closer to safety. Confusion reigned among them. Yet, in those 10 minutes, Zapdos had reduced the Cynia to mere wreckage, and Yano, along with his crew, had long since vanished from sight. But the crowd had no time to mourn their impending fate, for they beheld the lightning bird, having obliterated the Zinnia, now turning its gaze upon them. It was the end. Chapter 95, Sinking to the Abyss. Thunder clashed against the ocean's surface, unleashing a torrent of waves that surged relentlessly towards the masses. Countless individuals were swept into the sea, desperately fighting for survival. Yet each was too preoccupied with their own plight to heed the lives of others. Soon, many were claimed by the tumultuous waves, their fates unknown. Yang Yin swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater, yet he clung fiercely to the gem starfish, preventing himself from being engulfed by the surging tides. At this moment, he had nearly separated from the main group, and the figures around him became increasingly scarce. He could no longer discern the whereabouts of Grandpa Mitsui and the Chiba family. Gem starfish, quickly, swim as far away as possible, Yang Yin urged intermittently. In this dire situation, he could think of nothing but preserving his own life. Only a handful of trainers, possessing near-king strength, remained brave enough to confront the lightning bird, while the majority wept and struggled for escape. Tropical dragon, destruction beam. Violent carp dragon, blizzard. Water cannon turtle, hydro cannon. Yet all their efforts were effortlessly repelled by the lightning bird's electric onslaught. One by one, Pokémon fell victim to the lightning bird's attacks, and more individuals were swept away by the relentless surf. The towering waves rendered Yang Yin unable to open his eyes. He could only cling tightly to the gem starfish to reassure himself that he was still alive, still harboring a glimmer of hope for survival. Never before had he felt death so imminent, as if the Grim Reaper were poised to claim him at any moment. In such a brutal reality, even the presence of water-type Pokémon seemed futile. All he could do was endure. Oh, the lightning bird let out another cry, but this time, its voice bore no trace of fury. Instead, it resonated with a sense of exhilaration and delight at witnessing this magnificent tableau of survival. No one understood the source of its joy. Meanwhile, the number of people remaining on the surface dwindled, and many who had managed to flee a considerable distance soon realized that no matter how far they ran, they could not escape the realm of lightning. They quickly comprehended that the lightning bird had devised a means to prevent their escape. It intended to annihilate them all right here. No, I refuse to die. I have so much money yet to spend, so many experiences yet to enjoy. I cannot accept this fate. Help me, someone save me from this place. I'll offer 10 million, no, 100 million. Please, come to my rescue. Despair enveloped the air amidst the thunder and lightning. Regret, anguish, and sorrow danced across the faces of the surviving souls. Wiping the water from his face, Yang Yin turned to survey his surroundings. At this moment, he could no longer see Grandpa Mitsui or the Chiba family. Grandpa Mitsui, Gem Starfish, it seems we must fend for ourselves now. After a moment of silence, the Gem Starfish understood that locating Mitsui at this juncture would undoubtedly pose immense difficulties. Moreover, should Mitsui have met with misfortune, their efforts would be in vain. And it was also possible that he had already managed to escape. Therefore, their immediate priority was to ensure their own survival. The lightning bird descended once more, unleashing a torrent of lightning, which scattered through the water like countless serpents of electricity. Anyone or any Pokémon touched by these electric tendrils was either paralyzed or met with a more dire fate, either collapsing lifelessly or sinking into the abyss. Gem Starfish, harness the power of the cosmos, and let us depart this place swiftly. The cosmic power ability could enhance both defense and special defense, and Yang Yin was uncertain if it could withstand the lightning bird's currents. Nonetheless, any form of resilience was welcomed. If the Gem Starfish were to falter, he too would face certain doom. Fortunately, they successfully evaded the area engulfed by the currents, escaping paralysis. Yang Yin scanned the vicinity. Fewer than 30 individuals remained alive alongside him. Perhaps others were struggling in different locales, but he could not perceive them. Despair etched itself upon every face, as they fervently commanded their Pokémon to flee. In the sky, the lightning bird, witnessing the survival of a few, felt insulted and unleashed an overwhelming thunderstorm. Intent on annihilating all, it did not specifically target anyone. Yet Yang Yin observed a hapless soul struck directly by the descending lightning, instantly reduced to a wisp of smoke, with their Pokémon sinking into the depths. Please no, I do not wish to perish. Another was ensnared by the spreading currents and engulfed by the towering waves. Gem Starfish, faster. We must hasten. Yang Yan's expression twisted in agony, as he sensed that he was on the brink of demise, perpetually brushing against the specter of death. He yearned to scream, to unleash his terror of mortality, but the relentless waves battered against his face, rendering him akin to a suppressed balloon on the verge of bursting. Yet, despite the Gem Starfish's utmost efforts, it remained unable to shake off the currents, as if it were determined not to relent until it had pursued everyone. Gradually, the number of those still upon the surface dwindled, with more and more being consumed by the relentless tide before Yang Yan's very eyes. The surrounding currents not only failed to diminish but seemed to multiply, the thunder above growing ever louder. Yang Yin realized, in that moment, that all hope was lost. Escape was impossible. Why? All his pent-up frustration distilled into those fleeting 3 words, before he was forcefully thrust into the ocean by the crashing waves. His hand still clung desperately to the gem starfish, as though grasping a lifeline, unwilling to let go. The frantic currents surged around him, relentless in their pursuit. In a daze, Yang Yin glimpsed a white figure darting through the water, leaving behind a fleeting image in his mind before it vanished without a trace. In an instant, the flickering currents surrounding him seemed to evaporate, as if they had vanished at that very moment. Yang Yin fervently wished for the gem starfish to ascend immediately. Yet unbeknownst to him, a tumultuous whirlpool was forming rapidly beneath him, radiating a dazzling white light at its core. The gem starfish yearned to rise as well. But the whirlpool's voracious pull was insurmountable, leaving it to struggle futilely while being inexorably drawn deeper into the abyss. Due to the immense water pressure and lack of oxygen, Yang Yin succumbed to unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of drowning. Just as he approached the precipice of death, he and the gem starfish were ensnared by the whirlpool's depths, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 96. The sudden appearance of Hoodie. Upon the ethereal, deep blue surface of the ocean, a shroud of white mist enveloped the surroundings, with sunlight filtering only through the central zone, providing a meager sense of direction. Coughing violently, Yang Yin struggled to regain his composure, expelling copious amounts of seawater from his stomach. After a considerable time, he finally felt somewhat better. Thank you, gem starfish. I thought I was doomed. It was the gem starfish's persistent nudging of his back that cleared his airways, preventing him from drowning. As Yang Yin rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was situated on a solitary isle. However, the term isle seemed somewhat inaccurate, for the expanse of thick white mist obscured visibility to a mere 20 meters, rendering both the land behind him and the sea ahead indistinguishable. Fortunately, he discovered that his spatial backpack had not been swept away by the currents, and he hastily retrieved his phone in hopes of contacting the outside world. As anticipated, there was no signal. In his moment of bewilderment, the gem starfish prodded Yang Yin's arm with one of its appendages, then gestured towards a direction with another. Astonished, Yang Yin exclaimed, "Gem starfish, do you know the way?" The gem starfish nodded, then floated away, indicating Yang Yin to follow. Butterfree, come forth. Upon its emergence, Butterfree flitted around Yang Yin with evident concern. I'm fine, Butterfree. Let us follow the gem starfish. Yang Yin summoned Butterfree merely as a precaution. He did not doubt the gem starfish's formidable prowess, yet it was not his Pokémon, and thus, having Butterfree by his side granted him greater assurance. Meh. Once Butterfree confirmed Yang Yin was indeed unharmed, it finally displayed a joyful smile. Subsequently, it accompanied Yang Yin as they trailed the gem starfish into the mist. Butterfree, what's wrong? Meh. Butterfree gestured animatedly before Yang Yin, but he could not comprehend its meaning. Noticing Butterfree's actions, the gem starfish paused and seemed to communicate something, prompting Butterfree to exhibit an expression of sudden realization. Butterfree, you also understand the situation here like the gem starfish, don't you? Yang Yin was perplexed as to why these two Pokémon understood something he could not grasp at all. Could it be that some extraordinary force was influencing them? Never mind. Let's continue on our journey, Starmie. Yang Yin felt that the answer might lie in the destination Starmie was leading him to. Since Butterfree also seemed aware and did not hinder Starmie, it suggested that there was likely no danger ahead, which reassured him greatly. After walking for about half an hour, the thick fog before Yang Yin finally began to lift, and visibility was no longer hindered. Before him unfolded a breathtaking natural scene. Lush, sturdy trees with abundant foliage. And from the cliffs above, clear waters cascaded gently down. Occasionally, the fleeting shadows of Pokémon danced through the forest and under the delicate veil of mist. The world seemed imbued with an ethereal aura. This place is truly beautiful. It possesses a hint of a utopian paradise. Yang Yin inhaled deeply, feeling his spirits uplifted. Starmie tugged at Yang Yin's arm once more, and following its lead, he noticed a Machoke relentlessly striking a robust tree with its fists. Suddenly, it seemed to hear the commotion caused by Starmie and Yang Yin, and it turned to glance back before swiftly darting into the forest. Wait, Yang Yin reached out, wanting to call it back, but Machoke was far too swift. No sooner had he spoken than it vanished from sight. Well, it seems I am not welcomed here, Yang Yin thought, shaking his head. At least it did not attack him outright. Then Starmie gestured for Yang Yin to continue following it. Starmie, let us take a break for a moment. After walking for such a long time, Yang Yin felt somewhat fatigued, and his stomach began to grumble. He decided to rest here and share a meal with the Pokémon to regain some energy. Just as he was about to retrieve food from his bag, a deep, slightly hoarse voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Human, who is speaking? Before he could react, a yellow Pokémon appeared before him. It was Alakazam. Human, Yang Yin exclaimed. Is that you speaking, Alakazam? Yet he quickly realized that the voice was not coming from beside him, but directly within his mind. Telepathy. You possess quite a bit of knowledge for a human. Indeed, it was telepathy. Yang Yin was somewhat astonished, for aside from Pokémon with telepathic abilities, it was no easy feat for others to learn such a skill. Yang Yin could not discern the strength of the alakazam before him, but it was evident that resolving a few matters with him would be a trivial task. However, alakazam did not take that route. Instead, it chose to materialize and communicate with him, indicating that Yang Yin could obtain the information he sought, provided he did not provoke alakazam's displeasure. At that moment, Machoke leaped down from the tree above Yang Yin, landing a short distance behind alakazam. Yang Yin mused. Is this the Machoke from earlier? Has it just left to find Ho-Oh? Human, why do you appear here? Ho-Oh, disregarding Marshadao, directly inquired of Yang Yin. Yang Yin understood that the words he was about to utter would significantly influence Ho-Oh's subsequent demeanor towards him. Of course, Yang Yin himself was uncertain as to why he found himself in this place, so he recounted the encounter he had with Zapdos to Ho-Oh. A white shadow. Ho-Oh turned to glance at Butterfree and Starmie, and Yang Yin noticed Starmie was persistently conversing with Ho-Oh. Starmie undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than Yang Yin, for although it was caught in the whirlpool at that time, it had not lost consciousness. Through Starmie's elucidation, Ho-Oh swiftly grasped the situation. Upon seeing that Starmie had ceased speaking and Ho-Oh had fallen into contemplation, Yang Yin, eager to understand the circumstances, could not restrain himself from asking, Ho-Oh, could you kindly share what Starmie has conveyed? Where exactly is this place? How did I arrive here? Chapter 97. A sanctuary like a peach blossom paradise. Yang Yan's barrage of inquiries was perhaps a bit hasty, yet his thirst for answers was undeniable. After a moment of reflection, Ho-Oh slowly responded. As for the specific location we inhabit, I must admit that I am also unaware. Unaware? Yang Yin was incredulous. But you reside here. How could you possibly not know? We only know that this is somewhere over the ocean, but I truly do not know the precise location. Yang Yin was rendered speechless. Is it not within your capability to discern? Yang Yin could hardly believe it. Surely Ho-Oh possessed formidable strength. He surmised at least a champion-level prowess, perhaps even greater. Not at all. The telepathic link prevented Yang Yin from discerning whether Ho-Oh's statement bore an undertone of resignation. Follow me. Instead of elaborating further, Ho-Oh beckoned Yang Yin to accompany it. However, Marshadao did not follow. It remained uncertain whether it was aware of Ho-Oh's intentions for Yang Yin. Yang Yin observed Marshadao skillfully leaping through the woods before it vanished from sight. As they walked forward, Yang Yin frequently glimpsed various Pokémon peeking out to observe them, displaying signs of curiosity. Notably, many of these were psychic-type Pokémon, such as Drowsy, Ralts, and Solrock. By the water's edge, he also spotted the figures of Snorlax and Misdreavus. Could this be a sanctuary for psychic-type Pokémon? Yang Yin pondered quietly. Soon, a path paved with ancient stones came into view. Its worn appearance suggested it had been laid down by humans long ago, and its presence indicated that this locale had once been inhabited. With questions swirling in his mind, Yang Yin continued to trail behind Ho-Oh. Approximately 10 minutes later, a colossal statue emerged before him. The statue resembled the legendary Pokémon Lugia, the master of oceanic weather. Lugia, Yang Yin exclaimed in astonishment. It seems, human, that you are familiar with the deity of the sea, which certainly facilitates my explanation. Subsequently, Hudi succinctly elucidated the circumstances here to Yang Yin. According to Hudi, they have resided on this island since birth, a fate that extends to their ancestors as well. The precise moment their forebears began to inhabit this place remains shrouded in mystery, yet they are united in one certainty. They are under the protection of the sea deity. Lugia. This realm has been specifically isolated by Lugia for their habitation, with the encircling white mist serving to both prevent their departure and deter outsiders from encroaching upon their sanctuary. Thus, they are able to relish a life akin to a paradise, untouched by the outside world. However, they are not entirely isolated, as occasionally certain Pokémon venture to this island, albeit unaware of the reasons for their presence here. Their experiences mirror that of Yang Yin to a considerable extent. Hudi informed him that it was Lugia who brought them to this haven. The reasons remain elusive, but Hudi speculated that Lugia might have perceived their suffering in the outside world and, wishing to alleviate their pain, transported them here. Moreover, the Pokémon that managed to reach this island predominantly belonged to the psychic and flying types, aligning perfectly with Lugia's attributes. Additionally, Hudi revealed that this is not the sole sanctuary of its kind. Hidden within the white mist are other islands, each teeming with Pokémon. However, the majority of psychic-type Pokémon are dispatched to this particular sanctuary by Lugia, and the likelihood of Yang Yan's arrival here being linked to the gem starfish is significant. Despite the allure of such a secluded paradise, one must ponder whether no Pokémon yearn to depart. Indeed, some do, yet the white mist proves impassable. Consequently, Yang Yan's curiosity piqued regarding the means by which those wishing to leave managed to do so, as this might provide him with a pathway to escape. Hudi informed him of a whirlpool, stating that anyone wishing to depart must enter it to undergo a trial set forth by Lugia. This whirlpool appears to be an independent realm. The trial, in essence, involves locating an exit within that space. Successfully navigating through the exit permits one to rejoin the outside world. Furthermore, the location of the exit is not fixed, making it a matter of fortune, should one be lucky. They may find it with ease. If not, they must await another year for the opportunity to return. Yearning to leave this place, Yang Yin felt an urgent need to convey his survival to his parents and grandfather Tua Gang, alleviating their worries. Thus, he was eager to embark on the trial. Hu Di's requests were beyond Yang Yan's reproach, and his own curiosity about this realm made a brief stay acceptable. Upon hearing Yang Yan's willingness to remain, Hu Di nodded and instantaneously vanished, informing him that he would return later that evening. Once Hu Di departed, Yang Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. Although Hu Di exuded no discernible aura, Yang Yin could not suppress his anxiety. Before all else, Yang Yin released the other Pokémon and briefly recounted the tale of their unexpected journey from the ocean to this place. While Tujin Rinshur appeared somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp Yang Yan's words, the other 3 Pokémon were filled with astonishment. Curiosity also blossomed within them regarding this sanctuary, safeguarded by the majestic Lugia. At that moment, Yang Yin noticed an increasing number of psychic-type Pokémon gathering nearby. In the absence of Hu Di, these creatures seemed to ease into a more relaxed demeanor, peering curiously at Yang Yin and his companions. A small, unreserved Guaran approached with a cheerful gait, first circling around the Ponyta and Trico, observing them with great interest, as he had never encountered such Pokémon before. However, upon noticing the menacing Galenian with its gaping maw and sharp teeth, it was promptly frightened and scurried away. As a ghost-type Pokémon, it was naturally wary of psychic types, further exacerbated by Galenian's somewhat intimidating appearance. Yang Yin, however, was not surprised by the small Guaran's reaction. Chapter 98. The Innocent Pokémon. Fortunately, with the reassuring presence of Ponyta and Butterfree, the small Guaran eventually accepted Galenian's existence. Its intense curiosity compelled it to continually circle around Galenian, likely due to the rarity of encountering ghost-type Pokémon in this locale. Yang Yin chuckled at the delightful scene unfolding before him, while simultaneously rummaging through his bag to prepare a meal. The other Pokémon, witnessing the small Guaran effortlessly mingling with these unfamiliar companions, soon began to emerge from the forest, eager to join in the frolic with Yang Yan's Pokémon. Hypno, Mr. Mime, and Kadabra, among others, continued to appear, signaling that a grand picnic was in the making. Fortunately, Yang Yin had a considerable stash of snacks in his bag, which he eagerly shared with the psychic types, thereby nurturing a bond of goodwill. These treats, foreign to the Pokémon, quickly captivated their attention, one by one. They indulged in the delightful offerings. Some, feeling guilty about benefiting from Yang Yan's generosity, ventured into the woods to gather fresh berries for him. Yang Yin received their gifts with a smile, and in return, their joy seemed to amplify, fostering a growing camaraderie between them. Truly, this was a veritable paradise. Imbued with a sense of simplicity and purity, Yang Yin mused that if such a gathering of psychic-type Pokémon were to be witnessed by outsiders, those creatures would either flee in terror or resort to attacks. It was inconceivable for humans to coexist peacefully with them. Throughout the day, Yang Yin found himself immersed in playful interactions with these Pokémon, who likely welcomed a visitor from the outside world with open arms, showering him with warmth and enthusiasm. The atmosphere here is remarkably soothing and relaxing, and due to the abundance of resources, conflicts are rare. The Pokémon share harmonious relationships. It seems to them that this is how companionship ought to be. Yang Yin observes several Pokémon of elite caliber and even those on the brink of becoming champions, most of whom are the parents of the little creatures around him. However, their curiosity appears limited. After a few glances at Yang Yin, they soon depart with their offspring. It is not until the last Pokémon is taken away that Yang Yin lazily reclines on the grass. Such experiences are pleasant. Yet as he watches the Pokémon parents with their young, he cannot help but think of his own mother and father. He wonders if they are aware of the ship incident. If they knew, they would undoubtedly come searching for him. Thus, he feels the pressing need to leave this place swiftly. Yang Yin cannot fathom the depth of anguish and sorrow his parents would feel upon learning of his misfortune. And what of Grandpa Fugong? If he were to discover Yang Yin's predicament, it might evoke memories of his late son. What about Master Qianli? Would he lament the loss of a promising apprentice so soon after acceptance? Not to mention the nearby jewel starfish. Might it be pondering the fate of Old Man Mitsui at this very moment? Speaking of which, how do jewel starfish and starfish even eat, given their lack of mouths? Did Old Man Mitsui, like Yang Yin, receive salvation from Lugia? Beyond him, were there others brought here by Lugia? As his thoughts quiet, Yang Yin realizes he has accumulated far too many burdens to bear, and numerous questions await resolution. He sits cross-legged beneath a large tree, with a Butterfree perched above, a Turtwig nestled in his arms along with an unhatched egg, a Ponyta and a jewel starfish to his left, and a Shuppet and a Trico to his right. Together, they silently gaze at the descending night, each seemingly lost in their own contemplations. Yang Yin's gaze drifts to the statue of Lugia ahead, although it has weathered the passage of time. The Pokémon here have preserved it remarkably well, showing no signs of age. The longer Yang Yin stares, the more he senses a unique feeling stirring within him. Indeed, after prolonged observation, he finds himself imbued with a sense of Lugia's divine essence, a testament to the craftsmanship of ancient artisans. Just as he marvels at the statue's lifelike quality, a flash of light interrupts his reverie, and Hoopa reappears. Yang Yin cannot help but think, why does this Hoopa always appear with such dramatic flair? It is quite startling. Yet, such thoughts remain unspoken. Human, it seems you are not a bad person, as you coexist so harmoniously with the Pokémon here, Hoopa remarks. Yang Yin can only reflect. With a powerful entity like you present, how could I dare to act recklessly? Certainly, even without considering that, he harbors no ill thoughts towards these Pokémon. Before these innocent, naive, and endearing Pokémon, Yang Yin felt no trace of sinister thoughts stirring within him. Rising to his feet, he inquired, I wonder what you wish to know. If it pertains to matters within my knowledge, I shall speak freely. However, as you can discern, I am merely a novice trainer with limited abilities and insights. I seek only basic information about the outside world. Subsequently, Hoopa posed several inquiries to Yang Yin, all of which, as he had mentioned, were indeed quite elementary. They pertained to the current state of the league, news about the Elite Four and the champion, humanity's treatment of Pokémon, and the advancement of human civilization. These questions led Yang Yin to believe that Hoopa possessed a considerable understanding of the outside world, not at all resembling someone who had never left this place. Rather, it seemed as though Hoopa had merely distanced itself from human life for 7 or 8 years. Fortunately, before Yang Yin could question it, Hoopa shared its previous encounters with humans who had come to this place. Hoopa revealed that roughly every decade, humans would arrive. Some had met their demise at the hands of Hoopa due to ill intentions, while others, having been informed by Hoopa, departed to participate in trials. Whether they truly completed the trials and left, Hoopa could not ascertain, as the trials themselves were fraught with peril, and death within them was a distinct possibility. Finally, Yang Yin learned an important detail. It was indeed Marshadao, the very Pokémon they had initially encountered, that had brought him and Starmie to the shore. Yang Yin had previously assumed it was Starmie that had rescued him, yet Starmie clarified that it too had lost consciousness after passing through the whirlpool. At that time, Marshadao happened to be training nearby, which enabled it to see Yang Yin and the others. Yang Yin mused to himself that he was truly fortunate. Had Marshadao not been present, he surely would have perished in the sea. He resolved to express his gratitude to Marshadao the following day. Chapter 99, a place resembling the Lake of Life. After discussing his rescue, Hoopa had essentially conveyed all it wished to know and share with Yang Yin. However, it soon noticed the peculiarities of the two Pokémon nestled in Yang Yin's arms, Turtwig and the Grookey standing beside him. Thus, Hoopa inquired about these two Pokémon. Yang Yin felt no need to conceal anything and recounted their experiences in full. Upon hearing Yang Yin's account, Hoopa fell silent, its expression unwavering, leaving Yang Yin unable to discern its thoughts. Could it be that Hoopa harbored any resentment towards him or humanity due to these matters? The prolonged silence made Yang Yin question whether Hoopa was contemplating how to deal with him. Fortunately, Hoopa did not take action against him. Instead, it beckoned Yang Yin to follow once more. Reluctantly, Yang Yin complied, trailing behind as they passed the statue of Lugia and continued onward for another 10 minutes. As they came to a halt, Yang Yin beheld a remarkably clear lake. Though modest in size, it possessed a unique beauty under the moonlight's gentle illumination. The voice of Hu Di resonated once more within Yang Yin's heart. Human, allow the Wood Guardian and the Toad Sage to immerse themselves in the water. Although Yang Yin was somewhat perplexed, he resolved to heed Hu Di's counsel, trusting that there was no malicious intent in this suggestion and that no harm would ensue. Yang Yin communicated briefly with the two Pokémon, who understood it was Hu Di's wish and thus offered no resistance, obediently making their way toward the river. Notably, the Toad Sage harbored a fear of water, yet, curiously, it displayed no sign of aversion upon seeing the river. Once both Pokémon had submerged themselves, leaving only their heads above the surface, Yang Yin could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Hu Di the reason for this action. However, Hu Di merely instructed Yang Yin to observe without further explanation. Left with no alternative, Yang Yin patiently awaited the unfolding of events. Gradually, 3 minutes passed, and Yang Yin finally discerned a shift in the two Pokémon. Flecks of green luminescence began to emerge upon their forms, and as the glow manifested, both Pokémon seemed to sense a change within themselves, closing their eyes in response. What is happening? The scene before him evoked memories of the life lake that appeared in the anime, which healed the legendary Shiranui. Could it be that the waters of this lake possess similar restorative properties? Might the Toad Sage and Wood Guardian be healed here? With this thought, Yang Yan's heart surged with excitement, prompting him to glance at the data panels of the two Pokémon. Strangely, their readings showed no immediate change. Perhaps the effects had yet to fully manifest. He decided to wait a while longer. As he turned his gaze back to the Wood Guardian and Toad Sage, he noted that the green glow enveloping them was intensifying, nearly covering their entire bodies. Filled with hope, Yang Yin earnestly wished for their restoration. Approximately an hour later, the Wood Guardian and Toad Sage finally opened their eyes, joy illuminating their faces. During this time, Yang Yin had periodically checked their data panels, eager to discern the extent of the lake's effects. The data clearly indicated a gradual increase in the Wood Guardian's attributes and base stats, albeit at a sluggish pace. In stark contrast, the Toad Sage exhibited no change whatsoever. Its 3 attributes remained unchanged, and its potential was stagnant. This disparity, he surmised, likely stemmed from the difference between acquired and innate qualities. Yang Yin sighed softly, recognizing that the Wood Guardian's condition had improved significantly. Upon returning to shore, the Wood Guardian clenched its fists, overwhelmed with the sense of rejuvenation, its spirits soaring with exhilaration. Yang Yin crouched down to embrace Tuchi Shinshur once more. And at that moment, he noticed the transformation in Tuchi Shinshur. Unlike before it entered the water, its physique had noticeably strengthened. Its bones and muscles had developed remarkably. Previously, Yang Yin had harbored concerns that Tuchi Shinshur might suffer adverse effects from maturing too swiftly. However, it appeared that any potential repercussions had been alleviated by the lake's waters. Although the issues concerning Muko Shugu and Tuchi Shinshur had not been entirely resolved, Yang Yin felt a deep sense of contentment. Thank you, Hudi. Yang Yin expressed his gratitude sincerely, a sentiment echoed by both Muko Shugu and Tuchi Shinshur. This lake water is a gift from the sea god, meant to heal our wounds. If you must thank someone, let it be the sea god. Hudi replied. Furthermore, it seems Muko Shugu has yet to fully recover. Any lingering issues will require your own efforts to mend, human. Yang Yin asserted, rest assured, I will find a way to restore Muko Shugu's health. He spoke with unwavering resolve. I will never forget this. That is reassuring. Hudi responded before instructing Yang Yin and his companions to depart, cautioning them against returning to this place. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin quickly led his Pokémon away, lamenting only that he had not allowed Ponaida and the others to enjoy a dip in the water as well. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, reflecting on his own greed. One cannot deny that Muko Shugu had an excellent foundation. Even with a loss of 25 base stats, it still possessed commendable qualifications, achieving an admirable level of 30. Additionally, due to the restoration of its potential, Muko Shugu had relearned the energy ball technique that it had previously forgotten. Regrettably, it seemed that Thunder Punch had truly been lost. A skill that was incompatible with its attributes, a fact Yang Yin could certainly understand. Moreover, Tuchi Shinshi's skills had evolved as well, having emerged from its larval stage. Coupled with the influence of the lake waters, it had effortlessly acquired the moves Sand Attack, Bug Bite, and Strange Light. Witnessing the significant progress of both Muko Shugu and Tuchi Shinshur filled Yang Yin with joy. Muko Shugu, with the healing from the lake waters, your condition has greatly improved. You might want to test whether you can now use the Energy Ball and Thunder Punch that you had forgotten. Upon hearing this, Muko Shugu nodded and turned toward an open area. It closed its eyes to concentrate, and soon a green energy ball coalesced in its hands. When Muko Shugu opened its eyes to discover it could indeed summon the energy ball, it joyously exclaimed, Chama. Then it attempted Thunder Punch, but unfortunately, it was met with failure. It's alright, Muko Shugu. Being able to relearn the energy ball is already a significant achievement. Do not be disheartened, Yang Yin comforted. Chama. Muko Shugu nodded, filled with anticipation for the day when it would completely restore its health. Chapter 100. The Discovery of Skill Proficiency. The following day, after breakfast, Yang Yin and his Pokémon prepared to seek out that elusive Martian. By the way, is that Martian still in the area where I first arrived? Yesterday, Yang Yin witnessed Marshadao training in that vicinity. Later, as he departed with Hoodie, he noticed that Marshadao also headed in the same direction, though he remained uncertain whether it was still present today. With this question lingering in his mind, Yang Yin resolved to investigate that area first. If it was not there, he would search elsewhere. Before long, upon arriving at the location, Yang Yin immediately spotted Marshadao. At that moment, Marshadao was vigorously striking a large tree with its fists. Reminiscent of the scene he had observed the previous day, Marshadao unleashed a series of techniques such as Rock Smash, Force Palm, and Brick Break, causing the tree to resonate with each impact, while the bark was significantly battered. Marshadao, Yang Yin called out. Upon hearing his voice, Marshadao turned its head for just a fleeting glance before resuming its training. A hint of embarrassment crossed Yang Yin's face, but he persisted. Marshadao, thank you for saving me yesterday. The nearby Starmie also expressed its gratitude towards Marshadao. This time, Marshadao finally acknowledged them, uttering a single phrase before returning to its rigorous regimen. Yang Yin was taken aback by Marshadao's dedication. It seemed they too ought not to slacken their efforts. Inspired by Marshadao's industriousness, and with the pleasant morning weather, he decided to facilitate a thorough training session for his Pokémon. Thus, he released all of them from their Pokeballs. Butterfree and Ponaida had no immediate instructions. They merely needed to continue their previous training. As for Turtwig, having matured past its juvenile stage, it was now ready to commence its training as well. Yang Yin intended for it to primarily focus on Shadow Ball, while also imparting some knowledge about Mean Look. Given that Turtwig's physical defense was notably high, but other stats were rather low, Yang Yin planned for it to concentrate on long-range and disruptive techniques, temporarily setting aside melee skills. As for Trico, it was obvious that its training would revolve around Energy Ball. Starmie, being a powerful Pokémon not owned by Yang Yin, could choose whether or not to train, and his influence over its decision was limited. Naturally, before delving into skill training, Yang Yin first guided them through 2 hours of physical conditioning. Once their stamina was sufficiently depleted, they commenced their specialized skill practice. Additionally, due to the similarities between Energy Ball and Shadow Ball, he encouraged Trico, Mean Look, and Turtwig to engage in dialogue. Perhaps insights would emerge from their exchanges. This was the first time Starmie had observed other Pokémon engaged in similar activities nearby. Gradually, it seemed to ponder something, silently resolving within itself. After a brief respite, Yang Yin settled beneath a tree with a book in hand. By the end of the morning, Mean Look successfully learned Shadow Ball. Albeit at a rudimentary proficiency level of only 10, further practice would be necessary for it to be effectively utilized. Trico's Energy Ball, on the other hand, had a slightly higher proficiency of 15. Yang Yin had previously observed that when the skill proficiency is below 50, if the skill belongs to the same type, it typically requires only 2 to 3 days of training to reach a proficiency of over 40, making it applicable in battles. Conversely, if the skill is of a different type, the proficiency increases at a much slower pace. Even at its fastest, it would take 45 days to reach 40, while slower skills might take over 10 days. This conclusion was drawn from Yang Yin's careful observation of Butterfree's training in its powder skills. Until now, Butterfree's toxic powder skill proficiency had only just reached 50, whereas its paralysis powder and hypnosis powder had already surpassed that mark 4 days prior. This revelation proved to be immensely useful, as it enabled him to gauge whether a Pokémon exhibits a natural aptitude for certain attribute skills, or, conversely, which attributes it might master more deeply outside its primary type. This insight is particularly beneficial for Pokémon capable of learning a wide array of diverse attributes, such as Gohan Yin, as it aids in providing reference points and minimizes time wastage. His father had previously advised him that having more moves is not necessarily advantageous. While it doesn't matter for moves of the same type, non-primary moves should not be learned indiscriminately. A couple might not pose much of an issue, but an excessive number could be detrimental. Yang Yin had inquired about the reasoning behind this, but his father was uncertain, merely stating that most trainers were aware of this principle, yet could not articulate the rationale behind it. Nevertheless, since this consensus existed, it must hold some truth, prompting Yang Yin to simply follow suit. Feeling that the time was ripe, Yang Yin put away his book and began preparing lunch, which naturally included a portion for Ma Sha Na. He found it somewhat peculiar that, apart from Ma Sha Na, he hadn't encountered any other Pokémon throughout the morning. When he set the table and called for Ma Sha Na, the latter appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly hesitant to accept Yang Yin's kindness at first. Yang Yin smiled and said to Ma Sha Na, "Consider this my gratitude for saving me, and these are delicacies you cannot find here. The other Pokémon relished them yesterday, so I believe you will enjoy them as well." Upon hearing this, Ma Sha Na ultimately accepted Yang Yin's goodwill and approached the prepared table. Sniffing the air, it recognized the appealing aroma and joined the others in enjoying the meal. After finishing lunch and tidying up, Yang Yin and the Pokémon reclined on the grassy ground beneath a tree, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, relishing the gentle breeze and this rare moment of afternoon repose. He felt as though it had been ages since he had last enjoyed such relaxation. So, Ma Sha Na nodded, feeling little need for concealment. "I guessed correctly, Ma Sha Na. I won't pry into why you wish to leave. But may I inquire about your family? Do they support your decision?" Masha made a gesture to Yang Yin, which helped him comprehend that it had no family here. So that was it. Yang Yin smiled softly, thinking to himself that Masha, indeed, might wish to leave this place and explore the outside world. Subsequently, he addressed Masha, proposing, "Since you desire to participate in the trials, and we too wish to depart from here, why not join forces? This way, we can support one another. And it would also allow me to repay your life-saving kindness. What do you think?" As Chapter 101 unfolds, Masha was about to respond when the voice of Hudi echoed in Yang Yan's mind. "Are you certain you wish to bring Masha along?" Yang Yan, taken aback by Hudi's sudden appearance, felt a strong urge to express his annoyance. Is it really necessary to appear so dramatically? Is teleportation meant to be used in such a startling manner? Aren't you afraid of giving someone a heart attack? Nevertheless, Hudi's words left Yang Yan puzzled. "Hudi, what do you mean? Is there a reason Masha cannot accompany us? Joining the trials is permissible, but there is one important detail I neglected to mention. The more participants there are, the greater the difficulty of the trials. Furthermore, while not an absolute certainty, past instances suggest that the varying strengths of participants affect the level of challenge they face. The gem starfish has already elevated your collective average strength, making it uncertain whether you can succeed. Are you truly willing to proceed with Masha?" Yang Yin was astonished to learn of such a rule. It was not entirely surprising. as it likely existed to prevent stronger Pokémon from aiding those of lesser ability to pass the trials effortlessly. Nodding, Yang Yin reflected, I see. Upon further contemplation, such a rule seems more reasonable. Without it, any Pokémon seeking to pass the trials could simply enlist Hu Di's assistance, rendering the trials meaningless. Yang Yin recalled Hu Di mentioning that those sent here by Lugia were generally Pokémon with unfortunate circumstances in the outside world. Thus, these trials appeared to be Lugia's way of ensuring that those who wished to leave possessed a certain level of self-sufficiency, enabling them to survive beyond these confines. Yang Yin was uncertain. However, despite Hu Di's caution, he felt that having voiced his intention, he ought not to retract it. To do so would not only be contradictory, but could also wound Masha's spirit. Yes, I have resolved to accompany Masha, he declared. Are you truly certain about this? Hu Di inquired again, as if he had misheard. Of course, Yang Yin replied, turning towards Masha. However, the final decision rests in your hands. I wish to know your thoughts. Do you wish to join us? For a fleeting moment, Masha appeared ready to speak, but soon a look of inner conflict crossed its face. Because it was acutely aware of its circumstances, venturing forth alongside Yang Yin could very likely result in failure of the trial. Observing the hesitation in Marshana, Yang Yin discerned its thoughts. Marshana, do not overthink. Whether we succeed in the trial is not solely dependent on you, but rather on all of us together. Ultimately, the strength of a group surpasses that of an individual. Thus, even if the trial's challenges intensify, I firmly believe that together we shall find a way to overcome. However, upon hearing Yang Yan's words, Marshana did not nod, nor did it shake its head. Instead, it continued to gesture towards Yang Yin, yet regrettably. Yang Yin could not comprehend its signs. Consequently, it sought the assistance of the nearby Hu Di, hoping it would be willing to elucidate what Marshana was attempting to convey. Hu Di noticed Yang Yan's gaze, yet initially refrained from explaining, raising its hand to interrupt Marshana's attempts at communication. Eventually, after a considerable period, Hu Di, having obtained Marshana's consent, began to elucidate to Yang Yin. It turned out that this Marshana had originally come from outside, having encountered no misfortunes after its birth, but had merely lived in solitude. One day, it inadvertently fell into the water, awakening to find itself in this place. Being a psychic-type Pokémon, it naturally arrived here. However, according to Hu Di, Marshana's psychic abilities were, in essence, almost non-existent, lamentably feeble, that if not for Hu Di's considerable strength, it might have remained undetected. Marshana possessed only one psychic move, the Yoga Pose. As Hu Di explained, it was likely learned due to its inherent characteristics. Otherwise, had its trait been telepathy, it might not have mastered the Yoga Pose at all. Of course, the efficacy of telepathy is also tied to the strength of psychic abilities. If Marshana's trait were telepathy, it would likely be rendered ineffective, rendering that trait virtually useless. Yet, as the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. The diminutive nature of Marshana's psychic powers was compensated by its formidable prowess in fighting-type moves. This very reason contributed to Marshana feeling a sense of discomfort while interacting with the psychic-type Pokémon here. In truth, even before arriving, Marshana had been aware of its weak psychic abilities but had never contemplated the implications of this weakness, nor did it perceive any adverse effects stemming from it. However, since its arrival, it began to gradually understand why it had lived in solitude since birth, the likely reason being its lack of strength, and perhaps this was why its parents abandoned it. Over time, a yearning to seek out its parents and inquire why they had acted thus began to blossom within it. Was it truly because of its feeble psychic abilities that it was deemed unworthy of being their child? Could they truly be so heartless? Hu Di discerned the sentiments harbored within Marshana's heart, concluding that if Marshana found no joy in remaining there, it would be preferable to depart. Thus, Marshana acquiesced to Hu Di's counsel and commenced preparations for the trials. However, Hu Di was acutely aware that Marshana's current prowess was insufficient for participation in the trials, and so it advised Marshana to focus on training in the interim. Hu Di promised that once it deemed Marshana's abilities adequate, it would grant permission to undertake the trials. Yet, Marshana grew impatient, unable to comprehend the true extent of strength Hu Di referred to. After a month of diligent training, Marshana felt confident in its capabilities. But Hu Di remained unconvinced. In a moment of desperation, Marshana seized an opportunity while Hu Di was engrossed in its own training to secretly participate in the trials. By the time Hu Di learned of this, it was too late. Upon entering the trials, Marshana came to a stark realization of its inadequacies. With only combat techniques at its disposal, navigating the complexities of the trials proved to be an arduous challenge. When confronted with entities that countered its strengths, Marshana found itself utterly helpless. Consequently, Hu Di, in light of these events, forbade Marshana from approaching the trials again and began to closely monitor Marshana's training regimen daily. Regrettably, Hu Di's expertise lay solely in psychic abilities, rendering it utterly inept in the realm of combat techniques, and thus incapable of providing Marshana with any meaningful guidance. Moreover, there were no other Marshana, Charm, or any fighting-type Pokémon present in the vicinity. A century prior, there had been a Charm, but it had not left any offspring, let alone any insights into combat training. Pokémon were not inclined to document such matters. Therefore, Mashanna was left to navigate the intricacies of combat training on its own. Thus, a year passed until the arrival of Yang Yan.